Chapter 1, Failing the college entrance exam. At the start, I became a useless person in the martial arts world. The night was as dark as ink, immersing the steel jungle of Jiangcheng within it. Inside the cheap rental room, the air was as stuffy as solidified glue. Yifan leaned back in the creaking chair, staring intently at the line of glaring red numbers on his wristband screen. Qi and blood value, 98. Martial arts rating, unskilled. Overall recommendation, abandon martial arts, go to the factory and tighten screws, and contribute to the industrial development of human civilization. Ha! A bitter taste spread across his lips, eventually turning into a silent self-mockery. He didn't belong to this world deep in his soul, he was a disillusioned soul from a blue planet. That summer was just as scorching, and he was just as unsuccessful on the list. He thought that time travel was a chance to start over, but he never expected that he would just jump from one quagmire into an even deeper one. This world is called Blue Pole Star. 300 years ago, ferocious beasts invaded, ushering in an era where everyone valued martial arts. Here, the importance of the martial arts college entrance examination far surpasses that of the single plank bridge he remembered. If you pass the exam, you will leap over the Dragon Gate and become a respected martial artist. If you fail the exam, you'll end up becoming the fuel for society's operation, just as the light screen suggested. And he, Yifan, the biggest joke of this year's Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, scored 98 points of Qi and blood in the final mock test. What does this mean? The average Qi and blood value of a normal adult male is 100. In other words, his 3 years of hard training at the Martial Arts Academy not only failed to improve him, but actually turned him into a weakling. Buzzing. The bracelet vibrated, and a chubby avatar jumped on the screen. It was his best friend and roommate, Fatty Chen. Yifan answered the call weakly. Fancy. The results are out, right? How did they go? Fatty's loud voice came from the other end of the phone, with the background noise of a barbecue stall and the cacophony of bragging and joking. What do you think? Yifan shifted his position, sinking deeper into the chair. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, as if the noise had been paused. Fatty Chen asked cautiously, still not over 100? 98, Yifan calmly announced the number. Holy crap! Fatty Chen exclaimed in surprise, then lowered his voice to comfort him. It's okay, Fancy. It's just a test. It doesn't mean anything. We still have 3 months until the official college entrance examination. In 3 months, anything can happen. Miracle? Yifan twitched the corner of his mouth. For this test, he had spent all the money he had saved up half a month ago on the cheapest Qi and blood powder, and what was the result? Utterly useless. It's quite lively over there. He didn't want to continue the topic. Hey, a few of us in the class who scored over 150 points insisted on treating everyone to a celebration. Remember Lu Bin? He pulled off a major upset this time, scoring 188 points. Apparently, the admissions office of Donghai Martial Arts University has already taken notice of him. He's bragging right now that he's going to become a grandmaster. Oh. Yifan's response was as cold as ice. Donghai Martial Arts University, a top 20 martial arts academy in China, has graduates with the worst grades who can become squad leaders in the local security bureau. In contrast, Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, where he studied, was just a third-rate institution every year. If 1 or 2 students passed the undergraduate entrance exam, they would celebrate with banners for 3 days straight. That's the difference. Oh, right, Fancy, Fatty Chen lowered his voice again, that bastardly Wei is here too. He got 258, firmly holding the top spot in our grade. He just asked me sarcastically why I wasn't here, and I told him I wasn't feeling well. That bastard smiled and said, mediocre people always have all sorts of excuses. Damn it, I was so angry I wanted to smash a bottle over his head. Li Wei. Upon hearing this name, Yifan's eyes turned cold. A rich kid who acted arrogantly in the academy because his family had some money. He was often targeted and humiliated by this guy over trivial matters. The reason was simple, Yifan was an orphan with no parents, making him the easiest target. Don't be impulsive, Yifan said calmly. I just can't swallow this. Fancy, listen to me, don't be discouraged. At worst, after graduation, come with me to the Hunters Guild and do odd jobs. I'll ask my second uncle to arrange an easy job for you. It's better than going to work in a factory. Fatty Chen assured him confidently. Alright, you guys play, I'm hanging up. Ah, Fancy. Before Fatty Chen could finish speaking, Yifan cut off the communication. He slowly got up, walked to the stained window, and pushed it open. Whoosh! The neon light pollution from skyscrapers, mixed with the roar of aircraft engines and the occasional roars of beasts from the distant wilderness, rushed in like a pot of boiling water. This is the world he has to face. A cold world where classes are divided by strength and talent. He was truly unwilling to accept it. On what grounds? Why should a scumbag like Li Wei be allowed to act arrogantly and domineeringly just because he is born with high blood pressure? Why should I work hard for 3 years, only to be met with the sarcastic remark of suggesting I go to work in a factory? Did he travel through time just to find a different place and experience despair all over again? A surge of anger rose from the depths of his heart. Yifan clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, his nails digging deep into his palms. Blood seeped out, bringing a stinging pain that calmed him down slightly. Just then, without any warning, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice, like a divine judgment, exploded in his mind. Ding! Strong resentment and reproductive desire detected in the host. The conditions are met. The many children, many blessings system is binding. 10%. 50%. 100%. Binding successful. Yifan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze on the spot as if he had been frozen in place. Hallucination? Did Li Wei's bastard cause you to hallucinate? Host, Yifan. Age, 18. Realm, none. Qi and blood, 98. Overall assessment, extremely weak in combat, with reproductive abilities yet to be developed. A pale blue light screen, visible only to him, floated clearly in front of him. Holy crap! Yifan couldn't help but swear, and his heart began to pound uncontrollably. System. It's the system. Online novel authors weren't lying. The essential cheat ability for every transmigrator has finally arrived, albeit belatedly. He suppressed his excitement and asked in a trembling voice, What are your abilities? This system is designed to promote the idea that many children bring many blessings. Core function: the host only needs to unite with a woman of the opposite sex who possesses strong fortune, bloodline, and talent, and bear children, to receive extraordinary rewards based on the woman's qualities and the offspring's potential. Rewards include, but are not limited to, cultivation empowerment, divine-level cultivation techniques, top-grade bloodlines, rare and precious materials. The more offspring the host has, the stronger the host becomes. The more prodigious the descendants, the richer the rewards for the host. New player gift pack has been distributed. Would you like to open it? Yifan's brain went blank for a full 10 seconds. Many children, many blessings. Getting married and having children will make you stronger? This is fucking. A surge of ecstasy, like a tsunami, instantly overwhelmed all his reason. His failure in the college entrance exam, Li Wei's mockery, and his bleak future were all thrown to the winds at that moment. It turns out that there's more than just meditation and cultivation to become stronger. All roads lead to Rome, but he, Yifan, was born directly in Rome. No, he's going to create Rome. Activate. Activate the newbie gift pack immediately. Yifan roared in his mind. New player gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Physique Enhancement Fluid Beginner X1, Function Enhancement Pill X1, and 1 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Looking at the 3 rewards on the screen, Yifan's breathing became incredibly hot. 1 million in cash. He had never seen so much money in his life. And those 2 medicines, although the names are a bit strange, they are definitely the most needed things right now. Without further hesitation, he made the decision to extract the funds. The next second, a briefcase filled with red banknotes appeared out of thin air at his feet, and at the same time, 2 vials of faintly glowing medicine appeared in his hands. Everything is real. Looking out the window at the bizarre and wonderful world, Yifan's confusion and resentment vanished, replaced by an unprecedented ambition and fire. This city was once a cold prison for him. But from now on, this is his hunting ground. Buzzing. The bracelet vibrated again. It was Fatty Chen calling again. Yifan answered the call casually, a playful smile on his face. Fanzi, are you alright? Don't do anything rash. I'll protect you when I'm rich. Chen Pengzi's panting voice came from the other end of the phone, as if he had run out of the barbecue stand because he was worried that something had happened to him. Yifan chuckled softly, his voice not loud, but carrying an unprecedented confidence and penetrating power. Fatty, I have a question for you. Huh? What's up? In our Jiangcheng, which family has the highest quality girls? Chapter 2 Ding. Congratulations, host, the many children, many blessings system has been activated. On the other end of the phone, Fatty Chen was completely silenced. His mind, filled with barbecue skewers and beer, was momentarily unable to process Yi Fan's astonishing question. Huh? What? Girl? The fat man was stunned for a long time before he managed to squeeze out a few words. Fancy, are you alright? Did your test results go too badly and you got a shock? He would rather believe Yi Fan was crazy than believe that his usually taciturn best friend would ask such a question. I'm not upset, I'm perfectly fine. Yi Fan's voice carried a hint of laughter that he himself didn't even realize, the exhilaration of releasing 18 years of pent-up frustration. Just tell me, where in Jiangcheng should we look for a beautiful woman who is talented, capable, or blessed with great fortune? This question is more specific and more outrageous. Fatty Chen gasped in shock. Damn it! Fancy, have you really gone mad? Great fortune? Why don't you go get your fortune told? He paused, his tone suddenly becoming worried. Don't do anything reckless. Let me tell you, martial artists who commit crimes are punished even more severely. You absolutely mustn't go astray. What are you thinking? Yi Fan chuckled, realizing he had indeed changed quite a bit. I mean, which place has the most people from all walks of life, and the best access to information? A well-informed place? Fatty Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his mind returning to normal. It must be the Nightingale Bar. It's owned by the Hunters Guild, and more than half of the city's bounty hunters and lone warriors congregate there. As long as you have money, you can get inquiries about anyone, or even buy information about ferocious beast cubs. Nightingale Bar. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. This place is practically a beginner's village tailor-made for him. Okay, thanks, Fatty. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing there? That place isn't cheap, even the worst glass of malt liquor costs 500. You? Yi Fan didn't listen to his rambling anymore and hung up the call directly. He has more important things to do now. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 vials of medicine floating before him. One was a warm, milky white the physique enhancement liquid, the other was an airy purple the function enhancement pill. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Fan unscrewed the physique enhancement liquid and drank it all in one gulp. The liquid went down my throat, but it didn't taste like I expected. Instead, it felt like a clear spring, sliding down my esophagus into my stomach. However, the next second. Boom! An intensely hot energy, like a miniature sun exploding inside his abdomen, instantly swept through his entire body. Ugh! Yi Fan let out a suppressed groan of pain, curling up on the ground, his skin turning bright red at a visible speed, as if he had been thrown into a heated boiler. The scorching magma surged through his veins, violently washing over him. He felt his bones being shattered inch by inch, then forcibly rebuilt. His muscle fibers tore, groaned, and then regenerated savagely under even more powerful energy. This was a transformative pain, 100 times more domineering than any body tempering technique he had ever practiced. Sweat instantly soaked through his clothes, and then a layer of black, greasy impurities with a fishy smell began to seep out from his pores, covering his entire body and turning him into a black mud man. These are impurities and waste that have accumulated in his body for 18 years. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, letting the tearing pain rage through his limbs. He didn't scream instead, his eyes burned with excitement. He could clearly feel that with every bit of pain he endured, his body became stronger. This feeling of growing stronger was incredibly intoxicating to him. After an unknown amount of time, the violent energy finally subsided and merged into every cell of his body. Yi Fan slowly stood up from the ground, an unprecedented feeling of lightness and power welling up within him. He felt that he could even punch through the wall behind him. He rushed into the cramped bathroom, turned on the shower, and the icy water washed over him, washing away the disgusting black grime. Beneath the flowing water, a completely new body is revealed in front of the mirror. His skin became fair and radiant, and his muscles, which had been somewhat thin due to malnutrition, were now clearly defined, exuding explosive power. He seemed to have grown several centimeters taller, appearing upright and agile. Most importantly, his eyes, which had once appeared somewhat dull due to confusion, were now astonishingly bright, as if stars were flowing within them. Ding! Host's physique has received a basic enhancement. With a thought, Yi Fan brought up his attribute panel. Host, Yi Fan. Age, 18. Realm, none. Qi and blood, 198. Overall assessment, barely escaped the category of utterly useless fighters and possesses basic reproductive capabilities. Qi in blood value, 198. Looking at this number, Yifan's breathing became rapid. It's doubled. Just one basic enhancement liquid doubled his health points. From a weakling who couldn't even reach the average level, he became an outstanding student in the martial arts academy. If he were to take a mock test now, his score would be enough to make him highly sought after by second-tier martial arts universities. This is the power of a system. Ha ha ha. Yifan couldn't help but chuckle softly, his laughter growing louder and louder, filled with a sense of release that had been suppressed for a long time. 3 years of arduous training are not as effective as a single dose of medicine. This world is indeed unfair. But from this moment on, Yifan, is the biggest injustice. His gaze fell on the remaining purple pill in his hand, function enhancement pill. This name is very straightforward. Yifan curled his lips into a smile and swallowed it without hesitation. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a warm, gentle current. Unlike the domineering body-strengthening liquid, it flowed straight down, merging into his dantian and deeper within his dantian. An indescribable, powerful confidence arose spontaneously from the very core of my body. System evaluation: the host has been upgraded from under development to ready for battle. Please continue your efforts and quickly translate theory into practice. Yifan's face twitched. This system is quite unorthodox. However, he likes it. With the physical modifications complete, the next step is action. He glanced at the briefcase at his feet. 1 million yuan in cash. That amount was enough for him to live very comfortably in Zhangcheng, a second-tier base city. First of all, this cramped, pigeonhole-like rental room is no longer habitable. The environment is too poor and completely unworthy of his future career. Secondly, he also needs to change his outfit. Clothes make the man, and he can't exactly go to a place like the Nightingale Bar to find high-quality partners in his faded, cheap clothes. Finally, and most importantly, he needed intelligence. Information about all the respectable female martial artists, genius girls, and rich heiresses in Zhangcheng. The system requires that the target be a member of the opposite sex who possesses strong luck, bloodline, and talent. Such people are not easy to find on the street. He must strike with precision to maximize his benefits. With this in mind, Yifan's thoughts became incredibly clear. He walked up to the box, took out the cash, stuffed 100,000 into his pocket, and had the system reclaim the rest. Dragging a box full of cash around town, only a fool would do that. After doing all this, he was just about to leave when his bracelet rang again. It's still Fatty Chen. Yifan answered the phone, and the fat man's anxious voice immediately came from the other end. Fanzi, where the hell have you been? I called you several times and you didn't answer. What the hell are you trying to do? Don't scare me. Hearing his best friend's concerned voice, Yifan felt a warmth in his heart. He chuckled and said, Fatty, come out for a drink. Drinking? Now. You're really alright? It's nothing. Yifan walked to the window, looking at the dazzling night view outside, his tone calm but full of undeniable power. I just figured it out. What have you figured out? I've figured it out. Instead of complaining, I should take the initiative, Yifan said. Nightingale Bar, it's on me. Holy crap. You've really struck it rich? Fatty Chen exclaimed in shock. Where did you get the money? Don't tell me you borrowed from loan sharks. Stop talking nonsense, Yifan interrupted him. Also, do me a favor. Fatty Chen was taken aback for a moment. What kind of help? Arrange for Li Wei to come out. There was another deathly silence on the other end of the phone. After several seconds, Fatty Chen asked in a tone as if he'd seen a ghost, a date with Li Wei? Fanzi, have you been drinking fake alcohol? Why are you asking him out? Looking for a beating? Chapter 3. A terrifying rainy night, I picked up a beautiful female martial artist on the verge of death. Looking for a beating? Yifan laughed, a playful laugh like a cat playing with a mouse. No, he said to the bracelet, enunciating each word clearly, I'm going to collect debts. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the call, ignoring the shock and astonishment of Fatty Chen on the other end. Some scores will have to be settled sooner or later. But not now. He has something more important to do now: spend money. Half an hour later, Yifan walked out of Jiangcheng's largest shopping mall, looking completely refreshed. He wore a custom-made martial arts combat suit worth 50,000 yuan, which was form-fitting and comfortable, perfectly outlining his physique that had been enhanced by the enhancement fluid. On his feet were the latest cloud-stepping combat boots, which were lightweight, shock-absorbing, and also had a slight spiritual energy absorption function. The wristband was also upgraded to the highest spec Tianquan 7. The clarity of the flexible light screen alone was 100 times better than his previous junk. 1 million, and in the blink of an eye, 200,000 were spent. But he wasn't bothered at all. What is money? Money is for investing in yourself. Especially investing in one's future career. He stood at the entrance of the shopping mall, looking at his own reflection, a reflection both strange and familiar on the glass facade, a slight smile playing on his lips. Tall, confident, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. This is what time travelers should be like. Boom! Just then, a muffled rumble of thunder rolled across the sky. The once clear night sky suddenly darkened without warning. Ink-black clouds surged in from the edge of the city, like a giant monster opening its blood-red maw, ready to devour the entire city. It's going to rain. Yi Fan looked up and glanced at the road. Instead of calling a taxi, he started walking towards Degenerate Street, where Nightingale Bar was located. He wanted to take a walk. He wanted to experience firsthand what kind of surging power was contained within this brand new body. Clatter. Large raindrops began to fall, starting as just a few drops, but in an instant, it turned into a downpour. Splash. The torrential rain instantly draped a thick curtain of rain over the steel city. Pedestrians on the streets cursed and scattered, fleeing for shelter from the rain. Yi Fan did not flinch or dodge, letting the cold rain wash over his face and body. The rain did not make him feel cold, on the contrary, it made his blood run even hotter. He could clearly feel every cell in his body cheering and jumping for joy. Strength. This is what power feels like. To reach his destination faster, he turned into a quiet alleyway that served as a shortcut. This is a dark corner beneath the city's glamorous exterior, where trash cans reek of foul odors, walls are covered in graffiti, and the neon lights overhead are fragmented by the towering buildings on either side. The rain intensified, and the alley was flooded, with hardly a soul in sight. Yi Fan walked with uneven steps, his boots splashing ripples in the puddles. Suddenly, he stopped. His ears twitched. Amidst the patter of rain, he keenly detected a discordant noise. That was the dull thud of something heavy falling to the ground, and suppressed, painful gasps. In the past, he would never have meddled in other people's business. But now, his heightened senses made it impossible for him to ignore this anomaly. He frowned and looked towards a corner deep in the alley, following the sound. A strong, pungent smell of blood, mixed with the dampness of the rain, pierced his nostrils. Yi Fan's eyes instantly became wary. He moved quietly, like a cheetah, close to the wall, and slowly poked his head out. After the corner, at the end of the alley, a flash of lightning ripped through the night sky, and he saw a scene that made his pupils shrink. A woman. A woman covered in blood lay slumped in the filthy puddles, her back against a huge garbage can. She wore tattered black combat gear, and a gruesome wound stretched from her left shoulder to her lower abdomen, the flesh torn open and the bone exposed. In front of her stood 3 burly men in black, each wielding a sharp blade. Damn, that's impressive, we almost let her get away. The scarred man at the head spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his eyes lewdly scanning the woman's body. No wonder she's a woman from the Morone family, even in this condition, she's still quite well endowed. Brother, stop talking nonsense and get this over with, a skinny man urged. The Black Snake Gang hates delays. The boss said we have to fake it as if he was torn apart by a ferocious beast. Black Snake Gang? Yi Fan's brows furrowed even deeper. The largest underground force in Jiangchang, ruthless and capable of any evil deed. It seems this woman has messed with someone she shouldn't have. His first reaction was to retreat. He's not a savior, and he has no interest in provoking a powerful gang for the sake of some unrelated person. His system is about having many children and good fortune, not about chivalry. However, just as he was preparing to retreat quietly, boom! Another bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the end of the alley as bright as day with a ghastly white light. This time, Yi Fan saw the woman's face clearly. What kind of face was that? Despite being drenched in rain and blood, her breathtaking beauty remained undeniable. A high, straight nose and tightly pursed lips outlined a stubborn and proud profile. Her eyes were closed, long eyelashes clinging to droplets of water, indistinguishable between rain and tears. More importantly, although her face was unusually pale due to blood loss, her brows revealed a heroic spirit and determination that ordinary women lacked. This is a woman with a story. She was also an extremely beautiful woman. Just as Yifan's mind stirred slightly, the cold, mechanical voice in his mind suddenly rang out without warning, carrying a hint of urgent warning. Ding! High quality, breedable target detected. Target, Morong Shui. Age, 28. Bloodline, Ice Phoenix bloodline rare, not activated. Fortune, black near death, cursed. Talent, top tier damaged foundation. Overall rating, S rank. A dying phoenix is no better than a chicken. If the host can save it and unite with it, they will receive an epic reward. S rank. Epic rewards. Yifan's brain buzzed, as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. He stared intently at the woman's information panel, his breath catching in his throat. Ice Phoenix bloodline. Top tier talent. Although the status bar was full of negative debuffs, such as inactive, damaged foundation, and on the verge of death, the S-level rating was like the sun in the dark night, so dazzling that he couldn't look away. This doesn't look like a woman on the verge of death at all. This is clearly a moving, glittering treasure trove. Let's do it. Just then, the scarred man lost his patience. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he raised the short knife in his hand, aiming it at the woman's heart to stab her. Almost instinctively, Yifan moved. He no longer hesitated. An epic reward is within reach. Don't even think about touching the Black Serpent Gang, let alone the Heavenly King himself. Whoosh! He shot out of the shadows like an arrow released from a bow. The rainwater was splashed up in a white wave as he moved at high speed. Who? The three burly men from the Black Snake Gang only felt a blur before their eyes, and a gust of wind rushed towards them. Scarface's pupils contracted sharply. He only saw a blurry black shadow and had no time to react. Bang! A deep, resounding thud, like the beating of a drum. Yifan's enhanced iron fist slammed solidly into the scarred man's chest. Snap! The crisp sound of bones shattering was exceptionally clear amidst the torrential rain. The sneer on Scarface's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme terror and pain. He felt as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding maglev train. His chest caved in. His massive body flew backward like a tattered sack, crashing hard into the wall 5 meters away before sliding down and falling silent. One punch. Sold out instantly. The remaining 2 members of the Black Snake Gang were completely terrified. They stared blankly at Yifan, who had suddenly appeared, then at their boss lying in the corner, barely recognizable as a human, their minds completely blank. Who are you? The skinny man asked in a trembling voice, the knife in his hand shaking. Yifan shook the blood and rainwater off his fists and looked at them with icy eyes. You have 3 seconds to disappear. The 2 men, as if granted a pardon, threw down their weapons in a panic and scrambled away, disappearing at the other end of the alley. The whole world fell silent instantly, with only the sound of the pouring rain remaining. Yifan did not chase after him. He slowly turned around and walked towards the woman who had collapsed next to the trash can. He crouched down, reached out, and checked her breath. His breath was faint, but he was still alive. Just as his fingertips touched her cold skin, the woman who had been unconscious suddenly trembled slightly. Her heavy eyelids managed to open a tiny crack with great difficulty. In her blurry vision, she could only see the outline of a young man who was leaning down and looking at her. His eyes looked strange. It wasn't like pity, nor was it like sympathy. It was more like a wolf that had been starving for a long time, finally spotting its long-desired prey. With her last ounce of strength, she opened her chapped lips and made a sound as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Who are you? Chapter 4, 28 years old? Heavily in debt? This woman is so pitiful. The woman's voice was weak and feeble, like a candle flickering in the wind, as if it might be extinguished at any moment. Yifan looked at her eyes, which she had opened with difficulty. They were extremely beautiful phoenix eyes, and even though they were dim and lifeless at this moment, they still retained a captivating charm. But within this allure lies more vigilance, caution, and a sense of alienation from the world after weathering many storms. The person who saved you. Yifan's answer was concise and to the point. He didn't have time to waste here with her. The alley smelled too strongly of blood. Those 2 scoundrels had escaped, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't call someone back. He ripped off his newly bought coat, roughly but effectively wrapping it around the woman's body, and then, in a standard princess carry, lifted her up horizontally. It feels lighter than I expected. She was very thin apart from some stunningly curvy areas. The rest of her body had almost no flesh, and she felt like a weightless feather when held in someone's arms. The woman seemed to want to struggle, but her body, weakened by blood loss, did not allow her to put up any effective resistance. She could only let out a weak groan before fainting again. Without further hesitation, Yifan picked her up and strode out of the alley, disappearing into the vast rain. Jiangcheng, Caesar's Crown Hotel. The most luxurious 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng has a presidential suite that costs as much as 6 figures per night, and it is said that even the faucets in the room are gold-plated. Yifan carried Morong Shui, who was soaking wet and covered in blood, and swaggered into the magnificent hall. His outfit instantly attracted everyone's attention. The impeccably made-up receptionist's professional smile froze instantly, a flicker of disdain and wariness crossing her eyes. The 2 security guards standing nearby had already subtly placed their hands on the stun batons at their waists. "Sir, may I ask you? Book a presidential suite." Yifan slapped a black card onto the marble countertop. He had just casually deposited it at the shopping mall. 1 million yuan in cash would be enough for him to travel freely anywhere in Jiangcheng. The receptionist was stunned. She looked at the black gold card that represented her prestigious status, then at Yifan's young and cold face, and at the woman in his arms who looked like she was about to die. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. "What? There are no rooms available?" Yifan frowned slightly. No, sir." A middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses strode out from the back. He was clearly the hotel manager. He glanced at the black gold card, then quickly scanned Yifan, and immediately plastered an extremely enthusiastic smile on his face. "Distinguished guest, hello. I am Zhang Dahai, the hotel manager. The presidential suite is ready for you at any time. Please follow me, I will personally show you the way." As he spoke, he glared at the stunned receptionist, then picked up the room key himself and led the way, bowing and scraping. That's the power of money. Even if you're holding a dead person, as long as you have money, you're God. Entering the private elevator to the presidential suite, manager Zhang's gaze seemingly casually swept over Morong Shui's pale face, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He then cautiously asked, "Sir, the lady in your arms is seriously injured. Our hotel has a partnered private medical team on standby 24 hours a day. Would you like to?" "No need," Yifan interrupted him coldly. "Bring up your hotel's best wound medicine, bandages, disinfection tools, and a clean set of women's clothing. Remember, the most expensive ones. Also, I don't want a 5th person to know what happened tonight." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. Manager Zhang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately nodded vigorously. "Understood. Understood. Sir, rest assured, the professional ethics of Caesar Crown are absolutely number 1 in the city." Bite. The elevator doors opened. Upon entering the room, Manager Zhang tactfully handed over the room key and bowed before leaving. Yifan carried Morong Shui straight into the bedroom and gently placed her on the king-size bed that could comfortably accommodate 7 or 8 people. The soft mattress contrasted sharply with her battered body. Soon, the hotel staff delivered everything Yifan needed. The efficiency was extremely high. Yifan closed the door, leaving only him and the unconscious woman in the room once again. He looked at the poignant figure on the bed and took a deep breath. Now, let's get down to business. He had to treat her wounds first, at least to ensure she wouldn't die from blood loss. Otherwise, his S-rank reward would be ruined. He picked up the scissors and without hesitation cut open her tattered combat uniform, which was soaked with blood and rain. As the clothes were peeled away layer by layer, a body so perfect it was almost unreal was gradually revealed before his eyes. Yifan's breathing paused for a moment. Even by his discerning eye, honed from watching countless films in his past life, this body before him deserved a 99 out of 100. He wouldn't give her a single point more, lest she become arrogant. However, what shocked him even more was the scars covering this perfect body. Besides the fatal knife wound to her abdomen, her arms, thighs, and back were covered with all sorts of old wounds. There were knife wounds, sword marks, and even traces of being torn apart by the claws and teeth of ferocious beasts. These scars, like jagged metals, silently tell the story of the brutal battles this woman endured. This is a woman who dances on the edge of a knife with her life. Yifan's gaze became complicated. Without further hesitation, he picked up the sterilization tools and began to carefully clean the most serious wound on her abdomen. As the bloodstains were washed away, the horrific full extent of the wound was completely revealed. The wound was so deep it almost severed her at the waist. Moreover, a chilling black aura lingered around the wound, relentlessly eroding her life force. "It's the Black Snake Gang's poison dagger," Yifan muttered to himself. "These bastards are really ruthless." While cleaning his wounds, he reopened the system panel to check her details. Target, Morong Shui. Age, 28. Bloodline, Ice Phoenix bloodline rare, suppressed by Yin Sha poison, cannot be activated. Fortune, black on the verge of death, burdened with a blood feud, and carrying a huge debt. Talent, top-tier martial arts foundation destroyed, meridian severed, unable to break through to the opening meridian realm for life. Overall rating, S rank. A peerless flower struggling in the mud, on the verge of withering. If the host can save it and unite with it, they will receive an epic reward. It is strongly recommended that the host seize this opportunity. This is a match made in heaven. After Yifan read through the detailed information word by word, he fell silent. 28 years old? He looked at Morong Shue's face, which appeared to be only 23 or 24 at most, and couldn't believe she was almost 30. While martial arts cultivation could slow down aging, she was still incredibly well preserved. Burdened with a blood feud, and a huge debt. With his martial arts foundation destroyed and his meridian severed, he will never be able to break through in his lifetime. Yifan's heart felt as if it had been violently clenched. He finally understood why a woman with S-level potential would end up being hunted to the brink of death by a few henchmen from the Black Snake Gang. She is a useless person. A once genius, now fallen from grace, a cripple even worse than an ordinary martial artist. The wounds, the debts, the hatred on her body were like mountains, pressing down on her and making it hard for her to breathe. This woman is so pitiful. So pitiful that even Yifan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. However, this sympathy was quickly replaced by an even stronger excitement. It's better this way, it's terrible. The worse her situation, the more desperate she is. The more desperate the situation, the more valuable the appearance of oneself as a savior becomes. A beautiful female martial artist with S-class potential, who has fallen to rock bottom and is filled with despair for life. This is simply the perfect partner tailor-made for his many children, many blessings system. As long as he can help her solve all her troubles, repair her foundation, and activate her bloodline. Yifan could almost foresee the dazzling brilliance this woman would unleash. And he, as the creator of all this, would receive an incredibly rich reward. Thinking of this, Yifan's eyes became incredibly fervent. He looked at the unsuspecting, stunningly beautiful figure on the bed as if he were looking at a priceless treasure that was about to become his. He applied the finest wound medicine to her wound and then bandaged it with the most professional bandages. After doing all this, he sat quietly by the bedside, waiting. Waiting for the prey to wake up on its own. I don't know how much time passed. The woman on the bed suddenly trembled her long eyelashes. Her tightly closed eyes slowly opened again. This time, her eyes were no longer as unfocused as they had been in the alley. Though still weak, they held a sliver of clarity, and a hint of a despair that seeped into her very bones. She took in her surroundings. Luxury, unfamiliarity, safety. Then, she saw Yifan sitting on the edge of the bed. A man who was too young was calmly looking at her with a gaze she couldn't understand, a gaze filled with admiration, pity, and intense possessiveness. Her voice was still hoarse and dry. A playful smile curved at the corners of Yifan's lips. He knew the time for negotiation had come. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching Morong Shue's ears. You're awake. Let's talk about your life. How much is it worth? Chapter 5: A crazy deal that changed fate. You have my child. How much is my life worth? Morong Shui repeated the sentence, her voice hoarse, but a desolate and mocking smile appeared on her lips. She struggled to sit up in bed, but the sharp pain in her abdomen made her weak and fall back down. This simple movement exhausted all her strength. She could only lie there, staring intently at Yifan with her cold, phoenix-like eyes. I have no money. Her voice was calm, a calm that comes from having experienced life and death. If you want money, then you've saved the wrong person. I don't even have enough money on me to buy a bottle of the lowest grade qi and blood powder. Yifan didn't speak, he just looked at her quietly, his eyes showing no emotion. Morong Shui took a breath and continued, name your price. If I, Morong Shui, can do it, I will surely reward you handsomely in the future. She thought it was just a standard underworld deal. You saved my life, and I'll make you a promise. This is the most common unspoken rule in the bounty hunter community. However, Yifan's next words shattered all her preconceived notions. A generous reward? What are you going to use to make that reward? Yifan smiled, a hint of undisguised amusement in his smile. He stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the dazzling night view of Jiangqing after the rain. The Black Snake Gang won't let you get away with this. Today, only a few henchmen died. Next time, it might be their vice leader, or even the leader himself. Can you handle that? Morong Shue's pupils contracted slightly, and her lips pressed even tighter. Yi Fan didn't turn around, his voice was like cold raindrops, pounding against her heart. As far as I know, you still owe High Money House a huge debt of 30 million, with interest compounding. Next month is the final repayment deadline. If you can't pay it back, they will sell you to a black market slave arena. Can you afford to pay it back? Morong Shue's breathing began to quicken. How did he know these things? You were once the pride of the Morong family. At the age of 16, you had completed your body tempering and were just one step away from opening your meridians and becoming a true martial artist. Unfortunately, an accident caused you to suffer a chi deviation during your cultivation. Not only did you fail to break through, but your martial arts foundation was also completely destroyed and your meridians were severed. From that moment on, you fell from grace. Your family treated you like trash, kicking you out. To avenge your deceased parents and pay off their debts, you became a lone bounty hunter. What a pity. Yi Fan turned around and looked down at her, his eyes filled with a hint of cruel pity. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. Your body has long been worn down by various hidden injuries, your enemies are getting stronger, and your debts are piling up. Tell me, Morong Shue, what do you have to offer me as a generous reward? Your life is worthless now. Boom! Every word Yi Fan said was like a heavy hammer blow, striking Morong Shue's heart. Her face, already pale from blood loss, was now completely devoid of color. Her deepest scars, her most unbearable past, and her most desperate reality were torn open and exposed to the air by a stranger. Her pride and self-esteem were shattered at this moment. Yes. How can she repay them? A promise? A worthless promise, who would want it? She was like someone who had fallen into a swamp. The harder she tried, the faster she sank, until finally she was completely swallowed by the darkness. A hot tear slipped uncontrollably from the corner of her eye, disappearing into the damp strands of hair at her temple. Those were tears of despair. What, exactly do you want? Morong Shue's voice trembled. She had abandoned all pretense, leaving only primal helplessness. She knew that since this man had gone to such great lengths to save her and had thoroughly investigated her background, it was definitely not out of kindness. He must have something in mind. And now, she is like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Seeing her like this, Yi Fan knew that the time was right. The curve of his lips softened a little. What do I want? It's very simple. He sat back down on the edge of the bed, leaning forward slightly, his eyes fixed on Morong Shue's desperate and bewildered phoenix eyes. I want to give you a chance. An opportunity for you to escape all of this, to take revenge, and to return to the pinnacle of martial arts. Morong Shue's body trembled violently. Returning to the pinnacle of martial arts? These 6 words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the still lake of her heart. This was something she longed for day and night, something she dared not even dream of. Her foundation was destroyed, a terminal illness that even a grandmaster of alchemy was helpless against. What gives this young man the audacity to say such a thing? Who exactly are you? Her voice was full of suspicion and wariness. Who I am is not important. Yi Fan's voice carried a strange magic. The important thing is that I can do it. The Black Snake Gang, I can help you wipe them out of Jiangcheng, leaving no one alive. I can help you pay off your 30 million debt, including principal and interest. As for your destroyed martial arts foundation. Yi Fan paused, then spoke clearly, word by word. I have a way to fix it. Morong Shue's breathing stopped completely. She stared intently at Yi Fan, trying to find even the slightest trace of a joke on his face. But no. His eyes were calm, deep, and filled with an irresistible confidence. It was as if all of this was nothing more than a simple matter for him. After the initial shock came an even greater sense of absurdity. Why? Morong Shue asked with difficulty, why are you helping me? What do you want? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Since he can offer such tempting, even outrageous, conditions, the price he demands must be equally astonishing. She was mentally prepared. Whether it's becoming his slave, his henchman, or even sacrificing her body and soul, as long as she can get revenge and regain her martial arts skills, she's willing to do anything. However, what Yi Fan said next far exceeded her expectations. What I want is very simple. Yi Fan looked at her, his gaze becoming intense and direct, that hungry wolf-like look reappearing. I will save your life, solve all your troubles, and bring you back to your peak. In exchange. He took a deep breath and, in an unquestionable tone, as if declaring the truth, uttered the words that would change the fate of both of them. You will bear my child. Morong Shua froze completely. Her mind went completely blank. She even suspected that she was experiencing auditory hallucinations due to excessive blood loss. To give birth, to have a child? What kind of outrageous request is this? She had imagined countless possibilities, but this was the one she had never thought of. What did you say? I said. Yifan's gaze became even more aggressive. He slowly leaned closer, almost touching her ear, and said, word by word, in a voice only the two of them could hear, have children for me. Until you can't have any more. Boom. Morong Shue's cheeks instantly turned bright red. That wasn't shyness, but extreme shock and indignation. She, Morong Shue, once a proud daughter of heaven, is not someone to be insulted at will, even if she is now down on her luck. What do you take her for? Is it just a tool for giving birth? You bastard, she managed to squeeze out 3 words with all her might. Bastard? Yifan straightened up, his expression returning to calm. I gave you a path to heaven, and you think I'm a bastard? Morong Shue, have you been stuck in the mud for too long and can't tell right from wrong anymore? He stood up and resumed his superior posture. Your grudges, your debts, your martial arts, this is a dead end you can't resolve in your entire life. But I can help you achieve it all, requiring only a tiny price from you. To trade a woman's instincts for a martial artist's future. There's no better deal in the world. Yifan's words were like the sharpest knife, precisely cutting through all her pretense and piercing her deepest desires. The future of martial artists. Yes, she dreams of returning to the path of martial arts. She dreamed of personally beheading her enemy. Compared to all of this, what does having a child even matter? But her pride and self-respect made it impossible for her to accept such an absurd deal. Her reason and emotions were locked in a fierce internal struggle. Looking at her ever-changing expression, Yifan knew that she had wavered. He decided to add fuel to the fire. I don't have much patience. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. He turned around and walked towards the door. If you haven't made up your mind in 10 minutes, I'll throw you out of here and leave you to fend for yourself. Of course, you can also choose to refuse me now. Then, you can try to drag this broken body to avoid the Black Snake Gang's pursuit, to face the Four Seas Bank's debt collection, to cling to your pitiful pride and slowly rot away in despair. After saying that, he opened the door, went out, and then gently closed the door behind him. In an instant, Morong Shue was left alone in the entire presidential suite. And the sound of her heart pounding wildly, like a drumbeat. Yifan leaned against the wall outside the door, a confident smile playing on his lips. He knew she had no choice. Time passed, second by second. 10 minutes felt like an eternity. Just as Yifan was about to push open the door and announce game over. Squeak! The door was opened a crack from the inside. Morong Shue leaned against the doorframe, her face as pale as paper, but a resolute flame burned in her phoenix eyes. She looked at Yifan and asked one last question in a hoarse voice. I promise you, but you must tell me, who exactly are you? Chapter 6, To Survive, she tearfully agreed. Who I am. Yifan looked at Morong Shue's phoenix eyes, which were burning with a resolute flame, and smiled. Instead of answering directly, he asked in return, does that matter? It's very important. Morong Shue's voice wasn't loud, but it was unusually firm. I need to know what kind of person I've sold the rest of my life to. Her words carried a self-deprecating tone, but also a hint of desperate probing. She's gambling. I'm betting that this mysterious man isn't some cowardly coward hiding his true colors. Yifan's smile deepened. He likes intelligent women, and he especially likes to do business with intelligent women. My name is Yifan, he said frankly, a freshman at Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. Mediocre good for nothing. Boom. This answer shocked Morong Shue more than any earth-shattering identity. Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy? That third-rate, almost banned school by the Ministry of Education. A freshman? A mere boy who's only 18 or 19 at most? A mediocre, good-for-nothing? Morong Shue's mind went blank once again. Her phoenix eyes were filled with disbelief and utter absurdity. She had imagined countless identities for Yifan. He might be a descendant of a reclusive family who has come out to experience the world. They may be members of some mysterious organization acting on orders. It could even be some ancient monster who has become young again, playing around in the world. But she never expected that her identity would be so ordinary, even lower class. How is this possible? How could a useless freshman from a third-rate college know so many of her secrets? How could they so casually promise to wipe out the Black Snake Gang and pay off their 30 million debt? How dare she utter such arrogant words as claiming she could restore her martial arts foundation, which had been condemned to death by the alchemy master? You're playing me? Morong Shue's voice became somewhat sharp due to extreme shock. She preferred to believe that Yi Fan was playing a trick on her rather than believe that it was all real. Because if all of this is true, it means that the power and secrets possessed by this young man in front of her have reached a level that she cannot even imagine. Do I look like I'm joking? Yi Fan's expression remained unchanged throughout. That calmness, that confidence, is itself the most powerful form of persuasion. He did not offer any further explanation. Because he knew that any explanation would be futile when dealing with a suspicious and arrogant woman like Morong Shue. Only facts are the most powerful weapon. He slowly raised his hand, extending a finger. At the fingertip, a faint but incredibly pure wisp of pale golden energy slowly swirled. This is. Morong Shue's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. True Qi. This is true Qi that only formal martial artists who have opened up the 12 meridians and entered the meridian opening realm can possess. Although this wisp of true energy looked very weak, its pure, refined, and even slightly sacred quality was something she had never seen before in her life. Even the true energy of the elders in her family who were at the peak of the Qi opening realm was like the difference between a stream and a river compared to the wisp of pale golden energy in front of her. An 18-year-old college freshman who calls himself a good-for-nothing is actually a martial artist at the Qi opening realm? And this is someone at the opening meridian realm possessing such high-quality true Qi? This is no longer the work of a genius. This is a monster. Morong Shue's worldview was completely overturned at this moment. She finally understood why this man dared to say such things. He wasn't bragging, nor was he joking. He really has the ability to do so. The last doubts vanished. In their place came an even more turbulent storm. She looked at Yi Fan with an extremely complex expression. There was shock, horror, resentment, and even a trace of humiliation that she herself was unwilling to admit. It turns out that everything I was so proud of was truly worthless in the face of a real prodigy. Her so-called pride is a joke. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found her throat so dry that she couldn't make a sound. All the perseverance, all the defenses, crumbled the moment Yi Fan revealed that wisp of true energy. She knew she had no choice. Rather than clinging to that laughable pride and slowly rotting in the mire. Why not seize this one straw that's hanging down from heaven, the only lifeline? Even if this last straw comes at the cost of her dignity as a woman. I promise you. When these 3 words were uttered with difficulty from Morong Shue's mouth, she felt as if all the strength had been drained from her body. Tears welled up uncontrollably once again. This time, it wasn't because of despair. It was not because of humiliation, but because of resentment and because of lamenting their own fate. She lowered her head, which had been proud for 28 years, her shoulders trembling slightly, and her suppressed sobs sounded particularly clear in the empty corridor. Yi Fan looked at her quietly. Looking at this once high and mighty woman, this bounty hunter who licked blood from the edge of a knife, this woman who had just been using a cold exterior to disguise herself, she now looked like a helpless child, shedding all her pretense in front of him. There wasn't much joy of victory in his heart. Instead, it aroused an even stronger possessiveness and protectiveness. He knew that from this moment on. This woman, this peerless flower on the verge of withering, will belong completely and utterly to him alone. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have reached a reproductive contract with S-rank target Morong Shue. The contract is now in effect. The system has detected that the target's physical condition is extremely poor and is generating a repair plan. A cold, impersonal system notification sounded in my mind. Yi Fan's smile grew even wider. He reached out and gently pulled Morong Shue into his arms. Morong Shue's body stiffened abruptly, and she instinctively tried to struggle, but Yi Fan's arm was like an iron clamp, strong and domineering, making her unable to move. Cry! Yi Fan's voice rang in her ears. There was no mockery, no ridicule, only a calm statement. Cry out all your grievances and resentment. Because from today onwards, you are no longer the Morong Shue who fought alone. You are my woman. I will avenge you. I will pay your debt. I will provide your future. The man's voice, with an irresistible magic, echoed in her ears. Morong Shue's struggles gradually ceased. She buried her face in Yifan's chest, and the sob she had been suppressing finally broke out into a wail. It was as if he wanted to vent all the grievances, pain, and despair he had suffered over the past 10 years all at once. Yifan didn't say anything, he just held her quietly. He let her tears soak his new dress, which cost 50,000 yuan. For a long time, the crying gradually stopped. Shui lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes red and swollen, but her phoenix eyes held a new kind of brilliance. That was the light of rebirth. She looked at Yifan with a complex expression, but the deep-seated estrangement and wariness had quietly melted away. Aren't you afraid that once I regain my strength, I'll go back on my word and kill you?" She asked the last question in a voice with a heavy nasal tone. This was her final test. This was also her final bottom line. Chapter 7 System Notification? Conception has already begun? Kill me? Hearing Shui's seemingly fierce but actually cowardly probing question, Yifan smiled. He released her, took a step back, and looked her up and down again with the same gaze one would use to appreciate a work of art. Okay. He nodded, a playful smile on his face. I'm waiting for that day. I'm even looking forward to that day. Because only when you become powerful enough to threaten me can my investment be proven to be successful. His words carried an absolute confidence, an arrogance that disregarded all heroes. It was as if he wasn't worried about how far Shui would grow, but rather like an artist hoping his work would surpass his master's. What composure and arrogance this is! Shui was completely speechless. She realized that all her tests and all her little schemes seemed so childish and ridiculous in front of this man who was almost 10 years younger than her. He was like a seasoned hunter, and she was the prey who had already fallen into the trap but was unaware of it. All the struggles are in vain. Come in. Yifan stepped aside, making way for the doorway. It's chilly outside. Shui remained silent, leaning against the wall, and walked step by step back to the presidential suite that resembled a golden cage. This time, however, her state of mind was completely different. Yifan closed the door and followed him inside. Go back to bed, he commanded. Shui's body stiffened slightly, but she still obediently walked back to the bedside and slowly lay down. She subconsciously pulled the quilt up to cover her body, revealing only a pale and complicated face. Yifan saw it all, but didn't point it out. He walked to the bedside, looked down at her, and calmly said, "From now on, let's take the first step in our deal." What? Shui's heart jumped into her throat instantly. He's going to... A blush uncontrollably spread across her cheeks, and her eyes began to dart away. Although she had mentally prepared herself, this was still too fast. Her injuries hadn't healed yet, and she had never experienced anything like this before. Seeing her shy and frightened expression, Yifan knew exactly what she was thinking. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. What are you thinking about? The first step in fulfilling a transaction is to heal your wounds and restore your foundation. He said irritably, with your current broken body, let alone having a child, it's hard to say whether you'll even survive tonight. I don't want my first investment to go down the drain. Upon hearing this, Shui was stunned at first, and then an even stronger sense of shame instantly surged up her cheeks. It turns out, she misunderstood. She wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. The way I acted just now, didn't I make myself seem incredibly impatient? Close your eyes and relax. Yifan's voice interrupted her reverie. His voice carried an unquestionable command. Shui subconsciously did as she was told, closing her phoenix eyes filled with shame and indignation. Yifan took a deep breath, slowly extended his right hand, and hovered it above Shui's lower abdomen, where her wound was located. His gaze became incredibly focused. System, begin repairs, he silently commanded in his mind. The repair plan has been initiated. Consuming the host's initial energy to repair the fatal wound of the target Shui. Under repair. 1%. 10%. 50%. The next second, a warm and pure pale golden true energy poured out from Yifan's palm, like a gentle waterfall, slowly enveloping Shui's entire body. Shui's body trembled violently. She felt a warm, comfortable, and life-giving energy flowing into her body from the wound in her abdomen. The cold, poisonous substance that had been eroding her life force because of the poison dagger melted away instantly under the influence of this golden energy, like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. What she found even more incredible was that the gruesome wound on her abdomen, so deep that the bone was visible, was actually beginning to wriggle and heal at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The broken muscle fibers are reconnecting, and the ruptured skin tissue is regenerating rapidly. That tingling, slightly itchy sensation clearly came from her abdomen, giving her goosebumps all over her body. What kind of divine power is this? Even the legendary master healer who specializes in healing could not possibly have such incredible healing abilities. This is no longer martial arts. This is a miracle. The shock she felt was beyond words. Yi Fan was also feeling unwell at that moment. The energy required to repair a martial artist whose foundation has been completely destroyed far exceeds his imagination. He could clearly feel that his blood and qi, which had just surged to 198 points, were being rapidly depleted. 190, 180, 150. Just repairing the external wounds and removing the deadly poison consumed nearly a quarter of his vital energy. Damn it, this is a bottomless pit. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, but he didn't stop. He knew this was just an appetizer. The real challenge is to repair her destroyed martial arts foundation and severed meridians. External wound repair complete. Beginning the repair of martial arts foundation. This is a massive project. It is recommended that the host establish a deep link with the target to improve energy transfer efficiency and activate the target's bloodline potential. The system notifications sounded in my mind again. Deep link? Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, then he understood what the system meant. He glanced at the woman on the bed, who was in a daze of shock and comfort, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Hey, he said. Morong Shui responded groggily. Does it hurt? No. It doesn't hurt anymore, it feels very comfortable. She answered subconsciously, then realized what she meant and her cheeks flushed again. As long as you're comfortable. Yi Fan nodded, and then his hands slowly moved downwards. Through the thin blanket, I gently took her soft, boneless hand in mine. Morong Shui's body trembled violently as if she had been electrocuted. She tried to pull her hand back, but Yi Fan's hand was like an iron clamp, holding it tightly and not allowing her to break free in the slightest. Don't move. Yi Fan's voice was deep and magnetic. Do you want to feel your power again? Strength? These two words were like a spell, instantly striking the softest spot in Morong Shui's heart. She stopped struggling. Yi Fan stopped speaking, and with a thought, he channeled all the remaining blood and energy in his body into Morong Shui's body through their clasped hands. Boom! If the energy just now was a warm stream, then what is now surging into her body is a rushing river. Morong Shui felt as if her body had become a lake that had been dry for 10 years, and at this moment, it finally received the long-awaited rain. Her long withered and broken meridians, under the influence of this domineering yet pure energy, actually began to regain their vitality. The blocked nodes were cleared one by one. The severed meridians are slowly being reconnected. That long-lost feeling of spiritual energy flowing through her body made her so comfortable that she almost groaned out loud. 10 years. It's been a full 10 years. She thought she would never feel this way again in her entire life. Tears welled up in her eyes once again. But this time, they were tears of joy. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was frantically squeezing out his potential. His qi and blood levels plummeted like a dam bursting. 180-50. His face began to turn pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. But he didn't stop. Because he knew this was the most crucial moment. Success or failure hinges on this. Buzz. Just as Yi Fan's health was about to fall below the warning line. Suddenly, a soft cry, like the cry of a phoenix, emanated from Morong Shui's body. A strange energy, a mixture of extreme cold and extreme heat, suddenly awakened from the deepest part of her bloodline. Ice Phoenix bloodline. It's activated. A power far greater and purer than the energy Yi Fan had previously output flowed back from Morong Shui's body, instantly surging into Yi Fan's limbs and bones. Yi Fan felt a jolt throughout his body, and the weakness caused by overexertion vanished instantly. His health and vitality not only instantly returned to full, but continued to rise. 200. 210. 220. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the Ice Phoenix bloodline of the target Morong Shui. Bloodline resonance achieved. Rewards being processed. Yi Fan was overjoyed. Sure enough, the gamble paid off. However, before he could finish celebrating, another system notification, which he hadn't expected, suddenly exploded in his mind without warning. Ding. detected a high degree of fusion between the host and the target's life energy, meeting the criteria for conception. The system is automatically channeling energy to initiate conception. Yi Fan? What the heck? She's already conceiving? Can you really get pregnant just by shaking hands? He looked down at the woman on the bed, who also looked bewildered and seemed not to understand the situation, and he was completely dumbfounded. Morong Shui seemed to sense something as well. She could clearly feel that the enormous bloodline power that had just awakened within her was uncontrollably intertwining and merging with the energy transmitted from Yi Fan's hand, and finally, flowing into the depths of her lower abdomen. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if some seed of life was taking root and sprouting there. Her cheeks turned red from her ears to her neck. She looked at Yi Fan, her phoenix eyes filled with mist, shyness, confusion, and a hint of panic that she herself didn't even realize. What did you do to me? Chapter 8 starts with a god-level cultivation technique. What a steal! What did you do to me? Morong Shui's voice carried a tremor and panic that she herself was unaware of. This question stumped Yi Fan as well. How could he possibly answer? Could it be that my system sensed a high degree of fusion between our life energies and simply helped you get pregnant? If this were to get out, not only would Morong Shui not believe it, but even he himself would find it outrageous. Cough. Yi Fan coughed lightly, forcing his equally shocked expression to regain its inscrutable look. He slowly released Morong Shui's hand, straightened his body, and said in a tone of knowing what was going on and somewhat matter of fact, "This is a normal phenomenon as your foundation and bloodline are being repaired. In order to activate the Ice Phoenix bloodline within you, I infused my primordial life energy into your body. Our life imprints resonated and merged, naturally producing some wondrous reactions. This argument is 9 parts truth and 1 part falsehood, full of metaphysics and deception." But for Morong Shui at this moment, it became the only explanation. Life imprint, fusion? She murmured these words repeatedly, her pretty face turning red and white, then white and red again, a truly fascinating sight. She could clearly feel that her body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The wound on my abdomen has completely healed, leaving not a single scar, and my skin is as smooth as new. The withered and broken meridians in the body are being nourished and repaired by streams of new energy. Although they are still very fragile, they have been reconnected. Within his dantian, a cold yet noble bloodline power was slowly awakening, like a phoenix that had been asleep for 1,000 years, about to open its eyes. All these changes point to one fact: this man did not lie to her. He really is repairing her martial arts foundation. However, the side effects of this repair are just too embarrassing to talk about. She could feel a new life force deep within her lower abdomen, a force connected to her bloodline yet entirely different. That force was domineering and sacred, exactly like the aura of the man before her. She is really pregnant. In such an unbelievable way. With a man I met for less than an hour. Morong Shui's mind was in complete chaos. Shame, indignation, shock, confusion, and the joy of her body growing stronger, all sorts of complex emotions intertwined, leaving her momentarily unsure whether to cry or laugh. Just then, the long-awaited system notification sound in Yi Fan's mind finally rang out like heavenly music. Ding! S-rank target Morong Shui has successfully conceived. Phase 1 of the reproductive contract is complete. Settling the S-level first pregnancy bonus. Rewards being calculated. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine level cultivation technique, the Chaos Tao scripture. It's here. Yi Fan was overjoyed. God-level cultivation technique. The system rewarded her with a god-level cultivation technique simply because she had successfully conceived, before the child was even born. This is an absolute steal. He was eager to see just how powerful this Chaos Tao scripture really was. The next second. Boom! An indescribable ancient and primordial aura, mixed with the supreme Taoist principles of the birth and death of the universe and the rotation of stars, surged into his mind like a bursting dam. Countless mysterious and obscure golden runes took root, sprouted, and evolved in his spiritual world. Each rune seems to contain a profound truth of the universe. The opening line of the Chaos Tao scripture is, "Before heaven and earth were separated, before the universe was divided, this was chaos. The Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things." This is no longer a technique. This is the Tao. It is the supreme Tao that points directly to the origin of the universe. Yi Fan froze, his consciousness seemingly detached from his body, wandering in endless chaos. He witnessed the singularity of the Big Bang, the birth of the first light, the formation of galaxies, and the evolution of life. Meanwhile, Morong Shui, lying on the bed, stared intently at Yi Fan with an expression as if she had seen a ghost. Just now, the man's aura suddenly changed. If Yi Fan before was like a peerless sword hidden in its sheath, sharp but still somewhat predictable. At this moment, he became a deep and boundless starry sky. Mysterious, vast, and unfathomable. A terrifying pressure, seemingly present yet overwhelming, emanated from him. Faced with this pressure, Morong Shui felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. She even had the illusion that the whole world would collapse if Yi Fan had just one thought. What kind of monster is he? Morong Shui's shock had reached its peak. The slight resentment and bitterness she had felt because of being pregnant vanished in an instant, overwhelmed by this absolute and crushing force. All that remains is awe. And a hint of relief, which she herself hadn't even noticed. I'm glad I didn't make the wrong choice. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. 2 golden rays of light flashed and disappeared in his eyes. He let out a long breath. This breath of foul air actually condensed in the air and did not dissipate, turning into a white ribbon that silently pierced through and annihilated a chair in front of it. Call. As Yi Fan felt the new energy within his body circulating on its own according to the Chaos Tao scripture, an unprecedented shock and ecstasy appeared on his face. His qi and blood value did not increase much. However, the quality of his blood and qi underwent a dramatic change. If the previous qi and blood were like ordinary steel, then now they are like divine metal refined through countless trials to become immortal. A wisp of chaotic true energy is enough to crush the true energy of an ordinary martial artist of the same level by 100-fold. His foundation was completely reshaped at this moment. From the foundation of useless, it has become the foundation of God. We made a killing. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The value of this Chaos Tao scripture is beyond words. It's like giving him a direct path to the pinnacle of the universe. He looked up and his gaze fell on the woman on the bed who was staring at him with the look of someone looking at a monster. His gaze softened considerably. In any case, all of this was brought to him by this woman. She was his lucky star. She is also the mother of his future child. How are you feeling? Yi Fan asked, his voice unconsciously softening. Morong Shui felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and subconsciously avoided his eyes, whispering, much better. The wound doesn't hurt anymore, and my meridians are. That's good. Yi Fan nodded and walked to the bedside. Eat this. With a flick of his wrist, a pill radiating a purple aura appeared in his palm. It was the Function Enhancement Pill from the newbie gift pack. Of course, he wouldn't say that. This is the 9-turn meridian regenerating pill, which can help stabilize your newly repaired meridians and allow you to recover your strength as soon as possible, he said, making up a story without changing his expression. Morong Shui looked at the pill that was clearly no ordinary item, and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. What? Afraid I'll poison you? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Morong Shui shook her head without saying a word, but silently took the pill and put it in her mouth. She knew that if this man wanted to harm her, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, transforming into a powerful medicinal force that surged into her limbs and bones. Her meridians, which had just been repaired and were still somewhat fragile, instantly became strong and wide under the nourishment of this medicinal power. The blood and energy that had already plummeted to rock bottom began to rise at an alarming rate. 100. 120. 150. Finally, it stopped steadily at 199 points. Just a little bit more and I'll break through the 200 mark and reach the true peak of the body-tempering realm. Morong Shui felt the long-lost, abundant power within her body, and her eyes welled up with tears once again. 10 years. She's finally back. Although she has not yet broken through to the opening meridian realm, she can feel that the bottleneck that was once like an insurmountable chasm has become as thin as a cicada's wing. She can expose it any time she wants. She looked at Yi Fan, her eyes filled with unprecedentedly complex emotions. This man barged into her world in the most brutal and absurd way. Yet, in the most direct and effective way, they forcefully pulled her out of the mire of hell. Is he a demon, or a savior? How are you feeling now? Yi Fan asked with a smile, looking at her ever-changing expression. Morong Shui remained silent for a long time before finally squeezing out 2 words through gritted teeth. Thanks. Simply saying thank you isn't enough. Yi Fan's smile became meaningful. Morong Shui's cheeks flushed again. She turned her head away and asked in a low voice, "The Black Snake Gang, what do you plan to do with them?" Chapter 9. The enemy arrives at the door, the Black Snake Gang's ultimatum. The Black Snake Gang? Upon hearing these 3 words, a cold smile curled at the corner of Yi Fan's lips. He walked to the wine cabinet in the living room, poured himself a glass of expensive red wine, and gently swirled it. Just a bunch of trash who can't even be considered respectable. His tone was nonchalant, as if he were talking not about Jiangqing's largest underground force, but about a nest of ants that could be crushed with a flick of the wrist. "Since I promised you, I will naturally make them disappear from Jiangqing completely." Morong Shue's heart skipped a beat. Although she had already witnessed Yi Fan's amazing abilities, she was still deeply shocked to hear him say so casually that he would wipe out a gang that had been entrenched in Jiangqing for decades. The Black Serpent Gang has hundreds of members, and its leader, Black Serpent, is said to be a genuine peak-stage Qi opening realm martial artist, only one step away from the true Qi realm. Even the city lord's mansion of Jiangcheng would have to think twice before taking action against such a powerful force. And this man in front of me actually said he would kill me? "What do you plan to do?" she couldn't help but ask, her voice tinged with nervousness. "It's very simple." Yi Fan took a sip of red wine, his gaze passing through the crimson liquid as he looked out at the night sky. "Wait for them to come to us. At the same time. Jiangcheng, Fallen Street, Black Snake Gang headquarters." The atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Bang! A valuable antique vase was smashed to the ground by a large hand and shattered into pieces. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. A burly, bald man with a fierce face was pointing at his 2 shivering, soaking wet henchmen and cursing loudly. He was Wang Biao, the vice leader of the Black Snake Gang, nicknamed Mad Dog. "You 3 went to ambush a woman who's been crippled for ages, and not only did she get away, you even lost Scarface?" Wang Biao spat all over the 2 men's faces. "What the hell are you good for? You've completely disgraced the Black Snake Gang." The 2 henchmen who escaped from Yi Fan's grasp were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. The skinny guy among them explained in a trembling voice, "Brother Biao. Brother Biao, it's not our fault. It's just that some kid suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It's too damn weird." "Strange?" Wang Biao grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and asked menacingly, "How sinister is it?" One punch. The skinny guy was so scared he almost wet himself. He just used 1 punch, and he killed Scarface. His bones and all are embedded in the wall. What? Upon hearing this, not only Wang Biao, but also the sinister middle-aged man sitting in the main seat of the hall, who had been resting with his eyes closed and rhythmically tapping the armrest with his fingers, suddenly opened his eyes. Those were a pair of eyes, as cold and sinister as a venomous snake. "He is Lin Cohen, the leader of the Black Snake Gang. 1 punch, and you killed Scarface, a cultivator at the 8th level of the body-tempering realm?" Lin Cohen's voice was hoarse and deep. "Did you see where that kid came from?" I didn't see clearly." The skinny man said with a mournful face, "It was too dark, the rain was heavy, and that kid was as fast as a ghost. I only saw that he was very young, like he was still a student." "Student?" Lin Cohen frowned. Which student in Jiangcheng could kill Scarface with a single punch? Even the top geniuses from the city's key martial arts high schools might not have this ability, right? "Biaozi," Lin Cohen looked at Wang Biao, "what do you think?" Wang Biao put down the skinny man in his hand, his eyes flashing with a ferocious light. "Who cares who he is? Even if he's the king of heaven himself, we'll drag him out, chop him up, and feed him to the dogs if he dares to kill someone from our Black Snake Gang." He said viciously, "Since that kid saved that bitch Morong Shui, they'll definitely be together. As long as we find Morong Shui, we'll find that kid." Lin Cohen nodded, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. "Good." He slowly stood up and walked to the center of the hall. "That bitch Morong Shui, back then her parents were ungrateful and refused my cooperation, even injuring several of my brothers. Now that they're dead, this debt should naturally be settled with her. What is more," he licked his lips, a greedy glint in his eyes, "although the Morong family has declined, I've heard they still possess an ancestral Shin rank cultivation technique. If I can get my hands on it, my breakthrough to the true Qi realm will be just around the corner. Pass on my orders." Lin Kuen's voice suddenly turned chilling. "All gang members, mobilize. Turn the entire Jiangcheng upside down, and find that bitch Morong Shui. I want to see him alive or dead. And that reckless brat, investigate him. Find out everything about his ancestors for 18 generations. I don't care who he is or what his background is. In Jiangcheng, if he's a dragon, he has to coil up before me. If he's a tiger, he has to lie low before me. I need to see results within an hour. Yes, boss. The entire Black Serpent Gang headquarters, like a war machine that had been activated, instantly sprang into action at high speed. The presidential suite at Caesar's Crown Hotel. Buzzing. Yi Fan's new bracelet, which he had placed on the table, suddenly vibrated. It was an encrypted message sent from an unknown number. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and casually clicked on it. The information is simple. It's a document with both text and images. The subject of the information is none other than Lin Kuan, the leader of the Black Snake Gang. Lin Kuan, 45 years old, a martial artist at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, ruthless and vicious, cultivates the Black Water technique, weakness. At the end of the document, a message was also included. Brother Fan, I've taken care of what you asked me to do. That bastard Li Wei's legs went weak when he heard you were going to treat him to drinks at the Nightingale bar, but he still agreed. Here's the Black Snake Gang information you requested, secretly copied from my second uncle. Take a look. Your most loyal subordinate, Fatty Chen. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh after reading it. This fat guy is pretty savvy. He forwarded the information to the huge screen in the hotel room, then shouted something towards the bedroom. Come out and see your enemy. The bedroom door slowly opened. Morong Shui had already changed into the clean women's clothing that the hotel had sent her. It was a pure white silk dress that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. She looked less like the fierce and disheveled woman she had been in battle, and more like a mature woman, exuding gentleness and charm. Especially her slightly flushed face and her phoenix eyes, which had regained their brilliance after she had recovered her strength, made her radiate a breathtaking beauty. Even Yi Fan couldn't help but take a second look. Morong Shui felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, but her eyes were quickly drawn to the face on the screen. Lin Kuan. She would recognize that man even if he turned to ashes. This is the man who drove her parents to their deaths back then. This is the man who has been relentlessly pursuing her all these years, like a leech. It's him. Her voice was hoarse with intense hatred. A chilling, killing intent emanated uncontrollably from her body. The temperature in the entire room seemed to drop several degrees. Yi Fan felt the Ice Phoenix bloodline power within her, which, though still weak, was incredibly pure, and nodded in satisfaction. No wonder it received an S-level rating. This murderous aura already shows signs of becoming a powerful figure. Do you want to kill him with your own hands? Yi Fan asked calmly. Morong Shui's body trembled violently. She looked at the man she hated to the core on the screen, then at the mysterious man beside her, and a fierce struggle flashed in her phoenix eyes. Kill him with your own hands? Of course she wants to. She dreams about it. But she currently only possesses the strength of the peak of the body tempering realm. Lin Kuan, on the other hand, is at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. Between the two lies an insurmountable chasm. I can't kill him, she said dejectedly. No. Yi Fan shook his head, walked to her side, and looked directly into her eyes. With my help, you can do it. His voice was filled with undeniable confidence. Just then. Ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly. A playful smile appeared on Yi Fan's lips. Look, speak of the devil, and he appears. Morong Shui's heart jumped into her throat. It's them? Who else but them would come to visit our esteemed god so late? As Yi Fan spoke, he walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. Outside the door, hotel manager Zhang Dahai stood obsequiously to one side, next to a bald, burly man with a fierce face and a dozen or so menacing men in black. They have blocked the entire corridor. Manager Zhang, Wang Biao, the bald, burly man, said with a hint of impatience, Are you sure that kid and that bitch Morong Shui are in this room? Zhang Dahai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and bowed obsequiously, saying, Brother Biao, don't worry. It's absolutely true. That kid brought in a woman covered in blood, and they booked this presidential suite. I saw them go in with my own eyes. Very good. Wang Biao nodded in satisfaction, a cruel sneer flashing in his eyes. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and prepared to bang on the door. However, before his fist could even land, click! The door opened by itself. Yi Fan leaned leisurely against the doorframe, a lazy smile on his face, looking at the group of uninvited guests outside the door. Have you all had your late-night snack yet? Want to come in and have a drink together? Chapter 10 Don't be afraid, your man can be taken care of with one punch. Yi Fan's sudden invitation instantly froze the atmosphere in the entire corridor. Wang Biao's fist, which was about to smash the door, remained frozen in mid-air. The men in black behind him, their sinister smiles turning into astonishment. Even Zhang Dahai, the hotel manager who was bowing and scraping, showed a crack in his fawning expression for a moment. This kid, is he crazy? Didn't he see who was blocking the doorway? Wang Biao, the deputy leader of the Black Snake Gang, also known as Mad Dog. In the entire Jiangcheng underworld, everyone avoids him like the plague. This kid is something else. Not only is he not scared, he even invited the other guy to drink? Did he get his brain caught in a door? Wang Biao was stunned for a full 3 seconds before he reacted. He slowly lowered his fist and looked Yifan up and down with an expression as if he were looking at an idiot. Young, handsome, and wearing an expensive custom-made combat uniform. He looks like a rich young master who doesn't know his place. Kid, you've got guts. Wang Biao grinned, revealing a set of teeth stained yellow from smoking and drinking. His smile was ferocious and cruel. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Yifan leaned against the doorframe, picked up his wineglass, swirled it gently, and said lazily, Wang Biao, the vice leader of the Black Snake Gang. 9th level of body tempering realm, nicknamed Mad Dog, he likes to smash people's heads into their chests with his fists. Am I right? Upon hearing this, the smile on Wang Biao's face vanished instantly. Instead, there was an extreme chill. You investigated me? His voice sounded like it was being squeezed out from between his teeth. Investigation? Yifan smiled and shook his head. You're not worthy. I just glanced at the instructions for garbage sorting. Puff. Standing behind Wang Biao, Zhang Dahai almost burst out laughing. But he quickly realized his mistake, turned pale with fright, and hurriedly covered his mouth tightly. This is insane. This kid is absolutely insane. How dare he call him trash to Mad Dog Wang Biao's face? Doesn't he know how to write the word death? Sure enough, Wang Biao's face instantly turned a deep liver color. A violent and ferocious aura suddenly erupted from his body. You little bastard. You're asking for it. He roared, and his fist, as big as a casserole dish, carrying a gust of evil wind, slammed down hard towards Yifan's face without hesitation. He used all his strength in that punch. He wanted to smash that reckless brat's handsome face into a pile of mud in front of everyone. He wanted everyone to know what would happen to those who insulted him, Mad Dog Wang Biao. Hotel manager Zhang Dahai was so frightened that he closed his eyes, unable to bear watching the bloody scene that was about to unfold. Morong Shui, standing behind Yifan, felt her heart leap into her throat. Although she knew Yifan was strong, Wang Biao had been famous for many years and his strength at the 9th level of the body tempering realm was genuine. He was definitely not comparable to the scarred face man in the alley. Can Yifan handle this? Just when everyone thought Yifan would be smashed into mincemeat by this punch, Yifan made a move. His movements were very slow. It was so slow that everyone present could see it clearly. He simply raised the wineglass in his hand. Then, facing Wang Biao's powerful fist, she gently handed it over. Bite. A clear, crisp sound, like a wind chime. Fist. And wineglasses. They collided. Then, time seemed to stand still at that moment. The sinister smile on Wang Biao's face froze. His large, bell-like eyes were filled with utter shock and disbelief. He looked down at his fist. His iron fist, powerful enough to split rocks and shatter stone, was now being steadily blocked in midair by a slender, translucent wineglass. The wineglass was intact. Even the wine-red liquid inside didn't sway at all. But a piercing, excruciating pain shot through his fist. A terrifying force, incomprehensible and irresistible to him, was emanating from that small wineglass, surging wildly into his arm like a flood bursting its banks. Snap! Snap, snap! A sickening cracking sound, like bones breaking, started from his fist, traveled up his arm, and continued upwards. Finger bones. Wrist bone. Arm bone. It broke apart inch by inch. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, so shrill it was almost inhuman, finally burst forth from Wang Biao's throat. He was like a limp shrimp with its bones removed, clutching his twisted and deformed arm, collapsing to the ground, rolling around and howling wildly. The entire corridor was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. The dozen or so burly men from the Black Snake Gang stared wide-eyed, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets, as if they had seen the most terrifying monster in the world. Hotel manager Zhang Dahai was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, trembling like a leaf. This is a human? With just a wine glass, they managed to cripple Mad Dog Wang Biao's arm? This is beyond their comprehension. Yi Fan, who stood at the door, never changed his expression from beginning to end. He still had that lazy look on his face. He looked down at the still steady red wine in his glass, and frowned, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. Then, he raised his head, his gaze passing over Wang Biao, who was howling like a dead dog on the ground, and looking at the group of Black Snake gang members behind him who were already terrified. Next. He said it calmly. That calm voice, to the ears of the Black Serpent gang members, sounded like a death knell. A ghost, a ghost. One of the Black Serpent gang members who was closest to the weapon finally couldn't bear the extreme fear. He screamed, threw down his weapon, and ran away. With one person taking the lead, the rest of them instantly collapsed. They cried and screamed, running for their lives, scrambling and crawling towards the elevator. It was as if what was chasing them was not a person, but a primordial beast from hell. In the blink of an eye, the Black Snake gang members, who were just moments ago so arrogant and domineering, all fled without a trace. Only Wang Biao, who was still rolling on the ground, and Zhang Dahai, who had wet his pants in fear, remained. Yi Fan did not chase after them. He held his wineglass, slowly walked up to Wang Biao, and squatted down. Now, he looked at Wang Biao's face, contorted with pain, and asked with a smile, "Who do you think is trash?" "You, who exactly are you?" Wang Biao used his only remaining hand to support himself on the ground, looking at Yi Fan in terror, his voice filled with endless fear. "Who I am is none of your business." Yi Fan slowly poured the remaining red wine in his glass onto Wang Biao's bald head. "Go back and give your gang leader a message. I'll tell you that I'll personally go to your headquarters tomorrow night and take his dog's life. Let him wash his neck and wait." After saying that, he stood up, didn't look at Wang Biao on the ground again, and turned to walk back into the room. Bang! The door was gently closed. In the corridor, only Wang Biao's suppressed, painful groans and Zhang Dahai's heavy, post-disaster breathing remained. Inside the room, Morong Shui remained standing in place, her body trembling slightly from extreme shock. She stared intently at Yi Fan, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with unprecedented shock and wonder. The impact of what just happened on her was even greater than when Yi Fan helped her repair her foundation. That's Wang Biao, the mad dog. A powerhouse at the 9th level of the body-tempering realm. Just like that, he casually ruined it with a wineglass? This is beyond what the word powerful can describe. This is a crushing defeat. It's a dimensional reduction attack. Just how strong is he? Who was he joking with when he called someone a mediocre good for nothing? Yi Fan walked up to her, looked at her absent-minded appearance, and couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and gently lifted her chin, making her look directly into his eyes. "What? Are you scared?" Morong Shui's body trembled. Coming to her senses, she subconsciously nodded, then quickly shook her head. "Don't be afraid." Yi Fan's voice carried an undeniable blend of gentleness and domineering authority. "Remember what I told you. You are my woman. To deal with these scum," he paused, casually setting his glass aside, then slowly raised his fist. "One punch is enough to take care of your man." Morong Shui looked at his fist, which had distinct knuckles and didn't seem particularly thick, yet contained a world-destroying power, and then at his eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky. Her heart began to pound uncontrollably. She looked at Yi Fan and, as if possessed, asked a question. "Then, what about me?" Chapter 11 Morong Shui's shock. What kind of monster is he? "And you?" Yi Fan was slightly taken aback when he heard Morong Shui's question. Then he smiled. His hand, which was holding her chin, gently caressed her smooth skin with his fingertips, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery. "You? You are the woman who gave birth to my children. Of course, she's also a woman who needs my protection." This answer was domineering, direct, and full of a sense of entitlement and possessiveness. Morong Shui's cheeks flushed red instantly. That's not what she really wanted to ask. What she wanted to ask was, what could she do to deal with Lin Kuan? But when the words reached her lips, somehow they turned into a slightly coquettish "and what about me?" Being teased by Yi Fan like this, she felt so ashamed and embarrassed that she wanted to bite off her own tongue. I didn't mean that." She broke free from Yi Fan's hand, turned her head away, and dared not look him in the eye. "Oh? What do you mean?" Yi Fan asked knowingly, his smile widening. "I mean, what can I do to deal with Lin Kuan?" Morong Shui mustered her courage and looked at him again, her beautiful phoenix eyes burning with the flames of revenge. "Although I'm still very weak right now, All you can do, Yi Fan interrupted her, is to rest well and take good care of your health. Yu Morong Shui paused. Listen, Yi Fan's expression turned serious. Lin Cohen is mine. He was the first whetstone for you to regain your confidence, but now is not the time for you to make your move. What I want is a partner who can fight alongside me, not a brute blinded by hatred. His words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames of revenge that had just ignited in Morong Shui's heart. But it also calmed her down instantly. Yes. With my current strength, rushing up to fight Lin Cohen would be no different from suicide. Not only will it not help him, it will also become a burden to him. But she was still somewhat unwilling. No buts. Yi Fan's tone left no room for argument. From the moment you agreed to the deal, your life is mine. You will do whatever I tell you to do. Now, your task is to take a shower and then get a good night's sleep. There's another good show coming tomorrow, waiting for us to see. After saying that, he didn't give Morong Shui a chance to refute him and turned to walk towards the sofa in the living room. Morong Shui stood there, watching his tall and straight back. Her lips moved, but in the end, she said nothing. She knew that she couldn't change the man's decision. Moreover, for some reason, her heart, which was restless with hatred, actually, miraculously calmed down after hearing his domineering arrangements. It's as if as long as this man is around, no matter how big the trouble is, it's not a problem. She walked silently into the extremely luxurious bathroom. The warm water washed over her body and also soothed her already exhausted heart. The wound on my abdomen has disappeared. The meridians in my body are flowing joyfully. The power is gradually returning to this body. It all felt like a dream. A dream she wouldn't even dare to dream of. The one who gave her this dream was the mysterious and domineering man who was lying on the sofa outside at that moment. Yi Fan. Morong Shui silently pondered the name in her heart. What kind of person is he, really? He claims to be a good-for-nothing from a third-rate academy, yet he possesses unfathomable healing abilities. Despite being only an 18-year-old boy, he acts with a seasoned and ruthless approach, and his mind is as meticulous as a demon's. Facing Wang Biao, a mad dog at the 9th level of the body-tempering realm, he could easily cripple him with just a wineglass. When talking about the biggest gang in Jiangcheng, he spoke as if he were discussing an ant that he could crush with a flick of his wrist. Monster. Besides this word, Morong Shui couldn't think of any other word that could be used to describe Yi Fan. There are too many mysteries surrounding him. There was so much of it that it gave her a slight sense of fear. But at the same time, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped her tightly. It's a very contradictory feeling. It was like a small boat about to capsize in a stormy sea, suddenly being pulled up by a massive aircraft carrier. Although I am still not in control of my own destiny, at least I no longer have to worry about being swallowed up by the storm. Morong Shui soaked in the huge bathtub, feeling both physical and mental relaxation. For the first time in 10 years, she felt what peace of mind meant. Perhaps entrusting one's future to such a monster is not necessarily a bad thing. At least, she saw hope for revenge. We also saw the hope of returning to the top. As for that absurd childbirth deal, Morong Shui's cheeks flushed uncontrollably once again. She subconsciously placed her hand gently on her lower abdomen. There, the land remains flat. But she could clearly sense that a tiny seed of life was quietly growing there. That was his child. The thought of this made her heart pound with anxiety. Shy, flustered, resistant, yet, there was a strange, indescribable feeling. It was as if there was an unbreakable blood connection between herself and that mysterious man. In the living room, Yi Fan did not go to rest as he had said. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, his eyes slightly closed, his mind completely immersed in his own spiritual world. The golden, gleaming Chaos Tao scripture was quietly floating in the center of his sea of consciousness. Although he only grasped the basics of the opening chapters, he had already benefited immensely from them. He could feel that every bit of qi and blood in his body was being refined and purified again and again by the cultivation path of the Chaos Tao scripture. His total qi and blood volume did not increase significantly, remaining at around 220 points. However, he could clearly feel that his strength was several times greater than before. If he used to be able to deliver a punch with the force of 2,000 or 3,000 pounds, then now, he is confident that he can unleash a punch with the force of 10,000 pounds. This is the qualitative leap brought about by a divine-level cultivation technique. Pity. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, a hint of regret flashing in them. This Chaos Tao scripture is too profound. With my current level, I cannot even fully comprehend the first level. To truly unleash its power, I must improve my level as soon as possible. The fastest way to improve one's cultivation level is naturally. His gaze passed through the wall and landed in the direction of the bathroom. The system's rules are very clear. The more offspring a host has, the stronger the host becomes. The more extraordinary the offspring, the richer the rewards for the host. Morong Shui was just the beginning. To become stronger quickly, he must find more partners like Morong Shui, who possess powerful bloodlines and talents. It seems that in addition to dealing with the Black Snake Gang tomorrow, I'll also have to go to the Nightingale Bar. Yi Fan made a plan for the next step in his mind. Just then. Click. The bathroom door opened. A refreshing fragrance, carrying a hint of moisture, wafted out. Yi Fan raised his head and looked over. Then, his breathing stopped for a moment. Morong Shui was standing at the bathroom door, wearing a large bathrobe. Her long, freshly washed hair, still damp, was casually draped over her shoulders. Her already stunning face, enveloped in the steam, lost some of its usual coldness and resolve, gaining instead a striking allure and captivating beauty. The bathrobe's sash was tied loosely. From Yi Fan's angle, one could even vaguely see the deep cleavage and a small patch of fair, jade-like skin. Perhaps not expecting Yi Fan to look at her, her eyes were somewhat flustered, and she subconsciously tried to tighten her clothes. But Yi Fan's gaze had already fallen on her lower abdomen. It's very flat there. But Yi Fan could clearly sense a faint but vibrant life force slowly gestating there. That's his bloodline. The first continuation in this world. A wonderful feeling, unlike anything I'd ever experienced before, welled up inside me. It was a bond that transcended romantic love, a connection rooted in blood. You. Morong Shui felt uncomfortable under his gaze, her cheeks burning, and she broke the silence by speaking first. Yi Fan snapped out of his daze and smiled. Come here. He beckoned to her. Morong Shui hesitated for a moment, then took a step and slowly walked over. You can sleep on the sofa, I'll go to the bed. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. After all, their relationship now is extraordinary. Although they haven't consummated their marriage yet, they already have a child. Making him sleep on the sofa again seems a bit unreasonable. However, Yi Fan shook his head. Need not. He patted the spot next to him. You sleep here. Morong Shui suddenly raised her head, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with shock and shame. What do you mean? Chapter 12, the debt is paid off, and she blushes at me for the first time. What do you mean? Morong Shui's voice trembled slightly with shame and indignation. Her phoenix eyes, which had just regained their luster, were now staring intently at Yi Fan, filled with vigilance and wariness. Should I let her sleep next to me? What does he want to do? Although the two even had a child, it was still an accident. Is he about to fulfill the other part of the deal? Oh. Seeing her fierce and ready to fight look, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. What are you thinking about? He shook his head and looked at her as if she were an idiot. You're pregnant now, understand? A pregnant woman's body is very fragile, especially since you're carrying no ordinary child. What if, in the middle of the night, the power of your Ice Phoenix bloodline clashes with the life energy of the fetus, and something goes wrong? I let you sleep next to me so that I can use my Chaos True Chi to help you regulate and organize your energy at any time, ensuring you're in the child's safety. His explanation was half true and half false, yet it was reasonable and left no room for rebuttal. Morong Shui was completely stunned by what she was said. Pregnant woman? She's only been pregnant for less than an hour. How did she suddenly become a pregnant woman who needs special care? And will the energy of the Ice Phoenix bloodline and the fetus conflict? Is it really that exaggerated? Although she had never given birth, she was still a martial artist and had basic common sense. But looking at Yi Fan's serious and earnest expression, she became somewhat uncertain. After all, this man has too many secrets and his methods are too bizarre. Judging things by his standards seems impossible to understand using common sense. You. She opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know how to refute it. All right, stop talking nonsense. Yi Fan was too lazy to explain to her anymore. He simply stood up, grabbed her wrist, and gently pulled her. Morong Shui exclaimed in surprise, and uncontrollably slumped onto the soft sofa, sitting right where he had just been. Yi Fan then sat down next to her. The distance between the two was instantly reduced to less than a fist's width. His masculine aura, full of sunshine and mixed with a faint scent of alcohol, forcefully entered her nostrils. Morong Shue's body froze instantly. She could clearly feel the astonishing heat emanating from their bodies pressed tightly together. Her cheeks flushed bright red in an instant. She had never been so close to a man before. Let me go, she instinctively struggled. Don't move. Yifan gave a low shout, stretched out his arm, and pulled her directly into his arms. Do you want something to happen to the baby in your belly? These words were like a spell, instantly stopping all of Morong Shue's struggles. Child. She instinctively placed her hand on her lower abdomen. Although the area was still flat, the thought of a little life growing there softened her heart. That was her child. Also, his child. A wonderful feeling I'd never experienced before welled up inside me. It softened her already cold and hardened heart a little. She stopped struggling and let Yifan hold her protectively in his arms. Her beautiful face was already flushed red, almost as if it were about to bleed, and she buried her head deeply, not daring to look at Yifan at all. Seeing that she had finally calmed down, Yifan's lips curled into a triumphant smile. He was certainly not really worried that something would happen to the child. With his chaotic bloodline, his offspring possessed vitality stronger than cockroaches. They were far from fragile. He just, simply wanted to hug her. This woman is like a rose with thorns. Only the most forceful and domineering methods can tear away all her pretenses and touch the softest part of her heart. The delicate body in his arms was warm, fragrant, and soft, with an excellent feel. Yifan adjusted himself into a comfortable position with satisfaction and closed his eyes. Go to sleep. His voice rang in Morong Shue's ears, carrying an unquestionable command. Morong Shue's body stiffened, and she dared not move. Hearing the strong, powerful heartbeat in her ear and smelling the masculine scent that made her uneasy, she felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Sleep? How could I possibly fall asleep like this? However, for some reason. As time went by, a strange drowsiness gradually crept in. That heart, which had been tense and full of vigilance, actually, gradually relaxed under the steady and powerful heartbeat of the man. For the past 10 years, she has never had a good night's sleep. Even in the safest place, she always remained on high alert. But tonight, she was in the arms of the man she had only known for a few hours, who had made her pregnant through the most absurd deal. She actually felt a sense of peace she had never felt before. Perhaps I'm just too tired. As she thought this, her consciousness gradually sank into a long-lost, deep darkness. The next day, when the first rays of morning light streamed into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Morong Shue slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Yifan's well-defined profile, so close to her. He was still asleep, breathing evenly. The sunlight cast a golden halo over his face, making his already handsome features even more captivating. Morong Shue's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. She then realized that she was actually curled up in his arms like a kitten. His strong arms still held her waist possessively. Everything that happened last night flooded my mind like a tidal wave. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably again. She carefully tried to break free from his embrace. However, she had barely moved. Yifan's eyes, as bright as stars, slowly opened. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Morong Shue's breathing stopped. Morning. Yifan smiled as he looked at her adorable, flustered expression, his voice slightly hoarse from just waking up. Get up if you're awake, we have important business to attend to. As he spoke, he released his arms, stood up from the sofa first, and stretched. Her perfectly altered figure was on full display in the morning light. Morong Shue's pretty face flushed, and she quickly looked away. What important matter? She lowered her head, not daring to look at him. The second step in fulfilling our commitment. Yifan stretched his limbs and said calmly. Give me back the money. Jiangcheng, Sihai Money Exchange. This is Jiangcheng's largest underground bank, and also its most notorious vampire. Countless desperate people borrowed their first sum of money here, only to be dragged into an abyss of no return by the terrifyingly high interest rates. When Yifan appeared at the entrance of the money exchange with Morong Shue, who had changed into a new outfit, the two burly guards at the door immediately cast a malicious glance at them. Oh, isn't this the young lady from the Morong family? What? You've come to your senses? You know you can't pay me back, so you're planning to repay with your body? Foul language was constantly heard. Morong Shue's face instantly turned cold, and she clenched her fists. In the past, she might have chosen to swallow her anger. But now, She subconsciously glanced at Yi Fan beside her. Yi Fan's face was expressionless. He simply raised his hand. Slap! Slap! Two crisp slaps echoed throughout the entire street. The two rude guards didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying backward, their cheeks swelling up visibly, and they spat out teeth mixed with blood all over the ground. If your mouth isn't clean, you should wash it properly. Yi Fan shook his hand as if he had just swatted away two flies. Then, without even glancing at the two guards groaning on the ground, he pulled the still somewhat dazed Morong Shui straight into the bank's gate. Inside the money exchange, a dozen burly thugs were drinking and playing cards. Upon seeing Yi Fan and his companion enter, and then seeing their companion who had been knocked away at the door, they all stood up with a whoosh and grabbed the weapons at hand. An aura of murderous intent instantly spread. Damn it! Where did this little bastard come from, daring to cause trouble at our Sihai money exchange? Are you tired of living? A scarred man with a mohawk roared viciously. Yi Fan's gaze, however, did not fall upon them. His gaze passed over the group of fierce-looking thugs and landed on the fat middle-aged man at the back of the money shop, who was sitting with his legs crossed, leisurely smoking a cigar. Xiao Sihai, the smiling tiger who owns a money exchange. Boss Xiao, Yi Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire bank. I'm here to repay the money on behalf of Morong Shui. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sihai slowly put down his cigar, squinted, and looked at Yi Fan. When his gaze fell upon Morong Shui, who was dressed in a white dress and radiant with beauty, a hint of undisguised greed flashed in his eyes. Pay back the money? He laughed, a laugh like that of a cunning fox. Okay. Morong Shui owes our bank 30 million in principal. According to the rules, with compound interest, the total amount, including principal and interest, is now 100 million. Kid, can you afford to pay me back? The group of thugs behind him all wore mocking smiles. 100 million. This amount of money is enough to buy the entire degenerate street. They didn't believe that this kid, who looked like he hadn't even grown any hair yet, could produce that. Even Morong Shui's expression turned extremely ugly. 100 million. This number felt like a mountain, pressing down on her until she could barely breathe. However, Yi Fan's face still maintained that calm and indifferent expression. He didn't speak, he simply extended his hand. He snapped his fingers. The next second. Bang! 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 A dozen huge briefcases filled with red banknotes appeared out of thin air as if by magic and slammed heavily onto the floor of the money exchange. It was piled up into a terrifying mountain of money. The entire money exchange fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the small mountain of banknotes, and their breath stopped. The smile on Xiao Sihai's face froze. The mockery of the thugs behind him turned into utter shock. Even Morong Shui looked at Yi Fan beside her with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. Who exactly is he? How could someone just casually pull out so much cash? Here is 100 million. Yi Fan's voice broke the deathly silence. Let's have a little. If there are no problems, produce the IOU. Xiao Sihai's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. He looked at the mountain of money, then at Yi Fan's calm yet somewhat frightening face, and for the first time, a chill ran through him. This young man is definitely not simple. He dared not delay any longer and personally stepped forward to open a box. The blinding red color instantly dazzled his eyes. It's true. All of them are real banknotes. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock and greed in his heart, and took out a yellowed IOU from the drawer. This is an IOU. Yi Fan took it, glanced at it, and then handed it to Morong Shui beside him. Your debt is paid off. Morong Shui looked at the IOU that had troubled her for years and made her hover on the edge of life and death countless times, and then looked at Yi Fan's calm profile. An unprecedented warmth instantly surged into her heart. Her pretty face, which had been cold for many years, suddenly blushed uncontrollably at this moment. That was the first time she blushed in front of Yi Fan. It wasn't because of shame or indignation, nor because of embarrassment. It was because I was moved. Yi Fan ignored her change and turned his gaze back to Xiao Sihai. The money has been paid off. Next, we should take stock of another matter. Xiao Sihai's heart skipped a beat, but he forced a smile and said, Young brother, what debts do we still have between us? A cold smile curled at the corners of Yi Fan's lips. The interest account. He pointed to the mountain of money and said calmly, according to your bank's rules, borrowing 30 million and repaying 100 million, isn't that interest a bit too high? Zhao Sihai's expression changed instantly. Young man, what do you mean by this? We're in business, and we follow the rules. Rule? Yi Fan smiled. Excuse me. From this moment on, I am the rule. The words fell. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, he was already standing in front of Zhao Sihai. What do you want to do? Zhao Sihai was utterly horrified. Yi Fan did not answer him. Simply put, he threw a punch. Bang! The entire Sihai money exchange seemed to be shaken. The counter, made of century-old ironwood, shattered like tofu under Yi Fan's fist. Zhao Sihai's obese body flew backward like a ball, smashing a huge hole in the wall behind him. Now, Yi Fan withdrew his fist, his gaze sweeping coldly over the terrified thugs in the room, and said calmly, who agrees, and who disagrees? Chapter 13 Returning to school and being mocked? You know nothing of my power. Who's in favor, and who's opposed? Yi Fan's voice was calm, yet it possessed an undeniable magic. The entire Sihai money exchange was completely silent. Those thugs who were just moments ago were now trembling with fear, not daring to even breathe loudly. They stared in horror at the young man who had smashed the century-old ironwood counter with a single punch, and then at the boss, Zhao Sihai, who was embedded in the wall like a lump of mud, oblivious to his fate. My mind is blank. Fear, like an invisible tide, overwhelmed all their reason. Be opposed to? What grounds do we have to object? Why don't you use your own head to test just how hard his punch really is? No. No one objects. The thug who was closest to the scene was the first to react. He knelt down on the ground with a thud, his voice trembling with tears. Big brother is right. You are the rule. With one person taking the lead, the rest of the people instantly fell to their knees like dominoes. Big brother is right. We were blind to your greatness. Please, brother, spare my life. Cries for mercy rose and fell. Yi Fan's gaze did not linger on them for even a second. He turned around, pulled up Morong Shui, who was still in shock, and walked towards the mountain of money. Take your principal back, he said calmly. Morong Shui was stunned for a moment. What? I said, take back your 30 million. Yi Fan pointed to the pile of boxes. This is the last inheritance your parents left you. I'm just holding it for you temporarily. Morong Shui's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Yi Fan's calm profile, a warm feeling she had never experienced before surged into her heart once again. This man. He didn't have to do that. According to the agreement, he should have paid for it. But he returned the money to her. This is not just about money. This is a form of respect. A kind of respect from a man that she hadn't felt in 10 years. She wasn't being pretentious. He silently stepped forward and took 3 boxes from the pile. Yi Fan looked at her and nodded in satisfaction. Then, his gaze fell once again on the crowd kneeling on the ground. The remaining money, he said, pointing to the 70 million, is for your boss's medical expenses. Upon hearing this, the thugs felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and they kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. However, Yi Fan's next words plunged them into an icy abyss. But, his voice suddenly turned cold. From today onwards, in Jiangcheng, I do not wish to see the word Sihai Money House again. Close down and get out within 3 days. Is it possible? We can do it. We can do it. We'll get out of here right now. The thugs hurriedly made their promises. Very good. Yi Fan didn't say another word. He pulled Morong Shui along and, amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone, swaggered out of the Sihai Bank. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. The glaring sunlight made Morong Shui squint slightly, feeling uncomfortable. She felt as if she had been reborn. The biggest shackle that had plagued her for years was just shattered by this man in the simplest, most brutal, and most direct way. She turned her head and looked at Yi Fan beside her. In the sunlight, his profile was sharply defined, so handsome it seemed unreal. Just how many secrets is this man hiding? Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. When Yi Fan's cool, latest magnetic levitation sports car stopped at the academy gate, it immediately attracted the attention of all the students passing by. Holy crap! Isn't this the latest limited edition of the Wind God Wings? I heard there are only 3 in the entire Jiangcheng. How much money would that cost? It must be at least tens of millions, right? Who is the owner of this car? Which rich young master from some powerful family came to inspect our shabby school? Amidst a chorus of envious, jealous, and resentful comments, the car door slowly opened. Yifan, dressed in casual clothes, got out of the driver's seat. It's him? Someone in the crowd immediately recognized Yifan. Isn't this Yifan, the perennial bottom of the class in freshman year? Is that the loser who scored 98 points in health and mana in the mock test? Holy crap! How could he possibly afford a car like that? Shock, confusion, jealousy. All sorts of gazes instantly focused on Yifan. Yifan ignored these gazes. He walked around to the passenger side and gentlemanly opened the car door. A delicate foot clad in a white high heel peeked out first. Immediately afterwards, a stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress, with a cool and aloof demeanor, stepped out of the car. Indeed, it was the radiant Morong Shui. Hiss. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. All the boys stared wide-eyed. If Yifan's appearance in a luxury car only shocked and aroused their jealousy. So, when Morong Shui appeared, all they had left was envy and overwhelming hatred. On what grounds? How come a notorious loser in the whole school can not only drive a luxury car worth millions, but also date such a goddess-like woman? Is there any justice in this world? Fancy. Just then, a chubby figure, panting heavily, squeezed through the crowd. It was Fatty Chen. He ran up to Yifan, first glancing at the flashy sports car in shock, then staring dumbfounded at Morong Shui beside him, and finally looking at Yifan with a look of utter disbelief. Holy crap! Fancy. You fucking robbed a bank? When he received Yifan's call yesterday, he thought the kid had been traumatized and was talking nonsense. But now it seems the Joker was himself. Robbery of a bank? Yifan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. You've narrowed your perspective, Fatty. As he spoke, he looked at Morong Shui and introduced her. This is my best friend, Chendong. Then, he said to Fatty Chen, this is Morong Shui, my woman. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, hello. Fatty Chen bowed instinctively, but when he realized what he had done, he was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Yifan, then at Morong Shui's cold but unyielding expression. Only one thought remained in my mind. The world has changed. His good-for-nothing brother seems to be really different now. And just then, a sarcastic voice came from not far away. Hey, isn't this our college's big celebrity, Yifan? What? You bombed the mock test, got a pang of frustration, rented a car, hired an actor, and came to school to show off? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A young man dressed in designer clothes, with slicked back hair and an air of arrogance and disdain on his face, was walking slowly toward them with a few lackeys. Indeed, it is Li Wei, the top student in his grade at Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. Upon seeing Li Wei appear, the surrounding students instinctively took a few steps back, their faces showing fear. Fatty Chen's face instantly turned ugly. He was about to step forward to argue when Yifan grabbed his shoulder. Don't rush. Yifan's face still held that calm and indifferent expression. It was as if they didn't take Li Wei seriously at all. Li Wei's gaze swept contemptuously over Yifan, then fell on Morong Shui. When he saw Morong Shui's stunningly beautiful face and voluptuous figure, a flash of undisguised greed and lust crossed his eyes. Beautiful lady, what's the point of following this good-for-nothing? He tossed his hair, thinking he looked very cool, and gave Morong Shui a greasy smile. How much per day? I'll pay double. If you follow me, I guarantee it will be much more enjoyable than following this piece of trash whose chi and blood can't even reach 100. His words were extremely blunt and extremely unpleasant. The surrounding students all showed disdain, but dared not speak out. Fatty Chen was so angry that he was trembling all over and was about to rush up and fight him to the death. Li Wei! Watch your mouth, you son of a bitch! However, before he could rush out, a figure, faster and colder than him, had already moved. It's Morong Shui. Her beautiful eyes flashed with malice, and without the slightest hesitation, she raised her hand and slapped Li Wei hard across the face. That slap was both swift and brutal. It carried a sharp gust of wind. Li Wei's expression changed instantly. He never expected that this seemingly delicate beauty would dare to lay a hand on him. Moreover, he's a trained martial artist. However, he was, after all, a quasi-martial artist with a blood and chi value of 258, and his reaction speed was far beyond that of ordinary people. He sneered, disdainfully raising his hand, ready to firmly grasp the aggressive jade hand that was about to strike. In his opinion, this was just a beautiful woman being coquettish, and it had no real power. However, the moment when two hands collide, Li Wei's expression suddenly changed drastically. He felt that what he was holding was not a soft, boneless jade hand at all. Instead, it was a red-hot branding iron. A strange, cold, and domineering power instantly emanated from the opponent's hand, shattering all his defenses with overwhelming force. Bang! A muffled thud. Li Wei was sent flying backwards with a scream, as if he had been hit head-on by a prehistoric beast. It drew a beautiful parabola in the air. Then, it crashed heavily onto a garbage truck 5 meters away. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. They stared blankly at the stunningly beautiful older woman who had slapped Li Wei, the top student in the grade, flying through the air. Then she looked at Ji Fan, who hadn't even raised an eyelid the entire time. My brain was in complete chaos. This world. What exactly happened? Morong Shui slowly withdrew her hand, staring blankly at her fair palm. She never expected that her current power would be so strong. She subconsciously looked at Yi Fan. But she discovered that Ji Fan was also looking at her, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. What's wrong? She asked, somewhat puzzled. Yi Fan frowned, looked at her, and said calmly, "Who gave you permission to do it?" Morong Shui was taken aback. He insulted you. He insulted me, that's my business. Yi Fan's voice turned somewhat cold. I told you, your task is to take good care of your health. Instead of fighting with this kind of trash. You knocked him flying. Yi Fan pointed to Li Wei, who was already unconscious on the garbage truck, and shook his head. How am I supposed to collect the debt? Morong Shui was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Yi Fan, opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. You said you were going to ask him out for drinks, weren't you? Chapter 14 The Promised Deal. Morong Shui, are you tempted? Invite him for drinks? When Yi Fan heard Morong Shui's question, it was as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He glanced at Li Wei, who was lying unconscious like a dead dog in the garbage truck, and shook his head. Do I look like someone who has that much free time? Drinking with this kind of trash is a waste of my life. Morong Shui was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Yi Fan, her mind a complete mess. Then what you mean by collecting debts? Literal meaning. Yi Fan said calmly, and then, to everyone's astonishment, he strode over to the garbage truck that was emitting a foul stench. He glanced at Li Wei, who was already unconscious inside, and frowned slightly, seemingly with some disgust. Fatty, he called out without turning his head. Huh? Oh. Yes. Still in a state of shock, Fatty Chen suddenly snapped out of it and hurriedly ran over. Fan. Brother Fan, what's wrong? He no longer dared to use the same brotherly tone he used to use with Yi Fan. That's absolutely terrifying. First, there were luxury cars worth millions, then there was the angelic sister-in-law, and now, even Li Wei, the most awesome guy in school, got slapped into a garbage truck by her. They're filming a movie. Yi Fan pointed at Li Wei, didn't he extort a lot of money from you before? Fatty Chen was stunned for a moment, then a look of indignation appeared on his face. It's more than just extortion. This bastard has bullied us a lot because he's strong and rich. Last month, he took a fancy to my new gaming helmet, insisted that I stole it, and forced me to pay him 100,000 yuan. And you, Fan Ge. Have you forgotten? Last year, you worked hard for 3 months to save up your money, and just because you accidentally bumped into him while walking, he and his gang robbed you of all your money. Fatty Chen got angrier and angrier as he spoke, but his voice grew softer and softer. Because he saw that Yi Fan's eyes had changed. Those eyes, which were once as calm as an ancient well, were now icy cold. There was no anger, no murderous intent. There is only one kind of indifference that sends chills down your spine. Very good. Yi Fan nodded. Then, he reached out and, like picking up a chick, lifted the unconscious Li Wei out of the garbage truck with one hand. Smack! He casually tossed it on the ground. Immediately afterwards, he raised his foot and, amidst the horrified gazes of the surrounding students, stepped without hesitation on Li Wei's wrist, which was adorned with a limited edition luxury watch. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed throughout the entire academy gate. Ah! The intense pain jolted Li Wei awake from his unconscious state, causing him to let out a blood-curdling scream. My hand! My hand! He clutched his twisted and deformed wrist, writhing on the ground in agony. However, this is just the beginning. Yi Fan's foot slowly moved up and landed on his ankle. Snap. Ah! It stepped on his knee. Snap. Ah! Throughout the entire process, Yi Fan's face remained completely expressionless. With a blank expression, he slowly and meticulously broke all of Li Wei's limbs. Ruthless. Decisive. Without the slightest hesitation. The students around were terrified, their faces turning pale, and they retreated repeatedly, not daring to approach. Even Fatty Chen's eyelids twitched as he watched, and he subconsciously swallowed. He knew Yi Fan had changed, but he didn't expect him to have changed so ruthlessly. Only Morong Shui stood quietly in place. She looked at the man who had transformed into a ruthless demon king to stand up for himself and his friends. In those beautiful phoenix eyes, there was not a trace of fear, but rather, a dazzling light. She has seen too many hypocritical faces and too many cowardly men. A man like Yi Fan, who acts swiftly and decisively, always ready to defend his own people. This was the first time she had met him. For some reason, her usually cold heart started beating a little faster at that moment. Stop, stop. Yi Fan. You dare cripple me. My dad won't let you get away with this. Li Wei was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. He roared with all his might. Your dad? Yi Fan's foot stopped at his chest. Li Gang, chairman of the Li Group, is worth billions and has some family ties with a secretary in the city lord's mansion. Am I right? Yi Fan said calmly. Li Wei's pupils suddenly contracted. How could he know so much? Who are you? He asked in terror. Who I am is not important. Yi Fan's foot slowly pressed down. The important thing is that, from today onwards, your Li family had better learn how to be an obedient dog. Otherwise. He didn't say anything more. But that cold gaze said it all. After saying that, he withdrew his foot, not even glancing at Li Wei on the ground, and turned back to Morong Shui and Fatty Chen. Fatty, he said, taking a black gold card out of his pocket and tossing it over. There are 50 million in here. The password is 6 zeros. 30 million, please donate it to the college to establish an anti-bullying fund to help poor students who are bullied. Keep the 10 million, use it to improve your life. Use the remaining 10 million to modify this car. I don't like being too flashy. Fatty Chen frantically caught the card, completely dumbfounded. 50 million? And he doesn't like being high profile? He looked at the dazzling Wind God's Wings vehicle, then at Yi Fan, and felt that his worldview had been shattered into a QR code. Fan. Brother Fan. This is too much. Just take it, stop talking nonsense. Yi Fan interrupted him impatiently, also, help me ask the school for a long leave. I have some personal matters to take care of recently. After saying that, he ignored the completely petrified Fatty Chen, took Morong Shui's hand, and turned to leave under the gazes of the entire school's teachers and students, who looked at him as if he were a god. Until their figures disappeared around the street corner. The entire entrance to the academy erupted in chaos, like boiling water. Holy crap! What did I just see? Yi Fan crippled Li Wei? Not only that. He also donated 30 million. My god! What kind of deity is he? From today onwards, Yi Fan is my only idol. Fatty Chen stood there, holding the thin card, unable to come to his senses for a long time. He glanced at the card, then looked in the direction Yi Fan had left. After a long while, he slapped his thigh hard, a wildly joyful smile spreading across his face. Damn it! I've hooked up with a real big shot. On the way back, Morong Shui drove the car, and the atmosphere inside was somewhat silent. She tried to say something several times, but looking at Yi Fan's calm profile, she didn't know where to begin. Everything that happened today had a huge impact on her. This man, in the simplest and most brutal way, paid off her debts and settled his own old scores. The entire process was fluid and unparalleled in its dominance. For the first time, it allowed her long-frozen heart to feel something called reliance. What? You want to say something? Yi Fan closed his eyes and leaned against the passenger seat, seemingly sensing her hesitation. Why did you do that just now? Morong Shui hesitated for a moment before asking, Li Wei. You didn't have to go to such extremes. In her opinion, Yi Fan's methods were far too ruthless. While it was very satisfying, it also made it too easy to make enemies. Go to extremes? Yifan opened his eyes, turned to look at her, and smiled. Do you think I went too far? Morong Shui felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and nodded. No. Yifan shook his head, his eyes becoming somewhat profound. I wasn't going to extremes, I was just setting rules. If you only beat a vicious dog, it will still bite you next time. Only by beating him to the point of fear, crippling him, and making him want to kneel down whenever he sees you, can he remember you as his master forever. Yu Morong Shui was stunned by his twisted logic. Moreover, Yifan's lips curled into a playful smile. You seem to have misunderstood something. What's up? Did you just think that I did that to stand up for you? Morong Shui's pretty face flushed slightly. She didn't say anything, but her tacit expression said it all. No. Yifan shook his finger. I crippled him simply because I didn't like him and wanted to collect some interest. It has nothing to do with you. Our relationship is nothing more than a transaction. Don't forget this. Yifan's voice returned to its cold, businesslike tone. It was as if they were deliberately creating distance between themselves. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui's heart sank for no apparent reason. A sense of loss, which I couldn't quite put my finger on, welled up inside me. Yes. It was just a transaction. What exactly am I expecting? Her hands, gripping the steering wheel, tightened unconsciously. Yifan took in her subtle changes in expression and smiled to himself. Mock up. I can't even handle you anymore? The strategy of feigning indifference to lure the prey is a wisdom passed down from our ancestors. He wants more than just a tool for having children. What he wanted was for this woman to completely submit to him, both physically and mentally. By the way, Yifan suddenly said, as if he had just remembered something, are you familiar with the Nightingale Bar? Chapter 15. She's pregnant. System rewards flood the bank. Nightingale Bar? Upon hearing the name of the place, Morong Shui paused slightly, her hand on the steering wheel still. A complex expression flashed across her cold, pretty face. I'm fairly familiar with it, she said casually. When I was a bounty hunter, I often went there to take on missions or sell materials I got from hunting ferocious beasts. Oh? Yifan became interested. What do you think of that place? It's a mixed bag, a melting pot of all sorts of people, Morong Shui succinctly commented. It's one of the most well-informed, yet also the most dangerous, places in the entire Jiangchang. There, as long as you have money, you can buy anything you want. Intelligence, weapons, elixirs, even lives. But similarly, if you lack ability but love to show off, you might be arrested today and drowned in the river tomorrow. Her tone was flat, as if she were talking about something that had nothing to do with her. But Yifan could hear a hint of weariness and disgust hidden in her words. One can imagine how much hardship and danger she, a woman, must have endured all these years, struggling alone in that kind of place. Very good. Yifan nodded, a playful smile curving his lips. I like dangerous places. Because the more dangerous a place is, the greater the opportunity it often presents. His many children, many blessings system seeks high-quality partners, and going to such places is undoubtedly the most efficient choice. Morong Shui glanced at him but didn't say anything. She had already guessed what Yifan wanted to do. This man has great ambitions. One person alone probably cannot satisfy him at all. Thinking of this, she felt a sudden tightness in her chest for no apparent reason. Without her even realizing it, she tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Back at the Caesar's Crown Hotel. Yifan did not go to Nightingale Bar immediately. He is not a lustful person. Rather than looking for the next target, he has more important things to do now. That is, the second settlement while waiting for the system reward. According to the system's rules, successful conception is only the first stage of the reward. The real big expense comes after the baby is successfully born. However, before that, Yifan looked at the woman beside him, who, despite saying it was just a transaction, couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes, and suddenly smiled. Come here. He beckoned to Morong Shui. What are you doing? Morong Shui's tone was somewhat stiff. She was sulking. Although she herself didn't know what she was angry about. Yifan didn't care. He walked over, grabbed her hand, and pulled her onto the sofa. Don't move. He pressed down on her shoulders, then gently placed his hand on her flat stomach. You. Morong Shui's body froze instantly. A surge of heat rushed from my head to my toes. That bastard. What is he planning to do now? Try it out. Yifan's voice, however, was unusually calm, even carrying a strange guiding quality. Pay attention to the changes in your body. Morong Shui was taken aback. Subconsciously, following Yifan's guidance, she focused her mind into her body. Then, she saw it. Beneath her dantian, in that mysterious place where life is nurtured. A faint, rice grain-sized ball of golden light was quietly suspended there. Although the ball of light was tiny, it exuded an incomparably sacred, incomparably domineering life force, as if it were above all things in the heavens. Around that golden ball of light, her newly activated Ice Phoenix bloodline power, like the most loyal guardian, slowly swirled and flowed, carefully transferring strands of pure ice attribute energy into the golden ball of light. It was as if they were paying homage to their king. This is... Morong Shui was completely stunned. Although she has never been pregnant, she still has basic knowledge of martial arts. In the early stages of conception, a normal fetus is just an ordinary embryo, extremely fragile. But this one in her belly. This is hardly an embryo. This is clearly an aggregate of energy. A born deity. Even before birth, it has already begun to instinctively absorb the bloodline power of its mother to strengthen itself. Moreover, judging from the way the Ice Phoenix bloodline power was being treated so cautiously, it was as if it was making offerings to an emperor. Can you feel it? Yifan's voice rang in her ears. This is our child. Perhaps it is they who are different. Therefore, for their smooth growth and for your own safety, what you need to do in the coming period is to rest and recuperate. I will help you break through to the Meridian Opening Realm as soon as possible, or even the True Qi Realm. Yifan's voice was filled with undeniable confidence. Morong Shui was completely speechless. She stared blankly at the sacred golden ball of light within her body, then looked at the man beside her who had brought her all of this. My mind went completely blank. She suddenly realized how ridiculous her previous worries and disappointments were. To be able to conceive such a divine child, to have such a mysterious and unpredictable man. Is this really a deal? Do I really give more than I receive? Just as she was feeling agitated and lost in thought. Suddenly, the golden ball of light in her lower abdomen suddenly shone brightly without warning. A life force more than 10 times stronger than before suddenly erupted. Immediately afterwards, that ball of light actually split into 3. It turned into 3 golden orbs of light, all of the same size and radiating a sacred aura. Triplets. Morong Shui's eyes widened instantly. Meanwhile, in Yifan's mind, the cold system notification sound rang out wildly, like firecrackers during the new year. Ding! An abnormality detected in the fetus. 1 pregnancy turned into triplets. The quality of the fertilized egg conceived by the target Morong Shui has been upgraded from S grade to SSS grade. The system reward database is undergoing an emergency upgrade. Upgrade complete. Because the host created an SSS level miracle on their first reproduction, a unique hidden achievement has been triggered, the legendary beginning of branching out. SSS level first pregnancy bonus is already fully subscribed. Please check your message, host. It's here. Yifan's heart began to pound wildly. He suppressed his excitement and immediately opened the rewards list. When he saw the rows of glittering gold text on the list, even with his 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but gasp. SSS level first pregnancy rewards list. 1. Reward the host, 10 years of cultivation empowerment. 2. Reward for the host, comprehensive physical enhancement. Advancement to primary chaotic body. 3. Reward the host, God-level pupil technique Eye of Chaos. 4. Reward the host, God-level alchemy technique 9 explanations of the Tao of alchemy initial understanding. 5. Reward for the host, 1 storage space ring 1000 cubic meters. 6. Reward for the host, 10 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. Holy crap! Yifan cursed inwardly. This is fucking. Where is the reward? This is practically sending him straight to heaven. 10 years of cultivation. Primary chaos. God-level eye technique. God-level alchemy skills. 10 billion in cash. And there's a storage ring. Any one of these items, if taken out, would be enough to drive the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even the entire world, crazy. And now, the system has actually given him everything in one go? System, accept all rewards immediately. Yifan roared in his heart without hesitation. Rewards are being distributed. 10 years of cultivation begins the initiation ceremony. Boom! A terrifying torrent of energy, 100 times larger than when the Chaos Dao scripture was activated, descended from the void in an instant, ruthlessly pouring into Yifan's limbs and bones. Yifan felt a jolt throughout his body, as if he were about to be burst by this enormous energy. The chaotic true energy within his body began to surge wildly at a geometric rate. His health and vitality, which had just stabilized, began to soar wildly upwards as if he were on a rocket. 250. 300. 400. 500. The bottleneck of the body-tempering realm is as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of this energy, and it is pierced in an instant. Boom! It felt as if something inside Yifan's body had shattered. An unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted from his body, opening the Meridian realm. He actually, just sitting there, in the time it takes to say a few words, went from a body-tempering realm martial artist to the pulse-opening realm that countless people dream of. However, this is just the beginning. That massive torrent of energy showed no sign of stopping, continuing to relentlessly wash over his body. First level of the Meridian opening realm. Second level of the Meridian opening realm. Third level of the Meridian opening realm. His cultivation level is still skyrocketing at a speed that would make even gods and demons envious. And all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Morong Shui, standing beside her, was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at Yifan beside her. Just now, the aura emanating from this man was only slightly stronger than hers. But now, his aura, however, surged like a volcanic eruption. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for her to even breathe. He's breaking through? An absurd thought popped into her head. But has anyone else broken through using this method? How can this be considered a breakthrough? This is clearly like riding a rocket. She looked at Yifan, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with nothing but shock and bewilderment. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 16 Cultivation soars like a rocket, Chi meridians open up overnight. Morong Shui was completely dumbfounded. She felt that her worldview had been repeatedly and ruthlessly crushed countless times by this man today. Breakthrough. Is this even possible? For a normal martial artist, breaking through from the body-tempering realm to the meridian opening realm requires burning incense and bathing, fasting for several days, finding a quiet room with abundant spiritual energy, preparing various valuable auxiliary pills, and carefully spending several hours or even several days under the care of the Dharma Protector Elder to attempt to break through the first meridian. They succeeded, and the whole clan celebrated. If you fail, at best you will suffer a great loss of chi and blood, and at worst you will have all your meridians severed, leaving you a cripple. But what about the man in front of me? He just casually sat on the sofa, chatting with himself, and then, his aura suddenly surged? What about the bottleneck? Where's the insurmountable bottleneck we were promised? How come it's like a thin sheet of paper to him, so easy to break through? And after it broke, it just wouldn't end? First level of the Meridian opening realm. Second level. Third level. Morong Shui stared blankly at the rising aura emanating from Yifan, feeling that her mind was completely overwhelmed. She even reached out and pinched her thigh hard. Hiss. The intense pain told her that none of this was a dream. At this moment, Yifan was in a wondrous state unlike anything he had ever experienced before. He can see what's inside his own body. The massive energy surge transformed from 10 years of cultivation did not roam aimlessly within his body like a headless fly. Instead, guided by the profound techniques of the Chaos Dao scripture, it transformed into a golden divine dragon. This divine dragon roared and surged forward, launching its most ferocious attack on the 12 sacred vessels within his body, which were like silent mountain ranges, with an overwhelming and domineering force. The first one is the lung meridian of Han Taiyin. Boom! Almost instantly upon impact, the incredibly tough meridian barrier was forcefully shattered by the golden energy dragon. A complete meridian channel, radiating a pale golden light, was instantly opened. Ding! The lung meridian of Han Taiyin has been opened. Host's cultivation level has advanced to the first level of the meridian opening realm. However, this is just the beginning. Without pausing, the golden energy dragon swung its tail and rammed into the second meridian, the Han Yangming large intestine meridian. Boom! Another loud bang. The second meridian opened immediately. Ding! The Han Yangming large intestine meridian has been opened. Host's cultivation level has advanced to the second level of the meridian opening realm. Next is the third one, the stomach meridian of foot Yangming. The fourth one is the foot Taiyin spleen meridian. Boom! 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 Inside Yifan's body, it was as if a grand fireworks display was taking place. That energy dragon, formed from 10 years of cultivation, was simply the most ferocious demolition crew. I'll challenge any god or Buddha who gets in my way. Any strong meridian barrier is as fragile as tofu in front of it. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, Yifan had broken through 6 of the 12 meridians in his body with unstoppable force. Ding! The foot Shaoing kidney meridian has been opened. Host's cultivation level has advanced to the 6th level of the meridian opening realm. A tremendous power surged through his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel an unprecedented sense of affinity between himself and the spiritual energy of this world. As long as he is willing, he can absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world into his body through these 6 meridians that have been opened, and transform it into his own chaotic true energy. This is the meridian opening realm. It is completely different from the body tempering realm, which can only rely on one's own chi and blood. However, Yifan's brows furrowed slightly. He discovered that the golden energy dragon had shrunk by nearly half its original size after breaking through 6 meridians. 10 years of cultivation, and only enough to open 6 meridians? This Chaos Dao scripture is fucking energy consuming. Even for an ordinary martial artist, or even one with exceptional talent, the energy stored in their body would absolutely not be enough to open up all 6 meridians at once. And he, with the immense energy of 10 years of cultivation poured into him, could only achieve this much? No. A hint of resentment flashed in Yifan's eyes. Since it's a reward, how can you only give half of it? Open it for me. With a thought, he actively guided the somewhat weakened energy dragon to launch the fiercest all-out attack on the 7th meridian, the Hanjuyan pericardium meridian. Boom! This time, the scale of the operation is larger than ever before. The entire presidential suite seemed to tremble. Morong Shui, who was standing next to her, was thrown back 2 steps by an invisible wave of energy, her pretty face filled with horror. She could clearly sense that Yifan's aura, after reaching a peak, not only did not stop, but instead, became even more violent. What is he planning to do? Could it be that he intends to open up all his meridians at once? Madman! He's absolutely insane. Morong Shui's heart was in her throat. In martial arts training, the greatest taboo is being greedy for quick results and rushing ahead. To open up 6 meridians in one go, that's something only found in myths and legends. He's still not satisfied? If he fails, the violent energy will get out of control within his body, and he will be blown into a cloud of blood mist. However, Yifan completely ignored all of this. His consciousness was completely immersed in the battle with his own meridians. Article 7. Open. Article 8. Open. Article 9. Open again. When that golden energy dragon exhausted its last bit of power on the barrier of the 12th meridian, the foot Juyin liver meridian, Yifan's body finally returned to calm. The 12 meridian channels, radiating brilliant golden light, are like 12 ever-flowing galaxies, forming a perfect and profound cycle within his body. It's done. Ding. All 12 meridians have been activated. Host's cultivation level has advanced to the 12th level of the meridian opening realm great perfection. Because the host's foundation is too strong, the remaining energy is insufficient to break through to the next realm, and has automatically been transformed into chaotic true energy, stored in the host's dantian. Yifan slowly opened his eyes, and a golden divine light, half a foot long, shot out from his eyes, scorching the air in front of him and making a sizzling sound. He let out a long breath. This time, the turbid air did not turn into white silk. Instead, like a sharp sword, it left a clear white mark in the air in front of him, which lingered for a long time. The meridian opening realm, great perfection. Overnight, he went from a useless person with less than 100 points of chi and blood to a powerful expert at the great perfection of the meridian opening realm, a level that countless martial artists could never reach in their entire lives. The distance to the true chi realm, where one can unleash true chi and split rocks, is only 1 step away. And all of this happened in less than 24 hours after he obtained the system. Call. Yifan felt the surging chaotic true energy within his body, which was more than 10 times stronger than before, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This feeling of having all the power in my grasp is just fucking awesome. You. Just then, a trembling voice filled with endless shock and horror rang out from the side. Yifan turned his head and realized that Morong Shui was staring at him intently, as if he were a prehistoric monster. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with the ultimate philosophical questions: who am I, where am I, and what do I see? Clearly, they were quite frightened by his astonishing breakthrough. What's wrong? Yifan smiled, feigning ignorance. You just, did it go through? Morong Shui stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Yeah, just good luck, Yifan said casually, as if he had only done something insignificant. Good luck? That's all? Upon hearing this, Morong Shui nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Is this just a matter of good luck? This is clearly against all reason and law. She looked at Yifan's excessively handsome face, and then at her own strength, which had just recovered to the peak of the body-tempering realm. An unprecedented sense of frustration welled up inside me. Is the difference between people really greater than the difference between a person and a dog? She remained silent for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. How did you do that? Chapter 17, the test of 10,000 gene of strength leaves the entire class stunned. How did you do that? Yifan looked at Morong Shui's stunningly beautiful face, which was filled with the word seeking knowledge, and smiled. He reached out and gently stroked her high, delicate nose, as if teasing a kitten. Secret. Of course, he couldn't tell her about the existence of the system. Some secrets are destined to remain unspoken. Morong Shui blushed at his intimate gesture and subconsciously took a step back, her eyes filled with a hint of panic. You. Alright, Yifan stopped teasing her, stretched, and stood up from the sofa. Your cultivation has broken through, it's time to take care of some important business. Serious business? Morong Shui was taken aback. Didn't you say you were waiting for Black Snake to deliver himself to your door? That happened at night. Yifan smiled and changed back into his understated casual clothes. During the day, I am still a good student at Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy with average talent. I need to go, to cancel my leave. Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, Class 3, First Year, Martial Arts Combat Course. The atmosphere in the spacious training hall was enthusiastic. Students gathered in small groups around a huge black metal instrument, lining up for their weekly strength test. This instrument is the most basic equipment in the Martial Arts Academy, a punching power testing machine. Testing punching power is the most direct way to reflect students' blood and energy levels and their control over their strength. Next up, Lu Bin. As the teacher called roll, a burly boy walked forward excitedly. He took a deep breath, focused his waist in stance, and channeled all his energy into his right fist. Then, he slammed his fist hard into the target of the testing machine. Bang! A dull, loud bang. The red numbers on the testing machine started jumping rapidly. Finally, it came to a steady stop at 388 kilograms. Wow! A gasp of amazement erupted from the crowd. 388 kilograms. Lu Bin is awesome. I remember his last test score was just over 300, right? That's amazing how fast he's improved. Nonsense, his chi and blood value is already 188, he's about to break through to the second level of the body-tempering realm. Amidst envious glances, Lu Bin smugly stepped off the testing platform, basking in the adulation of the crowd. Chen the Fat, standing at the end of the line, curled his lip in disdain. Over 300 kilograms? What a load of crap. Compared to our brother Fan, they're not even worthy of carrying his shoes. He still can't forget the shocking scene yesterday at the school gate when that woman, his sister-in-law, slapped Li Wei away. How much strength would that take? Next up, Chen Dong. Arrive! Fatty Chen responded and ran up to him eagerly. He imitated Lu Bin, took a deep breath, mustered all his strength, and threw a punch. Bang! 199 kilograms. Cut! A murmur of boos rose from the crowd. After all that effort, it's less than 200 kilograms. What a waste of time. That's about all he's capable of. His health and mana are only 120. To achieve this score is an exceptional performance. Fatty Chen blushed with embarrassment, scratched his head, and slunk down. Damn, this is so embarrassing, he muttered to himself as he ran to the back of the line. Next up, Wang Hao. The testing is still ongoing. Most of the students in the class have a punching power between 200 and 300 kilograms. Very few people can exceed 300. They are all top students in the class with the highest chi and blood values. And just then, a figure slowly walked in through the entrance of the training hall. It was Yi Fan. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. After all, the epic event that happened at the school gate yesterday had already gone viral on the college's internal forum. Driving a luxury car worth tens of millions. Bring along the fairy sister. First in the grade. Donate 30 million. Each and every one of these incidents, taken individually, would be enough to make someone a prominent figure in the entire school. Now, all these things are focused on Yifan, the good-for-nothing who was once known throughout the school. That's magical. Why is he here? Didn't they say he took a long leave of absence? Look! He's coming! Amidst the whispers, Yifan walked straight up to the practical course teacher who was recording grades, without glancing to the side. The teacher's surname was Zhang. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a strength of around the third level of the Qi opening realm. He was old-fashioned and had the least tolerance for students like Yifan who were unlearned and incompetent. Yifan? Teacher Zhang pushed up his glasses, looked at Yifan in front of him, and his brows furrowed instantly. Didn't you take a long leave? What are you doing at the training center? His tone was full of undisguised disgust. In his view, what Yifan did at the school gate yesterday was nothing more than a nouveau riche who got lucky and was showing off, thus corrupting the school's atmosphere. Teacher Zhang, Yifan smiled, his attitude very humble. I have taken leave, but I still want to participate in today's strength test. Oh? Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhang's lips curled into a mocking smile. What? You weren't satisfied with showing off yesterday by renting a car, so you want to try and make your presence felt on the test machine today? With your measly 98 points of Qi and blood, I advise you to save your breath. Don't end up not even being able to hit 100 kilograms and breaking your hand in the process. That would be a laughing stock. His words were extremely harsh, which drew laughter from the students around him. Teacher Zhang is right. Yifan, you'd better go home and cry to your rich sister. This is a training facility, not a place for you to show off. Despite the ridicule from the crowd, Yifan maintained his calm and composed expression. He was neither angry nor did he argue back. I simply looked at Teacher Zhang calmly. Teacher, may I begin? Snort! Teacher Zhang snorted coldly and waved his hand impatiently. Go ahead. I want to see what tricks you, this piece of trash, can pull off. Yifan smiled, turned around, and walked towards the huge punching power testing machine. Wherever he went, the crowds parted automatically to both sides, just as Moses parted the sea. All eyes were on him. There was curiosity, disdain, jealousy, and schadenfreude. They all wanted to see how this good-for-nothing who had been the center of attention yesterday would make a fool of himself in public today. Fatty Chen was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Although he knew Yifan had changed, he wasn't sure just how much stronger he had become. What if Fan is only good at picking up girls, but not good at fighting? Today, I've really lost face big time. And right under everyone's watchful eyes. Yifan walked up to the testing machine. Unlike others, he didn't get into position, take a deep breath, or gather his strength for a long time. He just stood there, casually. Then, he lightly raised his right fist. Slowly, it was pushed towards the black target. Yes. It wasn't smashing. It wasn't a bomb. Instead, push. The movement was so gentle, it was like caressing a lover's cheek. There was absolutely no force involved. What the hell? Is he tickling the test machine? That's hilarious. He really is a loser. A louder burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Even Teacher Zhang shook his head in disdain, preparing to draw a big 0 on Yifan's score in his notebook. However, just as Yifan's fist lightly touched the black target, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz. A sudden, ear-piercing metallic hum, unlike any of the previous muffled sounds, rang out. The punching power testing machine, made of special alloy and weighing several tons, actually trembled violently. It was as if it hadn't been hit by a fist. It was a meteorite that fell from the sky. Immediately afterwards. In that instant, everyone's eyes froze in utter shock. The huge light screen on the testing machine, used to display numbers, flickered wildly a few times. Immediately. Bang! A loud bang. The light screen, it just exploded. Black smoke, accompanied by a pungent, burnt smell, billowed out from inside the testing machine. The entire training hall was deathly silent. The laughter from everyone abruptly stopped. They stood frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures, staring blankly at the completely broken punching power testing machine. Then she looked at Yifan, who was slowly withdrawing his fist with a hint of apology on his face. The brain, completely, crashed. That. Yifan scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and looked at Teacher Zhang, who was also frozen in shock. Teacher, this machine seems to be broken. I haven't even used any force yet, how come it's already fallen over? Teacher Zhang's mouth is so wide that you could fit an egg in it. The notebook in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He looked at Yifan, then at the machine belching black smoke, and felt as if his heart was about to stop beating. This machine has a maximum capacity of 5,000 kilograms. That is, 10,000 gene. If we can blow it up, doesn't that mean? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he frantically extinguished it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. An 18-year-old college freshman exerting the force of 10,000 gene? This is no longer the work of a genius. This is a god or demon. Teacher. Yifan called out again, seeing his distraught appearance. Teacher Zhang suddenly snapped out of her daze and came to her senses. He looked at Yifan, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word for a long time. After a long while, he managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. You come to my office for a moment. Chapter 18. The beautiful mentor's attention. This kid definitely has something going on. You come to my office for a moment. Teacher Zhang's voice was distorted by extreme shock. He picked up the notebook from the ground, and his hand, trembling slightly with nervousness, betrayed his inner turmoil. Yifan shrugged indifferently. Okay, teacher. He turned around and, under the watchful eyes of his classmates as if they were looking at a god, followed Teacher Zhang out of the training hall. Until the two figures completely disappeared through the doorway. The entire training hall erupted like a powder keg that had been detonated. Am I seeing things? The test machine was blown up? 10,000 gene. That machine's maximum capacity is 10,000 gene. Yifan, monster. He's absolutely a monster. And we used to laugh at him for being a good-for-nothing every day. 98 points of chi and blood. Destroy a 10,000-pound testing machine? Can someone explain to me how this works? Fatty Chen, with a dreamy expression, walked up to the dilapidated machine that was still emitting black smoke. He reached out and carefully touched the completely deformed metal target. Then, he looked up at the ceiling and muttered to himself. Brother Fan, no, from today onwards, you are my biological father. In the teacher's office. The atmosphere was terribly oppressive. Teacher Zhang sat in her chair, her arms crossed, staring intently at Yifan in front of her. Her eyes, bloodshot with shock, were filled with scrutiny and suspicion. Speak. He took a deep breath and forced his voice to sound calm. What is going on? Don't give me that nonsense about the machine being old. That T800 punching power testing machine was just serviced last month. Even a martial artist at the opening Meridian realm couldn't blow it up with a single punch, let alone you. Yifan pulled up a chair and sat down, his face still bearing that innocent, harmless expression. Teacher, I really don't know. He shrugged, his face full of sincerity. I just gave it a random push, and then it exploded. You. Teacher Zhang was so angry at his stubborn and unyielding attitude that she almost choked. Yifan. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, confess. Did you use some forbidden pills? Or did you use some shady, evil cultivation technique? I'm warning you. Taking the wrong path in martial arts cultivation is self-destructive. Once the Martial Arts Alliance finds out, your life will be completely ruined. He would rather believe that Yifan was on drugs than believe that an 18-year-old boy could possess such terrifying power. Banned elixirs? Heretical martial arts techniques? Yifan blinked, his expression becoming even more innocent. Teacher, do you think I can afford to buy illegal pills with my meager living expenses? One sentence left Teacher Zhang speechless. Really? Yifan is an orphan who lives off the Alliance's scholarships and odd jobs. He is known throughout the school as a poor wretch. Let alone prohibited pills, he would have to save up for several months to afford even a single bottle of the most common chi and blood powder. Then that luxury car you drove yesterday, and that woman. Teacher Zhang's tone softened. Oh, that one. Yifan smiled, a perfectly measured blush appearing on his face. I'm lucky, a rich woman took a liking to me, is that wrong? Puff. Teacher Zhang felt another mouthful of blood churning in his throat. He was taken a liking to buy a rich woman? What kind of ridiculous excuse is this? But ironically, this reason sounds so reasonable that it's impossible to refute it. After all, Yifan's face is indeed excessively handsome. Being noticed by a rich woman doesn't seem like impossible. You. Teacher Zhang pointed at Yifan and hesitated for a long time before finally sitting back down dejectedly. He felt that his worldview of the past few decades had been completely shattered by this kid today. Just as an eerie silence fell over the office. Knock, knock, knock. Then, a rhythmic knocking sound rang out. Immediately afterwards, a clear and melodious voice, like a nightingale singing in a valley, with a touch of mature charm, came from outside the door. Teacher Zhang, are you busy? Upon hearing this voice, Teacher Zhang sprang up from her chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her face instantly plastered with utmost respect, even a hint of fawning. No rush, no rush. Professor Qin. What brings you here? Please come in. Please come in. As he spoke, he trotted over and opened the office door. Outside the door stood a woman whose presence made the entire office pale in comparison. She looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, with long, wavy, wine-red hair casually draped over her shoulders. She wore a well-tailored black women's suit that perfectly accentuated her stunningly curvaceous S-shaped figure. Her face was adorned with delicate light makeup, and her captivating peach blossom eyes seemed to be able to bewitch the soul with every glance. She stood there quietly, exuding a mature and intellectual aura, mixed with the powerful presence unique to those in positions of authority. Even Yifan, who was lazily leaning back in his chair, couldn't help but sit up straight. This woman. Very strong. Ding. High quality, breedable target detected. Target, Qin Yao. Age, 28. Bloodline, nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline extremely rare, already preliminarily awakened. Fortune, crimson prosperous fortune, high position. Talent, top tier. Realm, king realm level 1. Overall rating, SS rank. A perfectly ripe peach, exuding a deadly allure. If the host can win it over, they will receive an unimaginable epic reward. Warning, the target is powerful and meticulous. The host is advised to proceed with caution. SS rank. King realm. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. He remained outwardly calm, but inwardly, a raging storm was brewing. A king-level expert. That person is a top-tier figure who can fly through the air, create a domain, and is capable of guarding a second-tier base city. In the entire Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, the only publicly known expert at the King Realm is the Dean. And this stunningly beautiful woman in front of us, who looks even younger than Murong Shui, is actually also a king? Moreover, she is a nine-tailed celestial fox? Yifan felt his mouth watering. If only that were possible. Cough, cough. Calm. Stay calm. The system has warned that this woman is not to be trifled with. Professor Qin, you wanted to see me about something? Teacher Zhang asked nervously, rubbing his hands together. The person in front of him was far superior to an ordinary teacher like himself. Qin Yao is the youngest and most mysterious celebrity instructor at Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. No one knows her specific background. All that is known is that she was parachuted into the academy 3 years ago and immediately took up the position of specially appointed senior tutor. Even the dean treats her with great respect. She usually only mentors the most talented and outstanding students. In a regular class like theirs, it's rare to see her even once a year. It's nothing serious. Qin Yao's gaze did not fall on Teacher Zhang, but instead landed directly on Yifan. Those peach blossom eyes, which seemed to see right through people, narrowed slightly, carrying a hint of an enigmatic smile. I just heard some noise coming from the training hall, so I came to check it out. By the way. Her gaze lingered on Yifan, taking him in and out with great interest. Let's get to know our college's newly emerging star. Staring at him with her extremely aggressive gaze, Yifan felt as if he had been seen through from the inside out. But he knew he absolutely couldn't panic. He immediately switched back to his harmless, good-for-nothing mode, scratching his head somewhat embarrassedly. Hello teacher, my name is Yifan. Yifan? Qin Yao parted her red lips slightly, uttered his name once, and then chuckled softly. Not a bad name. Yeah, people seem a bit more interesting. As she spoke, she slowly walked up to Yifan. A pungent, intoxicating fragrance, like a blend of orchids and roses, instantly enveloped Yifan. Yifan's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. This woman. It was intentional. She was definitely testing herself. He forcefully suppressed the pounding in his heart, raised his head, and looked at Qin Yao with a youthful innocence and a perfectly measured tension. Teacher, is there something you need? Qin Yao did not speak. She simply extended a finger, white and jade-like, painted with nail polish. Then, under Yifan's terrified gaze, she gently touched his chest. "Don't be nervous, little one." Her voice carried a hint of playful laughter. "I'm just curious about you. How did a trash with only 98 health points manage to destroy a T-800 with a single punch?" Her fingers seemed delicate. But Yifan could clearly feel a terrifying spiritual force, condensed to the extreme yet hidden, frantically trying to penetrate his body through her fingertips. "I want to uncover all my secrets." What a ruthless woman! Yifan's heart skipped a beat. But he did not resist. Because he knew that any resistance against a king-level expert was futile. All he could do was gamble. "I'm betting that the Chaos Dao scripture can help him keep the secret." Really? Just as that terrifying spiritual force was about to invade his body. The golden Chaos Dao scripture in his sea of consciousness only trembled slightly. An even more ancient and vast aura, seemingly from the beginning of the universe, instantly enveloped his entire being. Xin Yao's invincible spiritual power vanished without a trace in the face of this aura, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. For the first time, Xin Yao's expression changed. A flicker of extreme shock and disbelief flashed in her alluring peach blossom eyes. Her mental power was actually blocked? No. It wasn't blocked. Yes, it was swallowed. It was as if she wasn't testing a boy. It is a bottomless black hole. How is that possible? She looked at the boy in front of her, who had a blank and innocent expression. "The turmoil in my heart is beyond words." She withdrew her finger, took a step back, and stared intently at Yifan with her beautiful peach blossom eyes, as if trying to see right through him. For a long time. She slowly exhaled. The shock on his face was replaced by a more intense, interested smile. "Interesting. This is really interesting." She looked at Yifan, her red lips slightly parted, and said, word by word, "Kid, there's definitely something wrong with you." Chapter 19. The Black Snake Gang leader is enraged. He'll dig 3 feet deep to find me. When Yifan casually smashed the punching power testing machine in the academy, shocking the entire school's teachers and students. The Black Snake Gang headquarters on the other side of Jiangcheng, in the Degenerate Street. The atmosphere had become incredibly tense. Bang! Another valuable antique vase was smashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Lin Kuan, the leader of the Black Snake Gang, had an already sinister face that was now so dark it looked like it was about to drip water. The deputy gang leader Wang Biao, nicknamed Mad Dog, lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, clutching the arm Yifan had brutally crippled with a wineglass, emitting suppressed and painful groans. Beside him, kneeling, was Zhang Dahai, the hotel manager who had wet his pants in fear. They've all become mute. Lin Kuan's venomous gaze slowly swept over everyone present, his voice hoarse and cold. "Can anyone tell me what's going on?" Our Black Serpent Gang's vice leader, a 9th-level body-tempering realm expert, led a dozen elite members to capture a crippled woman, and they came back looking like this. "Are you guys here to act in a comedy?" His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling, murderous aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The entire hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one dared to offend him at this time. After a long while, Wang Biao finally managed to get up from the ground. He braced himself on the table with his only remaining hand, his face filled with endless fear and resentment. "Help, the gang leader." He gritted his teeth and said, enunciating each word clearly, "That kid is a monster. He's not human at all." Monster. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lin Kuan's lips. How strange. He used a wineglass. Wang Biao's body trembled uncontrollably, as if he were back in that night dominated by endless fear. He crippled my arm. He also said. What else did he say? Lin Kuan's eyes grew even colder. He said, he'll come to our headquarters tomorrow night to take your dog's life. When the words dog's life came out of Wang Biao's mouth, the temperature in the entire hall seemed to drop by tens of degrees in an instant. A visible black aura suddenly erupted from Lin Kuan's body. Click. The grand chair beneath him, crafted entirely of ironwood, groaned under the immense pressure of his aura and instantly cracked. Good, very good. Lin Kuan slowly stood up. His face showed no anger, no roar. There was only one kind of deathly stillness, like an abyss. It's been many years. He muttered to himself. It's been many years since anyone dared to speak to me, Lin Kuan, like that. This brat who appeared out of nowhere not only killed my men and crippled my general, but now he dares to threaten to take my life. Interesting. This is really interesting. He smiled, but that smile was filled with a chilling murderous intent. Biaozi, he said, looking at Wang Biao, do you remember what happened to the last person who dared to provoke our Black Snake gang like this? A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Wang Biao's eyes. Remember. You, boss, personally skinned me alive, lit me with fire, and hung me at the headquarters entrance for 3 days and 3 nights. Very good. Lin Cohen nodded in satisfaction. His gaze slowly swept over all the gang members present. Pass on my orders. His voice suddenly rose in pitch, like a demon king from the deepest hell delivering his final judgment. All members of the gang should put down everything they are doing. Check it for me. We'll dig 3 feet into the ground to find that little bastard. I want to know his name, his background, his family, everything about him. And that bitch Morong Shui, they must still be together. Search every hotel and every inn in the entire city. Search every inch of every rental property, even the sewers. I don't care who he is or what his background is. If he messes with me, Lin Cohen, in Zhangcheng, even if he's the king of heaven himself, I'll make him regret ever being born. Within 1 hour. I want to see that little bastard kneeling before me. Did you hear me? I heard you. Inside the hall, all the Black Snake gang members roared in unison, their voices shaking the roof tiles. A terrifying aura of malevolence surged into the sky from this lair that had taken up residence in the fallen street. The entire underworld of Zhangcheng trembled at Lin Cohen's fury. At the same time, Zhangcheng Martial Arts Academy Dean's office. What did you say? An elderly man with gray hair but a vigorous and authoritative demeanor suddenly stood up from his office chair, his face filled with disbelief and shock. He was none other than Sun Dishing, the dean of Zhangcheng Martial Arts Academy. A genuine expert at the great perfection of the meridian opening realm. In front of him, Zhang Wei, the practical training instructor, was sweating profusely and stammering as he recounted everything that had just happened in the training hall. Dean. Zhang Wei's calves are still trembling. It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. That Yi Fan just threw a punch so casually. Just blow that special alloy punching power testing machine, the one with a maximum capacity of 10,000 gene 5,000 kilograms, to smithereens. What? Upon hearing this, Sun Dishing's pupils suddenly contracted. 10,000 gene. What does that mean? That's a power that only a strong person who has stepped into the true Qi realm could possibly unleash. An 18-year-old freshman. What a joke. Sun Dishing's expression turned extremely serious. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Dean, I wouldn't dare joke about something like this with you even if I had the guts of a million, Zhang Wei almost cried. Now the entire Class 3 of the first year can testify that the machine is still smoking in the training hall. Looking at Zhang Wei's genuinely terrified expression, Sun Dishing's heart was also filled with turbulent waves. Could it be true? In his third-rate college, which was jokingly referred to by outsiders as a concentration camp for good-for-nothings. To my surprise, such a terrifyingly talented prodigy has emerged. Yi Fan. He silently murmured the name. He remembered the name. The mock test a few days ago showed that this kid scored 98 points in Qi and blood, breaking the academy's lowest record since its founding, making even the dean feel ashamed. But now, you're telling me this utterly hopeless loser suddenly transformed into a peerless prodigy capable of delivering a punch with the force of 10,000 gene? Is this a ghost? Where is he? Sun Dishing asked urgently, forcibly suppressing his shock. I called him to my office. Zhang Wei wiped away his cold sweat. But I didn't dare go in, so I just left him inside to wait. Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Sun Dishing slammed his hand on the table. How could you treat such a promising young talent with such disrespect? What if she is recruited by spies from other schools? Can you take that responsibility? He rushed out in a frantic rush, shouting angrily. He even forgot to bring his most beloved purple clay teapot. He only had one thought in his mind right now. No matter what, they must keep this monstrous talent named Jifan firmly under control at their Zhangcheng Martial Arts Academy. He would even go so far as to use his granddaughter's beauty to seduce her. However, before he could rush out of the office door, buzzing, his personal bracelet suddenly started vibrating rapidly. It was an encrypted number that he dared not easily hang up on. From the Zhangcheng City Lord's Mansion. Sun Dishing's heart skipped a beat. Why would the City Lord's Mansion seek him out at this juncture? He forced himself to answer the call, suppressing his unease. A middle-aged man in a uniform with a serious expression appeared on the screen. The middle-aged man's voice, devoid of any emotion, said, "Dean Sun, I am officially informing you on behalf of the City Lord's Mansion. A student from your college named Yifan is suspected of being involved in a vicious shootout with the Jiangcheng underground gang, the Black Snake Gang. We need to conduct an urgent investigation into him now. Please detain him immediately and await our arrival to hand him over." Sun Dishing's mind went completely blank with a buzz. He looked at the serious-looking middle-aged man on the screen, then thought about the monster who could deliver a punch with the force of 10,000 Jin. After a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth. Secretary Liu, are you sure you're going to arrest Yifan? Instead of sending him a banner of appreciation. Chapter 20 Morong Shui panicked. Yifan, a bunch of chickens and dogs. Presenting a banner. On the other end of the phone, Secretary Liu from the City Lord's Mansion was clearly taken aback by Dean Sun's abrupt question. "Dean Sun, please watch your words." His voice instantly turned stern. "We are discussing an extremely serious gang shootout. As the Dean of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, can't you distinguish the priorities of this matter?" I didn't mean that." Sun Dishing realized he had misspoke and was sweating profusely. He couldn't very well tell the people at the City Lord's Mansion, "The kid you're looking for might be a god who can punch a 10,000-pound punching power testing machine and destroy it with one blow, could he?" Even he himself wouldn't believe it if he said that out loud. "Secretary Liu, please let me explain." Sun Dishing hurriedly said, "Yifan, this student, he's always been very, very ordinary in school. How could he possibly be involved with such vicious thugs as the Black Snake Gang? Isn't there some misunderstanding?" He could only desperately try to exonerate Yifan now. Joke. The academy finally produced such a prodigy, but before he could even warm up to him, he was captured by the City Lord's Mansion. What's the point of him being a dean then? Misunderstand. Secretary Liu on the other end of the phone gave a cold laugh. Wang Biao, the vice leader of the Black Snake Gang, had one of his hands crippled using extremely cruel methods and is currently in the hospital. Zhao Sihai, the owner of Sihai Money Exchange, was punched through 3 walls and still hasn't been pried out. And all the clues point to that ordinary student you mentioned, Yifan. Dean Sun, do you still think this is a misunderstanding? Every word Secretary Liu uttered struck Sun Dishing's heart like a heavy hammer blow. He was completely stunned after hearing it. Cripple Wang Biao. They beat Zhao Sihai into the wall. This is fucking. This is really something that good for nothing with a score of 98 points in health and mana could do. He felt like his brain had completely turned into mush. "Dean Sun," Secretary Liu's voice rang out again, carrying an unquestionable command, "I don't care who Yifan's background is. I am now, in the name of the City Lord's Mansion, ordering you. Get him under control immediately. If we let him get away, or if he causes any more trouble before our people arrive, your time as dean is numbered." Beep, beep, beep. The phone call was abruptly ended. Sun Dishing stood there blankly, clutching the bracelet, his face ashen. Finished. This is completely over. When gods fight, mortals suffer. On one side is the City Lord's Mansion, the highest-ranking official in Jiangcheng. On the other side is that peerless genius who shoves people into the wall at the slightest provocation. He's just a lowly dean of a third-rate college. He can't afford to offend anyone. At the same time, Presidential Suite, Caesar's Crown Hotel. Beep beep beep. The cheap bracelet on Morong Shui's wrist suddenly started vibrating rapidly. It was an encrypted channel that she had set up with special notifications. Her expression changed slightly, and she quickly clicked on the link. Messages from her former informants and the bounty hunter circle were rapidly refreshing the screen. "Sister Shui is in big trouble. The Black Snake Gang has gone mad. They've mobilized all their manpower and are frantically searching the entire city for you and a young man. It is said that gang leader Lin Kuan gave a death order to find you even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. Sister Shui, run." The City Lord's Mansion has also intervened. They have dispatched elite troops from the Public Security Bureau to block all exits from the city. Ostensibly, they are here to arrest the thugs involved in the gang fight, but their target seems to be you. Sister Shui, who on earth did you mess with? The entire underworld of Jiangcheng is in chaos because of you. Looking at the shocking messages on the screen, Morong Shui's pretty face, which had just regained a sliver of color, instantly turned deathly pale. The Black Snake Gang, all members mobilized. The city lord's mansion sealed off the entire city. In all her years as a bounty hunter, she had never seen anything like it. Just because he crippled Wang Biao and beat Zhao Sihai? No. This is definitely not the main reason. The only explanation is that Yi Fan exposed himself when he saved him in the alley last night. Whether it's the Black Snake Gang or the city lord's mansion, their real target is probably not him, this useless trash. Instead, it was Yi Fan. It was this mysterious yet sharp-witted man. We've been exposed. Morong Shui suddenly stood up from the sofa, her face filled with unprecedented anxiety and panic. The Black Snake Gang and the city lord's mansion have sealed off the entire Jiangcheng. We must leave immediately. Her voice trembled slightly with nervousness. Her 10 years on the run instilled in her an instinct like that of a frightened bird. My first reaction at the slightest sign of trouble is to run. However, to her surprise, Yi Fan, sitting opposite her, maintained the same expression on his face from beginning to end. He remained as nonchalant as ever, as if nothing concerned him. He even had the leisure to pour himself a glass of 1982 Lafite. What's the panic? He took a sip of red wine, raised his eyelids, and glanced at her indifferently. The sky hasn't fallen yet. It hasn't collapsed yet. Morong Shui was almost frantic with worry. The whole city is looking for us now. If we don't leave now, we really won't be able to leave. We'll be trapped here like turtles in a jar and die. Walk. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. Why leave? Didn't I already issue them a challenge last night? I told you I would personally go to the Black Snake Gang headquarters tonight to take Lin Kuan's life. A man's words are hard to follow. Yi Fan, never break my word. His tone was calm, yet carried an absolute confidence that made him seem indifferent to a vast army. Morong Shui was completely bewildered by his attitude. She looked at Yi Fan with eyes full of incomprehension and shock. Aren't you afraid at all? The Black Serpent Gang has hundreds of members, and its leader, Lin Kuan, is a powerful expert at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. And then there's the City Lord's Mansion, that's official power. They have an army, firearms, and even a true Qi Realm Grandmaster in charge. No matter how strong you are, can you single-handedly stand against the entire official power of Jiangcheng? She didn't understand. She really doesn't understand. Where does this man get his confidence from? Does he really think he's invincible? Afraid. Yi Fan heard this word as if he had heard a funny joke. He put down his wineglass, slowly stood up, and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He looked down at the bustling, vibrant city below. His gaze was as deep as the sea. Morong Shui, remember this. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a power that seemed to penetrate the heart. Nothing in this world that can frighten me, Yi Fan, has yet been born. As for what you mentioned. He paused, a cold, disdainful smile curving his lips. They're nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs. Morong Shui stared blankly at his tall, straight back. Looking at his boundless domineering aura, it seemed he could trample the entire world under his feet. For a moment, he was stunned. She felt her heart beating very fast. Who exactly is this man? A madman who is so arrogant that he is ignorant. Or is he a truly peerless powerhouse with the strength to look down upon the world? She didn't know. But she knew that her heart, which had been dormant for 10 years, seemed to beat violently again because of this man. She looked at Yi Fan and, as if possessed, asked that question again, a question she herself found somewhat foolish. Then, where are you going now? Are we just going to stay here and wait for them to come knocking on our door? Chapter 21, spending a fortune to buy a luxury mansion, just to give her a home. Wait for them to come knocking on our door. Yi Fan turned around and smiled when he heard Morong Shui's question. That smile held a hint of knowing-it-all playfulness. Do you really think that with the Caesar's Crown Hotel's intelligence capabilities, they wouldn't know we're staying here? Morong Shui's heart sank suddenly. Yes. How could she forget that? Top-tier hotels like Caesar's Palace must have a complex web of powerful forces behind them. It would be incredibly easy for either the Black Serpent Gang or the City Lord's Mansion to find out their check-in information. That hotel manager named Zheng Dahai probably already sold out their information immediately. Then Her face grew even paler. This is by no means a safe haven. It was a sophisticated trap that had already been exposed to the hunter's sight. So, Yi Fan's smile deepened as he looked at her panicked expression. Of course we can't stay here forever. Come with me. Without giving Morong Shui any further questions, he took her slightly cool, delicate hand and walked straight out of the presidential suite. Half an hour later. Jiangcheng Yunding Tiangong Villa District. This is a well-known affluent area in the entire Jiangcheng, and even the entire Jiangnan province. Those who live here are either extremely wealthy or powerful, either local tycoons or martial arts masters. The entire villa area is built against the mountain, boasting beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual energy. It is said that there is also a small spiritual stone vein underground. The security forces even reached military level. Let alone underground forces like the Black Snake Gang, even the city lord's security team wouldn't be able to set foot here without a top-level search warrant. When Yifan appeared at the entrance of the villa area in his flashy wind god wings, the two security guards at the entrance, dressed in exoskeletons and exuding a fierce, beast-like aura, immediately stepped forward and stopped the car. "Sir, please show your resident card," one of the security guards said expressionlessly. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over Yifan and Morong Shui. Opening the Meridian Realm. These two seemingly ordinary security guards were actually genuine martial artists at the opening Meridian Realm. Morong Shui's heart jumped again. She didn't know what Yifan wanted to do by bringing her here. Could it be that he intends to force his way in? Yifan merely rolled down the car window and glanced indifferently at the security guard. "I don't have a card. I'm here to look at the apartment." Upon hearing this, the security guard frowned slightly but still maintained his professional demeanor by pressing the communicator on his ear. Soon, a luxurious shuttle bus drove out of the villa area. A tall, sweet-looking saleswoman in a business suit stepped out of the car. "Greetings, distinguished guests." The saleswoman greeted them with a professional, sweet smile. "I'm Lin Feifei, a sales consultant at Cloudtop Palace. Would you like to view our townhouses or the detached luxury units?" Her gaze, seemingly unintentionally, swept over Yifan's expensive sports car, and the enthusiasm in her eyes intensified. People who can afford this kind of car are definitely their most valuable potential customers. Just look at the most expensive one. Yifan's answer was simple, direct, and blunt. Lin Feifei's smile instantly became incredibly radiant. "Yes, sir. This way, please." She warmly opened the car door and invited Yifan and Morong Shui onto the shuttle bus. Our most prestigious unit in the Sky Palace is naturally the king of buildings located at the top of the mountain. It covers an area of 3,000 square meters and features a private helipad, an indoor heated swimming pool, and a private cultivation room enhanced by a spirit gathering array. Most importantly, Lin Feifei said with a hint of pride, its previous owner was the renowned Iron Fist Grandmaster Wang Zhantian of Jiangnan Province. He personally designed and reinforced the entire villa. Even a grandmaster at the True Qi realm wouldn't be able to easily break through its defenses. Hearing Lin Feifei's introduction, Morong Shui was already numb with shock. Grandmaster's former residence. Comes with a spirit gathering array. Able to withstand attacks from Grandmaster level experts. This level of luxury home cannot be measured by money alone. What exactly is this man trying to do? The shuttle bus soon stopped in front of a magnificent and enormous villa on the mountaintop. The villa's design is simple yet grand, full of the charm of ancient Chinese style. The surrounding area was shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. "Sir, madam, this is the place." Lin Feifei led the two into the villa. The luxurious decor, top-quality materials, and the pure spiritual energy that was several times more concentrated than outside made Morong Shui feel as if she had stepped into another world. "Good." Yifan strolled around casually and nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Lin Feifei and asked the most crucial question. "How much?" Lin Feifei smiled professionally and extended 5 slender white fingers. 500 million. And we only accept full payment in one lump sum. This is an astronomical figure that would deter even 99.9% of the wealthy in Jiangcheng. She had assumed that this man, who appeared wealthy but was ultimately too young, would back down after hearing the price. However, Yifan's reaction once again exceeded her expectations. "Oh." He simply gave a curt "oh." Then he took out the black gold card that Fatty Chen hadn't had time to return to him from his pocket. He casually tossed it over. "Swipe card." Lin Feifei, ? She instinctively caught the card and was completely stunned. Swipe card. That's it, settled. Not even bothering to haggle? 500 million. That's not 500 yuan. This is just too damn extravagant. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. This was definitely the biggest and most satisfying deal she had ever encountered in her career. "Sir?" Her voice trembled slightly with extreme excitement. Are you sure? There's a problem?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. No problem at all." After realizing what was happening, Lin Fei's face broke into an unprecedentedly fervent smile. Her hand was trembling as she held the card. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go and process your paperwork right away." As she spoke, she scurried back towards the sales center in her high heels, moving as fast as a rabbit. They were afraid that if they were even a second late, the god of wealth in front of them would change his mind. Soon, only Yi Fan and Morong Shui remained in the villa. Morong Shui looked at the enormous mansion before her, which resembled a palace, and then glanced at the man beside her who casually tossed out 500 million without even blinking. She felt like she was dreaming. "You." She opened her mouth but found that she no longer knew what to say. Shock. Numbness. It seems that even words are insufficient to describe her feelings at this moment. "What's wrong?" Yi Fan turned his head and smiled at her distraught appearance. "I don't like it here." Morong Shui subconsciously shook her head. "Joke. Who wouldn't love a place like this, where immortals live?" "Then what kind of expression is that?" "I just don't understand." Morong Shui looked at his beautiful phoenix eyes, filled with deep confusion. "Why did you buy this place?" "Shouldn't we be thinking about how to escape Jiancheng right now?" "Escape?" Yi Fan smiled, a smile that held a deeper meaning. "When did I say we were going to run away?" He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the half of the city that lay out before him. His gaze was as deep as the sea. "I didn't buy this place to run away." He slowly turned around and looked at Morong Shui, speaking clearly and distinctly, word by word. "It's to give you a home." Boom. These 7 simple words struck Morong Shui's heart like a thunderbolt from the heavens. Home. Her body trembled violently. This word had become so distant to her that she had almost forgotten it. Since her parents passed away 10 years ago, she has been kicked out of her family home. She never felt the warmth of home again. She drifted alone in the cold city of Jiangcheng for 10 years, like a rootless duckweed. She had lived in the most dilapidated rental rooms and slept in the dirtiest sewers. To survive and to seek revenge, she transformed herself into a cold, emotionless sword. She thought she no longer needed such a weak thing as a home. But now, when this man said in a matter-of-fact, unquestionable tone that he would give her a home, her heart, which she thought was as hard as iron, was shattered so easily at that moment. An unprecedented surge of warmth instantly overwhelmed all her reason. Her eyes welled up with tears. A thin layer of mist filled her beautiful phoenix eyes. She looked at Yi Fan, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Yi Fan simply watched her quietly. Watching her expression change from cold to shocked and then, moved. A gentle smile curved his lips. He slowly reached out and gently lifted her chin, just as he had done when they first met. This time, however, there was no mockery or amusement in his eyes. Yes, but it was a kind of earnestness that made one's heart pound. "I've got it." His voice was deep and magnetic. "From today onwards, this is our home. It's also your and the baby's first home. How do you like it?" Chapter 22, The Auction Bargain Hunter was treated as a sucker. "Do you like it?" Yi Fan's voice, carrying a bewitching magic, gently echoed in Morong Shui's ear. Morong Shui stared blankly at him, at his deep, earnest eyes that seemed to draw one's soul in. Her mind was in complete turmoil. The defense line has completely collapsed. Tears, no longer able to be held back, streamed down her smooth cheeks like pearls from a broken string. But this time it wasn't because of humiliation or resentment. It was because of being moved. A feeling of being cherished and protected that she hadn't experienced in 10 years. She did not answer. He simply nodded silently. Then she made a bold move that even shocked herself. She stood on tiptoe and tilted her head slightly. A shy smile, captivating and enchanting, bloomed on her exquisitely beautiful face, still streaked with tears. Then she gently kissed Yi Fan's lips. Dragonfly skimming the water, a fleeting touch. That afternoon, Yi Fan and Morong Shui did not stay in their new home. Instead, it appeared at the entrance of Wanbeilu, the largest auction house in Jiangcheng. After the morning's gentle offensive, Morong Shui's attitude towards Yi Fan had undergone a complete transformation. Although she still didn't talk much, her beautiful phoenix eyes had lost some of their coldness and wariness, and gained a tenderness and dependence that she herself didn't even realize. She would even take the initiative to link arms with Yifan. "What are we doing here?" she asked curiously. Buying a house in the morning was already shocking enough for her. "I came to this kind of money-burning den again this afternoon." "How much money does he still have?" "I'm here to buy some toys for tonight." Yifan smiled and pulled her through the magnificent golden gates of Wanbailu. Wanbailu has a mysterious background. Its businesses are said to span the entire Dragon Kingdom. Everything auctioned at Wanbailu is a masterpiece. Yifan's goal is very clear. He needs some rare and precious materials or high-quality spirit stones that can quickly replenish energy. Although he is now at the great perfection of the Meridian Opening Realm, he will be dealing with the entire Black Serpent gang tonight. That old bastard Lin Kuan must have some trump cards up his sleeve to have been able to hold sway over Jiangqing for so many years. It's always better to be careful. "Do you two have made a reservation?" A sultry hostess in a cheongsam greeted us with a smile. Yifan immediately revealed his black gold card, which still had over 9 billion yuan remaining. The hostess's eyes lit up instantly. "Top-tier VIP. This way, please." Amidst envious glances from countless onlookers, Yifan and Morong Shui were directly ushered into the most prestigious second-floor VIP box of the auction house. The private room was large and luxuriously decorated, with an excellent view of the auction stage below. It also comes with dedicated maids and complimentary top-grade spiritual fruits and tea. "This is too extravagant," Morong Shui couldn't help but sigh softly as she looked at the scene before her. She used to come to Wanbailu and squeeze into the lobby with a group of bounty hunters. "This is the first time I've ever enjoyed such treatment from a top-tier billionaire. You'll get used to it." Yifan smiled, picked up a crystal-clear grape that exuded a faint spiritual aura, and fed it to her lips. Morong Shui blushed, but still obediently opened her mouth and ate it. Just then, thump! A crisp gong sounded. The auction officially began. A stunningly beautiful young woman, dressed in a fiery red dress, swayed her hips as she walked onto the auction stage. She was Su Mei, the chief auctioneer of Wanbailu. "Distinguished guests, welcome to Wanbailu's monthly auction this month." Su Mei's magnetic voice instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. "Without further ado, let's look at the first item." As soon as she finished speaking, a maid came forward carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. The starting bid for the low-grade Shen-level martial art Stone Shattering Fist is 1 million. The following items are martial arts techniques or weapons that are relatively rare on the market. Although they all sparked considerable competition, Yifan didn't even bother to glance at them. Having mastered the divine-level cultivation technique Chaos Dao Scripture, he considered these so-called mystic rank techniques to be nothing more than trash. Morong Shui was also not interested. All she wants now is to stay quietly by this man's side. Until the seventh item was brought out. It was an irregularly shaped stone, about the size of a human head, completely black, and resembling a piece of coal. "Please look, everyone," Su Mei said with a smile, pointing to the black stone. "This mysterious iron essence mother is a rare artifact that was accidentally unearthed from a mineral vein 10,000 meters underground. Its hardness far surpasses that of finely refined steel. If it could be incorporated into a weapon, it could at least elevate the weapon's grade by 1 level. The starting bid is 5 million, and each bid must be at least 100,000 higher." She had barely finished speaking. A burst of snickers erupted in the hall. "What the hell is this Xin Tai Jing Mu? It looks like a piece of useless scrap iron to me. This thing is so hard it's like a ghost, even a grandmaster's true energy might not be able to melt it. Are you just going to buy it to use as a decoration? 5 million? I'd even consider $50 too much. Wanbailu must be obsessed with money." Clearly, this so-called mysterious iron essence mother was not well received. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Su Mei's face. She knew this thing was just a useless contraband. Tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. "I'm just putting it out here to see if any clueless sucker will buy it." However, just when the entire room fell silent and everyone thought the item was going to go unsold, the price list slowly lit up in the private room on the second floor where Yifan was. 5 million. A calm voice resounded throughout the venue. Moment. All eyes turned to the private room on the second floor. His eyes were filled with a mixture of pity and mockery, as if he were looking at a fool. Damn, someone's really been fooled, they've been hooked. Whose spendthrift son is in the second floor private room? He bought a 500 million yuan villa on a whim, and now he's spending another 5 million yuan on a piece of scrap metal. Ha ha, we don't understand the world of the rich, we don't understand. Even Su Mei on stage was stunned for a moment, then a wildly joyful smile appeared on her face. A VIP on the second floor has offered 5 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? She asked a question symbolically. The result, naturally, was that no one answered. 5 million once. 5 million twice. 5 million 3 times. Thump. Congratulations to our distinguished guest on the second floor on the successful sale. You have acquired this unparalleled piece of Xian iron essence, mother. Su Mei was so excited that her voice trembled slightly. This piece of scrap metal, which had been sitting at the bottom of the box, has finally been sold. And in the private room, Morong Shui looked at Yi Fan, who stood calmly beside her, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with confusion. Why did you buy this? She also felt that this dark, unremarkable stone wasn't worth 5 million at all. Could he really be a fool with too much money? He. Yi Fan smiled at her dazed expression and offered no explanation. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. The next second, when he opened his eyes again, his eyes, which were once as deep as the starry sky, had turned into a chaotic mess. It was as if two evolving universes were slowly flowing within his eyes. God-level eye technique, Eye of Chaos. Open. When he turned his gaze again to the mysterious iron essence that had already been packed up by the maid. In his field of vision, the appearance of that stone has changed. That pitch-black, unremarkable outer shell was peeled away layer by layer like a thin veil under his Eye of Chaos. What was revealed was its true nature, which made even Yi Fan gasp for breath. That's not some kind of mysterious iron essence, mother. It was clearly a massive liquid, about the size of a human head, slowly beating like a heart. 7-colored divine gold. At the core of that cluster of 7-colored divine gold lies a mysterious seed, about the size of a thumb, crystal clear and radiating boundless vitality. Ding discovers a rare treasure seed of the World Tree juvenile stage. This item is the cornerstone of the divine kingdom, and its value is immeasurable. It is recommended that the host absorb this as soon as possible, as it can greatly increase the evolution speed of the chaotic entity. Seeing the identification results provided by the system, Yi Fan's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile of ecstasy. Seed of the World Tree. Invaluable. Buying this amazing item for 5 million. This wave of profits is more than just huge. This is practically like bringing a money printing press home. He glanced down at the people in his private room who were looking at him with the eyes of someone who was being treated like a sucker. In my heart, there are only 2 words. He. Next up is the grand finale of this auction. Just then, auctioneer Su Mei's alluring voice rang out again. This pulled Yi Fan back to his senses. 2 burly men carried a huge iron cage onto the auction stage. It wasn't some rare treasure locked in the cage. Instead, it was a man covered in wounds, on the verge of death. Fox-eared girl. She's a demon? Morong Shui exclaimed in shock upon seeing the girl in the cage. Yi Fan's gaze froze instantly. His chaos eye didn't even need to be activated. He could clearly see a line of large, blood-red characters floating above the fox-eared girl's head, a sight that even made his heart pound. Name, Hu Yao Yao. Race, 9-tailed celestial fox king level bloodline. Status, dying bloodline sealed, soul damaged. Fortune, 9 purple 1 gold destined daughter, future demon emperor. Overall rating, SSS. Yi Fan glanced at the line of comments and then at the fox-eared girl on the stage being displayed like merchandise. His eyes changed instantly. He looked at Su Mei and spoke slowly, his voice not loud but carrying an undeniable command. I want this woman. Name your price. Chapter 23, Frenzied absorption of spirit stones causes another surge in cultivation. Yi Fan's domineering words plunged the entire auction hall into a momentary, deathly silence. All eyes turned once again to the mysterious private room on the second floor. Name your price. This kid, he's way too arrogant. That's a demon race. Although she was just a seemingly half-dead fox-eared girl, the demon race was known for its protectiveness and for its immense strength, making her extremely difficult to deal with. Although there is no explicit prohibition against the sale of demons in the Dragon Kingdom, it has long been an unspoken rule that everyone knows. Anyone who dares to touch them is making an enemy of the entire demon race. Juan Bailo somehow acquired this hot potato, intending to use the monthly auction as a pretext to quickly find a big scapegoat to sell. But they never expected this big victim to be so self-righteous. On the auction stage, Sumei's already charming face was now beaming with a smile as radiant as a flower. She was worried that she would be stuck with this item after the auction. This distinguished guest has excellent taste. She winked at Jifan in the private room, her voice so sweet it could make your bones melt. Although this little beauty from the Fox clan has a mysterious origin, our Juan Bailo appraisers have preliminarily determined that her bloodline power is at least general level. If we can take her as a servant and train her properly, she will surely be a great help in the future. She paused for a moment and then extended a jade-like finger painted with bright red nail polish. The starting bid is 100 million, and each bid must be at least 10 million. Hiss. The moment the price was announced, a collective gasp filled the hall. 100 million. Just by a half-dead demon girl whose revival is uncertain. This is no longer being taken advantage of. This guy must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. 110 million. However, before everyone could recover from their shock, a price list suddenly lit up in another private room. A cold and arrogant voice resounded throughout the venue. My Wang family wants this little fox. Wang family. Upon hearing this name, a murmur rippled through the hall. It's the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng. Who else besides them would dare to be so wealthy and powerful? I heard that Wang Tong, the young master of the Wang family, is about to graduate from Jinghua Martial Arts University. He's probably coming back this time to take over the family business. The Wang family. Upon hearing this name, Morong Shue's beautiful phoenix eyes flashed with undisguised disgust. How do you know him? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. It's more than just knowing him, Morong Shue sneered. Back when I was still in the Morong family, this Wang Tang was like a fly, constantly buzzing around me, it was so annoying. Oh, Yi Fan's lips curled into a playful smile, looks like a rival in love. Morong Shue blushed and spat. Pa! Who said he's my rival in love? Don't insult me. She paused, then said with some concern, the Wang family has considerable influence and wealth in Jiangcheng, you. Rest assured. Yi Fan smiled and pressed the quotation button directly. 200 million. His calm voice once again resounded throughout the venue. Without the slightest hesitation, they nearly doubled the price. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone was stunned. This is buying things. This is clearly using money to harass people. The Wang family representative in the next private room, who had just been so confident of winning, suddenly fell silent. Clearly, they were completely stunned by Yi Fan's unconventional pricing method. 200 million. Is there any higher? Sumei on stage was so excited that her voice cracked slightly. In all her years in the business, she had never seen such an arrogant customer. There was naturally no one to answer. Joke. Spending 200 million to buy a hot potato and offending the Wang family. Who would be crazy to do that? Make a deal. With the sound of a gong, this controversial final item of the auction finally fell into Yi Fan's hands. Half an hour later. In the top-tier VIP room of Juan Bailo, Yi Fan met Chen Duoduo, the chubby man who appeared to be smiling but whose eyes gleamed with shrewdness, and was in charge of Juan Bailo's Jiangcheng branch. Mr. Yi is truly a young man of great talent and a spendthrift. While personally serving Yi Fan the finest spiritual tea, Chen Duoduo complimented him, these are the 2 treasures you purchased, please take a look. 2 maids carried in an exquisite sandalwood box and a huge iron cage. Yi Fan's gaze fell directly on the sandalwood box. He opened the box. The mysterious iron essence mother, which everyone considered scrap metal, was lying quietly inside. Yi Fan smiled and, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, gently placed his hand on the black stone. Then a thought occurred to me. The Chaos Tao scripture is operating at full power. An invisible yet overwhelmingly powerful devouring force erupted from his palm in an instant. Buzz. That piece of mysterious iron essence, so hard that even a grandmaster's true energy couldn't budge it, actually, trembled violently. Immediately afterwards. In the instant, Chen Duoduo and Morong Shue's wide-eyed, utterly horrified gazes. The outer shell of that black stone cracked and turned to dust, just like weathered rock. What's revealed is its interior, a mass that flows and pulsates slowly like a liquid rainbow. 7-colored divine gold. An indescribable, supremely pure and immense life energy and spiritual power instantly filled the entire VIP room. This is Chen Duoduo's chubby face turned pale instantly. He stared intently at the cluster of 7-colored divine gold, then glanced at its core at the mysterious seed radiating boundless vitality. His heart was about to stop beating. As the head of one Baialu, his insight was incredibly sharp. Although he couldn't recognize what it was, he was 100% certain. This thing is absolutely worth more than 500 million, a million times more. Wow. I misjudged it. Their one Baialu actually possessed a divine artifact capable of shaking the entire dragon kingdom and even the entire world. They sold it for 5 million, treating it like a piece of scrap metal. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Chen Duoduo's mouth. His eyes rolled back and he literally fainted from anger. Yi Fan completely ignored him. His eyes gleamed with ecstatic joy. He could clearly feel streams of extremely pure energy flowing continuously into his body through his arm. That's not just spiritual energy. It is a chaotic energy, countless times more advanced than spiritual energy, brimming with the essence of life. Ding! The system has detected that the host is absorbing the energy of the seed of the world tree. The primitive chaos entity is evolving rapidly. The host's cultivation level is rapidly increasing. Boom! A thunderous roar, as if breaking through some kind of shattering barrier, resounded once more from within Yi Fan's body. His cultivation level surged upwards at that moment, as if he were on a rocket launch. The bottleneck of the great perfection of the meridian opening realm couldn't even withstand a second of this massive surge of primordial energy. It was instantly shattered into pieces. Boom! A terrifying aura, more than 10 times stronger than when he broke through before, suddenly erupted from Yi Fan's body. The entire VIP room seemed to tremble. The surrounding air became viscous like water due to this immense pressure. True Qi realm. He actually, in the time it takes to touch a stone, broke through again. He ascended to the pinnacle of the meridian opening realm in one leap, stepping into the realm that countless martial artists dream of their entire lives. Grandmaster realm. However, this is only the beginning. That immense energy was still flowing continuously into his body. His cultivation level was still skyrocketing at a rate that made even gods and demons despair. True Qi realm level 1. True Qi realm level 2. True Qi realm level 3. Morong Shui was completely numb. She stared blankly at the man who radiated golden divine light, like a god descending to earth. I felt like my entire understanding, my worldview, and my values were utterly crushed into dust at that moment. Looking into Yi Fan's beautiful phoenix eyes, besides endless shock, there was also a hint that she herself hadn't noticed. Obsessed. She looked at Yi Fan and, as if possessed, asked that question again, one that she herself felt was somewhat redundant. Who are you? Chapter 24. The Grandmaster arrives. Morong Shui, where do you think you can run? Who I am. Yi Fan smiled as he felt the surging, chaotic true energy within his body. He slowly withdrew his hand. The world tree seed, which everyone considered scrap metal but was actually a divine object, has disappeared. No. It should be said that it has completely merged into his body. It became part of his chaotic body. His smile deepened as he looked at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, who was completely stunned and seemed to have lost her soul. Who I am is not important. He reached out and gently stroked her delicate nose again, as if teasing a kitten. Just remember this. I am your man. That's enough. At the same time, Jiangcheng Yunding Tiangong Villa District, at the foot of the mountain. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Hundreds of Black Serpent gang members, dressed in black and wielding sharp blades, surrounded the entrance to the villa complex like a black tide, making it impossible to pass. And at their very front, a middle-aged man dressed in a black tang suit, with a sinister face and eyes as cold as a venomous snake, stood quietly with his hands behind his back. He is none other than Lin Kuan, the leader of the Black Snake Gang, nicknamed Black Snake. Standing beside him was a burly, bald man with his face wrapped in thick bandages, revealing only one malevolent eye. It was none other than the deputy gang leader, Mad Dog Wang Biao. Help, gang leader. A junior intelligence officer scrambled over, his face filled with terror. We found it. That brat and that bitch Morong Shui are right here in the heavenly palace on the cloud top. They just bought that number 1 building on the hilltop. What? Upon hearing this, even Lin Cohen, whose face remained perpetually icy, showed a hint of disbelief and shock. Building number 1 king. The legendary former residence of Grandmaster Wang Zhantian. That mansion with a price tag of 500 million. It was bought by that kid who appeared out of nowhere. Is the news true? His voice became a little hoarse. Absolutely true, the foreman said with a mournful face. The news came directly from an insider at the sales office. Apparently, that kid paid in full by card. Hiss. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd around Lin Kuan. 500 million in full. Without even blinking. Where did this god come from? Lin Kuan's expression also became more solemn than ever before. He knew that this time, he had probably bitten off more than he could chew. They can casually pull out 500 million and still dare to be so high profile in opposing the Black Snake Gang. That young man's background was absolutely terrifying to a degree he couldn't even imagine. Help the leader. A flicker of fear flashed in Wang Biao's eyes. Perhaps we should reconsider this further. He was truly terrified of being beaten. That man is a monster. A long-term plan. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuan slowly turned his head and looked at him with an expression as if he were looking at a dead man. My Black Snake Gang's face is practically being rubbed into the ground repeatedly. My life, Lin Kuan's life, is about to be taken by someone pointing a finger at me. You're telling me now that we need to plan for the long term? Wang Biao, when did you become so timid? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Wang Biao's body trembled violently, and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to utter another word. Snort! Lin Kuan snorted coldly and ignored him. His gaze returned to the cloud-shrouded, fairyland-like heavenly palace atop the mountain. A glint of mad determination flashed in his eyes. Background. Lin Kuan's rise from a street thug to his current position in Jiangcheng was never due to any connections. Rather, it was his own fists. Pass on my orders. His voice resounded throughout the venue like rolling thunder. Everyone, follow me up the mountain. Today I don't care who that kid is, or what his background is. Even if it's the King of Heaven himself, I'll make him know. Who is the true master of this land, Jiangcheng? Yes. Hundreds of Black Snake Gang members roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. A terrifying aura surged straight up the mountaintop. However, before they even took the first step. Stop! A cold, authoritative shout rang out from the entrance of the villa area. Immediately afterwards, dozens of security personnel, clad in exoskeletons and wielding Gauss rifles, exuding an aura several times stronger than the Black Serpent Gang members, surged out of the gate like a tidal wave. They surrounded Lin Kuan and his group from the opposite direction. The leader was a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, like an iron tower. He is Zhao Taizhu, the security captain of the Heavenly Palace on the cloud top. A genuine powerhouse at the great perfection of the Meridian Opening Realm. Lin Kuan, Zhao Taizhu looked at Lin Kuan with icy eyes, showing no fear whatsoever. What do you want to do? You want to cause trouble at our Heavenly Palace in the clouds? Lin Kuan frowned as he looked at the well-equipped and powerful security force in front of him. The security forces at the Heavenly Palace on the clouds truly lived up to their reputation. Captain Zhao, he said slowly, his voice hoarse, I have no intention of being an enemy of the Heavenly Palace on the clouds. I just want to go in and find 2 people. If you do me a favor and it's done, I, Lin Kuan, will repay you handsomely. Looking for someone. Zhao Taizhu smiled, a hint of disdain in his expression. Excuse me. Our rule at Hentang Palace is to protect the absolute safety of every resident. The owners of the number 1 building on the hilltop are our most distinguished guests. Even if the city lord himself came, without a top-level search warrant, you wouldn't be allowed to set foot here. His words were firm and left no room for negotiation. Lin Kuan's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Zhao Taizhu. He gritted his teeth and said, enunciating each word clearly, are you really going to wage a full-scale war against my Black Snake Gang for some nobody who just popped up out of nowhere? A terrifying aura belonging to a 9th-level Qi refining realm expert suddenly erupted from his body. He pressed down hard on Zhao Taizhu. However, Zhao Taizhu remained completely unmoved in the face of this immense pressure. He just sneered. War? You bunch of rabble? As soon as the words fell. Boom! A terrifying aura, even stronger and more refined than Lin Kuan's, of a great perfection of the Meridian Opening Realm surged into the sky from his body. In an instant, Lin Kuan's momentum was reversed and suppressed. Lin Kuan's body trembled violently, and he staggered back 3 steps before barely managing to regain his balance. His face was filled with disbelief and horror. Meridian opening realm. Great perfection. That damn security captain is actually a powerhouse of this level. Now, Zhao Taizhu said coldly, looking at Lin Kuan's pale face, do we still want to start a war? Lin Kuan's face turned pale and then extremely ugly. He knew that Zhao Taizhu was here today. He can forget about setting foot in the heavenly palace on the cloud top. However, just when he was having second thoughts, someone he never dreamed of actually appeared behind him. He. A chilling laugh, like that of a night owl, drifted slowly from not far away. Immediately afterwards, an elderly man, dressed in a gray robe, hunched over, with age spots on his face and leaning on a snakehead cane, slowly walked over, supported by two young men. The moment I saw this old man, Zhao Tieju's previously calm and composed face suddenly changed drastically. His pupils suddenly contracted. An unprecedented and extreme sense of crisis instantly overwhelmed all his reason. Third elder? Lin Kuan was stunned for a moment when he saw the old man, then his face lit up with an unprecedented expression of ecstasy. He knelt down on the ground with a thud. Lin Kuan respectfully welcomes the third elder. Third elder? Which third elder? Everyone present was stunned. Only the security team leaders standing behind Zhao Taizhu, who were also at the opening Meridian realm, turned deathly pale upon hearing this address. It was as if I heard the name of some devil. Little Lin, get up. The hunched old man, known as the third elder, slowly stepped forward. His cloudy eyes looked past the crowd and landed directly on the misty mountaintop. A glint of undisguised greed and fervor flashed in his eyes. That old scoundrel Wang Zhantian certainly knows how to pick a location, he muttered to himself. Then, he slowly turned his head and looked with his cloudy eyes at Zhao Taizhu, who was already frozen in fear. Little brat, his voice was hoarse yet filled with undeniable authority, I'm going up the mountain today to kill someone. Get out of here yourself. Let me personally send you on your way. As soon as the words fell. Boom! An overwhelming pressure, terrifying beyond the imagination of everyone present, enough to change the very fabric of heaven and earth. It burst forth from his seemingly frail body. True Qi transformation. The power of a grandmaster. This is actually a genuine grandmaster level expert. Zhao Tieju's body trembled violently. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted directly from his mouth. His face was filled with utter horror and despair. Finished. The third elder no longer glanced at him. His gaze, like a sharp sword, pierced through layers of clouds and mist, fixing fixedly on the magnificent villa atop the mountain. That little bitch from the Morong family. His voice, like rolling thunder, resounded throughout the entire heavenly palace on the cloud top. And that damned little bastard. Get out here and face your death. Let's see where you run to today. Chapter 25 Yifan appears. Sorry, I'm her man. The third elder's thunderous voice, imbued with the unique aura of a grandmaster, instantly reverberated throughout the entire Cloud Peak Palace. Villa number 1 on the mountaintop. Morong Shue's pretty face, which had just regained some color after having a home, turned deathly pale again the moment she heard that voice. That sound. She would recognize that voice even if it turned to ashes. He was the mastermind who drove his parents to the brink of despair back then. The third elder of the Wang family. Wang Xuanda. 1. A genuine grandmaster of true Qi realm. It's him. Her body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. The phoenix eyes that had just begun to ignite with hope were instantly replaced by endless fear and despair. Grandmaster. That's a true grandmaster. Able to release true energy and take a person's life from 100 paces away. Able to fight against an army of 1 against 100. He was like a god, high above everyone else in the entire Jiangcheng. She never dreamed that such a powerful old monster would be dispatched to deal with a useless Wang family like her. It's over. This time it's really over. Yifan is very strong and mysterious. But he is still too young. No matter how monstrous or heaven-defying he is, how could he possibly be a match for a grandmaster who has been famous for decades? Between them lay an insurmountable chasm. Hurry up. Morong Shui suddenly snapped back to her senses. She grabbed Yifan's hand, her face filled with unprecedented anxiety and determination. You go quickly and don't worry about me. I'm their target. They won't leave once you're gone. She hadn't finished speaking. Her mouth was gently covered by a warm, dry hand. Shoo. Yifan smiled as he looked into her phoenix eyes, which were filled with panic and fear. That smile remained as serene and nonchalant as ever. It was as if the overwhelming pressure from the Grandmaster outside, enough to shake the entire Jiangcheng, was nothing more than a gentle breeze to him. "I told you." His voice wasn't loud, but it possessed a strange magic that could soothe all fear in people's hearts. "This is our home. With me here, the sky won't fall down." After saying that, he let go of her hand and ignored the completely stunned Morong Shui behind him. He slowly began to walk. They walked step by step toward the villa's gate. His steps were slow and steady. Each step seemed to tread upon some mysterious node in the universe. His aura gradually increased with each step he took. From the very beginning, nothing special. Later, the true qi surged. And finally, when he reached the heavy gate made of 1,000-year-old ironwood, his aura had risen to a terrifying peak that made even the wind and clouds change color. A Grandmaster's aura that was in no way inferior to that of the third elder down the mountain, and even more refined and domineering. It burst forth from his seemingly frail body. Boom! The entire number 1 King Villa seemed to tremble violently. At the foot of the mountain, everyone was overwhelmed by the third elder's terrifying Grandmaster aura, making it hard for them to breathe. Zhao Taizhu and his group of security guards were all deathly pale, blood trickling from their mouths, and they could barely stand. After the initial shock, the members of the Black Snake Gang displayed an unprecedented level of fanaticism. Grandmaster. Behind them stood a living Grandmaster-level expert. No wonder. No wonder the gang leader dared to be so fearless. Lin Kuan was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He gazed at the hunched back of that figure, seemingly a god overlooking the entire mountain peak. "My heart is filled with endless awe and gratitude. I'm so glad I sided with the right company back then, the biggest benefactor. You little bastard. Get out here and face your death." Wang Biao, clutching his severed arm, arrogantly shouted at the mountaintop, feigning superiority. "Our 3 elders are here in person. Even if the Heavenly King himself came today, he couldn't save you." However, his words had barely faded. Boom! A terrifying Grandmaster-level aura, in no way inferior to the third elders, and perhaps even slightly superior in quality, emanated from him. Without warning, it shot into the sky from the mist-shrouded villa on the mountaintop. Their auras collided violently in mid-air. Buzz! A deafening roar, like the thunder of a great bell, resounded throughout the entire sky. Two invisible yet real, immense pressures collided, compressed, and annihilated each other wildly in the air. The surrounding air became distorted and blurred by this massive energy impact. The trees in the mountains were all bent over by an invisible, enormous force. Puff! All the Black Serpent gang members at the foot of the mountain coughed up blood in unison under the sudden, terrifying pressure. They lay scattered on the ground, like harvested wheat. Even Lin Kuan, at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, and Zhao Taizhu, at the great perfection of the Meridian Opening Realm, were forced back more than 10 steps by the clash of their auras before barely managing to regain their footing. Every face was filled with utter horror. Another Grandmaster. Another Grandmaster-level expert was hidden on the mountaintop. How is this possible? Wang Biao's arrogant shouts came to an abrupt halt. He stood there, stunned, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the mountaintop that made even his soul tremble. He then glanced at the third elder in front of him, who also looked shocked, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. He was completely stunned. This aura. For the first time, a solemn expression appeared in the cloudy old eyes of the third elder, Wang Xuanda. He stared intently at the direction of the mountaintop. The voice was hoarse and filled with confusion. So powerful and so pure true energy. When did Jiangcheng produce another like him, a fellow traveler? Just when everyone was in a state of extreme shock and confusion. A flat, even slightly lazy, laugh-like voice. Like spring thunder, it slowly drifted down from the mountaintop. It was clearly heard by everyone present. "Old man. You dare touch my people? Who gave you the guts?" As soon as the words fell, a tall, slender young figure. They slowly descended the misty mountain path. He walked very slowly. But every step seemed to pound on everyone's hearts. Their hearts skipped a beat. He was Yi Fan. Behind him followed the stunningly beautiful woman who was already mesmerized by his gaze. Morong Shui. The moment Lin Kuan and Wang Biao saw who it was, their pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. It was him. This is the little bastard they'd recognize even if he were ashes. But how could he possibly be a grandmaster? This is not scientific. When the third elder, Wang Xuanda, first saw Yi Fan, a deep sense of confusion flashed in his cloudy old eyes. Too young. They are really too young. So young that he even wondered if he was getting old and his eyesight was failing. "You're that kid?" he asked in a hoarse voice, staring intently at Yi Fan. Yi Fan did not answer him. His gaze swept past everyone else and landed directly on Lin Kuan, who was staring intently at Morong Shui with a venomous, gleeful look. Then a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. He slowly reached out and gently pulled Morong Shui into his arms. In front of everyone. In front of that grandmaster-level expert. He lowered his head and gently kissed Morong Shui's smooth forehead. Then he raised his head, his gaze sharp as a sword as he stared directly at Lin Kuan, who was completely dumbfounded. Slowly opened his mouth. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an overwhelming, domineering aura capable of silencing the entire world. "Excuse me. I am her man." Chapter 26. One punch instantly kills a grandmaster, silence remains. I am her man. Yi Fan's words, seemingly calm yet brimming with boundless domineering power, were like a nuclear bomb with a yield of hundreds of millions of tons dropped onto a calm lake. It instantly stirred up a monstrous wave. Everyone present, whether they were members of the Black Snake Gang, security guards of the Cloud Palace, or even Lin Kuan, who was completely dumbfounded, was present. Upon hearing those words, my brain completely froze. What is he saying? Does he even know who he's facing right now? That's the third elder of the Wang family. An old monster who lived to be nearly 100 years old and killed countless people. A true grandmaster powerhouse. He actually dared to provoke a grandmaster like this. Is he tired of living? Morong Shui, who was being held in Yi Fan's arms, was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the lingering warmth on her forehead. And then I heard the domineering declaration, as loud as thunder, in my ears. Her heart began to pound uncontrollably. An unprecedented feeling, a sense of sweetness and security that made her blush and her heart race, instantly overwhelmed all her reason. This man. He actually admitted in front of everyone that she was his woman. Although it was just a transaction between them. Although she was pregnant with his child. But at that moment, her heart, which had been frozen for 10 years, completely melted. And the third elder, Wang Xuanda, who was always revered and worshipped by everyone like a god. After hearing Yi Fan's words, the aged face, covered in age spots, instantly darkened. A chilling killing intent, several times more terrifying than before, erupted from his seemingly frail body. Good, very good. For the first time, an undisguised killing intent flashed in his cloudy old eyes as he looked at Yi Fan. For many years, no younger generation has dared to be so presumptuous in front of me. Young man, you're very good. It's just a pity. You're too arrogant. Arrogance costs you death. As soon as the words fell, his withered hand, which was holding the snakehead cane, suddenly rose up. Without the slightest hesitation, he effortlessly struck Yi Fan with his palm from a distance of tens of meters. Buzz. A piercing blast of air suddenly rang out. A gigantic hand, composed of incredibly condensed black true energy visible to the naked eye, was visible. It instantly solidified in front of him. The palm was the size of a millstone, and even had clearly visible palm lines on it. It exuded a terrifying pressure that could make mountains and rivers change color. True Qi takes form. This is the most terrifying trump card of a grandmaster-level expert. It's the Black Fiend palm. Standing behind the third elder, Lin Kuan's face lit up with an unprecedentedly fanatical expression the moment he saw the giant black hand. This is the third elder's signature move. It is said that he used this move to smash a king-level ferocious beast into mincemeat back then. That little bastard is dead meat. He's definitely dead. Wang Biao and the others were so excited that they were trembling all over. It was as if I could already see Yi Fan and Morong Shui being smashed into a pool of blood by this palm strike. On the other side, Zhao Taizhu and the others were all deathly pale, their eyes filled with endless despair. Finished. That palm strike was terrifying. It's simply beyond human power to resist. That young man was also very strong, but faced with this terrifying blow, which felt like divine punishment, what can he use to block it? However, just when everyone thought Yi Fan would be reduced to ashes under this earth-shattering palm strike, Yi Fan's face remained calm and composed. He didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply and slowly released his grip on Morengshue's arm. Then he gave her a gentle, reassuring smile. "Close your eyes," he said. "1 second. That's enough." After speaking, he turned around and faced alone the enormous, all-encompassing black hand hurtling towards him. He slowly raised his right fist. It lacks any earth-shattering momentum. No flashy special effects. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of true energy. He was just that simple and ordinary. One punch. Facing that terrifying giant hand capable of shattering mountains. They were blasted out. Bang! A terrifying, muffled bang that made everyone present's heart skip a beat. Fist. And that black, giant hand brimming with true energy. They collided violently. Then, time seemed to stand still at this moment. Space itself seemed to freeze at that moment. In the instant, everyone's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. That massive black palm of true energy, unleashed at full power by a grandmaster, was capable of shattering monuments, splitting rocks, and destroying the heavens and the earth. It turns out, like a balloon that has been gently punctured by a needle. First, it trembled violently. Immediately. Crack. Crack. Visible, spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly across the giant hand. At last. Boom. A loud bang. That arrogant, gigantic black hand actually exploded in mid-air with a deafening roar. It turned into countless black specks of light. Like a grand fireworks display. Yifan's seemingly ordinary fist, after shattering the giant hand, showed no sign of diminishing power. Even faster. Like a golden lightning bolt that tore through time and space. In an instant, it covered a distance of tens of meters. He appeared before the third elder, Wang Xuanda, whose face still bore a cruel, sinister grin. What? Wang Xuanda's smile froze instantly. Instead, there was an unprecedented and extreme sense of horror and fear. He didn't even have time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the golden fist rapidly enlarged in his pupils. It was pressed hard against his chest. Bang! Another terrifying, muffled bang resounded, so loud it seemed to shake the entire heavenly palace on the clouds. Then, under the completely petrified gazes of everyone, as if looking at a god. That arrogant, aloof, godlike grandmaster who looked down upon all living beings. Wang Xuanda. His seemingly frail body was actually, like a fully inflated balloon. Exploded with a bang. It turned into a sky full of blood rain. Mixed together with those black true energy specks. It drifted down in a graceful, scattered manner. The entire mountain path was dyed red. One punch. It only took one punch. A genuine, renowned master with decades of experience. And that's it. Both body and soul destroyed. No remains. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone's brain completely shut down at that moment. Whether it was the members of the Black Snake Gang, or perhaps the security guards at the Heavenly Palace on the clouds? Whether it's Lin Cohen or Wang Biao. It was Zhao Taizhu. They were all like soulless wooden or clay sculptures. Staring blankly at the young figure who slowly withdrew his fist, not even the hem of his clothes was disheveled. I looked again at the blood rain falling from the sky. I felt as if I were having the most absurd and terrifying nightmare. Yifan, on the other hand, acted as if he had truly only done a trivial matter. He slowly turned around and walked back to the stunningly beautiful woman who was also completely mesmerized. He gave her a gentle, radiant smile. "All right," he said. "The trash has been cleaned up. Let's go home." Morengshui stared blankly at him, at his warm smile that was like sunshine. He glanced again at the hellish, bloody scene behind him. Her heart began to pound uncontrollably. She looked at Yifan and, as if possessed, asked the question she had asked countless times before. What kind of monster are you?" Chapter 27. Hey, one man wipes out the Black Snake Gang, causing a major earthquake in Jiangqing's underworld. Monster. Yifan laughed when he heard Morengshui's question. He reached out and gently wiped away a warm drop of blood that had accidentally gotten on her cheek. No. He shook his head, his eyes filled with an unprecedented tenderness. "I am not a monster. Your man." Having said that, he ignored the rabble behind him, who were already terrified out of their wits. Pulled up, Morong Shui, who was already mesmerized by the sight, turned and slowly walked towards the villa shrouded in mist on the mountaintop. Just like that earth-shattering feat of killing a grandmaster with a single punch. For him, it was really just a casual cleanup of the trash in front of his house. All that remained was a rain of blood and a group of living dead kneeling on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. That night, a rumor that could drive the entire city of Jiangcheng into a frenzy spread like wildfire through every street and alley of the city at an incredible speed. Wang Xuanda, the third elder of the Wang family and a grandmaster-level expert, was killed with a single punch at the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace, leaving no trace of his body. Black Snake Gang leader Lin Kuan, deputy leader Wang Biao, and hundreds of gang members all knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy. The source of the information is unverifiable. But the rumors were quite detailed and convincing. Initially, 99% of people took it as a bad April Fool's joke. What a joke! What kind of existence is a grandmaster? A legendary figure who appears only briefly, yet whose every stomp can shake the entire Jiangcheng. Killed by a single punch. Why the hell didn't you say someone punched the moon down? However, over time, more and more so-called eyewitness testimonies are circulating wildly online. A security guard from Hentaying Highlands anonymously leaked information. A low-ranking member of the Black Snake Gang risked his life to livestream. Some even used drones to capture the bloody scene at the foot of Yunding Tiangong Mountain, a scene resembling a hellish landscape. Now, everyone was in an uproar. Could it be? This is fucking real. Jiangcheng is really about to change. While the entire city of Jiangcheng was gripped by panic and speculation because of this news. Yi Fan, the male protagonist of the incident. But he was leisurely lying on the king-size bed in his $500 million mansion, a bed big enough to comfortably seat 7 or 8 people. Enjoying the attentive service from a stunningly beautiful mature woman. Ah, open your mouth. Morong Shui blushed slightly, used a small silver fork to pick up a freshly peeled, crystalline apple imbued with a faint spiritual energy, and carefully fed it to Yi Fan's lips. Her movements were still a little awkward, but her eyes were filled with an unprecedented tenderness and obedience. After witnessing firsthand Yi Fan's terrifying strength, which was like that of a god or demon, her proud heart has been completely conquered. This man is heaven. That's everything about her. Let alone feeding him fruit. Even if Yi Fan told her to die now, she probably wouldn't hesitate at all. Not bad, quite sweet. Yi Fan felt perfectly justified in enjoying the beauty's service, and casually reached out and lightly patted her plump, pert buttocks. This earned her a playful glare. Ring ring. Just then, a sudden, urgent telephone ring shattered the romantic atmosphere in the room. It was Fatty Chen calling. Yi Fan casually answered the call and put it on speakerphone. Fan Ge, my dear brother. Immediately, Chen Pingzi's wailing, as if his parents had died, came from the other end of the phone. Something really bad has happened. Now everyone's talking like crazy, saying you punched the Wang family's patriarch to pieces. And they also said that the entire Black Snake Gang knelt before you, begging for mercy. Brother Fan. This can't be real, right? Tell me this can't be real. His voice was filled with boundless fear and terror. Clearly, they were quite frightened by this extremely explosive news. Yi Fan smiled upon hearing this. He glanced at Morong Shui beside him, who also looked nervous. He spoke calmly into the phone. Fatty. What do you think of my abilities? Need a punch? There was an instant, deathly silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, the sound of Fatty Chen gasping for breath was heard. Hiss. Fan. Brother Fan. You're awesome. Alright, Yi Fan said, too lazy to waste any more words with him. How's the matter I asked you to handle going? Okay, it's done. Fatty Chen, as if waking from a dream, quickly reported, the 30 million has been anonymously donated to the school. Dean Sun was so happy he almost knelt down on the spot and said he wanted to erect a statue for you. I've already had someone modify that wind god wing for 10 million. I guarantee it will be understated yet luxurious and sophisticated. As for the remaining 10 million. Fatty Chen's voice became somewhat hesitant. How come it's not enough? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. No, that's not enough, it's more than enough. Fatty Chen quickly said. Brother Fan, I can't accept this money, it's too much. Just take it, stop with the nonsense, Yi Fan interrupted him impatiently. Work hard for me from now on, and you'll get your share of the rewards. Yes, thank you, Brother Fan. Brother Fan is awesome. Fatty Chan on the other end of the phone was so excited he was almost crying. Oh, right, Yi Fan said, as if remembering something, has the drinking party tonight been arranged? It's all arranged, Fatty Chan said quickly. That grandson of Li Wei's, the one in the top-tier private room at Nightingale Bar, has already been carried out of the hospital by his father and should be arriving soon. Very good. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. You go ahead and wait for me. He hung up the phone after saying that. Then, he slowly sat up from the bed. Are you going out? Morong Shui asked him with some concern. Although she knew this man was very strong. But now, after all, we are in the eye of the storm. Yi Fan nodded and put on his coat. Some trash just needs to be cleaned up by hand to be truly clean. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the enormous iron cage that he had long ago tossed aside in the corner. The fox-eared girl in the cage, barely alive, remained unconscious. A strange light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He stretched out his hand and gently pointed at the iron cage from a distance. Click! The incredibly sturdy iron cage, made of special alloy, crumbled into pieces as easily as paper. Morong Shui's pupils contracted sharply again. True Qi released externally. Telekinesis. This is clearly a technique that only a grandmaster of the True Qi realm can possess. Just how many trump cards is this man hiding? Yi Fan then ignored her completely. He walked up to the fox-eared girl who had regained her freedom. Slowly, squat down. Then, under Morong Shui's gaze, which was filled with incomprehension and shock, he reached out and took out a top-grade healing pill that radiated boundless vitality and looked extraordinary. Gently, it was fed into the girl's chapped lips. After doing all this, he stood up and walked out the door without looking back. Only one sentence remained, slowly echoing in the room. Wait for me to come back. We will then officially begin to fulfill our deal. That night. Black Snake Gang headquarters on Fallen Street. Lin Kuan, Wang Biao, and hundreds of other gang members who miraculously survived their escape from the Heavenly Palace on the clouds. They gathered in the hall like frightened birds. Every face was etched with endless fear and despair. Grandmaster. They foolishly provoked a living Grandmaster-level expert. Moreover, he's the kind of ruthless killer who could kill another Grandmaster with a single punch. This is fucking. What's the difference between this and courting death? Help the leader. Wang Biao's voice trembled. Will that monster really come? Lin Kuan's face was ashen. He did not answer. Because he didn't know either. But a voice inside him was frantically telling him. Meeting. He will definitely come. Just when the entire Black Snake Gang headquarters was plunged into a deathly silence and an atmosphere of despair. Bang! A terrifying, thunderous roar erupted. Without warning, it rang out. The Black Serpent Gang's heavy door, forged from refined steel. He was actually kicked away from the outside with a single, powerful kick. The massive steel door flew in like a cannonball. In an instant, he smashed the dozen or so gang members blocking the front into a pile of minced meat. The entire hall shook violently. Smoke and dust filled the air. A tall, slender figure, like a demon god. He slowly walked in through the broken door. Beneath his feet lay a ground strewn with blood and corpses. A cold, amused smile played on his face. His gaze, like a sharp sword, pierced through layers of smoke and dust, fixing fixedly on Lin Kuan, who was already paralyzed with fear on the ground. I am coming. He said. Your dog's life. I've come to collect it myself. Chapter 28 Morong Shui is about to give birth. A strange phenomenon occurs in the heavens and earth, with golden light filling the city. From that time on, the Black Snake Gang was no more in Jiangcheng. This malignant tumor, which had lurked in the dark corners of the city for decades, was uprooted overnight. Gang leader Lin Kuan, deputy gang leader Wang Biao, and hundreds of core members all vanished without a trace. No one knows what exactly happened at the Black Snake Gang headquarters that night. All people knew was that from the next day onwards, the entire underground world of Jiangcheng fell into an unprecedented silence. All the once arrogant and domineering underground forces, like ducks with their necks choked, suddenly became docile and obedient overnight. Even petty theft on the streets miraculously disappeared. As a result, the security situation in the entire city of Jiangcheng reached an unprecedented peak. Yi Fan was the one who started all of this. It was as if I had done something insignificant. After wiping out the Black Snake Gang, and incidentally stopping by Nightingale Bar for a friendly reconciliation drink with the terrified Li Wei and his son, father and son, who were already green with fear, he then completely disappeared from everyone's sight. It was as if he had never been there. Only that mysterious legend about killing a grandmaster with one punch. And that terrifying myth about wiping out the Black Snake Gang in one night. It is still quietly circulating in every corner of Zhangcheng. It inspires awe and speculation in countless people. Time flies. 9 months later. Yunding Tiangong No. 1 King Villa. The dense, almost tangible spiritual energy enveloped the entire villa in a hazy, ethereal mist. The world tree seed that Yifan casually planted in the courtyard has now grown into a towering tree, over 10 meters tall, with lush branches and leaves, radiating a 7-colored divine light. Under the tree, Yifan was leisurely lying on a rocking chair, resting with his eyes closed. Beside him, the fox-eared girl, Hu Yaoyao, who had once been on the verge of death, had now regained some of her vitality. She was kneeling obediently on the ground, carefully massaging Yifan's legs with her fair and delicate hands. On the other side, a stunningly beautiful woman, her belly already bulging high and radiating maternal glow, was peeling an apple for Yifan with a blissful expression. It was Morong Shui. Those 9 months felt like a dream to her. No more chasing, no more debt, no more hatred. I live in this home that's like paradise every day. Cultivation and fetal nourishment. Enjoying this man's meticulous care. Her strength was enhanced by Yifan's infusion of massive amounts of rare and precious materials and chaotic true energy, regardless of cost. Things are very different now. Half a month ago, she naturally broke through to a level that countless martial artists dream of. True Qi realm. He became a true grandmaster. Moreover, it was because of the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her. Her strength far surpasses that of a grandmaster of the same level. She is now confident that she can easily defeat a veteran master of Wang Xuanda's caliber all by herself. This is a rocket-like speed of strength improvement. In the past, she wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a thing. And the one who gave her all of this was the seemingly lazy but unfathomable man in front of her. Her man. The father of her child. The thought of this filled her heart with an unprecedented sweetness and contentment. Ah, open your mouth. She held a slice of peeled apple to Yifan's lips. Yifan didn't even open his eyes before opening his mouth and swallowing it in one gulp. Not bad, the vintage of this batch of ice jade apples is quite good, he commented lazily. This kind of top-grade spiritual fruit can fetch an astronomical price in the outside world. For him, it had long since become just another ordinary fruit. No way. Being rich is just that simple and unpretentious. While the three of them were enjoying this rare moment of leisure in the afternoon, suddenly, Morong Shui's body trembled violently. Her already rosy face instantly turned somewhat pale. She instinctively covered her stomach. A look of pain appeared on his face. What's wrong? Yifan suddenly sat up from the rocking chair. He grabbed Morong Shui's hand, and a surge of pure chaotic true energy instantly flowed into her body. I think. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Morong Shui's forehead, and her voice trembled slightly. It seems, she's about to give birth. What? Yifan's pupils suddenly contracted. Is she about to give birth? So fast. Although he had lived 2 lives, this was his first time delivering a baby, a completely new experience for him. Don't panic, don't panic. He forced himself to calm down and scooped Morong Shui up in his arms. Yao, quickly prepare hot water and towels. Oh. Okay, yes, master. The fox-eared girl beside her was also startled and hurriedly ran back into the villa. Yifan, carrying Morong Shui, covered a distance of tens of meters in a single step. In an instant, he appeared in the delivery room he had prepared beforehand, a room comparable to a top-tier sterile operating room. However, before he could even place Morong Shui on the delivery bed, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A terrifying aura, indescribable in words, filled with boundless vitality and sacred enough to make all things submit to it. Without warning, it shot up from Morong Shui's high, protruding lower abdomen. It pierced through the roof of the villa in an instant, soaring into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the sky over the entire city of Zhangcheng has changed. The once clear, cloudless sky was now completely replaced by an endless layer of dazzling golden light. Golden auspicious clouds converged wildly from all directions. The profound Taoist chants echoed continuously between heaven and earth. Countless golden lotuses, formed from pure spiritual energy, descended from the sky. It was like a magnificent rain of gold. At that moment, all the people in Jiangqing stopped what they were doing. They all looked up in stunned silence. Behold the incredible, almost divine spectacle in the sky. My mind went completely blank. What is that? What is that? A god, a deity descended to earth? Look! The source of that golden light seems to be in the direction of the heavenly palace on the clouds. Countless people were utterly awestruck by this mythical sight. Some elderly people even knelt down with a thud and worshipped frantically in the direction of the heavenly palace on the clouds. And those martial arts masters hidden in the shadows of Jiangcheng. When they sensed that sacred aura emanating from the direction of the heavenly palace on the cloud top, an aura that made even their souls tremble, they were all utterly horrified. This aura. Inside the city lord's mansion, Jiangqing City Lord, a genuine grandmaster level expert, suddenly stood up from his seat, his face filled with boundless horror. It is the birth of a holy child. No, it's 100 times more terrifying than the aura of the holy embryo. Who on earth has descended upon my Jiangcheng? Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy Dean's office. Dean Sun Dishing stared blankly at the golden light illuminating the city outside the window. The purple clay teapot in my hand fell to the ground with a clatter and shattered into pieces. The image of the young man who smashed the punching power testing machine involuntarily flashed into his mind. His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word for a long time. After a long while, he managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. That little devil, what's he up to now? And at this moment, Yi Fan, at the eye of the storm. He was completely speechless. He stared blankly at Morong Shua in his arms, who, though her face showed pain, radiated a golden light like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. And then, I sensed those 3 terrifying life forces, already eager to descend upon this world. Only one thought remained in his mind. As expected of my offspring. The scale of this birth is truly extraordinary. Yi Fan. Morong Shua's voice, gripping Yi Fan's hand, became somewhat broken and intermittent due to her pain. I'm in so much pain. Don't be afraid. Yi Fan snapped out of his reverie, looked at her, and his eyes were filled with an unprecedented tenderness. He lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, which was covered in fragrant sweat. I'm here. Everything will be all right. As he spoke, his immense divine power, comparable to that of a god, instantly enveloped the entire delivery room. He personally delivered her baby. And just then, boom! The endless golden auspicious clouds in the sky suddenly began to swirl and converge wildly. In the end, they actually coalesced into 3 incredibly thick golden pillars of light that stretched across the heavens and the earth. Like 3 primordial swords from the realm of the gods. It slashed down fiercely towards the direction of the number 1 king building in the Cloud Palace. The earth-shattering power caused the entire city of Jiangcheng to tremble violently. Holy crap, what are they trying to do? Is it divine retribution? Everyone who witnessed the scene was terrified. Inside the delivery room, when Yi Fan saw the 3 golden beams of light slashing down towards him, those deep, starry eyes suddenly lit up. This is the baptism of the laws of heaven and earth. Is the world welcoming the birth of my child? He looked at Morong Shua in his arms, who was at the final stage. A smile of unprecedented ecstasy spread across his face. He suddenly raised his head and let out a long, loud roar towards the sky. Good timing. Let me see today. The moment my child, Yi Fan, was born. What kind of extraordinary celestial phenomena could it bring? Give me a child. Chapter 29 Triplets. An unprecedented system super reward. Give me a baby. Yi Fan's loud roar, like a divine king's decree, resounded throughout the entire world. As soon as the words fell, boom! Those 3 dazzling golden pillars of light that pierced through the heavens and earth seemed to have received some kind of guidance. Without hesitation, it slashed down fiercely. However, their target was neither Yi Fan nor Morong Shua. Rather, it was that colorful world tree, standing quietly in the courtyard. Buzz! The moment the first golden beam of light made contact with the 7-colored world tree, an indescribable, terrifying ripple of energy, brimming with boundless vitality, instantly swept outwards from the center of Villa Number 1, spreading wildly in all directions. wherever it passed. The already lush vegetation of the Cloud Palace began to grow at a rate visible to the naked eye. Dead trees come back to life. Flowers in full bloom. Spiritual energy surged wildly from the ground like a geyser. At this moment, the entire heavenly palace on the clouds seemed to transform into a living paradise on earth. Morong Shui was at the very center of the storm. In the instant that the ripples of escaping golden energy swept over them, she felt a jolt throughout her body. The excruciating pain from childbirth miraculously disappeared. Instead, it brought an unprecedented warmth and comfort. It felt as if my whole being was immersed in the fountain of life. Her body and her soul underwent an unprecedented baptism and sublimation at this moment. Wow! Just then, a clear, bright cry, brimming with the vitality of life, came from an infant. Without warning, it started ringing in the delivery room. The sound was not loud. Yet it seemed to possess some strange magic. In an instant, the news spread throughout the entire city of Jiangcheng. Everyone who heard this cry, no matter what they were doing, whether ordinary people or martial artists. At that moment, I felt my mind suddenly jolted. It felt as if I had been cleansed by the purest spring of life. All the worries, fatigue, and pain miraculously lessened at that moment. She gave birth. Morong Shui stared blankly at the tiny, exquisitely crafted life that Yifan had carefully lifted into the air with his chaos true qi. Her eyes were filled with endless tenderness and maternal love. That was her child. However, before she could even recover from the joy of becoming a mother for the first time. Wow! Another baby's cry, equally clear and loud, but with a completely different tone, rang out once more. If the first child's voice was full of domineering power, the second child's voice, however, was full of sharpness and intensity. It was like a peerless divine sword that had just been drawn from its sheath. Another one? Morong Shui was completely dumbfounded. Yifan burst into laughter. With a wave of his hand, another small life form enveloped in golden divine light appeared beside him. However, this is still not over. Boom! The third and final golden beam of light slammed down upon the world tree, which was already radiating divine light. Wow! A third, distinctly different cry of a newborn baby resounded throughout the heavens and earth. This time, the sound was filled with a natural and peaceful atmosphere. It was as if all the flowers were blooming and all things were reviving. At this moment, all the plants in the entire Jiangcheng grew wildly. Countless people suffering from terminal illnesses and chronic diseases have miraculously recovered the moment they heard this third cry. Triplets! Morong Shui looked at the three small lives floating in mid-air, enveloped in golden divine light, like children of gods. My mind went completely blank. She actually gave birth to triplets at once. And the cold system notification in Yifan's mind finally arrived, albeit belatedly. With unprecedented excitement and fervor. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your SSS level target Morong Shui has successfully given birth to triplets. Eldest son detected with primordial dragon elephant bloodline talent rating, God level. The second daughter was detected to possess a natural swordsmanship talent rating, God level. The last maiden was detected to possess the essence of hundreds of herbs talent rating, God level. Ding! Because the host's first birth created 3 offspring with God level talents, the unique hidden achievement Creator of the Descendants of Gods has been triggered again. The system reward pool has been completely overflowing. An unprecedented super reward is being processed. Here. Yifan's heart began to pound wildly. He suppressed the excitement that would drive anyone wild. His eyes were fixed on the rapidly refreshing list of rewards. When he saw those lines of golden text, enough to silence the entire world. Even though he had lived 2 lifetimes and his character was already as firm as a rock. At that moment, I couldn't help but gasp, a breath of air so cold it could have dried up the entire Pacific Ocean. An unprecedented list of super rewards. 1. Reward the host, a century's worth of cultivation empowerment. 2. Reward the host, ultimate physical enhancement. Advance from primary chaotic body to supreme holy body. 3. Reward the host, the first level of the divine level cultivation technique Chaos Tao scripture is completely perfected. 4. Reward the host, God level eye technique Eye of Chaos, unlocking a new ability True Vision. 5. Reward the host, the divine level alchemy technique 9 interpretations of alchemy has been upgraded to mastery. 6. Reward the host, obtain the companion artifact Chaos Cauldron. 7. Reward the host, obtain a special building house of time flow rate can be adjusted. 8. Reward for the host, 1 trillion Dragon Kingdom coins as a fund for the growth of future generations. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Yi Fan roared wildly in his heart. He felt like he was about to suffocate with happiness. This is fucking. Where is the reward? This is clearly a plan to directly train him into the ultimate boss of this world. A century of cultivation. Supreme Holy Body. Chaos Cauldron. House of Time. Any one of these would be enough to make even a saint envious and go mad. And now, the system has actually dumped it all on him? System, immediately. Accept all rewards right now. Yi Fan mustered all his strength and roared wildly in his heart. Rewards are being distributed. Boom! A torrent of primordial energy, more than 10,000 times more terrifying than the so-called 10 years of cultivation, seemed to originate from the very source of the universe. Descending from the void in an instant. It relentlessly and unreasonably poured itself into Yi Fan's limbs and bones. His cultivation, his body, and his soul all began an unprecedented and ultimate transformation at this moment. Outside the villa. The strange celestial phenomenon that enveloped the entire Jiangcheng. And finally, it slowly dissipated. The sky cleared up again. The golden light disappeared. The auspicious clouds also dispersed. It was as if that miraculous scene had never happened. Only the city was left with its exotic flowers and rare herbs. And all the people of Jiangcheng whose incurable diseases were cured. And all those martial arts masters who were terrified. It silently proves the authenticity of everything that just happened. From that moment on, Jiangcheng gained an immortal legend about the descent of the Son of God. Inside the delivery room, Morongshue stared blankly at the 3 exquisitely beautiful babies who had been cleansed and wrapped by Yi Fan with his gentle true energy. She glanced again at the man sitting cross-legged on the ground, emanating a terrifying aura that made her heart tremble even just looking up at him. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with endless tenderness and infatuation. She reached out and gently stroked the little face of her eldest son, who was fast asleep beside her. A happy and satisfied smile appeared on his face. She looked at Yi Fan and, as if possessed, asked that question once again, a question she seemed never to tire of asking. Who are you? Chapter 30 Reward Settlement. A century of cultivation boosted awesome. Who I am. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes, once as deep and clear as the starry sky, were now filled with chaos. No pupils, no whites of the eyes. What exists are only 2 miniature universes that are slowly evolving and constantly being created and destroyed. An indescribable, supremely terrifying aura, seemingly transcending all heavens and myriad paths, flashed from his body and vanished. The entire room seemed to emit a mournful cry, overwhelmed by the weight of this atmosphere. Morongshue felt her very soul tremble at that moment. She even had an absurd illusion. It felt as if I wasn't looking at a person. Instead, they were gazing up at the cosmos, the universe that created all things. She and her 3 children were nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust in this vast starry sky. Yi Fan spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of ethereal beauty and vicissitude that even he himself was unaware of. It seemed as if the sound of a time-space river, spanning billions of years, was drifting from the ends of the universe. He's your man. Yi Fan felt as if he had a very, very long dream. In his dream, he became a tiny ray of light. He witnessed firsthand the birth of the universe and the annihilation of stars. He witnessed firsthand the origin of life and the rise and fall of civilization. He grasped the mystery of time. He understood the laws of space. He seemed to have become an omniscient and omnipotent god. I don't know how much time passed. When he slowly awoke from that profound state of enlightenment. The first thing you see are 3 incredibly cute, delicately sculpted little faces. It was staring at him intently with eyes full of curiosity and admiration. Beside them, the stunningly beautiful woman who should have been incredibly weak after giving birth was now radiant, looking at them with tenderness. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with endless love and adoration. You are awake. Seeing Yi Fan open his eyes, Morongshue's voice carried a hint of joy and shyness that she herself didn't even realize. Yi Fan remained silent. He simply and slowly reached out his hand, gently stroking her eldest son's little face. Then came the second daughter. Finally, it was the youngest daughter. An unprecedented, wondrous feeling of blood connection welled up in my heart. His heart, which had become somewhat ruthless after comprehending the Great Tao, was once again filled with human warmth at this moment. Thanks for your hard work. He looked at Morong Shui, his voice still a little hoarse, but filled with an unprecedented tenderness. Morong Shui's pretty face flushed slightly, and she gently shook her head. It's not hard work. She looked at Yi Fan, and a strange light flickered in his beautiful phoenix eyes. I can feel that my body seems to be better than before. Even. She said somewhat uncertainly, my strength seems to have improved again. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. As the mother, you will naturally benefit immensely from the baptism of the laws of heaven and earth at the time of your child's birth. You should be at the third level of the true Qi realm by now, right? What? Upon hearing this, Morong Shui's eyes widened instantly. She just had a baby. How did he suddenly leap from a newly broken in the first level true Qi realm grandmaster to a veteran grandmaster at the third level true Qi realm? This is just too fucking outrageous. Yi Fan ignored her ghost-like expression. His mind was completely absorbed in his body. Let's start taking stock of this unprecedented super reward. Host, Yi Fan. Realm level, 9th level of true Qi realm great perfection. Physique, supreme holy body newborn. Cultivation technique, chaos Tao scripture 1st level perfected. Eye technique, eye of chaos true vision. Skill, 9 stages of alchemy mastery. Equipment, Chaos Cauldron Companion Artifact Storage Ring. Special Building, House of Time. Wealth, 1,001,500,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. A century of cultivation empowerment. Terrifying. Just one initiation. This allowed his cultivation level to soar from a newly promoted Grandmaster who had just entered the first level of the True Qi realm to a phenomenal, unstoppable surge. True Qi realm level 1. True Qi realm level 2. 8th level of True Qi realm. True Qi realm level 9. It directly pushed him to the very top of the Grandmaster realm. The King realm, where one can project spiritual power and intimidate others with sheer force, is now only a thin veil away from attaining it. And that's not even the most important thing. Most importantly, his physique also underwent a final transformation. It evolved from a primitive chaotic body into the legendary, unique supreme holy body throughout all time. He could clearly sense just how terrifying his current body was. Every inch of his flesh and every cell contained a terrifying power capable of destroying the world. He even had a feeling. Even without using any true energy, he could easily shatter his former self with a single punch using only his physical strength. This is the supreme holy body. Unparalleled divine body that has suppressed all heavens throughout eternity. And the divine level cultivation technique, the Chaos Tao scripture, after reaching the first level of perfection, became even more profound and mysterious. He can now even directly draw upon the chaotic energy from the void energy that is countless times superior to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. His cultivation speed is more than 100 times faster than before. As for the divine level eye technique Eye of Chaos, after unlocking the new ability of true vision, it became even more heaven-defying. He can now see through the essence of all things in the world at a glance. Any illusions or formations were useless against him. He could even see the ethereal, intangible aura emanating from others. For example, the 3 newborn babies beside him. In his real vision, above the eldest son's head, a domineering and unparalleled illusory image of an ancient dragon and elephant, a pillar of destiny as thick as a mountain, soaring straight into the sky, was coiled. Above the second daughter's head floated an incomparably sharp, 7-colored small sword. Its sword energy soared into the sky, as if to pierce a hole in the heavens themselves. The younger daughter's head was even more exaggerated. A colossal, ethereal world tree, radiating boundless vitality, enveloped her entirely. Her aura had even coalesced into a peaceful, 7-colored cloud of celebration. These aren't 3 babies at all. These are clearly 3 future god kings, sword immortals, and goddesses of life. As expected of my offspring. Yi Fan inwardly praised himself with satisfaction. Then a thought struck him. An ancient, imposing 3-legged cauldron, inscribed with images of the sun, moon, stars, and the primordial universe, slowly emerged from his dantian. It was that accompanying divine artifact, the Chaos Cauldron. This cauldron can refine all things in heaven and earth. It can suppress all gods and demons. Infinite uses. And that storage ring was extremely convenient. 1,000 cubic meters of space is enough. It could hold a small mountain. As for that most mysterious and special building, the House of Time, Yi Fan only had a thought in his mind. A line of instructions appeared before him, making him gasp in shock. Time chamber, the internal time flow rate can be adjusted up to 100:1 with the outside world. Note, it can be opened for a maximum of 1 hour per day. A time flow rate of 100:1. In other words, while he was cultivating inside, only 1 day had passed outside. Holy crap. This is fucking ridiculous. Does it even allow other people to live? With this, wouldn't he essentially have 100 times more cultivation time out of thin air? Cool. Yifan let out a triumphant roar in his heart. This feeling of being on a winning streak is just fucking awesome. Just as he finished counting all the rewards and was about to stand up from the ground. He suddenly let out a soft exclamation. He discovered that besides the chaos cauldron, there was something else in his dantian. It was a crystal clear object, radiating boundless vitality, and it looked somewhat familiar. Mysterious seeds. It was that seed of the world tree from which he had absorbed all its energy. How could it be here? And Yifan could clearly sense that this seed had actually formed a wondrous resonance with his supreme holy body, a connection that transcended blood ties. It was as if it had become a part of my body. Ding! The system has detected a perfect match between the host's supreme holy body and the seed of the world tree. Automatically merging. Merger successful. Congratulations, host. Your supreme holy body has unlocked its first innate divine ability. A celebration of life. A celebration of life. Yifan was stunned for a moment. What is this thing? And the moment this thought arose in his mind, a detailed explanation appeared before his eyes. Innate divine power, ode to life. Effect: the host can consume their own life essence to perform a blessing of life on a designated female target, instantly restoring all injuries and eradicating all hidden ailments. There is also a certain chance to optimize her bloodline, enhance her talents, and even enable her to conceive directly. Yifan. He looked at the last 4 words, which the system had specially bolded and enlarged. He fell into an extremely eerie silence. He slowly raised his head. My gaze fell upon the stunningly beautiful woman who was happily playing with her child. A very kind smile appeared on his face. Morong Shui found his gaze somewhat puzzling. What's wrong? She asked instinctively. Yifan remained silent. He simply walked slowly towards her. He looked at Morong Shui, and then at the 3 exquisitely beautiful little angels beside her. After a long while, he slowly asked a question that made Morong Shui's pretty face instantly turn bright red. What do you think? Should we play another round? Chapter 31: Ascending to Heaven in 1 step. The Supreme Holy Body steps into the true Qi realm. 1 more round. Morong Shui heard Yifan's lewd words. That beautiful face, already radiating a holy maternal glow from childbirth, instantly turned completely red. Even her fair, jade-like neck turned an alluring pink. You bastard. Feeling both ashamed and angry, she grabbed the pillow next to her and threw it hard at Yifan. I just gave birth. You beast. Yifan laughed and easily caught the pillow. He certainly wasn't really going to, right now. He simply wanted to tease the stunningly beautiful woman who appeared cold on the outside but whose heart had already been melted by him. Looking at her adorable expression, a mixture of shyness and annoyance, yet an inability to truly lash out at him, it was truly endearing. Yifan felt more relaxed than ever before. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. He stepped forward and gently embraced Morong Shui along with the 3 still sleeping children. Have a good rest. His voice was filled with an unprecedented gentleness. From this day forward, you and your child are my only concern in this world. It is also the Achilles heel that I will protect with my life. Morong Shui's body trembled slightly. She buried her face deeply in Yifan's warm and broad chest. Feeling that strong and powerful heartbeat. Listening to that domineering yet gentle declaration. Her eyes welled up with tears again. But this time she didn't cry. She simply stretched out her arms and hugged the man who had completely changed the course of her life. That night, after settling Morong Shui and her 3 children in, Yifan arrived alone at the private cultivation room on the top floor of the villa, which was reinforced by a spirit-gathering array. He sat cross-legged. My mind and spirit were completely absorbed into my body. He needed to begin digesting this unprecedented, super reward. First, there was the empowerment of 100 years of cultivation. Boom! A torrent of primordial energy, more terrifying, purer, and more vast than ever before. Descending from the void once again. It poured forcefully into his limbs and bones. Yifan's cultivation level once again surged as if he were aboard a top-of-the-line warp-drive spaceship. It began to surge upwards at a speed that would make even gods and demons despair. The bottleneck of the 9th level of the true Qi realm, at its peak, couldn't even withstand a second of this enormous energy, which was practically cheating. They didn't even offer the slightest decent resistance. It was shattered into pieces with overwhelming force. Boom! A terrifying roar, as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart, exploded from Yifan's body. At that moment, his dantian seemed to transform into a rapidly spinning black hole vortex. The surrounding spiritual energy, so dense it was almost tangible, seemed to have found an outlet. It transformed into visible white waves of air. It poured wildly into his body. At this moment, the spiritual energy of the entire heavenly palace on the cloud top surged violently. A gigantic aura tornado even formed atop the mountain. The scene was extremely horrifying. At this moment, Yifan's aura also underwent its ultimate transformation. He leaped from Grandmaster to the Supreme Being who could project his spiritual power and suppress others with his aura, creating a domain of his own. King. However, this is just the beginning. That massive torrent of energy, the culmination of a century of cultivation, showed no sign of abating. He continued to frantically modify his body. King Realm Level 1. King Realm Level 2. King Realm Level 3. His cultivation level was still skyrocketing at an absolutely unreasonable rate. It was as if they wanted to elevate him to godhood in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, his physique also began its ultimate evolution. The supreme holy body is awakening. Click clack clack. A sickening sound of bones cracking and reforming echoed continuously from Yifan's body. Every inch of his flesh and every cell was utterly shattered at that moment by a chaotic force originating from the very source of the universe, and then reshaped. Golden divine light seeped from his pores. Mysterious Tao patterns faintly appeared on his skin. A terrifying aura, seemingly surpassing all heavens and myriad paths, capable of suppressing countless ages and spaces. It slowly emanated from his cross-legged body. If he was previously a peerless sword hidden in its sheath, so, at this moment, he is an ancient god king who has just awakened from his slumber. Every gesture he made carried an unparalleled divine power that could make heaven and earth submit. I don't know how much time passed. After he completely absorbed and refined that last trace of his century-long cultivation energy, all the strange phenomena in the cultivation room gradually subsided. Yifan slowly opened his eyes. Boom! Two dazzling golden beams, each several meters long, resembled two divine swords that could cleave the heavens and the earth. It shot out from his eyes. It slammed heavily into the wall in front of them, a wall made of a special alloy that was said to be difficult even for a grandmaster to shake. Hiss, hiss. A piercing sound of melting metal rang out. That incredibly sturdy wall was melted into two terrifying, bottomless holes by just a single glance from him. Call. Yifan let out a long breath. This time, the turbid air did not transform into any tangible matter. Instead, it directly compressed the air in front of him, causing it to emit a sonic boom due to the immense pressure. He slowly lowered his head and opened his palm. His already perfect hands now appeared even more exquisite, as if they were sculpted from the finest divine jade. Crystal clear with divine light. It even bears traces of incredibly profound Tao patterns. He could clearly sense just how terrifying the power contained within his current body was. He even had a kind of confidence. He can now destroy an asteroid with a single punch using only his physical strength. Is this the supreme holy body? He muttered to himself. Then, with a thought, he brought up his latest attribute panel. Host, Yifan. Realm, King Realm Level 5. Physique, Supreme Holy Body Minor Completion. Cultivation Technique, Chaos Tao Scripture First Level Perfected. Eye Technique, Eye of Chaos True Vision. Innate Divine Power, Ode to Life. Skill, Ninefold Explanation of Taoist Alchemy entering the Inner Chamber. Equipment, Chaos Cauldron Companion Artifact Storage Ring. Special Building, House of Time. Wealth, 10 trillion 10 billion 5 million Dragon Kingdom Currency. King Realm Level 5. It was just a seclusion. His cultivation level jumped from a newly promoted Grandmaster who had just entered the first level of the True Qi realm to a level that spanned an entire major realm and more. It soared directly to the 5th level of the King Realm. This kind of rapid, rocket-like upgrade speed. If this were to get out, it would probably be enough to shame all the martial arts experts in the entire Dragon Kingdom to the point of committing mass suicide. Cool. Yi Fan slowly stood up from the ground. He clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power capable of crushing stars. A wide, joyful smile spread across his face. This feeling of having complete control over that power is just fucking intoxicating. And just then, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. His Chaos Eye, which had just unlocked the True Vision ability, unexpectedly pierced through layers of walls and spatial barriers without warning. He saw something that surprised even him. The scene in the villa's guest room. The fox-eared girl Hu Yaoyao whom he rescued. He was curled up in bed, his body trembling violently from extreme pain. An eerie aura, a mixture of extreme cold and extreme heat, was violently intertwining and colliding around her. It seemed as if he could go berserk at any moment and explode to his death. Is the bloodline seal about to go out of control? A knowing glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He knew that the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline within this girl had been forcibly sealed away using extremely vicious methods. The healing pill he fed her earlier, although it kept her alive. But it also stimulated that powerful seal. The power of the seal is now beginning to backfire. If so, and no help is offered, this future demon emperor is likely to perish here. We can't just lose our SSS-level partner like this. A playful smile curved Yi Fan's lips. His figure flashed and disappeared from the training room in an instant. The next second, he appeared in Hu Yaoyao's room like a ghost. Little fox. He watched as the girl struggled in pain on the bed and slowly spoke, his voice carrying an undeniable command. Do you want to live? If you want to live, just obediently become my second furnace. Chapter 32. The three extraordinary children all possess god-level talent. Rise to the top in one step. The body was also reborn. Yi Fan was in an unprecedentedly pleasant mood at this moment. After dealing with Hu Yaoyao's little trouble, he returned to the master bedroom. Morong Shui did not sleep. She was leaning against the headboard, looking tenderly at the three adorable little ones beside her. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with an unprecedented maternal glow. You're back. Seeing Yi Fan enter, she looked up and revealed a gentle smile that could make 100 flowers pale in comparison. Yi Fan nodded and walked to the bedside to sit down. His gaze also fell on the three little angels who were fast asleep. His eyes were filled with an unprecedented tenderness. Let's give them names. He looked at Morong Shui and said softly. Morong Shui was taken aback upon hearing this. She then blushed slightly and nodded gently. You're the father, you should come and collect it, she said, her voice barely audible. Although, she was the one who carried them for 9 months and gave birth to them. But she had long been accustomed to being submissive to this man. Good. Yi Fan smiled and did not refuse. He reached out and gently stroked the little face of his eldest son, who looked the strongest and slept the most soundly. He pondered for a moment. He spoke slowly. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. He is the eldest son and also the first bloodline of ours in this world. Let's call him Yi Lin. The Lin in Shilin. May he one day be like a unicorn, riding on auspicious clouds and awe-inspiring in all directions. Yi Lin. Morong Shui silently murmured the name in her heart. A glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Good name. Atmosphere. The instant Yi Fan finished speaking. An anomaly, a sudden occurrence. The eldest son, Yi Lin, who was still fast asleep. Without warning, an incredibly domineering, incredibly violent, and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. A visible, pale golden aura of blood energy surged skyward from his small body. Even behind him, a faint phantom of an ancient dragon elephant, its feet planted on the earth and its head reaching the sky, was vaguely coalescing. The entire room seemed to tremble violently from the terrifying aura emanating from it. This is... Morong Shui's pupils suddenly contracted. What did she sense? Qi and blood power. A newborn baby, less than a day old, suddenly unleashed such terrifying power of blood and qi. How is this possible? The strength of this blood and qi was several times greater than when she was 16 years old and at the peak of the body-tempering realm. Yi Fan, however, seemed to have anticipated this. A knowing smile appeared on his face. Name, Yi Lin. Bloodline, primordial dragon elephant god level. Talent, innate superhuman strength, immune to all magic. Status, infancy body tempering automatically activated. Overall assessment, a super powerful man who can one-punch a star in the future. Looking at his eldest son's attribute panel, which only he could see, Yi Fan's heart was filled with boundless pride and honor. No wonder he has god-level talent. As expected of my offspring. Don't worry, he smiled reassuringly at Morong Shui, who was already stunned. Our child is extraordinary. As he spoke, his gaze fell again on his second daughter, who was in the middle of the line. She appeared much smaller than her brother, who was quite robust. But even in her sleep, her small brows were slightly furrowed. It was as if he had some enormous worry. Although she did not possess the terrifying power of blood and chi that her brother possessed. But an invisible, sharp aura emanated from her. Yi Fan felt a slight stinging sensation on his skin. This little girl has quite a temper. Yi Fan smiled and gently smoothed her furrowed brows. Since it's a daughter, let's call her Yi Yao. The Yao of Yao Qi. I hope that in the future she will be as beautiful and graceful as a fairy from the Jade Pool, and her sword will be unparalleled in the world. Yi Yao. Morong Shui murmured the name again. And just then, zheng. A clear, sharp sound, like a divine sword being drawn from its sheath. Without warning, a sound rang out from the spot where Yi Fan's fingertips touched the baby girl's brow. A dazzling, seven-colored sword aura, several feet long, shot into the sky. In an instant, it slashed a terrifying, bottomless sword mark into the ceiling above their heads, which was made of special alloy. Hiss. Morong Shui gasped again upon seeing this scene. Sword. Sword chi. A newborn baby was able to unleash such terrifying, materialized sword energy. This is completely beyond her comprehension. Is this even human? This is clearly a born female sword immortal. Name, Yi Yao. Bloodline, innate sword heart god level. Talent, all swords return to 1, sword Dao affinity max. Status, infancy automatically grasped basic sword intent. Overall assessment, a peerless sword immortal who will one day be able to sever the river of time with a single sword strike. Looking at the second daughter's attribute panel, Yi Fan's smile stretched almost to his ears. Another god level. Or the strongest swordsmanship talent in terms of attack power. They made a killing. This is such a steal. I'm off to my grandma's house. Finally, his gaze fell on his youngest and quietest daughter. She wasn't as domineering as her brother. Unlike her sister, she is not sharp. She lay there quietly, sleeping soundly. She exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance that was refreshing to the senses. It was as if she wasn't alone. Instead, it was a humanoid immortal herb that had just been transplanted from the celestial realm. This little guy is quite well behaved. Yi Fan smiled, reached out, and gently pinched her delicate, porcelain-like face. Since she's the youngest sister, let's call her Yi Qi. She, the beautiful jade. I hope that in the future she will be as gentle and kind as a beautiful flower or jade, helping and saving people. Yi Qi. Morong Shui's heart was completely numb. She knew that this youngest daughter was definitely just like her older brothers and sisters. He's a complete little monster. As expected. Just as Yi Fan finished speaking. Buzz. A vibrant green aura, brimming with boundless vitality and the essence of nature, suddenly erupted from the young girl's body. In an instant, it filled the entire room. The expensive flowers used to decorate the room. In the instant that emerald green halo swept over me. They were all like they'd been injected with hormones. It grows, flowers, and bears fruit at a rate visible to the naked eye, almost frantically. In just a few breaths, the entire room was transformed into a sea of flowers. The world of fruits. The rich floral and fruity fragrance blends together, instantly washing away all fatigue. Even his cultivation level has improved, with a slight increase. This is... Morong Shui gazed at the miraculous scene before her. He was completely speechless. She stared blankly at her youngest daughter, who was still fast asleep, drool even dripping from the corner of her mouth. Only one thought remained in my mind. This is not a daughter. This is clearly a walking, human-shaped divine medicine. Name, Yi Qi. Bloodline, essence of hundreds of herbs divine level. Talent, physique for healing all healers. Status, infancy automatically mastered basic alchemy. Overall assessment, a future super healer who can eat poison like food and use divine pills like candy. Looking at the younger daughter's attribute panel, Yi Fan's face was beaming with joy. Macho sword immortal healer. Goodness. This lineup is simply perfect. No need to do it yourself. From now on, if anyone dares to mess with me, I'll just lock the door and let the child out. How about it? Yi Fan looked at Morong Shui, who was completely petrified, and asked with a smile. Are you satisfied with these 3 names for our children? Morong Shui opened her mouth slightly. After a long while, she managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Satisfied, so satisfied. How could she not be satisfied? Her only worry now is whether these 3 little ones will be too extraordinary in the future. He was struck dead by a bolt of lightning from the heavenly Tao of this world. She looked at the 3 exquisitely beautiful, yet each more terrifying than the last little monster beside her. Then I looked at the culprit who created all of this. After a long while, she slowly spoke, asking in an extremely complicated tone. Yi Fan. Can I ask you a question? Chapter 33. A nightly visit to the city lord's mansion. A true dragon has emerged in Zhangcheng. Ask away. Yi Fan smiled as he looked at Morong Shui's complex expression, which showed a mixture of respect, fear, and curiosity. He knew that everything that had happened today had a tremendous impact on this woman. It's time to give her some time to process this. You. Morong Shui took a deep breath, seemingly summoning immense courage, and stared intently at Yi Fan with her beautiful phoenix eyes. Are you a deity? Puff. Upon hearing this question, Yi Fan almost burst out laughing. Immortal. How could she even think of that? No. He shook his head, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. I am not a god. I just an ordinary guy who wants to be a quiet stay-at-home dad. That night. The city lord's mansion of Zhangcheng. The study was brightly lit. The atmosphere, however, was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Zhangcheng City Lord Li Zhantian, a burly, resolute-faced middle-aged man exuding an aura of iron and blood, was staring solemnly at the light screen in front of him. The screen was repeatedly playing the miraculous scene that had occurred over Zhangcheng this afternoon. Golden light fills the city. Golden lotuses fall from the sky. Everything is reviving. Every frame is filled with a chilling and terrifying impact. 2 other people were standing next to him. One is Sun Dishing, the dean of Zhangcheng Martial Arts Academy. The other one is Lu Bowen, the chief strategist of the city lord's mansion. Let's all speak. Li Zhantian spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse. What are your thoughts on what happened this afternoon? Sun Dishing and Lu Bowen exchanged a glance. Finally, it was Lu Bowen, the strategist, who spoke first. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Lord City Lord. He said in a deep voice, according to ancient records. Such a celestial phenomenon can only have one possibility. That is, a sacred embryo has been born. Holy embryo. Upon hearing those 2 words, even Li Zhantian's usually impassive face revealed a hint of undisguised shock. Holy embryo. That was a legendary prodigy who was born with the appearance of a saint. Throughout the thousands of years of history of the Dragon Kingdom, only a handful of such figures have ever appeared. And each of them ultimately became a supreme being who suppressed an era. They are from Jiangcheng, a second-tier city located in a remote corner. It turns out, a holy fetus was born. Bowen, are you sure? His voice trembled slightly. 9 times out of 10. Lu Bowen nodded, his eyes also filled with boundless shock. And he paused, his tone becoming more serious. Judging from the scale of the vision, the quality of this sacred fetus that has been born is probably far superior to what is recorded in ancient texts. Even it could be the legendary divine embryo. Hiss. Li Zhantian and Sun Dishing both gasped in shock upon hearing this. Divine child. That's something that only exists in myths and legends. Then, the source of that strange phenomenon? Li Zhantian asked urgently. Found it. Lu Bowen nodded and pulled up another document. The source is the #1 Tower King of the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace. And according to our latest intelligence, this afternoon, the person who bought that villa was that mysterious young man who caused such a huge uproar in Jiangcheng a while ago. Yi Fan. It really was him. Sun Dishing slapped his thigh, his face showing a complex expression of both excitement and regret. He knew. A prodigy who can shatter a punching power testing machine with a single blow is definitely no ordinary person. But he never expected. This monster is, damn, so incredibly monstrous. Even the birth of their children is so earth-shattering. Yi Fan. Li Zhantian silently murmured the name. His eyes gleamed with an unprecedented, brilliant light. He knew this was a name powerful enough to change the fate of the entire Jiangcheng, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. No. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. With such a true dragon descending upon my Jiangcheng, how can I, Li Zhantian, as the Lord of Jiangcheng, sit idly by? Prepare the car. His voice was filled with unquestionable authority. I will personally visit them tonight. Go and see him. This is the future, true dragon of Jiangcheng. Yunding Tiangong No. 1 King Villa. When the specially made maglev train with the license plate Jiang A00001 appeared at the villa's entrance, Zhao Taizhu and the others in charge of security were terrified. City, Lord of the City. Why did he come all this way in the middle of the night? Moreover, judging from the way they brought so many precious gifts, Zhao Taizhu dared not be negligent in the slightest and personally welcomed Li Zhantian and the others inside. When Li Zhantian stepped into the villa, which he had long regarded as a sacred place, the first thing you see is that towering tree, radiating a seven-colored divine light under the moonlight. And the pure spiritual energy that rushed towards us, more than 10 times denser than that outside, was also incredibly potent. His pupils contracted sharply again. Divine tree. A blessed land. This Mr. Ye's methods are truly extraordinary. May I ask what brings the city lord to visit so late at night? Just then, a calm, even slightly lazy voice came from the villa's hall. Li Zhantian felt a chill run down his spine and quickly composed himself. He straightened his clothes and put on an incredibly kind smile. He strode inside. Then he saw the young man he would never forget. Yi Fan was casually sitting on the sofa, wearing an ordinary bathrobe. Sitting next to him was an exceptionally beautiful mature woman. Morong Shui had already been restored to her best condition by Yi Fan using Chaos True Qi. And in their arms, each of them was holding one or two adorable little babies. The whole scene is warm and harmonious. Yet it also exudes an indescribable eeriness. Li Zhantian looked at the three infants, who, though still in swaddling clothes, exuded a terrifying aura that made even him shudder. Then I looked at Yi Fan, who remained calm as if nothing had happened. A tremendous storm was brewing in his heart. But he was, after all, the lord of a city, and his temperament was far beyond that of an ordinary person. He forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. He clasped his hands in a fist salute to Yi Fan from afar. A truly sincere smile appeared on his face. Mr. Yi, please forgive my late-night intrusion. I am Li Zhantian, and I am honored to be the lord of Jiangcheng. This afternoon, I sensed auspicious purple clouds descending from the east over Jiangcheng, as if a true dragon had descended to earth. I've come specifically to pay a visit. I'd also like to take a look. What kind of extraordinary child could attract such a celestial phenomenon? His words were perfectly watertight. This clearly stated their purpose. He also flattered Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan's reaction once again surprised him. Yi Fan didn't even lift his buttocks. She merely glanced at him indifferently. Then, she pointed to her eldest son, who was sleeping soundly with his little mouth smacking in his eyes. Slowly opened his mouth. His voice was calm yet filled with an undeniable domineering presence. My son is sleeping. Could you please speak a little quieter? Chapter 30 For the baby's 1-month celebration, all the city's big shots are here. Yi Fan's words, though seemingly simple, were brimming with boundless domineering power. Like a thunderclap from the heavens. It struck hard on the crowns of Li Zhantian, Sun Dishing, and Lu Bowen, the three highest-ranking officials in Jiangcheng. This instantly froze them in place. My mind went blank. Mad. That's too arrogant. In all their years, they had never seen such an arrogant young man. Facing the personal visit of the city lord. He didn't even lift his buttocks. They even complained that they were talking too loudly. This is fucking. Is there no law anymore? If it were anyone else, would they dare to speak to them like that? Li Zhantian has 10,000 ways to make the other person regret ever being born. But now. He dared not. He dared not, and dared not, even reveal the slightest displeasure. He could only forcefully suppress the shock and frustration in his heart. A smile, more painful than a grimace, was forced onto his face. Then he carefully lowered his voice. He spoke to Yi Fan in an almost humble tone. Yes, I was rash. I hope Mr. Yi will understand. After saying that, he glared fiercely at his two companions behind him, who were also completely terrified. It seems to be saying, you two, keep your voices down. Can't you see the true dragon's prince is sleeping? Can you bear the consequences of disturbing the imperial procession? Sun Dishing and Lu Bowen were so frightened that they quickly covered their mouths. I didn't even dare to breathe. The entire villa hall instantly fell into an eerily silent atmosphere. Only the even breathing of those three exquisitely beautiful little ones could be heard. Clearly audible. Time flies. That is, a month later. In this month, the entire city of Jiangcheng is undergoing earth-shattering changes. First, the underground world. With the downfall of the Black Snake Gang, the Wang family bowed down. The entire underground forces of Jiangcheng seem to have been forcibly reshuffled by an invisible hand. All the demons and monsters of the past have vanished without a trace. Instead, a completely new order was secretly supported by the city lord's mansion. The city's security has reached an unprecedented peak. Secondly, the economy. The next day, Li Wei's father, Li Gang, personally led his son, whose limbs were still in casts, to the heavenly palace on the cloud top. Not only did he carry thorns to apologize and kowtow to admit his mistakes, he also voluntarily transferred 50% of the shares of the Li Group to Yi Fan free of charge. Yi Fan, of course, would find it impolite to refuse. He casually handed over all these shares to Morong Shui to manage. Morong Shui then demonstrated remarkable business acumen. He quickly gained firm control of the entire Li Group. This caused Yi Fan's assets to multiply several times over. Finally, there's the martial arts world. Since that strange celestial phenomenon, the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire Jiangcheng city has increased by more than one level. Countless martial artists who had been stuck at their bottlenecks for years have finally achieved breakthroughs. As a result, the martial arts strength of the entire Jiangcheng has been raised to a new level. And all of this originated from that mysterious man who lived atop the heavenly palace in the clouds. Yi Fan. His name had long become a taboo subject in the entire Jiangcheng city, one that could not be mentioned. A living legend. And today, it was the day of the full moon of those three sons of the gods in the legend. Early in the morning, the entire heavenly palace on the clouds was in complete uproar. One after another, top-of-the-line maglev luxury cars with all sorts of impressive license plates converged on the direction of the number 1 king building on the mountaintop, like a swarm of locusts crossing a river. Those who stepped out of the car were all top-tier bigwigs in Jiangcheng, whose every stomp could shake the ground. Jiangcheng City Lord Li Zhantian. Li Gang, the richest man in Jiangcheng. Sun Dishing, Dean of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. Wang Tiexiong, President of Jiangcheng Hunters Guild. Even the heads of the other three of the four major families in Jiangcheng, besides the Wang family, personally prepared generous gifts to offer their congratulations. The scale and grandeur of the scene. This is absolutely outrageous, 100 times more extravagant than the city lord marrying off his daughter. And they all had only one goal. That was the full moon celebration for Mr. Yi's three precious children. Let's also take a look at the three children of God who attracted the celestial phenomena, and see what kind of demeanor they possessed. In the villa courtyard, the hall was already full of guests and distinguished guests. All of Jiangcheng's top celebrities and tycoons were now behaving like obedient schoolchildren. Each of them sat upright, not daring to even breathe loudly. Their gazes all seemed to drift, almost imperceptibly, to the young figure sitting leisurely in the main seat, sipping tea. His eyes were filled with boundless awe and fervor. And beside that young man, the stunningly beautiful older woman, seemingly otherworldly, was holding three exquisitely beautiful babies with a blissful expression. Receiving homage from all the city's bigwigs. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. City Lord Li Zhantian was the first to stand up. He raised his wineglass, his face flushed, and said, "You three are truly exceptional talents, dragons and phoenixes among men, blessed by heaven for Jiangcheng. On behalf of the tens of millions of people in Jiangcheng, I raise a toast to you." After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. "Lord Li, you're too kind." Yi Fan smiled, casually picked up his teacup, and took a small sip of tea instead of wine. Although the attitude was indifferent. But no one dared to express the slightest dissatisfaction. Joke. To be able to sit at the same table and drink with such a divine figure. That's incredibly lucky. What more could you possibly want? Mr. Yi. Immediately afterwards, Li Gang, the richest man in Jiangcheng, also stood up shakily. His fat face was covered with an extremely humble smile. This small gift is of little importance. As he spoke, he presented a pre-prepared equity transfer agreement with both hands. I have decided to transfer the remaining 50% of the Li Group's shares to Mr. Yi free of charge. I only ask that Mr. Yi put in a good word for my son Li Wei when he graduates and gets a job. He hadn't finished speaking. Yi Fan impatiently waved his hand, interrupting him. All right. Yi Fan said calmly, I'll take the shares. As for your son. He glanced at Li Wei, who was standing in the corner, not daring to lift his head. Let him go to the wilderness and be a pioneer. When will I be able to personally slay 100 ferocious beasts? When will you come back to see me? Upon hearing this, Li Wei's face turned deathly pale. Wilderness. Pioneer. That's a place with a 90% mortality rate, a place where you're practically guaranteed to die. However, his father, Li Gang, showed no dissatisfaction whatsoever upon hearing this. Instead, his face revealed an expression of unprecedented ecstasy. He knelt down on the ground with a thud. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your guidance. My son is so fortunate to receive your personal instruction, sir. It's a blessing he's accumulated over 8 lifetimes. As he spoke, he kicked Li Wei hard. You unfilial son, hurry up and thank Mr. Yi for his life-saving grace. Li Wei trembled and immediately knelt down, frantically kowtowing. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The surrounding guests, witnessing this scene, all sighed in dismay. But no one thought there was anything wrong with it. To receive a single word of discipline from such a divine being is truly remarkable. That's much better than going to Jinghua Martial Arts University. The Li family is about to soar to great heights. And just as the atmosphere of the entire banquet reached a joyous peak, an untimely, cold voice rang out without warning from outside the villa's front door. He. What a joyful and harmonious scene. What a true dragon of Jiangcheng. It's just a pity. My Morong family isn't completely wiped out yet. Who gave you the audacity to harm the bloodline of the Morong family? As soon as the words fell, a chilling, terrifying aura, brimming with boundless killing intent. It instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. Chapter 35 Uninvited Guest, a distant relative of the Morong family. This sudden, cold voice. And that terrifying aura filled with endless killing intent. Like a basin of ice water at tens of degrees below zero. In an instant, the joyous and lively atmosphere of the entire banquet was extinguished. The fawning smiles on the faces of all the guests in the courtyard froze instantly. They turned their heads in utter horror, looking towards the villa's gate. Suddenly, a group of people appeared at the entrance. Leading the group were 2 middle-aged men, dressed in fine clothes and exuding an air of profound authority. Their faces carried an innate arrogance and indifference. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt for everyone present. It was as if they weren't looking at people. Instead, they were watching a group of humble ants. Behind them followed a dozen or so martial arts experts, their temples bulging and exuding a fierce aura. Each and every one of them was a cultivator at the opening meridian realm. Hiss. Seeing this display of power, all the bigwigs in Jiangcheng present gasped in unison. Wow, what a grand gesture. Where did these people come from, these immortals? How dare they be so insolent on Mr. Yi's turf? Morong Shui, who sat in the main seat. The instant I saw the 2 middle-aged men at the head of the group, her pretty face, already flushed with excitement, instantly turned deathly pale. Her arms tightened around the child uncontrollably. His body also began to tremble slightly. What's wrong? Yi Fan noticed her unusual behavior immediately. He reached out and gently took her cold little hand in his. A warm yet domineering surge of chaotic true energy slowly flowed over them. Morong Shui's lips trembled slightly. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with endless hatred and disgust. They are what I call family. My second uncle, Morong Zhan. My third uncle, Morong Hai. The Morong family. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. He remembered. There are records of this family in the system's information. A second-rate martial arts family with considerable influence in the capital city. That same year, the family ruthlessly swept Morone Shue, this useless person, out of the house. Interesting. A playful smile curved Yifan's lips. Discarded trash, unwanted waste. Now you have the nerve to come knocking on our door? He didn't deliberately lower his voice. Therefore, his words clearly reached the ears of everyone present. This news naturally reached the ears of the group of uninvited guests at the door. Presumptuous. A hot-tempered young man behind Morone Jean immediately became enraged. He pointed at Yifan and shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are to speak to our elders like that?" Slap in the face. Yifan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He simply uttered two words. Yes. Standing ramrod straight in the corner like a javelin, Security Captain Zhao Taizhu suddenly responded. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared before the rude young man like a ghost. You. The young man only had time to utter one word. Smack. A crisp, loud slap that could be clearly heard throughout the entire heavenly palace on the cloud top. It suddenly rang out. The young man didn't even have time to scream. The whole person was like a spinning top that had been whipped into the air. It turned 720 degrees in the air. Then it crashed heavily onto a large tree dozens of meters away. Teeth, mixed with blood, were spat out all over the ground. He fainted on the spot. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone in the Morone family was stunned. They stared in disbelief at the towering, expressionless man who slowly withdrew his hand. I glanced again at the young man who hadn't even raised an eyelid the entire time. My mind went completely blank. What the hell is going on? A mere security captain was actually a powerful expert at the great perfection of the Meridian opening realm. And they even dared to beat up members of the Morone family in front of so many of them. Just what kind of den of dragons and tigers is Jiangcheng? You all. The already arrogant face of Morone Jean, who was leading the group, instantly turned a deep purplish red. He pointed at Yifan, trembling with anger. Good, very good. What a magnificent sight. A nobody, hiding his true identity. Not only did they abduct the bloodline of my Morone family. You still dare to hurt members of my Morone family? I think you're all tired of living. A terrifying aura, belonging to a peak-stage chi refining realm expert, suddenly erupted from his body. Yifan pressed down hard towards him. However, faced with this immense pressure that could crack even mountain rocks, Yifan's face remained calm and composed. He even had the leisure to pick up his teacup and gently blow on the steam. It was as if that terrifying pressure was nothing more than a gentle breeze to him. However, his eldest son, Yilin, who had just woken up, was in his arms. It seems that he felt somewhat uncomfortable. He frowned slightly. Then, hiccup. She let out a soft, babyish burp. Boom. A terrifying dragon elephant power, seemingly 10,000 times more domineering than Morone Jean's, emanated from the primordial era. It burst forth instantly from his small body. With overwhelming force, Morone Jean's momentum was shattered into pieces. They even pushed it back hard in the opposite direction. Puff. Morone Jean's body trembled violently. A mouthful of scalding blood spurted directly from his mouth. He felt as if he had been struck head-on by a prehistoric behemoth. Clang. 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 He retreated more than 10 steps. Only barely managed to steady himself. His already flushed face instantly turned ashen white. He stared intently at the innocent-looking baby in Yifan's arms, who was smacking its lips. His eyes were filled with endless horror and disbelief. How is this possible? A baby who has just turned 1 month old. It turns out, it can actually unleash such terrifying bloodline pressure. Even more terrifying than him, a peak-stage chi refining realm expert. Is this even human? This is clearly a humanoid, ancient ferocious beast. Behind him were the powerful members of the Morone family. They were all terrified. In unison, they all knelt down with a thud. They didn't even dare to lift their heads. The entire courtyard fell into an eerie silence once again. Only Yifan's unhurried sipping of tea could be heard. Clearly audible. For a long time. He slowly put down his teacup. He raised his eyelids and glanced indifferently at Morone Jean, who was completely terrified. Slowly opened his mouth. His voice was calm yet filled with undeniable authority. You should all get out of here. Or would you rather I give you a ride? Chapter 36. You want to steal my child as a medicinal ingredient? You're asking for death. Yi Fan's words, though seemingly calm, were filled with boundless killing intent. Like the sharpest sword of Damocles. It instantly hovered above the heads of all the Morong family members present. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies ice cold. Roll. I was still given a ride. Do we even need to choose? However, just as all the members of the Morong family were preparing to flee in terror, tail between their legs, Morong Hai, the third uncle who had been standing next to Morong Jean, suddenly spoke up. Your Excellency has quite the imposing presence. His voice also trembled slightly, though he could hardly hide it. But compared to his second brother, who was already terrified. But there was a hint of forced composure. He slowly stepped forward and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Yi Fan from afar. A smile that looked more like a grimace was forced onto his face. This, Mr. Yi, right? What happened today was indeed our fault. My second brother has a fiery temper and has often offended me with his words. I hope Mr. Yi will be magnanimous and not hold it against him. We have no ill intentions in coming here. Only. He paused, then glanced at the three adorable little ones in Morong Shue's arms, seemingly unintentionally. A glint of undisguised greed and fervor flashed in his eyes. I only heard that my niece, Morong Shue, who has been away from home for many years, gave birth to a son here. As elders, we should come and visit them, both out of courtesy and reason. By the way, we also want to bring them, mother and child, back to the family. After all, how can the bloodline of my Morong family be allowed to flow outside? His words were eloquent and impeccable. It was as if they hadn't come to confront or punish anyone. Instead, they came to welcome their relatives. That hypocritical face made all the bigwigs in Jiangcheng present inwardly curse. Old fox. Upon hearing this, Morong Shue's already pale face instantly became even more bloodless. Her body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with endless anger and fear. Go home. That sounds nice. She knew better than anyone how filthy and vicious the hearts of these so-called relatives truly lay beneath their sanctimonious facades. Back when she was exceptionally talented, they all fawned over her and treated her like a precious treasure. But when her foundation was completely destroyed and she became a cripple, they all avoided her like the plague, ruthlessly throwing her out the door. Even her parents' funerals went unattended. Now, seeing their child attract extraordinary celestial phenomena and possess a talent far surpassing that of ordinary people. So, they shamelessly came knocking on their door again. What do you want to do? Even a child could figure it out. They didn't actually want to take me home. They wanted to take their child away. They were used as tools for the rise of the family. Even as a medicinal ingredient to prolong the lives of certain old monsters. The thought of this made Morong Shue's heart feel as if it were being pierced by 1,000 steel needles. An unprecedented, chilling killing intent erupted from her body. Roll. She held the child tightly in her arms, her beautiful phoenix eyes bloodshot. Get out of here, all of you. I, Morong Shue, would rather die than return to that cold, inhuman place. I would never entrust my child to a bunch of beasts like you. Her voice was both shrill and resolute. It moved everyone present. Upon hearing this, the last trace of a smile on Morong Hai's already hypocritical face finally vanished completely. Instead, there was a chilling, eerie atmosphere. Morong Shue. He tore away all pretense, and his voice became chillingly cold. Don't be ungrateful. Do you think you can act with impunity just because you've hooked up with some random guy who appeared out of nowhere? I'll tell you. You have the blood of the Morong family flowing in your veins. You were born of the Morong family. You have to hand over these three bastards today, whether you like it or not. It's not up to you. The words had barely left his mouth. A terrifying pressure, also from someone at the peak of the meridian opening realm, suddenly erupted from his body. He's even a level above his second brother, Morong Jean. The third brother is right. Morong Jean, who was standing to the side, also realized what was happening, and a cruel, sinister smile appeared on his face. Why waste words with them? Just take them by force. That little bastard may be strange, but he's ultimately just a person. With my brothers joining forces, plus these dozen or so skilled men behind us, I refuse to believe I can't win him over. The two brothers then exchanged a glance. A ruthless determination flashed in their eyes. The next second, they then prepared to act together. However, just then, a cold, indifferent voice that sent shivers down their spines. It rang in their ears without warning. Are you all finished talking? Morong Jean and Morong Hai's bodies stiffened abruptly. They looked up in utter horror. I looked at the young man who had remained seated in the main seat the entire time, not even bothering to lift his buttocks. Yi Fan slowly put down the teacup in his hand. Then slowly raised his eyelids. Those eyes, which were once as calm as an ancient well, had now become a deep, chaotic void. Without the slightest emotional coloring. All that remained was a chilling indifference that sent shivers down your spine. It was as if I were looking at two dead things. I was originally thinking. His voice was very soft and faint. For Schwer's sake. Here you go, leave a note, so your bodies can remain intact. But now it seems. He slowly stood up. An overwhelming pressure, terrifying enough to change the very fabric of heaven and earth and eclipse the sun and moon, surpassed the limits of imagination of everyone present. From his seemingly frail body, a thunderous roar erupted. You don't seem to need it. Boom! The entire courtyard seemed to sink several inches due to this terrifying pressure. It was as if all the air around us had been completely sucked out at that moment. All members of the Morong family, including Morong Jean and Morong Hai, both peak-stage chi refining realm experts. Under this terrifying pressure, as if a god had descended to earth. They didn't even have the slightest power to resist. Thump thump thump. Each one was like harvested wheat. They all knelt down on the ground again in unison. Blood gushed from his mouth. His face was filled with endless horror and despair. A king? A king? No. Wrong. This pressure was more than 100 times more terrifying than that of their family's ancestor, who was at the king realm. What the hell is this monster? You want to steal my child to use as a medicinal ingredient? A cruel, icy smile, cold enough to freeze the soul, curled at the corners of Yi Fan's lips. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared before Morong Jean, who was already terrified, like a ghost. You. Morong Jean only had time to utter one word. Click. Yi Fan's hand, as if sculpted from divine jade, had already effortlessly gripped his neck. He lifted him up with one hand, like he was carrying a chick. You don't deserve it. Yi Fan looked at Morong Jean, whose face had turned a deep purplish red from struggling wildly in his hands. Cold and indifferent eyes. I'm asking you. Who gave you the guts? Chapter 37. Slap the elder away and tell him to get out of Jiangcheng. Yi Fan's voice was cold and indifferent. Like the grim reaper from the deepest abyss delivering his final judgment on the ants beneath his feet. Morong Jean was being held up in mid-air by his neck with one hand. That face, already pale with fear, was now completely devoid of color. He gripped Yi Fan's arm tightly, kicking his legs wildly in the air. Wanting to struggle, wanting to resist. But in front of Yi Fan's palm, which seemed to be cast from divine iron. All the power he possessed at the peak of the meridian opening realm seemed so pale and powerless. He could only watch helplessly as the color drained from his face, bit by bit. Watching my consciousness gradually fade away. The shadow of death, like a cold tide, instantly overwhelmed all his reason. Spare my life? He mustered all his strength to squeeze out 2 weak syllables of pleading. However, Yi Fan's face remained cold and indifferent. He looked at Morong Jean, who was pleading desperately in his hands like a dead dog. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes. Now you know how to beg for mercy? A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips. Where did that arrogant attitude go? Weren't you going to steal my child to use as a medicinal ingredient? Come on. I'm right here. Come and take it then. Every word Yi Fan uttered was like a sharp ice pick piercing the hearts of all the Morong family members present. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies ice cold. And Morong Hai, the third uncle who had been kneeling on the ground and trying to remain calm, finally broke down completely. He fell flat on his face with a thud, prostrating himself on the ground. The voice was filled with endless fear and sobs. Mr. Yi, please spare me. Yes, we were blind to your greatness. We were blinded by lard. We will never dare to do it again. Please, for Schwer's sake, spare our lives. He spoke while frantically kowtowing. The bang 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 sounds clearly echoed throughout the entire courtyard. However, Yi Fan, however, seemed not to have heard at all. His gaze remained fixed on Morong Zhan. The hand gripping his neck slowly tightened. Crack! A sickening, bone-chilling groan rang out. Morong Zhan's eyes widened suddenly. The vitality in my eyes began to fade rapidly. He really wanted to kill himself. This monster, he really dared to kill an elder of the Morong family in front of so many people. No. Don't. Just as Morong Zhan was about to suffocate completely, a voice, tinged with pleading and reluctance, rang out from behind Yi Fan. Yi Fan! It is Morong Shui. She looked at her second uncle, who was struggling like a dead dog in Yi Fan's hands. A complex expression flashed in those beautiful phoenix eyes. Although she hated them. I hate their ruthlessness and cold-bloodedness. I hate their greed and hypocrisy. But they were, after all, her blood relatives. He is her father's younger brother. Never mind. She took a deep breath and said softly. Let them get out. Yi Fan frowned slightly upon hearing this. He turned his head and looked at Morong Shui's face, which was filled with reluctance. I sighed softly to myself. He knew that this woman, in the end, was still too soft-hearted. But, since she has spoken up, he still had to give them face. Did you hear that? He turned his head and looked coldly at Morong Zhan, who was now only half alive. It's because my woman is soft-hearted. I've saved your lives. After speaking, he suddenly loosened his grip on Morong Zhan's neck. Then transformed the palm into a fan. Without hesitation, it slapped hard across Morong Zhan's face, which had already turned a deep purplish red. Smack! The sound was a terrifying slap, 100 times louder than when Zhao Taizhu slapped that young man before. Like a bolt from the blue. Suddenly, the sound resounded throughout the entire heavenly palace on the cloud top. Morong Zhan's obese body didn't even have time to utter a scream. He felt like a cannonball that had been hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. He was sent flying backwards in an instant. It drew an extremely beautiful parabola in the air. Then it flew directly over a distance of several hundred meters. With a loud boom, it slammed heavily onto the gate of the villa area at the foot of Yunding Tiangong Mountain. They smashed the huge door plaque, made of special alloy, into pieces. He himself was coughing up blood, his bones were broken and tendons were fractured. He fainted on the spot. Act recklessly. The entire venue fell into an unprecedented, deathly silence once again. All the bigwigs from Jiangcheng who came to offer their congratulations. All the security guards at Hentaying Highlands. They all stared in disbelief at the parabola disappearing into the horizon. I glanced again at the young figure who slowly withdrew his hand, even clapping his hands with a look of disgust. My mind went completely blank. One slap. He sent a peak chi opening realm expert flying hundreds of meters away with a slap? Is this even human? This is clearly a humanoid beast in human skin. Meanwhile, the Morong family members who were still kneeling on the ground. They were all terrified. Their souls were scattered. They even lost the courage to scramble and crawl towards the door. They could only collapse to the ground, trembling like leaves. They were terrified that the terrifying slap, like the hand of God, would fall on their heads at any moment. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed genuine, simply swatting away an annoying fly. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping coldly over his third uncle, Morong Hai, who was already terrified and had wet his pants. And the trembling Morong family members behind him. Slowly opened his mouth. The voice, calm yet filled with an undeniable, chilling killing intent. I'll give Schwer some face. I won't kill you today. But. His voice suddenly turned cold. Starting today. I don't want to see anyone with the surname Morong in Jiangcheng again. Within 3 days. Get out of here, all of you. Is it possible? We can do it. We'll leave right now. Morong Hai, as if grasping at the last straw, frantically kowtowed. The voice was filled with endless fear and sobs. Very good. Yi Fan didn't say another word. He slowly walked back to the main seat and sat down again. It was as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. He glanced at Morong Shui beside him, who was also speechless, stunned by his thunderous methods. He looked again at the 3 little ones in his arms, who had been sleeping soundly the whole time, as if everything in the outside world was irrelevant to them. A gentle smile returned to her face. He slowly picked up the cup of tea, which had long since gone cold. He raised his hand towards all the bigwigs present, who were already too terrified to speak. He said calmly, "Excuse me, everyone." A few annoying flies came into the house and spoiled everyone's mood. "Come. Let's continue." All the bigwigs present trembled upon hearing this. Then one by one, they became as if they had been injected with chicken blood. He suddenly stood up. "Raise your glass." I used up all my strength. He roared at the top of his lungs. "Congratulations to Mr. Yi on the birth of his son. May he rule the martial world for generations to come." Morong Shui stared at the scene before her, a scene that was both absurd and real. He glanced again at the man beside him, who seemed completely unfazed, as if he had just done something insignificant. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with endless brilliance and infatuation. She reached out and gently grasped Yifan's warm hand, the one that had just slapped away an elder. A genuine smile of happiness appeared on his face. She watched as Yifan, as if possessed, once again asked that question that seemed destined to never be answered. "Yifan, can I ask you one last question?" Chapter 38. The baby, just a month old, spoke, which terrified Morong Shui. "One last question?" Yifan smiled as he looked into Morong Shui's phoenix eyes, which were filled with happiness and infatuation. "Ask away. He's in a good mood today. I don't mind unraveling a few more mysteries for this woman I've already completely conquered." "You." Morong Shui took a deep breath, seemingly summoning immense courage. She stared intently into Yifan's eyes and asked, word by word, "Do you love me or not?" Puff. This time, Yifan really couldn't hold back. He spat out the tea he had just drunk. He stared in disbelief at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, her face flushed with shyness yet brimming with anticipation. My brain went blank instantly. Love, or not? What is all this? Isn't our relationship purely transactional? Why are you adding your own personal touch? You're really getting dramatic. Seeing Yifan's expression, as if he'd seen a ghost. Morong Shui's already flushed face turned pale instantly. A hint of hurt and grievance flashed in those phoenix eyes that were full of expectation. I. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something to cover up her embarrassment. But before she could even speak, a childish voice, sweet and innocent yet brimming with boundless arrogance, suddenly rang out in her arms. Snort. Bad woman. Don't try to steal my dad. My dad is mine. Boom. Although the childish voice was not loud, but to everyone present, it was as if 10,000 divine thunderbolts from the heavens had exploded above their heads. They were instantly blasted to pieces, their souls scattered and destroyed. The once bustling courtyard instantly fell into an unprecedented, deathly silence. All the bigwigs from Jiangcheng who came to offer their congratulations. All the security guards at the heavenly palace on the clouds. They all looked like wooden or clay sculptures frozen in place. Frozen in place, stunned. Their eyes were wide open, bigger than copper bells. Its mouth was so wide open it could fit an ostrich egg. The expressions on their faces were absolutely priceless. Shocked, horrified, and incredulous. It was as if I had witnessed the most terrifying and unbelievable thing in the world. Just now. What just happened? That baby who's only a month old. He actually. He opened his mouth and spoke. Moreover, he said it so clearly, fluently, and with such a strong voice. Is this even human? This is clearly a living deity reincarnated. As for Morong Shui, the person involved, completely dumbfounded. She lowered her head stiffly. Looking at her eldest son, Yilin, who was waving his tiny pink fists and glaring at her with a displeased expression, she realized. And then I could feel the clear voice coming from his small body. My mind went completely blank. She felt that her worldview, philosophy of life, and values had been utterly crushed into powder at that moment. She even began to doubt. Did I experience severe hallucinations due to excessive blood loss during childbirth? Wow. Just when she was questioning the meaning of life, another equally youthful female voice, brimming with endless sharpness, rang out. Brother, you're such an idiot. Dad isn't just yours. It's ours. It is the second daughter, Yi Yao. Suddenly, she opened her bright eyes, which were as dazzling as stars. He was looking at his older brother with a disdainful expression. It was as if they were mocking his naivete. Yes. Yes. Then a third, soft, gentle female voice, full of natural and peaceful atmosphere, rang out. We want to stay with mom and dad forever. It's the youngest daughter, Yi-Chi. She woke up too. She was looking at Yifan and Morong Shui with a pair of clear, black eyes, as pure as the purest gemstones, and a look of happiness on her face. This moment. The whole world became quiet. The air seemed to freeze. All the bigwigs present felt as if their hearts had stopped beating. Breathing became incredibly difficult. Three babies, barely a month old, actually. They all started talking. And damn it, they're also organized and logically clear. This can no longer be described as monster. These are clearly three living deities. Thump thump thump. I don't know who started it. All the bigwigs from Jiangcheng who came to offer their congratulations. They all knelt down on the ground again in unison. This time it wasn't because of fear or dread. Rather, it's because a primal, soul-deep reverence and worship of the divine. God, a god descended to earth. A god descended to earth. 3 true dragons have emerged from Jiangcheng. Countless people were so excited that they wept and kowtowed wildly. The situation was once out of control. Yifan, however, seemed to have anticipated all of this. There was no surprise on his face. He just smiled helplessly. Then she reached out and gently pinched her eldest son Yilin's little face. Little brat. Children should stay out of adults' business. As he spoke, he glanced again at Morong Shui, who was already terrified and seemed to have lost her soul. His eyes were filled with endless doting and tenderness. He slowly lowered his head. He whispered the answer to her silly question in her ear. Like. He said. I love it very much. I love you so much that I want to meld you into my very bones. Are you satisfied with this answer? Boom. Morong Shui's mind was like a spectacular firework exploding. She stared blankly at Yifan's handsome face, which was so close to hers. Feeling the hot breath on her ear that made her body burn. Listening to that domineering yet tender confession. Her heart melted completely. They have fallen. She looked at Yifan, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with endless infatuation and love. It took her a long time to slowly come back to her senses from that extreme happiness. She looked at the 3 little ones in her arms, who were curiously observing the world around them. She glanced again at the man beside her who had brought her all of this. A smile of unprecedented happiness and satisfaction appeared on his face. She looked at Yifan and, as if possessed, asked that question once again, a question he seemed never to tire of. Yifan. Can I ask you one very last question? Chapter 39. The eldest son awakens the power of the primordial dragon elephant on his first birthday. One last question. Yifan smiled as he looked into Morong Shui's phoenix eyes, which were filled with happiness and love. This woman was completely captivated. Ask away. He was in such a great mood today. I wouldn't mind hearing her wild and outrageous words again. You. Morong Shui took a deep breath, and a blissful smile appeared on her stunningly beautiful face, a smile that made the world pale in comparison. She looked at Yifan and asked, word by word. Are you hungry? I'll go make you a bowl of noodles. Time flies. That was a year later. Cloud Top Palace, number 1 King Villa. It was already decorated with lanterns and streamers, and filled with joy. This is 100 times more lively than the full moon celebration that shocked the whole city a year ago. Because today, it was the first birthday party for Yifan's 3 precious children, who were already revered as children of gods throughout Jiangcheng. Those who came to offer their congratulations were no longer just the bigwigs from Jiangcheng. Even the most renowned and prestigious martial arts sects in Jiangnan province sent their direct descendants with generous gifts to offer their congratulations. The scale and grandeur of the scene. An inauguration ceremony that was practically comparable to that of a provincial governor. And they, all of them, were all for one purpose. That is to see it with your own eyes. Those 3, the legendary child prodigies whose births were said to have caused celestial phenomena and who could speak at the full moon, what extraordinary level of prowess will they reach after a year of growth? Under the world tree in the courtyard, which had long since grown into a towering tree, 3 adorable little creatures, dressed in identical red bibs, were wobbling and chasing each other playfully. They are the main characters today. Yilin, Yi Yao, Yi Chi. Although he is only 1 year old. However, the three of them had already grown to the height of ordinary 3 or 4-year-old children. Moreover, each and every one of them is exquisitely beautiful, like a delicate carving of jade. They look like 3 golden boys and jade girls who had stepped out of a New Year's painting. Linner, Yower, Cheer. Morongshue stood not far away, watching her 3 precious children playing and frolicking with a happy expression, her voice filled with endless tenderness. This past year felt like a dream to her. Every day, I spend time with my beloved man and 3 adorable little babies. Practicing parenting. Life is fulfilling and happy. Her strength was enhanced by Yifan's unreserved resource allocation and the heaven-defying world tree. Things are very different now. King's realm. She also stepped into the realm of kings, a realm that she once longed to even look up to. He became a true king-level powerhouse. And the growth rate of the 3 little ones in her arms was so incredible that it was terrifying enough to make one envious. Dad. Seeing Yifan walk out of the villa, Yilin, the eldest son who was playing eagle catches chicks with his sisters, suddenly lit up. He abandoned his friends and strode off on his short legs like a small cannonball. With a thud, it rammed into Yifan hard. His bumping into me seemed like nothing more than a childish tantrum. But, wherever it went, even the special alloy paved ground was sculpted by him, leaving a series of small footprints several inches deep. The surrounding air emitted sonic booms as he moved at high speed. Seeing this scene, all the top figures present who had come to offer their congratulations gasped in unison. Damn it. This is the kind of power a 1-year-old child could possess. This is clearly a humanoid, ancient ferocious beast. Yifan, on the other hand, seemed to be used to it all along. He laughed heartily, stretched out his hands, and steadily caught his precious son, who was as big as a little cannonball. He was lifted high. Ha, my good son, do you miss your dad? I've thought about it. Yilin hugged Yifan's neck and shouted loudly in a childish voice. Daddy, Linner has become even more amazing today. Oh, Yifan smiled. How amazing. Linner can kill a cow with 1 punch now, the little guy said proudly, waving his tiny pink fist. Ha, not bad, not bad. Yifan laughed heartily. The surrounding bigwigs, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down their spines. 1 punch kills a cow. They had no doubt that what the little monster said was true. This is unacceptable to everyone else. Daddy, hug me. Just then, 2 other equally beautiful little girls came running over, wobbling along. They grabbed Yifan's thighs from both sides. It was the second daughter, Yi Yao, and the youngest daughter, Yi Qi. Okay, I'll hug you all. Yifan placed Yilin on his shoulders, letting him ride on his back. Then, he bent down and picked up his 2 adorable daughters, one in each arm, as they were also being affectionate. What new skills have my 2 little princesses learned today? He asked with a smile. Dad, look. The second daughter, Yi Yao, stretched out her delicate white hand as if presenting a treasure. She suddenly had a thought. Zheng. A crisp sword cry. A vibrant green leaf fell from the enormous world tree behind her without warning. Then, like a peerless divine sword that has come to life, it spun and danced rapidly at her fingertips. It even produced a series of extremely sharp, piercing sounds as it cut through the air. Leaves and blossoms can all be used as swords. This is clearly a profound level that only a grandmaster of swordsmanship can possess. A 1-year-old girl actually mastered. All the sword practitioners present were so ashamed upon witnessing this scene that they wished they could disappear into the ground on the spot. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, Yaoer's sword intent has improved quite a bit. As he spoke, he looked again at his youngest daughter, Yi Qi, who was the quietest in his arms. What about Cheer? The youngest daughter, Yi Qi, just smiled sweetly. Then she opened her little mouth and gently blew out a breath. The breath had a vibrant, emerald green hue, brimming with boundless vitality. Wherever it passed, the exotic flowers and rare plants in the courtyard, which were already blooming exceptionally brightly, began to grow wildly again. Even the table next to it, made of 1,000-year-old ironwood, sprouted tender green shoots. A withered tree comes back to life. Midas touch. This is not martial arts. This is clearly the work of a deity. All the bigwigs present were completely numb. They stared blankly at the young man surrounded by 3 ethereal beauties, like gods and goddesses. Besides boundless awe, there was also a hint of insane envy and jealousy in my heart. This is fucking That's what a true winner in life is like. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet reached its most joyful peak, a sudden change has occurred. Boom! A terrifying, supreme divine might, 1,000 times more domineering than when Yi Lin was born a year ago, seemed to originate from the primordial chaos before creation, enough to make the entire world tremble violently. Without warning. From the small body of Yi Lin, the eldest son who was being ridden on Yi Fan's shoulders, a sudden burst of energy erupted. Awu! The sound was not like a human voice, but rather more like the angry roar of some ancient mythical beast. It resounded from his throat. His originally exquisitely sculpted body began to expand and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Massive, bronze muscles, brimming with explosive power, coiled and bulged across his body like writhing dragons. Behind him, the already incredibly condensed ancient dragon elephant phantom completely materialized at this moment. An ancient dragon elephant with its feet planted on hell and its head on heaven, its entire body ablaze with golden divine flames. Roaring to the sky. Boom! The entire heavenly palace on the clouds trembled violently at that moment. It seemed as if it could collapse completely at any moment under this terrifying, world-destroying divine power. This is... All the bigwigs present were terrified. With a thud, they all collapsed to the ground. His face was filled with endless horror and despair. Morong Shue's pretty face also turned deathly pale. She held her two daughters tightly in her arms, her eyes filled with endless worry and panic. Linner, what's wrong with him? Only Yi Fan. Throughout the entire process, there wasn't the slightest surprise on his face. Instead, it was filled with boundless ecstasy and joy. He looked at his precious son, who was frantically transforming on his neck. A loud whistle. Ha ha ha. Okay. As expected of my son, Yi Fan's child. First birthday. You have finally awakened your true power. Primordial dragon elephant power. He looked at his son, who was almost turning into a little giant. Then I looked at my two daughters, who were equally excited and eager to try. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. That. You all say. Now we'll send them to school. Isn't this a bit too much of a bullying tactic? Chapter 40, Second Daughter's First Birthday. Innate Sword Heart, 10,000 Swords Submit. Bullying someone? Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, precise to the extreme, Morong Shui couldn't help but give him a reproachful glare. Her alluring appearance made every man present swallow hard. So you know how to bully people? She looked at her precious son, who was now almost a little giant perched proudly on Yi Fan's neck. Then I looked at my two equally excited and eager daughters. His face was filled with a complex expression of both pride and helplessness. If these three little ones really do go to school in the future, I'm really afraid they'll make the teacher cry on their first day. She wasn't joking. With the incredible, unreasonable growth rate of her three children. Let alone kindergarten. Even if that's the case, they could send him directly to a martial arts university to pursue a doctorate. I'm afraid those so-called chosen ones would have to line up and call them ancestors. While the two were feeling worried about their children's education, another unexpected change occurred. Zheng. A supreme sword intent, more than 10,000 times sharper than when Yi Yao played with the leaves before, seemed to be able to cleave the entire world in two with a single sword strike. Without any warning. A sudden outburst erupted from the small body of Yi Yao, the second daughter who had always been quiet and reserved, held in Yi Fan's arms. Boom! The sky over Jiangcheng changed color once again at this moment. Endless white clouds converged frantically from all directions. In the blink of an eye, thousands upon thousands of peerless divine swords, each uniquely shaped and composed of pure cloud energy, materialized above the heavenly palace on the cloud peak. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, forks. All weapon forms that have appeared throughout history. At this very moment, they all manifested in the form of swords. 10,000 swords, soaring through the air. It blotted out the sky and blocked out the sun. The terrifying, world-destroying power of the sword plunged the entire population of Jiangcheng into endless horror and panic once again. Oh my god! It's happening again. Which deity is undergoing tribulation again? Look, it's in the direction of the heavenly palace on the clouds again. Countless people knelt down on the ground once again. They prostrated themselves in worship towards the heavenly palace on the clouds. In Jiangcheng, those martial artists who called themselves masters of swordsmanship When they sensed the supreme sword intent emanating from the direction of the heavenly palace on the cloud top, an intent so powerful it made their very souls tremble and even caused their swords to groan under its weight, as if they might slip from their grasp at any moment to pay homage, they were filled with a chilling aura. Each and every one of them was utterly horrified. This sword intent. Jiangcheng Hunters Guild Headquarters. President Wang Tixiong is a king-level expert in Jiangcheng, renowned for his whirlwind blade technique. At this moment, he was staring in horror at the high-grade Xian rank treasure sword in his hand, which had been with him for decades and had long since become one with him. It was trembling violently and uncontrollably. It was as if it had encountered something that made it feel fear and submission from the depths of its soul. Is it the Sword Emperor descending to earth? No, compared to the Sword Emperor's artistic conception, it's even purer and more terrifying. This is clearly the legendary. Born with a sword heart. In the courtyard of the heavenly palace on the cloud top. It was already a complete mess. All the big shots who came to offer their congratulations had already been forced to the ground by the terrifying sword force that descended from the sky. One by one, they were silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to even raise their heads. He was terrified that if he wasn't careful, he would be shredded into a pile of minced meat by the thousands of divine swords floating above his head. Morong Shue's face also turned deathly pale. She held her youngest daughter, Yi Qi, tightly in her arms, who was also crying loudly in fear. His eyes were filled with endless worry and panic. Yaoer, what's wrong with her? Only Yi Fan. Throughout the entire process, there wasn't the slightest surprise on his face. Instead, it was filled with boundless ecstasy and joy. He looked at his beloved daughter, her eyes closed, nestled in his arms, her entire body radiating a dazzling, seven-colored sword light. Loud voice, long howl. Ha ha ha. Okay. As expected of my daughter, Yifan. My first birthday. You finally awakened your true talent. Born with a sword heart. He could clearly sense that his second daughter, Yi Yao, was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Her soul, her will, and everything about her were frantically merging with the most fundamental sword-wielding laws of heaven and earth. Once the fusion is successful, she will become the youngest and most terrifying person in the history of the world. Kendo prodigy. Zheng. Just then, thousands upon thousands of cloud-like divine swords suspended in the sky. It was as if they had received some kind of supreme command. They all turned their sword tips around in unison. Aim it at that tiny figure below. Then, like all rivers flowing into the sea, it transformed into streaks of dazzling light. It rushed wildly into Yi Yao's small body. Boom! The entire heavenly palace on the clouds trembled violently once again. The horrific, world-destroying scene terrified everyone who witnessed it. Yi Fan, on the other hand, burst into laughter. He not only did not stop in the slightest. Instead, he continuously channeled his chaotic true energy into his daughter's body. Help her absorb the gift of swordsmanship from the very origin of heaven and earth more quickly and effectively. I don't know how much time passed. After the last Cloud Chi divine sword was completely integrated into Yi Yao's body, the sky cleared up again. Yi Yao slowly opened her eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Brilliant, bright, clear, and pure. It was as if countless peerless divine swords were swirling within her eyes, a cycle of birth and death. One glance was enough to make anyone who met her eyes feel as if their soul was about to be completely shredded by that endless sword intent. Dad! She looked at Yi Fan and called out in a childish voice. Then she stretched out her delicate white hand and gently pointed towards the small pond made of artificial hills not far away. Look! A flying sword. Zheng! A clear, crisp sword cry. The clear water in the pond suddenly shot up into the sky without warning. In midair, it instantly condensed into a massive water sword, tens of meters long, lifelike, and radiating endless chill. Then, like a king surveying his own territory, it hovered and danced in the sky above the entire courtyard. Finally, with a loud boom, it transformed back into a shower of water droplets that cascaded down from the sky. This moment, the whole world fell silent. All the big shots lying on the ground felt their hearts had stopped beating. Breathing also became incredibly difficult. Control water into a sword? Is this still martial arts? This is clearly the legendary skill of an immortal. A 1-year-old girl actually. How could they actually do that? This is unacceptable to everyone else. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. As expected of my darling daughter. He looked at his children, each one more extraordinary than the last. Then he glanced at Morong Shui, who was already completely numb from the shock. After a long while, he slowly spoke, asking in an extremely complex tone. That. You say. Wait until they're a little older. Could I assemble a legion of second-generation gods? They went to conquer the stars and the sea? Chapter 41. My little daughter's first birthday. Her words are full of fragrant herbal essence. Conquer the stars and the sea? Upon hearing Yifan's words, Morong Shui felt a surge of adolescent angst, yet they were also undeniably filled with heroic ambition. I couldn't help but chuckle. That smile, like 100 flowers blooming, instantly dispelled the terrifying, chilling atmosphere in the courtyard brought about by the awakening of the two little monsters. Okay. She looked into Yifan's beautiful phoenix eyes, which were filled with endless tenderness and love. Wherever you go, I'll go. We are a family, and we will always be together. Having experienced the muscle awakening of the eldest brother, Yi Lin, and Yi Yao, the second oldest, awakening of the sword Dao, all the bigwigs present thought that this terrifying first birthday banquet, which would be recorded in the annals of Jiangcheng, was finally over. Their already fragile little hearts simply couldn't withstand any more shocks, even a third time. However, they were clearly overthinking it. These three little monsters from the Yi family will not rest until their values are thoroughly shattered and rubbed into the ground 100 or 200 times. The moment Morong Shui finished speaking, another sudden change occurred. Buzz! A vibrant green divine light, completely different from the domineering and sharp aura of her elder brother and second sister, filled with boundless vitality and a peaceful, natural atmosphere. Without any warning, suddenly, a burst of energy erupted from the tiny body of Yi Qi, the seemingly most harmless little daughter who had always been quietly held in Morong Shui's arms. Boom! At this moment, the entire city of Jiangcheng trembled violently once again. But this time, it wasn't because of fear or pressure. Rather, it's because excited. It is an excitement originating from the deepest, most primal rhythm of life within Mother Earth. Endless spiritual energy of the wood element surged wildly from every inch of Jiangcheng. It transformed into visible emerald green ribbons of light. Like all rivers flowing into the sea, they are converging madly towards the direction of the heavenly palace on the clouds. At this moment, the entire city of Jiangcheng seemed to have transformed into a living kingdom of plants. All the flowers, plants, and trees grew wildly at this moment. At this moment, all the spiritual roots and immortal herbs matured wildly. Countless would attribute martial artists, who had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years, sensed that emerald green divine light filled with the aura of life's essence. They all broke through on the spot. At this moment, the entire city of Jiangcheng seemed to have been put on fast forward for evolution. I'm coming back? This is fucking inhuman. Are these three young masters of the Yi family planning to completely destroy Jiangcheng in a single day? Countless people were once again plunged into endless horror and numbness. They weren't even bothered to kneel down. Whatever. Destroy it. Hurry up. I'm tired. And in Jiangcheng, those alchemists who make a living by refining pills. When they felt that essence of herbs that made them feel close and submissive from the depths of their souls, each and every one of them was utterly horrified. This aura. Headquarters of Jiangcheng Dancer Association. The president, Zhang Dongxian, is a white-haired old man who has immersed himself in the art of alchemy for decades and has long since reached the level of Grandmaster of Alchemy. He was now staring in utter horror at his own natal fire, which had long since become sentient and was enshrined in the alchemy furnace. Surprisingly, it was pounding violently out of control. It was as if it had encountered something that instilled in it awe and submission from its very core. It is the god of pills descending to earth. No, not even compared to the aura of the pill god. I also want purity, I also want the origin. This is clearly the legendary. The body of 10,000 medicines. In the courtyard of the heavenly palace on the cloud top. It was already a green ocean. Countless exotic flowers and plants burst forth from the ground in a frenzy. The entire courtyard was decorated like the legendary garden of 100 herbs. The rich aroma of herbs and flowers blends together, making one feel as if all their hidden ailments have vanished the moment they are inhaled. Even their lifespan was extended by several years. All the powerful figures lying on the ground felt their bodies being frantically cleansed by a purest life energy. The benefits are endless. But their faces were still filled with endless horror and despair. It's really. That's fucking terrifying. Morong Shue's pretty face also turned deathly pale. She held her precious daughter, who radiated a divine emerald light and resembled a tiny sprite formed from the essence of life, tightly in her arms. His eyes were filled with endless worry and panic. What's wrong with Cheer? Only Yi Fan. Throughout the entire process, there was not the slightest surprise on his face. On the contrary, it was filled with boundless ecstasy and joy. He looked at his little daughter, who was nestled in his wife's arms with her eyes closed, her mouth agape, and even drooling. Loud voice, long howl. Ha ha ha. Okay. Okay. As expected of my daughter, Yifan. My first birthday. You finally awakened your true talent. The essence of 100 herbs. He could clearly sense that his youngest daughter, Yi Qi, was also undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Her soul, her bloodline, everything about her was frantically merging with the most primal laws of nature. Once the fusion is successful, she will become the youngest and most terrifying person in the history of the world. The divine maiden of alchemy. Buzz. Just then, that endless stream of Yi-wood spiritual energy gathered from the entire Jiangcheng. It was as if I had received some supreme command. In mid-air, in an instant, thousands upon thousands of phantom images of legendary spiritual roots and immortal herbs of various shapes condensed. 1,000-year-old He Shou Wu. Ancient blood ginseng. The immortal phoenix flower. Any one of these would be enough to drive even the strongest experts, including those at the king or emperor levels, mad and cause them to fight. But now they are like the most devout believers. They all turned towards the small figure below. They lowered their proud heads. It was as if they were worshipping their only king. Then, like all rivers flowing into the sea, it transformed into streaks of dazzling light. It rushed wildly into Yi Qi's small body. Boom! The entire heavenly palace on the clouds trembled violently once again. The cataclysmic scene terrified everyone who witnessed it, leaving them utterly terrified. Yi Fan, on the other hand, burst into laughter. He not only did not stop in the slightest. Instead, he unreservedly imprinted his insights from the 9 interpretations of alchemy, a divine-level alchemy technique that he had just reached the entering the inner chamber stage, into his daughter's sea of consciousness through his divine sense. Help her to control the bounty of plants from the very source of heaven and earth more quickly and effectively. I don't know how much time passed. After the last illusory image of the spiritual root completely merged into Yi Qi's body, the sky cleared up again. Yi Qi slowly opened her eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Clear, pure, clean, and peaceful. It seems to contain all the most beautiful things in the world. One glance was enough to make anyone with even the slightest evil thought feel ashamed and utterly humiliated. She looked at her parents, older brother, and older sister and smiled in a childish voice. Then she opened her pink little mouth. Gently, I blew out a breath. That breath possessed a vibrant, multicolored quality, brimming with boundless vitality. Slowly, it condensed in mid-air. Finally, it transformed into a long-incised, crystal-clear, fragrant pill, complete with 9 profound pill patterns. Top-grade precious pill. This moment, the whole world fell silent. All the big shots lying on the ground felt as if their hearts had stopped beating. Breathing became incredibly difficult. Mouth, exhaling fragrant breath to gather qi and form elixir? Moreover, it's the legendary 9-pattern treasure pill. This is unbelievable. Are they even letting those alchemists who've toiled their entire lives refining pills live? A 1-year-old girl, actually. It's unbelievable that they could do something like this. This is unacceptable. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. She truly is my wonderful daughter. He looked at his own child, who was even more extraordinary than the other. Then I looked at Morong Shui, who was already completely numb from the shock. After a long while, he slowly spoke, asking in an extremely complex tone. That. You say. Wait until they're a little older. Could I let them form their own sect? Then I stayed behind the scenes, acting as a supreme elder, just loafing around and waiting to die. Chapter 42. The Academy competition begins. Everyone bets I'll lose in the first round. Living a life of idleness and waiting to die. Morong Shui was so angry at Yi Fan's words, which were full of lofty ideals, that she laughed again. She reached out her delicate hand and lightly pinched his waist in an annoyed manner. You wish. What kind of father is so irresponsible? Besides, she glanced at the three little monsters who were already exhausted from playing and fast asleep in their cradles. A smile that was both proud and helpless appeared on his face. With those three possessing such heaven-defying talent, who knows what kind of mess they'll make in the future? In the end, won't you, as their father, be the one cleaning up their mess? Time flies. Again, 2 years later. The annual martial arts competition of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy has officially begun. This is the grandest festival in the entire college. It is also the best opportunity for all students to leap over the Dragon Gate and soar to new heights. As long as you can achieve a good ranking in the competition, not only can they receive generous rewards from the college, there's even a chance they might catch the eye of admissions officers from top universities who come to watch the game. From now on, you'll rise to great heights and have a promising future. Therefore, the entire college is exceptionally lively at this time of year. The huge central training ground was already packed with people, with no seats available. All the students looked excitedly at the important figures from prestigious universities and powerful organizations on the stage. His eyes were filled with longing and anticipation. Have you heard? Even the top 10 martial arts university in China, Tsinghua Martial Arts University, has sent people this time. Holy crap! Is that for real? That's a true holy land of martial arts. Not only that, I've also heard that the military and the Martial Arts Alliance have sent special envoys to say they want to recruit a group of promising talents in advance. Amidst excited discussions, a figure, completely out of place amidst the lively atmosphere, was leisurely yawning and slowly walking towards the athletes' rest area. It was Yi Fan. 2 years later, he finally stepped back into his nominal alma mater. In the past 2 years, besides spending time with his wife and taking care of the children, occasionally, I retreat to my own room of time for a period of seclusion. He has almost never appeared in public since. So much so that legends about him still circulate throughout Jiangcheng. But very few people actually remember what he looked like anymore. Hey, you there, stop right there. Just as he was about to reach the players' rest area, an impatient shout rang out from the side. Yi Fan turned his head and saw a boy wearing a student council uniform with a face full of acne arrogantly blocking his way. Which class are you in? Don't you know this is the players' rest area? No unauthorized personnel allowed. Get out of here and stop getting in the way. His tone was filled with undisguised contempt and disdain. They clearly mistook Yi Fan for an ordinary student trying to sneak in and watch the game up close. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He glanced at the competition pass he had just taken from Fatty Chen's hand. Then he looked at the student council officer in front of him who was so arrogant and condescending. Laughed. I'm a contestant too, he said casually. You. The acne-prone faced man reacted as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. He looked Yi Fan up and down very carefully. When he saw Yi Fan's handsome appearance, yet his body showed no signs of any fluctuation of vital energy, he thought he was just an ordinary person. The contempt on his face deepened. You call yourself a contestant? Do you know what the entry requirements are for this year's competition? Chi and blood value 200 points, punching power 500 kilograms. With your pretty boy looks, you could be blown away by the wind, yet you dare to call yourself a contestant? Get out of here or I'll call security. His words were extremely harsh. This attracted the attention of many students passing by, who turned to watch the spectacle. And just then, a surprised voice rang out from not far away. Fan. Brother Fan, what brings you here? Fatty Chen was seen running excitedly out of the athletes' rest area. Over the past 2 years, he has been fed with a massive amount of resources by Yi Fan. Things are very different now. Not only did I successfully lose weight, he looked much more energetic. Its strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. Already a powerhouse at the 5th level of the body tempering realm, he was considered a prominent figure in the entire college. Brother Chen. Brother Chen. Seeing Fatty Chen's pimple-faced face, I instantly chickened out. His arrogant face immediately broke into an extremely fawning smile. Brother Chen, why are you out here? This kid was trying to sneak in by pretending to be a contestant. I was just about to kick him out. He pointed at Yi Fan and said with a boastful look on his face. It was as if they were cleaning up the trash for Fatty Chen. However, he didn't receive the praise he was promised by Fatty Chen. What followed was a powerful slap. Smack. Without hesitation, Fatty Chin slapped him across the face. He was slapped so hard he spun around 3 times on the spot. "You're fucking blind." Fatty Chin pointed at him and started cursing. "Do you know who this is? This is my fucking older brother. They are also our college's biggest sponsor. Don't even mention going in to watch the game. Even if he wanted to tear down this entire training ground. That's just a matter of a word. Who do you think you are, daring to block my brother's path?" Every word Chen Pangzi uttered was like a heavy hammer blow. It hit that pimple-faced person hard in the heart. He was so stunned and disoriented by the impact that he was completely bewildered. Big brother. Sponsors. He stared blankly at Yifan, whose face remained completely calm. I glanced again at the furious Fatty Chen. My mind went completely blank. What kind of powerful figure did he offend? Fan. Brother Fan. He knelt down on the ground with a thud. The voice was filled with endless fear and sobs. I was blind to your greatness. I will never dare to do it again. Roll. Yifan didn't even bother to look at him again. He simply uttered a single word. Yes, I'll get out right away, I'll get out right away. The person with the acne-prone face, as if granted a pardon, scrambled away and disappeared into the crowd. Brother Fan, Fatty Chen looked at Yifan, his face filled with excitement and confusion. Why did you decide to participate in this competition? With your current strength, you can't possibly compete with these little brats. Isn't that a case of dimensional reduction attack? Just stretching my muscles when I'm bored. Yifan smiled and said calmly. He wasn't really bored. It was because of his 3 precious children. I'll be studying here in a few years. As their father, he has to clean up the trash at school beforehand. Incidentally, this also left them with an immortal legend. So that no fool will dare to bully them in the future. But Fatty Chen still hesitated. Your registration information is still from 2 years ago. Chi and blood value, 98. What if this is announced later? Fine. Yifan smiled and patted his shoulder. Isn't this what makes it more fun? He then ignored the conflicted look on Fatty Chen's face. He walked straight into the athlete's rest area. And as soon as he went in, he once again became the focus of the entire event. Holy crap, isn't that Yifan? What's he doing participating in the competition? I'm dying of laughter. Does he really think he can win a championship just by donating money? Look who his opponent is in the first round. Pfft, it's Joe Boppy, ha ha ha. This is going to be interesting. Joe Boppy, a third-year university student, is a 6th-level body-tempering realm expert. He is also one of the favorites to win the championship in this competition. Yifan, in everyone's mind, was still a super loser with 98 health points. Last week's exposé. What's the difference between this and an egg hitting a rock? In a short time, the entire player's rest area was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Everyone who knew Yifan looked at him as if he were an idiot or a dead man. It's as if I can already see his miserable end, being punched off the stage. Some people have even secretly opened betting platforms. I bet Yifan can last a few seconds against Joe Boppy. The option with the highest odds is resolve the battle within 1 second. The odds are outrageously low. 1:101. Almost everyone put their monthly allowance on the line. Afraid of missing out on this great opportunity to make money for free. And just when the whole world was hoping he would make a fool of himself, Yifan simply found a secluded corner. I pulled up a chair and sat down. Then, close your eyes. Asleep. He looked at the people around him who were staring at him like he was an idiot. He glanced again at Joe Boppy, who was swaggering around in front of him as if he had victory firmly in his grasp. After a long while, he slowly spoke, asking in an extremely complex tone. That you all say. What if I accidentally kill him later? Does this constitute excessive self-defense? Chapter 43. One move and the whole audience is shocked. Who is this good for nothing? Excessive self-defense. Upon hearing Yifan's whisper, which was filled with the air of Versailles, Fatty Chin couldn't help but let his lips twitch violently. Big brother. Older brother. What kind of time is this to make jokes like this? Although he knew Yifan was awesome. But he really didn't know just how awesome he was. After all, Yifan had never truly made a move in front of him. That Joe Boppy was a genuine expert at the 6th level of the body tempering realm. His iron sand palm technique made him notoriously ruthless throughout the entire academy. A student once offended him and was so badly beaten that he broke more than a dozen of his ribs and spent 3 months in the hospital. Can Fan Gu really do it? For the first time, Fatty Chin felt a sliver of doubt about his seemingly godlike older brother. And just as he was lost in thought, thump! A crisp gong sound. The first round of the college competition has officially begun. Now, please welcome the 2 contestants from ring number 1 to the stage. Joe Boppy from Class 1, Grade 3. Battle. Yifan, Class 3, Freshman Year. As the referee's voice resounded throughout the stadium, the entire training ground instantly erupted in cheers. Wow, is the first game this exciting? Joe Boppy fighting Yifan, isn't this like a lion hunting a rabbit? Ah, this is going to be good. I bet Yifan won't last 3 seconds. 3 seconds? You're giving him way too much credit. I'll bet you 1 move. Amidst a chorus of mocking and sarcastic comments, a burly young man with a fierce face and unnaturally bluish-gray palms slowly walked onto the number 1 arena. It was Joe Boppy. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he arrogantly waved to the audience below. It instantly drew a deafening roar of cheers and screams. On the other side, Yifan, after the referee urged him 3 times in a row, he slowly walked out of the players' rest area, yawning and looking like he hadn't woken up yet. His lazy demeanor seemed completely out of place amidst the lively atmosphere around him. It was as if he wasn't there to participate in the competition. They came for a picnic. Puff. Seeing his expression, the audience erupted in unrestrained laughter once again. This is hilarious. Is this guy trying to be funny? I think he knew he was doomed to lose, so he just gave up. This is so damn embarrassing. If I were in Class 3, I'd want to crawl into a hole right now. Even the bigwigs from prestigious universities and powerful figures on the podium were taken aback when they saw Yifan's nonchalant demeanor. They all frowned, as if by unspoken agreement. A flash of undisguised disgust and disdain crossed his eyes. Dean Sun, the director of admissions at Jinghua Martial Arts University, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, glanced at the scene, while Sun dishing beside him said with a forced smile, "Your college really is unconventional in recruiting talent. Even this utterly hopeless wretch is allowed to participate in the competition." Upon hearing this, Sun Dishing's old face instantly turned a deep liver color. He wanted to refute, but he dared not. He could only curse Yifan, that good-for-nothing little devil, in his heart. My little darling. My ancestors. What exactly are you here for, sir? Even if you're here to have fun, you should at least be a little more serious. Do you even realize how incredibly obnoxious you look right now? On the arena, Joe Boppy watched as Yifan slowly walked to the opposite side of him. A cruel, sinister smile appeared on his face. "Kid," he said disdainfully, extending a finger and beckoning to Yifan, "I don't care what kind of luck you had or which rich woman you hooked up with. But this is a fighting ring. It's a place where fists do the talking. I'll show you today. Trash will always be trash. Even if you put on a dragon robe, you won't become the crown prince. I will break all 4 of your limbs with my own hands. I'll make you roll down this hill like a dead dog." His words were extremely arrogant and vicious. However, faced with his blatant threat, Yifan's face still had that lazy, sleepy look. He even had the leisure to yawn again. Then she raised her eyelids and glanced at him indifferently. "Are you finished?" he asked. "Now that you've finished talking, let's get started. After I finish this, I still need to go back and change my son's diaper." You're asking for it." Upon hearing this, Joe Boppy flew into a rage. He felt he had suffered an unprecedented and utter humiliation. A terrifying aura of a 6th-level body-tempering realm cultivator erupted from his body. His dark blue hands turned as black as ink. It seems to be able to corrode even the air. "Die!" He roared and stomped his foot. He was like a tiger descending from the mountain. With a sense of bloodshed and carnage, Yifan lunged at him fiercely. The black hand, as big as a clay pot, slammed down mercilessly towards Yifan's crown. Judging from their stance, they really meant it. They wanted to kill Yifan on the arena with a single palm strike. Ah! A chorus of screams erupted from the audience, emanating from timid girls. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. I couldn't bear to watch the bloody scene that followed. Even the referee instinctively prepared to intervene. However, at this critical moment, Yi Fan, who had been standing there lazily, it finally moved. His movements were still very slow. So slow that everyone present could clearly see it. He simply raised his right hand. Then extended an index finger. Facing the massive, sky-covering black hand that roared towards them, he gently tapped it. Bite. A sound, almost imperceptible. Finger. And palm. They collided. Then. That was the end of it. In that instant, everyone's eyes froze in shock and disbelief. That arrogant and domineering Joe Boppy. His massive body simply froze in mid-air without warning. The sinister smile on his face froze. The fierce glint in his eyes also disappeared. Instead, there was an endless sense of bewilderment and emptiness. It was as if his soul had been emptied out at that moment. A bloody hole, about the thickness of a finger, had appeared on his forehead, seemingly from front to back. Red and white liquids were slowly flowing out from inside. Bang! A soft sound. His body was like a wooden stake that had been drained of all its strength. It fell straight backward. Dust was kicked up. One move. It doesn't even qualify as a single move. Just one finger. Joe Boppy, a favorite to win the championship at the 6th level of the body tempering realm. And that's it. Dead. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone's brain completely shut down at that moment. They were all frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures under a spell. I stared blankly at the young figure who slowly withdrew his fingers and even wiped them on his clothes with a look of disgust. Then he looked at Joe Boppy, who was lying in a pool of blood, already beyond dead. I felt as if I were having the most absurd and terrifying nightmare. Yi Fan, on the other hand, acted as if he had simply crushed an annoying fly with a casual flick of his wrist. He turned to look at the referee, who was also completely terrified. A bright, harmless smile appeared on his face. Teacher. He scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. That. He doesn't seem very durable. This shouldn't be considered excessive self-defense, right? Chapter 44, with a winning streak, he is the biggest dark horse this year. Excessive self-defense? The referee, upon hearing Yi Fan's words, looked on with an air of innocence. His lips twitched violently. He looked at the handsome young man on the stage who seemed harmless, as if he wouldn't even dare to step on an ant. Then he looked down at Joe Boppy, who was already dead beyond any doubt, standing below the arena. I feel like my brain has completely turned into mush. Excessive self-defense? You call this excessive self-defense? This is premeditated murder. No. Wrong. This is not murder at all. This is clearly a deity crushing an ignorant ant. I. The referee's lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single complete sentence for a long time. After a long while, he took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the boundless horror in his heart. He announced in a trembling voice that he himself was unaware of. This match. Yi Fan wins. Whoosh. As his words fell, the previously deathly silent training ground instantly became like a depth charge that had been detonated. Suddenly, the pot exploded. What the hell did I just see? One finger. Yi Fan, he actually killed Joe Boppy in an instant with just one finger. Hallucination. This is definitely a hallucination. I must still be dreaming. Who the hell calls Yi Fan a piece of trash again? I'll be the first to fight them. This isn't just a piece of trash. This is clearly a prehistoric behemoth in human skin. All the students who were previously mocking and ridiculing Yi Fan. At this moment, it felt as if someone had branded my face with a 1,000-degree hot iron. One by one, their faces turned bright red. I wish I could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it right now. Especially those who placed heavy bets on Yi Fan to finish the fight in a second. At this moment, they were all filled with regret and self-reproach. They guessed the ending. But they didn't guess the direction. On the chairman's platform. Those important figures who originally looked disdainful and contemptuous. At this moment, they were all as if they had seen a ghost. They all jumped up from their seats in unison. His face was filled with unprecedented shock and horror. What was that just now? The admissions director of Jinghua Martial Arts University, whose face was already distorted with shock, now looked completely bloodless. He stared intently at the young figure on the stage who remained calm and composed. The voice was filled with boundless fear and disbelief. True chi projection? No. It's 100 times more terrifying than releasing true chi. That is clearly the legendary finger gun. It's from the military, a closely guarded secret. The ultimate state is man and gun is one. How could an 18-year-old freshman possibly know such a long-lost killing move? The man beside him was a special envoy from the military. Even more so the moment Yifan unleashed that finger strike. The person was frozen in place. Completely frozen in place. Those eyes, already sharp as an eagle's, were now wide open, even bigger than copper bells. It was as if it wanted to swallow Yifan whole. Evildoer. After a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth. This is absolutely a once-in-a-millennium genius. Only Dean's son dishing. After the initial shock, a bitter smile, as if to say, appeared on his face. He knew it. He knew that once this little devil made a move, he would definitely not behave himself. But he never expected. He actually managed to cause such a huge commotion. 1 finger, and a body-tempering realm level 6 expert is killed. Are you sure you don't have to be so unreasonable? Are you even letting other students play? And just when the whole world was plunged into madness by that 1 finger. Yifan, however, acted as if he had simply crushed an ant with a casual flick of his wrist. He didn't even glance at the already cold corpse on the ground. He turned around and slowly walked off the stage. They returned to the players' rest area. I found a secluded corner. I pulled up a chair and sat down. Then he closed his eyes again. She fell asleep. It was as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. All that remained was the shock and deathly silence that filled the venue. The following matches became extremely bizarre. Or rather, it was extremely dull and tasteless. Because everyone's mind was no longer on the ring. Their gazes, seemingly casually, drifted towards the young figure fast asleep in the corner. His eyes were filled with awe, fear, and fanaticism. And those players who were unlucky enough to draw Yifan as their opponent. Their faces were deathly pale, as if they had lost their parents. My legs were already trembling before I even got on stage. Round 2. Yifan's opponent was a senior student in his 2nd year of university. Body tempering level 4. He's considered quite a pro among ordinary students. However, he had just stepped onto the stage. Seeing Yifan across from him, who still looked like he hadn't slept at all, he knelt down on the ground with a thud. I give up. The 3rd round. Yifan's opponent was another senior student. 5th level of body tempering realm. He has always been arrogant and domineering. He seemed somewhat skeptical of superstition. I want to test Yifan's abilities to see how deep they are. Result. Yifan, as before, extended 1 finger. Even the posture didn't change. With a pft, the senior student now had a gaping hole in his chest. He died on the spot. The 4th round. Admit defeat. The 5th round. Admit defeat. That's all. Yifan did it in a way that was unprecedented and could be described as outrageous. A series of victories. Sweep through the entire enemy ranks. Wherever they go, they either die or surrender. They actually managed to fight their way into the quarterfinals. They became the biggest dark horse in this competition. No. Wrong. This is no longer a dark horse. This is clearly a prehistoric crocodile that crawled out of hell. It's insane. It's utterly insane. This world has gone completely mad. Yifan, he actually made it into the top 8. I must be dreaming. Someone slap me awake. From today onwards, if anyone dares to call Yifan a piece of trash, I'll be the first to fight them to the death. The entire training ground was driven to utter madness by Yifan's unreasonable path to advancement. All those who previously looked down on him and mocked him. Right now, I wish I could gouge out my own eyeballs and use them as stumps. What kind of blindness did they have? That's why they would mistake such a killing god for a piece of trash. Meanwhile, in the players' rest area, Fatty Chin was so excited that he was trembling all over. He looked at the young figure in the corner who hadn't opened his eyes the entire time. His eyes were filled with endless fervor and worship. Awesome! That's fucking awesome! This is our brother fan's true strength. What a shrew! What? A favorite to win the championship? In front of our brother fan, they're all just chickens and dogs. Vulnerable. Just when the whole world was going crazy because of Yi Fan's dark horse performance, Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the match list, which was already in its final round. Then I looked at another familiar name that had also made it into the quarterfinals with a perfect record. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. He slowly stood up. I stretched. Then, under the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone, he slowly walked out of the players' rest area. He walked up to the pimple-faced man who was already terrified and on the verge of losing his mind. He patted him on the shoulder. Smiling, he asked, "Brother, when will the next round begin? I'm in a bit of a hurry. I still need to go back and cook for my wife and kids." Chapter 45 The Finals. A battle against Jiangqing's #1 genius, Zhou Bapi. The next round? The student council member with a face full of acne, after hearing Yi Fan's question, which sounded like a devil's whisper. His body trembled violently. He knelt down before Yi Fan with a thud. Big brother. No, my dear ancestors. He clung to Yi Fan's leg, sobbing and wailing with snot and tears streaming down his face. The next round is the finals. Please stop torturing us mere mortals. If you keep poking me with your finger like that, it seems our college's contestants for this year's competition are going to be extinct. He was really scared to tears. He never dreamed that the person he had offended by looking down on others was such a killing god. If only I had known. He should have just offered his face to be slapped in the first place. Finals? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at the enormous battle screen. Really? Only 2 glittering names remained above. Yi Fan versus Zhou Bapi, a notorious swindler. Oh, no, that's not right. Yi Fan shook his head as he looked at the name. Didn't I already beat that Zhou Bapi to death? He asked, somewhat puzzled. Ancestors. The acne-prone girl almost cried when she heard this. You killed Zhou Bapi's own brother, Zhou Bapi. This is his brother. Zhou the Skinflint. He is the true #1 genius of our academy. A super strong expert at the 7th level of the body tempering realm. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded in understanding. So it was the older brother who came to avenge his younger brother. Interesting. A playful smile curved at the corners of his lips. Perfect. It saves me the trouble of going to find him again. He then ignored the pimple-faced man who was already terrified by his nonchalant tone. Under the gazes of everyone filled with awe and fervor, he slowly walked step by step toward the #1 arena, which was already stained red with blood. He's here. He's here. That monster is back on stage. Oh my god, is the final about to begin? The Dark Horse versus the genius Yi Fan versus the ruthless Zhou Bapi. This is absolutely the most exciting showdown in the history of our academy. The entire training ground erupted in cheers once again. All eyes were fixed on the much-anticipated #1 arena. Their faces were filled with unprecedented excitement and anticipation. Although Yi Fan's previous performance was nothing short of divine and demonic. However, Zhou Bapi was no pushover either. As the undisputed #1 genius of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. At only 19 years old, he was already a powerful expert at the 7th level of the body tempering realm. He's only one step away from becoming a formal martial artist capable of successfully opening his meridians. His mastery of the ancestral Pai Gua Zheng technique is truly divine. It is said that even experts at the Qi opening realm dare to confront them head-on. He is the biggest favorite to win this competition. Although Yi Fan is also very strong. Forced, unreasonable. But those he had previously killed were just ordinary players at the 4th or 5th level of the body tempering realm. Zhou Bapi, on the other hand, was at the 7th level of the body tempering realm. There are several minor realms separating the two. The outcome of this battle remains to be seen. Amidst a deafening roar of cheers, a tall, thin young man with a sinister face and eyes as cold as a venomous snake slowly walked onto the #1 arena. Indeed, Joe Boppy. Unlike his brother, he didn't interact with the audience arrogantly when he went on stage. Instead, he fixed his venomous gaze intently on Yifan. His eyes were filled with undisguised, deep-seated hatred. And a deep sense of apprehension. It's you! He looked at Yifan, his voice hoarse and cold. You killed my brother? Yifan nodded, his face showing an innocent and harmless expression. He was too fragile, I couldn't stop myself. You. Upon hearing this, Joe Boppy's eyes instantly became bloodshot. A terrifying aura of a 7th-level body-tempering realm cultivator erupted from his body. You little bastard. He gritted his teeth and said, enunciating each word clearly, today I will not only kill you. I will also tear you to pieces. Use your blood to appease my brother's spirit in heaven. Oh. Faced with his overwhelming hatred, Yifan's face remained calm and composed. He even had the leisure to clean his ears. Are you done talking? He asked. Now that you've finished talking, get to work. After I finish playing, I'm waiting to go home and warm my wife's bed. You're asking for it. Upon hearing this, Joe Boppy instantly flew into a rage. He could no longer suppress the boundless killing intent within him. He roared and stomped his foot hard. The whole person was like a cheetah hunting its prey. With a terrifying force that tore through the air, it lunged fiercely at Yifan. His withered hands transformed into countless palm shadows in midair. Like a violent storm, it frantically enveloped Yifan's vital points. Split palm. The first move was the strongest killing blow. Judging from their stance, they really wanted to crush Yifan to death on the arena right from the start. They're here. It's Joe Boppy's signature move, the split hang palm dot. Such speed and such a tricky angle. That's it, Yifan is doomed. The audience below the stage gasped in unison upon seeing this. Even the bigwigs from prestigious universities on the podium were astonished when they saw Joe Boppy's masterful palm technique. They all nodded in unison. A hint of approval flashed in his eyes. Good. The director of admissions at Tsinghua Martial Arts University adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and commented casually. Although this child has a somewhat poor character, however, his talent in palm techniques is quite good. If they are properly nurtured, they may very well become a grandmaster in the future. It's just a pity. He glanced at Yifan, who remained motionless amidst the barrage of palm strikes. A hint of pity flashed in his eyes. He messed with someone he shouldn't have. Just when everyone thought Yifan would be torn to shreds by this storm of attacks, Yifan finally moved. His movements remained the same, very slow. It was so slow that everyone present could clearly see it. He simply raised his right hand. Then extend one index finger. Facing the sky filled with applause. I gently tapped it. Again, that finger. It was that same ordinary finger strike, seemingly devoid of any worldly energy. Court death. When Joe Boppy saw this scene, a cruel, sinister smile appeared on his face. You still want to use this trick against me? Do you really think of me as my good-for-nothing younger brother? He roared and his internal energy surged wildly. The countless palm shadows instantly merged into one. It transformed into a terrifyingly large, jet-black hand that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and earth in two with a single blow. He slammed down hard on Yifan's seemingly fragile finger. He wanted to do it in front of everyone. Smash that little bastard's fingers, along with his arms, head, and body, into a bloody pulp with one slap. However, just as that enormous, dark hand was about to collide with that slender, white finger, an anomaly, a sudden occurrence. Buzz. A piercing, explosive sound suddenly rang out. All that could be seen was Yifan's seemingly ordinary finger. Without warning, a dazzling, exquisite golden light suddenly appeared. The light was faint. However, it seemed to contain a terrifying power capable of piercing through the universe and annihilating stars. Put. A barely perceptible, soft sound. That massive, pitch-black hand, unleashed with all of Joe Boppy's power. It turns out, like a fragile piece of paper, it was easily pierced by that golden light. Then its power remained undiminished. In an instant, it appeared before Joe Boppy's brow, which was filled with endless horror and disbelief. No. Joe Boppy only had time to let out a desperate roar. Put. The golden light flashed and disappeared in an instant. A bloody hole, about the thickness of a finger, appeared on his forehead, running from front to back. The sinister smile on his face froze. The hatred in his eyes disappeared. Instead, there was an endless void of confusion and emptiness. Bang! A soft sound. His body was like a wooden stake that had been drained of all its strength. He fell straight backward. Dust was splashed up all over the ground. He followed in his brother's footsteps. One move. It's still the same old trick. It doesn't even qualify as a single move. Just one finger. Joe Boppy, the undisputed #1 genius of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. And that's it. He died. The entire venue fell into an unprecedented, deathly silence once again. Everyone's brain completely shut down at that moment. They were all like wooden or clay sculptures frozen in place. Staring blankly at the young figure who slowly withdrew his fingers, not even the hem of his clothes was disheveled. Then I looked at Joe Boppy, who lay in a pool of blood, already beyond dead. It felt like I was having the most absurd and terrifying nightmare. Yifan, on the other hand, seemed to have simply crushed another, slightly stronger ant. He turned to look at the referee, who was also completely terrified. A bright, harmless smile reappeared on his face. "Teacher." He scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. "That. This time, surely it won't be considered excessive self-defense?" I was waiting for him, but I made the first move. Chapter 46, I'm going to easily crush the champion and take the reward. Excessive self-defense? The referee heard Yifan's question, which was full of innocence. My legs went weak. With a thump, he knelt down directly before Yifan. He was really scared to tears. What the hell kind of monster is this? Killing someone is as easy and effortless as stepping on an ant. After killing someone, he innocently asks himself if it constitutes excessive self-defense. Big brother. Ancestors. Please, don't torture my fragile little heart anymore. No, of course it doesn't count. He clung to Yifan's leg, sobbing and wailing with snot and tears streaming down his face. It was that Joe Boppy, who was incompetent and ran into your hands. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. You are the champion. You are the true champion of our academy. His voice was filled with endless fear and fawning. I was afraid that I would give a bad answer. The next second, a gaping hole will appear on your forehead, a bloody wound that runs from front to back. And below the arena. It was already completely silent. Everyone's minds were completely blank, stunned by the absurd and terrifying scene before them. They were like soulless zombies, staring blankly at the young figure who had orchestrated everything on the ring. His eyes were filled with nothing but endless awe and fear. Champion? Yes. The championship is already a foregone conclusion. Even the final match didn't need to be played anymore. Because another player who made it to the finals. After seeing Joe Boppy's miserable death, he was so frightened that he foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. Several medical staff members carried him away in a hurry. Victory without a fight. Yifan achieved something unprecedented and unparalleled, a feat that could be described as a miracle. It became the most, in the history of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. The most easy addition, the grand champion. On the podium. It was already completely silent. All the big shots from prestigious universities and powerful organizations. They all stood frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures under a spell. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with unprecedented shock and horror. It was even 100 times more shocking than when he saw Yifan kill Joe Boppy's brother with a single finger. If the previous finger strike could be explained by unexpected attack or strange technique. So, that finger just now. A full-force attack that directly confronts a 7th-level body-tempering realm expert. Furthermore, it was utterly and decisively defeated. This is beyond technique, it can't be explained away. This was clearly a pure, absolute crushing defeat in terms of strength. Plop. The director of admissions at Jinghua Martial Arts University swallowed hard. His hand, holding the gold-rimmed glasses, was trembling violently and uncontrollably. He stared intently at Yifan, who looked completely innocent on the stage. He glanced again at Dean Sun dashing beside him, whose face was already flushed and whose whole body was trembling with excitement. His voice was filled with endless bitterness and jealousy. Dean Sun. Congratulations. Your college, you've dug up a dragon. He was genuinely jealous. I'm so jealous I'm going crazy. This is a once-in-a-millennium, unparalleled genius. Why? Why would this happen at a third-rate, garbage school like Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy? Instead of appearing at them, Jinghua Martial Arts University. Is there no justice in this world? And that special envoy from the military. Furthermore, they have long since disregarded any image. He grabbed Sun Dishing's arm, his sharp, eagle-like eyes filled with unprecedented fervor and excitement. Old son, no, brother son. My own brother. Name your price for this student. Our military wants it no matter what. As long as you're willing to give him to us. Let alone 100 million yuan in education funds. Even if it's 10 billion or 100 billion, I'll report it to my superiors right now. As long as I can get this monster. Our military is willing to pay any price. He was really anxious. This is a born killer, born for the nation. If we don't recruit them, that would be the greatest crime ever committed against the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, faced with his almost rogue and relentless poaching tactics, Sun Deshing, however, smiled. He slowly pried open the other person's hand, which felt like an iron clamp. Then he straightened his back, which had been hunched over for many years. A radiant, proud smile, unlike anything he had ever seen before, spread across his face. He looked down at the young figure slowly walking off the stage under the spotlight. His eyes were filled with endless joy and pride. I apologize, Director Wang, and Special Envoy Li. His voice, though not loud, was filled with an undeniable firmness. This student. This is the pride of our Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. No one can take him away from me. He is the hope for the future of our Jiangcheng. Indeed, the future guardians of our Dragon Kingdom. After saying that, he ignored the two colleagues who were already speechless, stunned by his bold words. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone present, he personally stepped down from the podium. Step by step, he walked up to Yi Fan. Then, amidst the utterly horrified stares of everyone who widened their eyes in that instant, he was actually facing a young man who was decades younger than him. He bowed deeply and respectfully. Student Yi. His voice was filled with boundless excitement and trembling. On behalf of all the teachers and students of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, I, Sun Dishing, hereby declare. Thank you. They have brought unparalleled glory to our college. Please feel free to make any requests you may have. As long as it's within my power, Sun Dishing. Even if it were, I'd give you my position as dean. I would do anything to achieve that. His words were spoken with absolute certainty. A resounding statement. It moved everyone present. However, faced with his emotional act, which resembled entrusting his orphan to someone, Yi Fan's face remained calm and composed. He merely glanced indifferently at the old man, who was now so agitated he was rambling incoherently. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with an undeniable power. I have no interest in your position as dean, he said. I just want to know. What is the prize for the champion? I'm in a bit of a hurry. I still need to go back and make soup for my wife. Chapter 47. The dean personally received him, leaving him so shocked he was incoherent. Make soup? Upon hearing Yi Fan's remark, so full of life's touch, Sun Dishing's already flushed face instantly froze. He stared in disbelief at the monstrous genius before him, who had just single-handedly killed two geniuses in front of a huge crowd, a figure who seemed like a demon god descended to earth. And then I heard those gentle words, full of the air of a stay-at-home husband. I feel like my brain is completely overloaded. This art style changed a little too quickly, didn't it? Where did that overwhelming, murderous aura of arrogance that you exuded, looking down on the world and regarding all living beings as ants, go? How did he suddenly become such a model husband, always eager to go home and cook for his wife? This stark contrast almost caused Sun Dishing, this old man, to break his back. Cough, cough. He forcibly suppressed the endless urge to complain, coughed twice, and once again put on an extremely kind and amiable smile. Student Yi, please calm down. Please calm down. As he spoke, he personally led the way. The champion's reward has already been prepared for you. Please come with me. I will personally take you to collect it. His attitude was extremely humble. They even used the honorific you. It was as if he was not a highly respected dean of the academy. Instead, he was a lowly servant who was receiving the head of state. The students around felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. But no one thought there was anything wrong with it. Joke. Faced with this kind of ruthless villain who would kill someone at the slightest disagreement. Not to mention the dean. Even if the city lord came, he would probably have to be very polite. Yi Fan didn't care. He nodded and followed Sun Dishing under the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone. I walked slowly toward the college's administration building. Dean's office. The decor is simple and elegant. It was filled with the aroma of books. Sun Dishing personally brewed a pot of top-grade cloud mist spirit tea for Yi Fan, a tea that even he himself was reluctant to drink. Then, he stood to the side, nervously rubbing his hands. Like a primary school student waiting for a scolding from the teacher. Sit. Yi Fan sat on the leather sofa that should have belonged to the dean and uttered a single word. Okay. Okay. Sun Dishing felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and quickly and carefully sat down on the chair next to him, half of his bottom touching the chair. Yi Fan almost laughed at his trembling, fearful expression. Dean Sun, he said, taking a sip of tea and getting straight to the point, don't be nervous. I have no intention of killing anyone today. Call. Hearing this, Sun Dishing breathed a long sigh of relief. The heart that had been hanging in my throat finally settled back into my stomach. Yi, classmate, you're joking, he said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and forcing a smile. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Yi Fan waved his hand impatiently, give me the reward. Yes. Sun Dishing dared not delay in the slightest and quickly took out a glittering gold card and an ancient jade slip from his storage bracelet. He presented it respectfully with both hands. Student Yi. His voice was filled with boundless excitement and pride. This is a specially made gold scholarship card from our college, containing a prize of 1 million. Although it may only be a drop in the ocean for you, it represents the utmost sincerity from our academy. And this jade slip. He paused, his tone becoming even more excited. This contains the most prized possessions of our college. A high-grade Xian-level body tempering technique, the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. It is said that by cultivating to the highest level, one can possess the strength of a dragon and an elephant, capable of uprooting mountains and overwhelming the world. This is the most precious thing our academy can offer. He looked at Yi Fan with anticipation as he spoke. As if waiting for the king's praise. However, Yi Fan's reaction once again surprised him. Yi Fan merely glanced at the so-called gold card indifferently. I glanced at it again at the so-called school's prized possession. Then, he shook his head. A hint of undisguised disgust appeared on his face. That's it? He asked. Huh? Sun Dishing's smile froze instantly. 1 million? Yi Fan smiled. You call this money? A Xian rank cultivation technique? He smiled again. You call this a treasure? Sun Dishing's mind went completely blank with a buzz. He stared in disbelief at Yi Fan's disdainful gaze. I feel like my worldview, philosophy of life, and values have been ruthlessly crushed once again at this moment. 1 million is not money. Mysterious rank cultivation techniques are trash. This is inhuman. He is the dignified dean of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. A lifetime savings, all added up, wouldn't even amount to 10 million. He cultivated his skills for a lifetime and only reached the middle grade of the profound level. In the end, they were not even considered trash in their eyes. An unprecedented sense of frustration and shame welled up inside me. This caused Sun Dishing's old face to instantly turn a deep liver color. I wish I could find a crack in the ground and disappear right there and then. Just when he was so embarrassed he was about to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Never mind. Yi Fan waved his hand impatiently. Even a small mosquito is still neat. As he spoke, he casually put the card and the jade slip into his storage ring. Then he stood up, ready to leave. Hey, wait a minute. Yi, please wait a moment. Upon seeing this, Sun Dishing suddenly jolted back to his senses. He didn't care about being embarrassed anymore. He quickly rushed forward and blocked Yi Fan's path. His face was filled with unprecedented anxiety and pleading. Yi Cohen. His voice trembled slightly as he looked at Yi Fan, almost as if he were about to cry. You absolutely mustn't leave. Oh? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Is there something else? Something big has happened. Sun Dishing looked at Yi Fan, his cloudy old eyes filled with an unprecedented solemnity. Student Yi. He took a deep breath and said, enunciating each word clearly, I, Sun Dishing, now officially represent Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. We extend our sincerest invitation to you. We hope you can stay at the school. He serves as our college's honorary vice dean for life. You don't need to do anything. All you need to do is lend your name to it. All resources and permissions of our college will be unconditionally open to you, including this one, the dean's office. You can take it and use it anytime. His words were spoken with absolute certainty. It is filled with boundless sincerity. He knew this was his only chance to keep this great god. As long as they can tie Yi Fan to their academy's chariot, let alone a vice dean's position. Even if he were to abdicate on the spot and hand over the position to a more capable person, he was willing to do it all. However, faced with his frantic attempts to win him over, which bordered on selling himself, Yi Fan's face remained calm and indifferent. He merely glanced at the old man, who was already so excited he was incoherent. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with an undeniable power. Not interested, he said. I have no interest in being a vice dean. All I want is to go home. Make soup for my wife. Change my son's diaper. Understand? Chapter 48. He's gone mad rejecting an invitation from a top university. He's actually going to be a stay-at-home dad. I understand. Sun Dishing heard Yi Fan's reply, which was full of lifelike yet, damnably, full of domineering air. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. He was completely stunned. He stared at Yi Fan in disbelief, a look of utter assent on his face. I feel like my brain is completely overloaded. Honorary vice president for life. All college resources are open to the public unconditionally. This is an incredible opportunity that so many people would kill for. As a result, it came to you. It's not even as good as going home to make soup for my wife and change my son's diapers. Big brother. Ancestors. What exactly is your brain, old man? Could you please show a little respect for the dreams of us mere mortals? Yi, classmate. He was still not giving up, and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. You should reconsider. You see, our academy may be a bit small, but it has all the vital organs. If you're willing to stay, I promise you'll be the absolute ruler of our academy from now on. You can come whenever you want. Leave whenever you want. Even if you want to build a swimming pool in your office. I'll have people come and start construction tomorrow. His words were as humble as could be. Be as sincere as possible. I'm afraid that if I'm alone, I won't be able to take good care of them. This capricious little devil really did just pack his bags and leave. However, before Yi Fan could speak, a cold snort, full of arrogance and disdain, suddenly rang out from the office doorway. Snort! Dean Sunday. You overestimate your little temple. You think you can keep such a peerless prodigy with just the position of vice dean of a third-rate academy? That's simply wishful thinking. The words fell. The office door was pushed open from the outside. Immediately afterwards, the director of the admissions office of Jinghua Martial Arts University and the special envoy from the military strode in one after the other. They all wore confident smiles, a look of certainty and determination. His eyes were filled with contempt and disdain for Sun Dishing. It's like watching a presumptuous, overconfident clown. Director Wang. Director Wang? Special Envoy Lili? Sun Dishing's expression changed instantly when he saw these two uninvited bad guests. An unprecedented sense of crisis welled up in my heart. He knew what those two old foxes were here for. They're here to poach our employees. Student Yi. Really? Director Wang, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, didn't even glance at Sun Dishing again. He walked straight up to Yi Fan. A bright smile, which he considered to be the most amiable and approachable he could muster, appeared on his face. Hello, my name is Wang Shuo. It's the director of the admissions office at Jinghua Martial Arts University. On behalf of all the faculty and students of Jinghua Martial Arts University, I extend my sincerest invitation to you. As long as you're willing to come to our school, we can not only waive all your tuition and fees, we will also provide you with a top-tier scholarship of 10 million every year. The school's S-level training room is open 24 hours a day. We can even make an exception and let you become a direct disciple of our vice principal. To become his last disciple. Every word he said was like a bombshell. It slammed heavily into Sun Dishing's heart. He was so dizzy from being hit that he almost had a heart attack on the spot. First-class scholarship. S-rank training room. The vice principal's last disciple. Holy crap. You fucking. Are you recruiting students? You're clearly trying to claim ancestry. This is fucking extravagant. However, before he could recover from his shock, Li Jian, the military special envoy who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. His voice was full of the resounding strength and decisiveness characteristic of soldiers. Yi Fan. His gaze towards Yi Fan was filled with an unprecedented fervor and admiration. I represent the Chinese military. The 7th Special Operations Army. Formal invitation to join us. As long as you agree. Upon enlistment, you'll receive the rank of major. Enjoy all the highest level of privileges and treatment. The Dragon Kingdom's armory offers you a complete selection of all martial arts techniques and skills below the heavenly rank. All the medicinal herbs and elixirs under 1,000 years old in the military treasury are at your disposal. We can even apply for you to undergo a baptism within the legendary dragon vein of the Dragon Kingdom, helping you reach the top in one step. To become a true dragon among men. Boom. If Wang Shua's offer was a bombshell, so Li Jian's condition was a damn world-destroying hydrogen bomb. Major rank. Choose any weapon from the arsenal. The treasure vault is at your disposal. Dragon vein baptism. Any one of these would be enough to drive any young person aspiring to the pinnacle of martial arts crazy. I'd do anything for it. Sun Dishing was completely desperate after hearing this. He knew it was over. This is it, completely over. Compared to their devastating hydrogen bomb, my so-called honorary vice president for life title is utterly worthless. There was no way he could keep this great deity. He could only look at Yi Fan with a bitter expression, waiting for him to make that obvious choice. Wang Shua and Li Jian, on the other hand, looked at Yi Fan with confident expressions. His eyes were filled with a determined gleam. They don't believe it. No young person in the world could resist such tempting conditions. However, Yi Fan's reaction once again surprised everyone present. After listening to their frantic recruitment tactics, which were enough to sway even a saint, his face still held that calm and indifferent expression. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. He merely glanced at them indifferently. Then, he shook his head. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with an undeniable power. Not interested, he said. This moment. The whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. The smiles on Wang Shua and Li Jian's faces froze instantly. They stared in disbelief at Yi Fan's taken-for-granted expression. I felt my worldview, philosophy of life, and values were mercilessly crushed into powder at that moment. No interest. He actually said he wasn't interested? Does he even realize what he just rejected? That's the ultimate ticket to instant success, a leap over the dragon gate, bringing glory to one's ancestors and reaching the pinnacle of life. He simply and casually refused. This is insane. This guy is absolutely insane. Why? Wang Shua was the first to recover from the shock. He stared at Yi Fan in disbelief, his voice shrill. Do you know how many so-called geniuses are desperate to get into our Jinghua Martial Arts University? Do you even know what it means to be our vice principal's last disciple? That means that in the future, you will at least become a powerful figure at the king level. You actually refused. What exactly do you want? He truly cannot understand. Yi Fan looked at him as if he were an idiot. I told you. His voice sounded somewhat impatient. I have no interest in being a strong person. All I want is to go home. Having said that, he ignored the three important figures who were already petrified by his shocking remarks. Under their gaze, as if looking at a god, he walked straight out of the dean's office. Only those three pitiful old men remained, disheveled and bewildered in the wind. And a famous quote from Versailles that completely shattered their worldview. What's the point of being a strong person? Is being a stay-at-home dad any better? Chapter 49. Morong Shui breaks down in tears. Yi Fan, thank you. Is being a stay-at-home dad great? Yi Fan's reply, while brimming with the air of Versailles, was also damnably brimming with human touch. Like a warm spring breeze. The tense and oppressive atmosphere in the dean's office, created by the talent war among the three bigwigs, was instantly dispelled by the wind. The wind also blew in through the door, touching the already tender heart of the stunningly beautiful woman who had been silently waiting for him. Morong Shui leaned against the wall in the corridor. Listened quietly to the shocking conversations that kept coming from the office. Her already stunningly beautiful face was now completely replaced by utter shock and horror. Kyunghwa Martial Arts University. The vice principal's last disciple. The Chinese military. Major rank. Dragon vein baptism. Any one of them, if chosen outright, would be an incredible opportunity that would drive all the so-called chosen ones of the entire Dragon Kingdom crazy, something they would fight tooth and nail for. And just like that, it was placed in front of her man like a cabbage. Let him choose. However, he refused them all. The refusal was so decisive. So neat. So, without thinking. There is only one reason. He wants to go home. Changing diapers for him and her child. Make her some soup. When Yi Fan casually uttered the words, "Is being a strong man any better than being a stay-at-home dad?" Morong Shui's defenses completely collapsed. An unprecedented surge of warmth instantly overwhelmed all her reason. Tears, no longer able to be held back, streamed down her smooth cheeks like pearls from a broken string. She once thought the relationship between herself and Yi Fan was nothing more than a cold, mutually beneficial transaction. She bore him a child. He offered her shelter and a future. Equivalent exchange, no feelings involved. But now, she finally understood. Just how important is the place I hold in this man's heart? For her and the child. He could actually give up without hesitation that opportunity to rise to the top in one step, an opportunity that would drive anyone crazy. He actually chose to stay in this small river town willingly. Being an unsung hero, a stay-at-home dad. This is no longer a transaction. This is clearly a man's deepest and most passionate love for a woman. Fool. She watched as the young figure slowly walked out of the office. The voice was choked with emotion, yet filled with boundless gratitude. You biggest idiot in the world. On the way back, the atmosphere inside the car was somewhat silent. But it was filled with a feeling of warmth and happiness. Morong Shui's eyes were constantly red as she drove. She tried to say something several times. But when the words reached my lips, I didn't know where to begin. She could only steal glances from the corner of her eye at the man in the passenger seat, who was resting with his eyes closed as if nothing had happened. His eyes were filled with endless tenderness and love. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to have genuinely done nothing more than a trivial matter. His face still held that same calm and indifferent expression. It was as if what he had just rejected wasn't the future of the entire Dragon Kingdom. It was just a few insignificant promotional flyers. What's wrong? He seemed to have noticed Morong Shui's burning gaze. He slowly opened his eyes. Looking at her red and swollen eyes, I smiled. Why are you crying? I'm back now, aren't I? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a gentle power capable of soothing all the wounds in one's heart. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui's tears, which she had barely managed to hold back, burst forth once more. She slammed on the brakes. He smoothly parked the luxury car, worth millions, on the side of the road. Then she unbuckled her seatbelt and lunged forward without hesitation. She hugged the man she both loved and felt sorry for tightly. Why? Her voice was thick with nasal tone and a sobbing quality. Why did you do this? That's the Jinghua Martial Arts University. That's the military, after all. That's a place so many people dream of going to. Do you even know what you gave up today? You idiot! She cried as she pounded her tiny, pink fists against Yi Fan's broad chest. There was absolutely no force involved. It's more like she's being coquettish. Yi Fan simply held her quietly. He let her tears soak his clothes. A helpless yet indulgent smile appeared on his face. He knew that this woman was truly moved by him. I truly feel that I'm not worth it. For a long time. Her crying gradually subsided. He slowly reached out and gently wiped away the tears on her face. Then he lowered his head and gently kissed those swollen eyes. Fool. His voice was so gentle, it seemed to drip with tenderness. For me. Nothing in this world is more important than you and your child. Let alone just one, there's Jinghua Martial Arts University and the military. Even so, the throne of the God King is placed before me. As long as it brings you peace and joy, I would also kick it away without hesitation. Boom! This is arguably the most domineering declaration of love in history. In an instant, it completely melted Morong Shue's already tender heart. She stared blankly at Yifan's handsome face, which was so close to hers. Looking into his bright eyes, which were filled with endless affection. My mind went completely blank. She could no longer suppress the surging love in her heart. He tilted his head back slightly. She took the initiative to kiss those lips that haunted her dreams. For a long time. Lips separate. The atmosphere inside the car became incredibly romantic. Morong Shui, her pretty face flushed and panting, nestled in Yifan's arms. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were already filled with a misty, dreamy haze. Yifan, she murmured softly. Thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for bringing me back to life. Thank you for giving me a home. Thank you too. She paused, her voice becoming softer than a mosquito's buzz. Love me. Yifan smiled upon hearing this. He reached out and gently stroked her delicate, alabaster nose. Fool. You're my wife, if I don't love you, who will I love? As he spoke, he glanced out the window at the gradually darkening sky. The smile on his lips deepened. All right. It's getting late. We should go home. Those three little ones at home must be hungry. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui blushed slightly and nodded gently. She got back into the driver's seat. Fasten your seatbelt. The car started. Just this once. Her fair, delicate hand, which was gripping the steering wheel, was tightly held by another warm, dry hand. Their fingers are intertwined. Never again, we were separated. She looked ahead, in the direction leading to home. She glanced again at the man beside her, the one who had brought her new life and happiness. After a long while, she slowly opened her mouth and asked in an extremely gentle tone. Yifan, can I ask you one last question? Chapter 50 Daily Life with a Kid. My son uses a grandmaster as a punch bag. One last question? Yifan smiled as he looked into Morong Shue's phoenix eyes, which were filled with happiness and love. This woman is really. She's getting cuter and cuter. Ask away. He was in an exceptionally good mood today. If you don't mind, let me hear her last question. You. Morong Shui took a deep breath, and a blissful smile appeared on her stunningly beautiful face, a smile that made the world pale in comparison. She looked at Yifan and asked, word by word. After we go home, could you give me a little sister? Time flies. 2 years later. The #1 King Villa of Yunding Tiangong. The huge lawn in the backyard was comparable to a professional training field. A brutal, one-sided beating is underway. Bang bang bang. A towering, muscular man, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles like cast iron, exuding a terrifying aura of the great perfection of the meridian opening realm. At this moment, he was being watched by a 3-year-old child who was barely taller than his knees, wearing a small red bib and looking incredibly cute. They were pinned to the ground and rubbed against it like crazy. That tiny, pink fist, every time it landed. Each one would emit a dull, resounding thud, like a heavy hammer striking a drum. This would leave a clear fist mark on the face of that burly man. And a tear of pain. Wa'ada. My dearest ancestor. Security Captain Zhao Taiju clutched his head, sobbing and wailing with snot and tears streaming down his face. Please spare my old life. My old bones really can't take this kind of torment anymore. He was really on the verge of crying. Thinking of him, Zhao Taiju, a powerful expert at the great perfection of the meridian opening realm. He's considered a very prominent figure in the entire Jiangcheng. Result. Since being hired by Mr. Yi as his child's sparring partner 2 years ago. His life then fell into complete darkness. My daily routine consists of being used as a punching bag by these 3 little monsters, each one more terrifying than the last. And damn it, you're not allowed to fight back. This kind of life is simply inhuman. Snort. Useless big guy. The person currently subjecting him to an inhumane beating is none other than Yi Lin, the eldest son of the Yi family. 2 years later, he is no longer the little kid who needed his dad to ride on his shoulders. Although she is only 3 years old. But his height had already reached 1.2 meters. His entire body was brimming with explosive power. Especially his already fully awakened primordial dragon elephant bloodline. It also granted him terrifying divine power far exceeding that of ordinary people. At this moment, he was riding on Zhao Tieju's back, waving his little fists and scolding him in a childish voice. Dad said so. A man bleeds, but doesn't cry. How will you protect my two younger sisters in the future if you cry so easily? Upon hearing this, Zhao Taiju almost cried. My little darling. Do your two younger sisters still need my protection? I'd be so grateful they didn't tear down anyone else's place. Brother, it's my turn. It's my turn. Just then, a clear female voice, equally childlike yet brimming with endless sharpness, rang out from the side. A beautiful little girl, dressed in a pink princess dress with two adorable pigtails, looking as delicate as a porcelain doll, ran over excitedly. She was also dragging a special alloy heavy sword that was half a head taller than her. It was Yi Yao, the second young lady of the Yi family. Big guy. Get up. Practice swordsmanship with me. She ran up to Zhao Taiju, poked his mountain-like body with her heavy sword, and said expectantly. When Zhao Taiju saw her face, his already bruised and swollen cheeks turned green instantly. Practice, sword practice? Practicing swordsmanship with you, my little ancestor, who unleashes 10,000 swords return to one at the slightest disagreement. What's the difference between that and courting death? No. He was about to refuse. Zheng. A clear, crisp sword cry. A hint of displeasure flashed in Yi Yao's eyes instantly. A terrifyingly sharp sword intent instantly locked onto him. It was as if he would be afraid to utter a single word of no. He'll be pierced through the heart by 1,000 swords in the next second, and die a gruesome death. I'll practice, okay? Faced with the threat of death, Zhao Taiju shamelessly succumbed. He got up from the ground and a smile that looked more like a grimace appeared on his face. My little darling, you must show mercy. Just as Yi Yao was preparing to give Zhao Taiju his inhumane swordsmanship instruction, a clear, melodious laugh, like the tinkling of silver bells, rang out from not far away. There sat Yi Qi, the youngest daughter, who had been sitting quietly on the lawn playing with the flowers and plants. I don't know when, but they also came over. She was also holding a bunch of colorful, delicious-looking candies. Uncle Taiju, don't be afraid. She comforted him in a childlike voice. If my sister hurts you, cheer, I have some delicious candies here. It will stop hurting after you take it. As she spoke, she handed over the candy in her hand. When Zhao Taiju saw those so-called candies, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Delicious candies? My little darling. You call those top-grade healing pills, which even a grandmaster would fight tooth and nail for, candy beans? Your sugar beans are truly simple and unpretentious. Just as the three little guys were surrounding poor Zhao Taiju, preparing to begin a new round of daily training, a voice, filled with both indulgence and helplessness, rang out from the villa's balcony. Alright, you three little devils, stop bullying your Uncle Taiju. Come here quickly and wash your hands. Ready, dinner's ready. It's Yi Fan. He and Morong Shui were standing happily on the balcony, watching the heartwarming yet amusing scene below. Mom and Dad. The three little ones' eyes lit up instantly upon hearing Yi Fan's voice. They no longer cared about torturing poor Zhao Taiju. One by one, they rushed towards the villa like swallows returning to their nests. Zhao Taiju collapsed to the ground, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, and finally felt alive again. At the dining table, the family of 5 lived happily together. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Morong Shui watched as her 3 precious children, who were wolfing down their food like little tigers, wore a helpless yet doting smile. She has now completely adapted to this life of being a fairy mother. Mommy, I want more. The eldest son, Yilin, holding up a beast's leg bigger than his face, called out in a childish voice. This is the real deal, the thigh of that ironclad rhinoceros, a ferocious beast at the opening meridian realm. Enough to feed an adult martial artist for 3 days. As a result, it was gone in just a few bites when it got to him. Okay, there's more. Morong Shui placed another one on his plate. On the other side, the second daughter, Yi Yao, was much more refined. She was holding a small dinner knife, her face serious as she cut the steak in front of her, which was also made from the meat of a ferocious beast. That precise knife skills, that sharp gaze. Anyone who didn't know better would think she wasn't eating steak. Instead, they were dissecting some formidable enemy. As for the youngest daughter, Yi Chi, that is, the most obedient. She was sipping the vegetable soup in her bowl, made from various precious medicinal herbs. While drinking, he commented on things like a little adult. Mom, the dragon blood grass you made today was a little too hot. Also, it's best to add the crystal fruit when the soup is almost done cooking. Only in that way can its medicinal properties be preserved to the greatest extent. Morong Shui listened as her 3-year-old daughter gave her master-level instruction on her cooking skills. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. I feel like I've failed miserably as a mother. Yi Fan, on the other hand, burst into laughter. He found this chaotic yet heartwarming daily life incredibly interesting. Oh, right. He seemed to remember something and looked at Morong Shui, asking. Next week is the opening ceremony for the new class of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, right? Morong Shui was taken aback upon hearing this. Yes, what's wrong? Nothing. Yi Fan smiled and glanced at his 3 little monsters who were practically flipping the table over. He wore an extremely kind smile. I just think. Shouldn't we also consider the issue of our children's education? Upon hearing this, Morong Shui's pretty face turned pale instantly. She glanced at Yi Fan, then at the 3 little devils who were eating ravenously, their mouths drooling. After a long while, she slowly spoke, asking in an extremely complicated tone. Yi Fan. Are you serious? Are you really going to take them to school? Aren't you afraid? They demolished the school? Chapter 51. A family goes shopping, attracting 1000% attention. Demolish the school. Yi Fan smiled when he heard Morong Shui's question, which was full of worry. He reached out and gently stroked her delicate nose. Rest assured. It can't be demolished. I just wanted them to experience communal living in advance. By the way. He glanced at the 3 little monsters who had already eaten and drunk their fill and were sprawled out on the sofa, fast asleep. A playful smile curved at the corner of his lips. Let those so-called geniuses in schools experience what despair is like in advance. The next day. Weekend. The sun is shining brightly. Yi Fan, unusually, did not cultivate. Instead, he surprisingly suggested taking his wife and children out for a stroll. They call it experiencing life. Morong Shui readily agreed to this. Since having her child, she hasn't had a proper shopping trip in almost 3 years. I'm either practicing or taking care of my child every day. Although I am also very happy. But it's in a woman's nature to always yearn for pretty clothes and bags. Then, the family of 5 set off in a grand procession. Yi Fan was still dressed in simple casual clothes. However, his already transformed supreme holy body allowed him to wear even the most ordinary street vendor clothes. Even so, it couldn't conceal his extraordinary, godlike aura. Walking down the street, you're like a radiant human hormone. It attracted the intense gazes of countless women. Morong Shui, on the other hand, dressed up meticulously. She wore a pure white, off-the-shoulder long dress that perfectly accentuated her figure, which had become even more alluring and mature due to cultivation and childbirth. That face, already breathtakingly beautiful, was even more stunning with just a touch of makeup, enough to make the world pale in comparison. Walking beside Yi Fan, they looked like a divine couple who had descended to earth to experience life. As for those 3 little guys, even more incredible. The eldest son, Yilin, was wearing a handsome little suit and a bow tie. His delicate, sculpted face carried a cool expression that seemed out of place for his age. He's practically a domineering young CEO straight out of a comic book. The second daughter, Yi Yao, wore a pink princess dress, with 2 cute pigtails. Her large, black, gem-like eyes blinked, full of curiosity about the world. She's absolutely adorable, a fairy who can melt anyone's heart. The youngest daughter, Yi Chi, was the most well-behaved. She was wearing a bright green dress and was quietly held in Yi Fan's arms. Her pink lips were slightly pouting, as if they could be squeezed to release moisture at any moment. She's practically an ethereal little elf, untouched by worldly concerns. This family, with their stunning good looks, just appeared at Jiangcheng's largest central commercial plaza. Moment. He became the focus of the entire event. What the hell did I just see? A god, a deity descended to earth? Wow, is this family some kind of celebrity family? Their looks are absolutely outrageous. Quickly take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments, saying I met an angel in Wuhan today. Countless people instinctively stopped in their tracks. Everyone stared in disbelief at the family of five, who seemed to have stepped right out of a painting. My mind went completely blank. The return rate is more than 100%. It's practically 1000%. And facing the surging, intense gazes from all around. Yi Fan, on the other hand, had a completely calm and collected expression. It's become a habit. Morong Shue's pretty face flushed slightly. She seemed a little uncomfortable. But her heart was filled with unprecedented pride and honor. Look! That man, who was like a god, was my husband. Those 3 children, like golden boys and jade girls, are my treasures. This feeling of happiness made her feel as if she were walking on clouds. Daddy, Daddy, I want to eat that. The eldest son, Yilin, pointed to a small stall selling candied hawthorns not far away and called out in his childish voice. A good dad will buy it for you. Yi Fan smiled, picked up his youngest daughter, and, pulling Morong Shui along, walked towards the stall. Wow! What an adorable baby! The auntie selling candied hawthorns' eyes lit up instantly when she saw Yi Fan's family. She enthusiastically handed over 3 of the largest candied hawthorn skewers. He couldn't resist reaching out to pinch Yilin's delicate, porcelain-like cheeks. However, her hand hadn't even touched. Snort! Yilin frowned and his face hardened. An incredibly domineering and terrifying aura flashed out from his small body. The auntie selling candied hawthorns felt her heart skip a beat. It felt as if I wasn't sculpting a child's face. Rather, it was a provocation against an ancient, primordial behemoth. An extreme fear originating from the depths of her soul instantly overwhelmed all her reason. Her hand froze in mid-air, and her face turned pale in an instant. Linner, you mustn't be silly. Seeing this, Yi Fan gently tapped his little head in an annoyed tone. That terrifying aura vanished instantly. It was as if it had never existed. Oh. Yilin touched his head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He just doesn't like being touched by anyone other than his parents. The auntie selling candied hawthorns, on the other hand, breathed a long sigh of relief, as if she had been granted a pardon. I felt as if I had just walked through the gates of hell. She dared not have any more improper thoughts. They could only look at this mysterious and terrifying family with awe before slowly leaving. Daddy! Daddy, look, that's so much fun! The second daughter, Yi Yao, pointed excitedly at a balloon shooting game stall not far away. Want to play? A good dad will take you there. Yi Fan smiled and handed his youngest daughter to Morong Shui to hold. Then, he pulled Yi Yao to the balloon stall. Boss, how do we play? 3 shots for 10 yuan, hit one and get a little doll free. The stall owner, a burly man, gave Yi Fan a kind smile when he saw him approaching with a porcelain doll-like beauty. Little sister, do you want the biggest doll? He pointed to a giant teddy bear, taller than a person, hanging at the very top, and tempted it. If you can hit the target with all 3 shots, that one is yours. Really? Yi Yao's eyes lit up instantly. Of course it's true. Okay, then I want to play. The little girl picked up a toy air gun with great interest. Imitating the sharpshooters on TV, I aimed at the colorful balloons in front of me with great seriousness. Then, bang! A soft sound. Empty. Bang! Another soft sound. It's empty again. Bang! Third tone. It's still empty. Oops. The little girl stomped her foot in annoyance. What, you couldn't hit a single one? Ha ha ha. The stall owner burst into laughter upon seeing this. Little sister, you're not so easy to beat. Want to do it again? He had already come to regard Yi Fan as a foolish, rich, and easily taken advantage of. However, Yi Fan smiled. He crouched down and stroked his daughter's fluffy little head. Smiling, he asked, Yaoer, have you forgotten how your father taught you? A true swordsman. Even if you have no sword in your hand, you should have a sword in your heart. Grass, trees, bamboo, and rocks can all be used to make swords. What's so special about a mere toy gun? Yi Yao was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. She looked at it, then at the toy gun in her hand, and then at the balloon swaying back and forth in front of her. A flash of understanding appeared in those bright, large eyes. She slowly closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, a terrifying, incomparably sharp sword light flashed in those eyes, which were already as bright as stars. An invisible, sharp aura emanated from her small body. She raised the toy gun in her hand again. This time, she didn't deliberately aim. Just a casual lift. Then, bang! Bang! 3 soft sounds in succession. Almost in no particular order. The next second. In the stall owner's frozen, utterly horrified gaze. There's a whole row of at least a dozen balloons in front of us. Surprisingly, all at the same time. With a bang. They all exploded. This moment. The whole world became quiet. The air seemed to freeze. The stall owner stared blankly at the balloon wall that had been emptied in an instant. Then I looked at the 3-year-old girl who calmly put down her toy gun. I feel like my heart has stopped beating. Breathing also became incredibly difficult. Is this even human? This is clearly a humanoid cheat code disguised in human skin. Yifan, on the other hand, seemed to have simply done something insignificant. He slowly stood up. He patted the shoulder of the stall owner, who was already terrified. A bright, harmless smile appeared on his face. Boss. He pointed to the giant teddy bear, which was taller than a person. That biggest doll. Now it's ours, isn't it? The stall owner opened his mouth. After a long while, he managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. It's yours. Let alone just a doll. Even if you want my stall. I offer it with both hands. Chapter 52. There are some clueless kidnappers who want to abduct my son? The boss is generous. Yifan looked at the stall owner, who was already terrified out of his wits, and laughed. He didn't stand on ceremony either. He simply picked up the giant teddy bear, which was taller than a person, and carried it on his shoulder. Then, under the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone, the family of 5 continued their shopping trip, completely satisfied. All that remained was the pitiful stall owner, disheveled in the wind, and a mess on the ground. Daddy, Linner wants to hug that bear too. On the way, the eldest son, Yilin, looked at the teddy bear in his sister's arms, which was bigger than her, and felt a little jealous. No. Yifan shook his head and refused righteously. You're a boy, you should learn to be considerate of your younger sister. Oh. Yilin pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. But he still behaved and didn't cause any more trouble. While the family was enjoying this precious time together, they were having a wonderful time together. None of them noticed. In a dark corner not far away, several pairs of eyes, filled with greed and malice, were fixed on them. Big brother. Did you see that? A skinny man with shifty eyes lowered his voice and excitedly spoke into the communicator next to his ear. It's that family. The man is handsome, the woman is beautiful, and they have 3 adorable little kids. Judging by their attire and that car, they're definitely a super easy target. A hoarse, chilling laugh came from the other end of the communicator. He. Very good. Keep a close eye on them. Wait until they reach a less crowded area. Take action. Clear. Yifan's family strolled around for a while longer. I bought a ton of new clothes and toys for the 3 little ones. As the sky gradually darkened, the sky began to fall. Yifan then prepared to take his wife and children back home. However, just as they reached a rather secluded corner of the parking lot, a sudden change has occurred. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! 7 or 8 burly men dressed in black, wearing masks and carrying sharp blades. Like a ghost. It suddenly darted out from the shadows. They instantly surrounded Yifan and his family of 5. A chilling, murderous aura instantly spread out. Don't move! The leader, a one-eyed man with a scar on his face, pointed his poison dagger at Yifan, his voice hoarse and cold. Robbery! The group of kidnappers behind him also simultaneously brandished their weapons. One by one, they were fierce and menacing. Look at this scene. Morong Shue's pretty face turned pale instantly. She instinctively shielded her 2 daughters tightly behind her. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with endless coldness and killing intent. The terrifying aura of a king-level being emanated uncontrollably from her. However, before she could make a move, a warm and dry large hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. It was Yifan. Throughout the entire ordeal, he showed not a trace of panic on his face. They even had the leisure to observe with interest this group of reckless kidnappers before them. That look didn't seem to be directed at a group of vicious thugs. It's more like watching a group of guinea pigs that have willingly offered themselves up. Yo! He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Are the requirements for becoming a kidnapper really that low these days? A few trash who haven't even reached the body tempering realm dare to try and imitate others, even resorting to kidnapping. Hearing this, the one-eyed leader instantly flew into a rage. You little bastard! You fucking dare to talk back even when you're about to die? He spat viciously. Brothers, don't waste your breath on him. The man's limbs were broken and he was thrown into the sewer. Keep the girls here, let the brothers have some fun. As for those three little brats, a glint of undisguised greed and cruelty flashed in his single eye. Give them all to me, take them with you. Such exquisitely crafted items would fetch an astronomical price on the black market. Yes. The group of kidnappers behind him burst into excited, sinister laughs upon hearing this. Everyone was eager and ready to fight. And upon hearing this, the smile on Yifan's face slowly disappeared. Instead, there was a chilling, eerie coldness that made the world pale in comparison. He was angry. The consequences are very serious. I was originally planning to play along with you guys. His voice was very soft and faint. Yet it carried an endless killing intent capable of freezing the soul. But now it seems you no longer have a reason to live. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying pressure, powerful enough to make the entire parking lot tremble violently, emanated from a fifth-level King Realm expert. A sudden burst of energy erupted from his seemingly frail body. Plop plop plop. The group of kidnappers who had just been so fierce and menacing. Under this terrifying pressure, as if a god had descended to earth. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. They all coughed up blood and knelt on the ground. They were like limp shrimps with all their bones removed. He collapsed to the ground, trembling. His face was filled with endless horror and despair. A king? A king? No. That's not right. This oppressive aura was more than 100 times more terrifying than the king-level expert they had once seen from afar. What the hell is this monster? What kind of tough nut did they kick today? Big brother, spare me, spare me. The one-eyed leader was the first to react. He threw down the dagger in his hand and began frantically kowtowing. The voice was filled with endless fear and sobs. It was us. We were blinded by greed and failed to recognize a great man. We will never dare to do it again. However, Yifan's face remained cold and indifferent. He looked at the swarm of ants, pleading desperately before him like dead dogs. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes. Daring to set their sights on his child? This has already touched his Achilles heel. And a dragon has an Achilles heel touch it, and you will die. It's too late. He uttered 2 words calmly. Then, slowly, he raised his hand. However, just as he was preparing to wipe these ignorant ants from this world completely, a childlike voice, brimming with boundless domineering power, suddenly rang out from behind him. Dad! Etc. It's the eldest son, Yilin. Suddenly, he appeared from behind Morong Shui. That delicate, porcelain-like face was filled with a coldness and anger that belied its age. He stared intently at the group of trembling kidnappers on the ground. The voice was childish, yet filled with an undeniable authority. Dad! These trash! How dare they make a move on my sister? We can't let them get away with this so easily. As he spoke, he slowly raised his tiny, pink fist. A force several times more terrifying than that of the kidnappers, the power of the primordial dragon elephant. It burst forth from his small body. Let Linner personally grind them all into mincemeat. Yifan was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. He then laughed. He slowly lowered his hand. A smile full of satisfaction and pride spread across his face. Good. He said. As expected of my son, Yifan. He should avenge himself. Go ahead. Don't get your new clothes dirty. It's Dad. Yi Lin was overjoyed upon hearing this. He responded excitedly. Then, in the instant, the kidnapper's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. His small body was like a cannonball fired from a gun. In an instant, it rammed into the one-eyed man who was already terrified. No. The one-eyed man only had time to let out a desperate roar. Bang! A deep, muffled bang, so loud it seemed to shake the entire parking lot violently, a terrifyingly loud noise. Then, Morong Shue's expression was filled with unbearable disapproval. Yi Yao and Yi Qi were filled with excitement and admiration in their eyes. That arrogant one-eyed man. It turns out. Just like that, a 3-year-old kid bumped into it and turned it into an indescribable mosaic. This moment. The whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. The remaining kidnappers stared blankly at the pool of blood and gore on the ground, a mangled mess beyond recognition. Then he looked at the 3-year-old who slowly withdrew his ramming gesture and even patted the dust off himself with a look of disgust. My mind went completely blank. They felt as if they were having the most absurd and terrifying nightmare. Yi Lin, on the other hand, acted as if he had simply crushed a slightly stronger ant. He turned to look at his next prey, who was already terrified and had wet himself. A bright, innocent smile appeared on his face. As he did so, he cracked his delicate pink fingers, making a crisp crack-crack sound. In a childish voice, she asked. That. Uncle. Who's next? Chapter 53, a 3-year-old toddler punches a grandmaster, scaring the kidnapper half to death. Who's next? Who's next? Yi Lin's question, while brimming with innocence, was also, damnably, filled with endless terror. Like death's final ultimatum. It instantly shattered the psychological defenses of all the kidnappers present. Ah! One of the kidnappers, the closest to the target, finally succumbed to the extreme fear that could break even gods and demons. He let out a strange cry. Throw away the weapon in your hand. Turn around and try to run. However, he had only taken 2 steps. Bang! A dull, loud bang. His enormous body exploded in mid-air without any warning. It transformed into a cloud of crimson blood mist. It wasn't Yi Lin who made the move. Instead, seemingly out of nowhere, appeared behind them another little beauty, like a porcelain doll, wearing a pink princess dress and sporting 2 adorable pigtails. Yi Yao. She slowly withdrew her delicate, white hand. A sweet smile appeared on her face, yet one that sent chills down your spine. Snort. A bunch of bad guys. Daddy said, you're not allowed to run away. She said in a childish voice. It was as if she wasn't the one who had casually pointed a finger and blasted a living person to pieces in midair just moments ago. This moment. The whole world became quiet. The remaining kidnappers stared blankly at the cloud of blood mist that was slowly dissipating in the air. Then I looked again at that one, the little devil with the innocent look on his face. My mind went completely blank. They felt as if they had fallen into the most absurd and terrifying nightmare. These 2 seemingly delicate and harmless little kids. What the hell is that? A monster. Wow. My little sister is amazing. Yi Lin's eyes lit up instantly when he saw this. He looked at his younger sister with adoration and cheered in a childish voice. Sister, sister. How did you manage to kill someone in a flash with that move? Teach me. Teach me. Humph, I won't teach you. Yi Yao tilted her head back haughtily. This is a girl's secret. He. Look at those 2 little devils, who are playing and frolicking as if no one else is around. The remaining kidnappers completely broke down. They collapsed to the ground, trembling like leaves. A foul, pungent odor emanated from their crotches. They were actually scared out of their wits. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to be simply watching a heartwarming interaction between siblings. From beginning to end, he showed no intention whatsoever of making a move. I just watched all of this with great interest. It was as if the terrified kidnappers on the ground were nothing more than toys for his child to practice on. Just as Yi Lin and Yi Yao were preparing to start a new round of games, a roar filled with boundless rage and terror suddenly erupted from the entrance of the parking lot. Stop. You 2 little beasts. Do you know whose people they are? As soon as the words fell, a terrifying pressure, 100 times more terrifying than all the previous kidnappers combined, emanated from a true Qi realm grandmaster. Like a flood bursting its banks, it swept wildly across the entire parking lot. However, faced with this immense pressure, powerful enough to crack even mountain rocks, on Yi Lin and Yi Yao's 2 exquisitely beautiful faces, there was not the slightest fear. Instead, he revealed an extremely human-like disgusted expression. It seems to be saying, that's it? That's it? Not yet, my dad makes a lot of noise when he sneezes. Yi Fan, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow slightly. He slowly turned his head and looked at the black-robed man who was slowly emerging from the shadows. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Oh? The person in question has finally decided to show up. The newcomer was a mysterious figure with a hunched back, shrouded in a large black robe. On his face was a mask depicting a demon with blue skin and fangs. Only a pair of cold, murky eyes, like those of a venomous snake, were visible. He stared intently at the several pools of bloody, mangled flesh on the ground, now indistinguishable from human figures. Looking again, the two children were staring at their 3-year-old with expressions of disdain. Those cloudy old eyes were filled with endless horror and disbelief. He never dreamed of this. He himself sent out a dozen or so experts at the body-tempering realm. Incredible. Incredible, they were wiped out by 2 3-year-old kids. Where the hell did these two come from? They're little monsters. You. He looked at Ji-fan, his voice hoarse, yet filled with apprehension. Who exactly is this person? Yi-fan smiled. I'm just a stay-at-home dad passing by. But you. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Sneaky and furtive, hiding its head and tail. They sent this bunch of trash to kidnap my child. Sir, aren't you underestimating me, Yi, far too much? Your child? Upon hearing this, the man in black robes instantly understood everything. A look of sudden realization flashed in his eyes. Then came an even greater surge of greed and fervor. So that's how it is. No wonder. No wonder. The legendary Son of God who caused the city to be filled with golden light, a phenomenon that brought forth extraordinary celestial phenomena. It's actually your child. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly, looking up at the sky. The laughter was filled with endless excitement and madness. It's like finding something you've been searching for everywhere without even looking for it. Boy. He looked at Ji-fan, his cloudy old eyes filled with a cat and mouse-like mockery. Originally, I only wanted to capture a few talented brats to take back and refine the blood god pill. I never expected to run into someone like you, a once-in-a-millennium divine being. As long as we can refine them. Not only can I live 100 years longer. It's even possible that he could break through to the legendary King realm in one fell swoop. You, kid, and your bunch of little bastards are simply a godsend for me. He could no longer suppress the boundless greed in his heart as he spoke. He flashed away. In an instant, it transformed into a black ghostly shadow. It carried with it a chilling atmosphere of bloodshed. He grabbed at his eldest son, Yi-lin, who was closest to him, with all his might. That withered hand, which looked like a chicken claw, suddenly grew several times larger in mid-air. It transformed into a massive, black, ghostly claw that blotted out the sky. Above it, there were even wisps of eerie black energy composed of countless wronged souls. A grandmaster of true Qi realm, delivering a full-force attack. How terrifying was its power! The entire parking lot seemed to tremble violently because of that claw strike. Careful! Morong Shui, who was standing to the side, turned pale instantly upon seeing this scene. She was about to act without even thinking. However, she was fast. There was someone who was faster than her. Yes, Yi-lin. There stood the 3-year-old kid who had always been everyone's target. The instant I saw that enormous, black, ghostly claw reaching out to grab me. That delicate, exquisitely sculpted face showed absolutely no fear. Instead, he revealed an extremely human-like expression of excitement. It was as if I had seen something the most fun thing, a toy. Ha! He shouted in a childish voice. Then, in the black-robed man's wide-eyed, horrified, and incredulous gaze. His small, pink fist was just that simple, ordinary. One punch. Facing that terrifying ghostly claw, powerful enough to shatter monuments, split rocks, and tear apart tigers and leopards. Boom! Get out! Bang! A deep, muffled bang, so loud it seemed the entire parking lot was about to collapse, a terrifyingly loud noise. Fist. And that black, true Qi ghost claw. They collided violently. Then. That's all, and that's it. Under the gaze of that black-robed man, who was completely petrified, as if looking at a god. That terrifying ghost claw was unleashed with all his might by him, a master of the true Qi realm. It was like a watermelon being smashed hard by a hammer. Click. From the middle, with a deafening roar, it exploded. It turned into countless black specks of light. Yi-lin's seemingly ordinary little fist, after shattering the ghost claw, did not lose any of its power. Even faster. Like a golden lightning bolt that tore through time and space. In an instant, the distance in space was traversed. He appeared before the black-robed man, who was already terrified. No! The man in black robes only had time to let out a desperate roar. Bang! Another, deafening, muffled sound, a terrifying roar that seemed to shake the entire city of Jiangcheng violently. Then, Yi Fan's face was filled with a smile of satisfaction and pride. Morong Shui's expression had long since become completely numb and blank. That arrogant, aloof, demon king-like grandmaster of true qi. His tall frame. Just like that, a 3-year-old kid punched him right through the chest. It left behind a huge, gaping hole filled with blood. He lowered his head, staring blankly at his empty chest. Then I looked at the 3-year-old kid, who slowly withdrew his fist, and even wiped it on his clothes with a look of disgust. His eyes were filled with endless bewilderment and emptiness. He opened his mouth, as if to say something. But before he could speak, his body was like a sand sculpture stripped of all its supports. Collapsed with a roar. It turned into dust all over the ground. A grandmaster has fallen. He was dead, beyond any hope of dying again. He didn't even understand how he died. The entire venue was deathly silent. Yi Lin slowly withdrew her small, pink fist. Turning my head, I saw my unscrupulous father, who had been watching the whole thing from beginning to end. A bright, innocent smile appeared on his face. He cracked his delicate pink fingers, making a crisp crack-crack sound. On one side, she asked in a childish voice. Dad. Well, the sandbag doesn't seem to be very durable. Does our family have something even more formidable, like a punching bag? Chapter 54 News spreads, emergency meeting held by high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. An even tougher sandbag? Yi Fan heard his son's question, which was full of childlike innocence, yet also damnably full of Versailles atmosphere. His lips twitched violently. He glanced at the mosaic on the ground, its human form no longer recognizable. Then he looked at his precious son, whose face was innocent and naive, as if he had just crushed an ant. I feel like my brain isn't quite up to par. Grandmaster, that's a genuine grandmaster expert. They are considered to be at the very top of the pyramid in the entire Jiangcheng. And then it came to you. It turned out to be just a punching bag that wasn't very durable. And you still think it's not impressive enough? Big brother. Ancestors. You're only 3 years old. Are you sure you want to be this unreasonable? If you continue to defy the heavens like this, how am I supposed to show off in front of you now? Cough, cough. He forcefully suppressed his endless urge to complain, coughed twice, and revealed an extremely benevolent father smile. Linner, he said earnestly. One should be humble in life. Look, you've hurt your uncle. How impolite. Oh. Yi Lin nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. Then he walked up to the mosaic. He bowed with a sincere expression. He said in a childish voice. I'm sorry, uncle. Linner, I'll be gentler next time. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan's eye twitched violently once again. Morong Shui, standing to the side, couldn't bear to look and covered her face. What a terrible thing. What kind of terrible sins have we committed? How could such a troublemaker have been born? That evening. This is a top-secret message that is even more explosive, outrageous, and unbelievable than killing a grandmaster with one punch. At an unprecedented and terrifying speed. Access granted, highest level of encrypted channel. From Jiangcheng, this remote second-tier city, the report went up through all levels. Ultimately, it was placed at the highest power center of the Dragon Kingdom. At the highest round table of the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters in Jinghua City. Take a look at them all. A top-secret meeting room filled with a chilling atmosphere. Xia Changhe, the supreme leader of the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Alliance, the head of the 9 marshals, and hailed as the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom. That's right, it's Xia Yuchan's father. He tossed an encrypted file, which had just been urgently sent from Jiangcheng, onto the huge round table. His voice was deep and heavy, filled with an unprecedented solemnity. The other 8 present were also martial-level powerhouses who could make the entire Dragon Kingdom tremble with a single stomp of their feet. They all looked at each other in bewilderment. His face was filled with confusion and bewilderment. What exactly happened? Something truly enormous? It's so urgent that a top-level emergency meeting needs to be held overnight. Could it be? Another beast tide has broken out in the wilderness. Or is the enemy country plotting something new? With a heavy heart, they all opened the light screens in front of them. Then, when they saw the seemingly plain, yet damnably terrifying text descriptions in the encrypted file, the entire, enormous conference room instantly fell into an unprecedented, deathly silence. Incident report. Time, around 6 p.m. today. Location, underground parking lot of Jiangcheng Central Commercial Plaza. Cause of the incident, a group of unidentified kidnappers suspected to be linked to the cult Blood God cult attempted to abduct 3 children, all aged 3. The course of events, 1,000 words of indescribable gore omitted here. Outcome, the kidnappers were all wiped out. Among them was a grandmaster at the 3rd level of the True Chi realm, codenamed Ghostface, who was killed instantly by a single punch from a 3-year-old boy, which pierced his chest. Attached, on-site surveillance video encrypted. This moment. Time seemed to stand still. The air seemed to have stopped moving. The 8 people present were martial-level powerhouses who had seen countless storms, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood. Each one of them seemed frozen in place, like a wooden or clay sculpture. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with unprecedented shock, horror, and disbelief. It was as if I had witnessed the most absurd and terrifying Arabian Nights tale in the world. 3-year-old child? One punch, pierced through the Grandmaster's chest. Is this for real? Today isn't April Fool's Day, is it? Cough cough. For a long time. It was the oldest-looking marshal, with white hair and beard, who was the first to recover from that extreme shock. He swallowed hard. The voice was hoarse and full of uncertainty. Old Xia. Are you sure this intelligence isn't some joke played on us by people from Jiangcheng who've had too much to drink? Joke. Xia Changhe sneered upon hearing this. He pointed to the screen, where the bloody video, already heavily pixelated, had been exposed. Open your eyes and see for yourselves. Is this a joke? Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They suppressed the boundless horror in their hearts. I opened the encrypted video. Then they saw that terrifying scene, one that they would never forget and that almost shattered their Dao heart. A 3-year-old baby, exquisitely beautiful and incredibly cute. In an extremely innocent manner. A casual punch. Then there was the black-robed man, whose entire body exuded a terrifying aura of a grandmaster. It was brutally turned into an indescribable mosaic. This moment. The entire conference room fell into an unprecedented, deathly silence once again. You could hear a pin drop. All that remained were the sounds of gasps and gasps, one after another. And that, one after another, the sound of a heart pounding wildly. Demon, monster. This isn't human. This is clearly an ancient god or demon reincarnated, dressed in human skin. 3 years old, and he can kill a grandmaster with one punch? Then, what will he be like when he grows up? Wouldn't that mean you could shatter a planet with a single punch? We must investigate. Immediately. Right now. Use all available resources. Investigate this little monster's entire family history, from top to bottom. I want to see just who this amazing genius is, to give birth to such a heaven-defying monster. The entire highest power center of the Dragon Kingdom was plunged into madness because of Yi Lin's astonishing punch. And Xia Changhe was the instigator. It was as if they had foreseen all of this. There was no surprise on his face. However, it slowly pulled up another equally confidential, top-secret encrypted file. He said it casually. No need to check. I have his information. As he spoke, he then shared that document on everyone's screen. Name, Yi Fan. Age, 21. Identity, freshman at Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy currently on leave. Strength, unknown, possibly above the King realm. Background, orphan suspected to be related to the Child of God descent incident that shocked the entire Jiangcheng 3 years ago. Children, 3, 1 son and 2 daughters, all suspected to possess God-level talent. Note, this is extremely dangerous and terrifying. We recommend using the highest level of expertise to win them over, at all costs. When everyone saw the truly outrageous information, their minds went blank once again. They stared in disbelief at the excessively handsome young figure on the screen. I looked again at the document, at that series of terrifying descriptions that would suffocate anyone. I feel like my worldview has been completely shattered. 21 years old. Above the king's realm. There are 3 more children with godlike talent. Is this fucking real? Humans? This is clearly a protagonist template straight out of a fantasy novel. Old Xia. The elderly marshal looked at Xia Changhe, his voice stammering. Are you sure this document isn't from your precious daughter's fanfiction? Xia Changhe's lips twitched violently upon hearing this. He glared at the disrespectful old man. Then, take a deep breath and slowly open your mouth. The voice was full of undeniable, firm conviction. Everyone. Xia Changhe. I guarantee this in the name of the Dragon Kingdom's god of war. Every single word in this document is absolutely true. And. He paused, a complex glint flashing in his eyes. I also know a top secret intelligence that isn't even recorded in this document. What intelligence? Everyone perked up upon hearing this. Xia Changhe remained silent. He simply stood up slowly. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the brightly lit Jinghua city below. After a long while, he slowly spoke, asking in an extremely complex tone. Everyone. Do you guys still remember? 3 years ago, that person was hailed as the most brilliant and talented genius in our Dragon Kingdom's 1,000-year history. That one, who mysteriously disappeared while exploring the Kunlun secret realm. The Yi family's prodigy? Chapter 55, The mysterious hidden family has also begun to pay attention to me? The Yi family's prodigy? Hearing Xia Changhe's question, a question etched with the marks of the times. All the marshals present were shocked. A complex light flashed in those already cloudy eyes, clouded by shock. There's nostalgia, regret, and a deep sense of apprehension. Yi Qingtian. That guy, in just 20 years, went from an unknown nobody to sweeping aside all the geniuses of his generation. Ultimately, he reached the realm of martial emperor at the age of 25. He is hailed as the most promising genius in the Dragon Kingdom in 1,000 years to step into the legendary realm of Saint. Unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of talent. Just when he was at the height of his confidence and brilliance. However, he mysteriously disappeared during an exploration of the ancient secret realm Kunlun ruins, and his fate remains unknown. It has become the biggest unsolved case in the entire martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom. And it has become a permanent pain in the hearts of these old guys. Old Xia. The elderly marshal's voice trembled slightly as he looked at Xia Changhe. You bring him up, what do you mean by that? Could it be this Yi fan? That's right. Xia Changhe nodded. A hint of endless sigh flashed in his eyes. According to our latest intelligence. Although Yi fan's public identity is that of an orphan. But his DNA is 99.9% similar to the sample Yi Qingtian left in the Alliance's gene bank back then. So, he is Yi Qingtian, his long-lost biological son. Boom! This is earth-shattering news. Like an antimatter bomb capable of completely destroying the entire solar system. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted in this small conference room. All the marshals present were blown to bits, their souls scattered and charred. Yi Qingtian's son? That monstrous son? No wonder Yi fan is such a prodigy. No wonder he was able to give birth to 3 equally monstrous and unreasonable little monsters. Like begets like, and even a rat's son knows how to dig holes. The son of a monster is, of course, also a monster. Quick! Hurry! The elderly marshal was the first to realize what was happening. He slammed his hand on the table, his face filled with unprecedented excitement and ecstasy. Immediately. Right now. Now. Use all your strength. At any cost. We must also tell those old guys in the Yi family this fantastic news. Tell them. The Yi family not only has a worthy successor. And it's a family with 5 prodigies. At the same time. In the Kunlun mountains of China, there is a little-known paradise. Inside a grand, ancient palace, imbued with a sense of antiquity. A similarly high-level family meeting is also underway. Those present were all old monsters with white hair and beards, but they all exuded a terrifying aura that was enough to make mountains and rivers change color. They are one of the oldest and most mysterious reclusive families in the world. The Yi family. Let's all talk about it. Seated in the main seat was an old man in hemp robes, his face withered, as if he might pass away at any moment, but occasionally his eyes would flash with images of the sun, moon, and stars vanishing. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice, though not loud, seemed to carry a certain divine power, as if its words were law. The entire palace trembled slightly. He is the pillar of the Yi family. A living fossil who has already stepped 1 foot into the legendary realm of Saint. The Yi family, their ancestors. Reporting to the ancestor. Below him, a middle-aged man with an unfathomable aura stood up respectfully. Regarding the recent extraordinary phenomenon in Jiangcheng where the child of God was said to have descended into the world. We have already found out. Indeed, 3 babies with extraordinary talents were born. And he paused, his tone becoming somewhat strange. According to the information relayed back by our spies planted in the Martial Arts Alliance, the father of those 3 babies is named Ji Fan. His DNA has a 99.9% similarity to that of the missing young master of Qingtian. What? Hearing this, the entire palace, which had been deathly silent, was instantly transformed into a bomb that had been detonated. Suddenly, everything exploded. Qingtian's son? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Qingtian actually has a bloodline that's been lost outside? Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. My Yi family finally has a worthy successor. Countless elders of the Yi family were so excited that they burst into tears and became incoherent. However, the old ancestor of the Yi family sitting in the main seat still had that calm and unchanging expression on his face. There was not a ripple whatsoever. He merely glanced indifferently at the still agitated middle-aged man. He opened his mouth slowly. Get to the point. Yes. The middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine and quickly composed himself. He continued his report respectfully. According to the latest intelligence, Yi Fan had a conflict yesterday with a Grandmaster-level expert who was suspected to be from the Blood God cult. Then he swallowed hard. His eldest son, a baby who was only 3 years old. One punch, and he destroyed that Grandmaster. This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. Inside the palace, the excited expressions on the faces of all the Yi family elders instantly froze. They stared in disbelief at the calm-faced middle-aged man. My mind went completely blank. A 3-year-old baby? He blew up a Grandmaster with a single punch? Is this for real? Is today not April Fool's Day? Even the Yi family patriarch, who had always been as calm and unmoved as a still well. After hearing this sentence, a hint of undisguised turmoil finally flashed in those murky old eyes that seemed to see through eternity. He stared intently at the middle-aged man. The voices have even changed a bit. What did you say? Say it again. Reporting to the ancestor. The middle-aged man trembled with fright and quickly repeated what he had just said. The palace fell once again into an unprecedented, deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. All that remained were the sounds of gasps of shock rising and falling. And the same rhythmic, frantic pounding of the heart. For a long time, the old ancestor of the Yi family slowly recovered from his extreme shock. An unprecedentedly complex expression appeared on his face. There was shock, horror, disbelief, but more than anything, there was an ecstatic joy that came from the depths of my soul. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly, looking up at the sky. The laughter was filled with boundless satisfaction and domineering spirit. Good. 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 Like father, like son. Well said, the student has surpassed the master. Truly worthy of being the prodigy of the Yi family. Pass on my orders. His voice, like rolling thunder, resounded throughout the entire Kunlun wonderland. Immediately. Right now. Now. Prepare the most generous gift of the highest standard from the Yi family. I want to go to Jiangcheng myself. Let's go see him. My wonderful grandson, a genius. And those 3 equally extraordinary great-grandchildren. And at this moment, as the instigator of all these events, Yi Fan, however, was completely unaware of the uproar that had already engulfed the outside world because of him and his son. He was leisurely lying in his own rocking chair, enjoying the attentive service from 2 stunningly beautiful women. One of them was Morong Shui, whom he had already completely conquered. The other one is Hu Yaoyao, a fox-eared girl who stayed behind as a chambermaid after being rescued by him. Master, ah! Hu Yaoyao was kneeling on the ground, carefully peeling a crystal-clear grape with her fair and delicate hands and feeding it to Yifan's mouth. That alluring and captivating appearance, ready to be taken by any man, would drive any normal man mad. While Yifan was comfortably enjoying this life, which was comparable to that of an emperor. His brows, however, suddenly furrowed slightly. He slowly raised his head. Those eyes, as deep as the starry sky, seemed to pierce through layers of spatial barriers. They looked towards the distant capital city and the direction of the Kunlun Mountains. A playful smile curved at the corner of his lips. Oh? So it was finally discovered? Interesting. Looks like the days ahead won't be too boring. He looked at the two stunningly beautiful women beside him, who both looked puzzled. Then he glanced at the three little monsters not far away, chasing after poor Zhao Taiju and running all over the yard. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. That. You all say. When my grandfather and father-in-law, whom I had never met, came to my door. Should I discuss the bride price with them first? Chapter 56. Jiangcheng is too small, my journey is to the stars and the sea. Bride price? Hearing Yifan's question, which was full of mercenary air yet damnably full of Versailles flavor, he was shocked. A complex light flashed in Morong Shui's and Hu Yaoyao's equally beautiful eyes. There was confusion and bewilderment, but more than anything, there was a sense of pride that came from the depths of my soul. Grandfather? Father-in-law? Judging from this, it seems that their mysterious and incredibly powerful master the man is also a super second-generation heir with an equally powerful background? Holy crap! This is unacceptable for other men. 3 days later. Jiangcheng, the city lord's mansion. The atmosphere was extremely tense. A piercing red alarm blared throughout the entire city lord's mansion's command center. Report! A communications soldier in uniform ran in, sweating profusely, his face filled with endless terror and despair. Lord City, Lord City! Something terrible has happened. A massive beast tide has appeared on the coast of the East China Sea. Millions upon millions of ferocious marine beasts are sweeping madly toward our Jiangcheng. It is estimated that in less than 10 minutes, the enemy will be at the city gates. What? Hearing this, all the high-ranking officials of Jiangcheng present, including City Lord Li Zhantian. They all jumped up from their seats with a whoosh. His face was filled with unprecedented horror and disbelief. A beast tide? Or is it an even larger-scale ocean beast tide? What kind of international joke is this? Although Jiangcheng is a coastal city, it is still a coastal city. However, it is still 100 kilometers away from the actual coast of the East China Sea. Moreover, countless fortifications and steel defenses were set up along the way. How could such a terrifying beast tide erupt without any warning? Is the intelligence accurate? Li Zhantian's voice trembled slightly. Absolutely true. The communications soldier was almost in tears. All the defenses on the front lines were destroyed in the very first instant, like leaves falling and rotting in the wind. According to the last image transmitted back. He swallowed hard. The leader of this beast tide is a three-headed deep-sea behemoth comparable to a king-level being. Even behind them, one can vaguely see the shadow of an even more terrifying king-level. Beast King. Boom. This is earth-shattering news. Like an antimatter bomb capable of completely destroying the entire solar system. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted in this small operations command center. All the high-ranking officials in Jiangcheng present were blown to bits, their souls scattered and shattered. A three-headed king? An emperor? Is this for real? This is a terrifying lineup capable of destroying the world. Let alone their small Jiangcheng. Even if we transferred all the troops from the entire Jiangnan province, I'm afraid even they might not be able to stop it. It's over. This is it, it's completely over. Heaven is going to destroy my Jiangcheng. Quick! Hurry! Li Zhantian was the first to recover from that extreme shock and despair. He slammed his hand on the table, his face filled with unprecedented madness and determination. Immediately. Right now. Now. Sound the highest level war alarm. All the soldiers. All the warriors. All the men who can still breathe. All of you, get to the city wall. Hold on to the death. Even if we fight to the last man. Absolutely not even half a step back. In addition, He took a deep breath, a final glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Immediately. Connect me to the highest level dedicated line to the heavenly palace on the cloud top. I must personally ask Mr. Yi for help. He knows. Now, the only thing that can save them, Jiangcheng, and these tens of millions of people is. There's only that unfathomable young man, like a god or demon. And at this moment, the number 1 king villa of Yunding Tiangong. Yi Fan was lying leisurely on a rocking chair in the courtyard, enjoying the top-notch imperial service from 2 stunningly beautiful women. It was as if the piercing alarm had already resounded throughout the entire sky outside. To him, it was nothing more than insignificant background music. Oh nar. Hu Yaoyao carefully massaged Yi Fan's shoulders. He looked with some worry at the terrifying scene in the distance, where dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening to destroy it. His voice carried a hint of innate fear of danger. It seems like something big has happened outside. Yi Fan didn't even open his eyes. He simply gave a faint reply. It was as if they had foreseen all of this. Meanwhile, Morong Shui, standing to the side, also wore a solemn expression. However, her heart was filled with unconditional trust in Yi Fan. She knew. As long as this man is there, the sky won't fall down. Yi Fan. She asked softly, are you leaving? Yi Fan nodded. Jiangcheng is too small, it's ultimately just a beginner's village. It's time to go out and see the wider world. As he spoke, he slowly stood up from the rocking chair and stretched. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the 2 beautiful women, he took a step forward. In an instant, they appeared at the top of the world tree, which had long since grown into a towering tree. He stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Those eyes, as deep as the starry sky, seemed to pierce through layers of spatial barriers. They looked towards the boundless, terrifying beast tide that had already besieged the city. A playful smile curved his lips. All right. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly throughout the entire heavenly palace on the cloud top. Before leaving, just give it to the city where I've lived for so many years. Let's give each other a special parting gift. After saying that, he slowly raised his right hand. Then, in the eyes of Morong Shui and Hu Yaoyao, their eyes widened in utter shock. He was facing the direction of that boundless, terrifying beast tide. He snapped his fingers lightly. Smack! A crisp snap of fingers. It resounded throughout the entire world. And then, that was it. In Jiangcheng, on the steel defense line that had long been completely overwhelmed by endless ferocious beasts. In the eyes of those 3 arrogant king-level deep-sea behemoths and that lofty emperor-level beast king, filled with mockery and cruelty. A single, dazzling 7-colored lotus flower, so brilliant that it could eclipse the sun and moon. It slowly bloomed from the void without any warning. The lotus was so beautiful it seemed otherworldly. It seemed to come from a divine kingdom high in the heavens. It exudes a sacred aura capable of purifying all the filth in the world. All the ferocious beasts stopped in their tracks the moment they saw the lotus flower. For the first time, those eyes, filled with savagery and slaughter, revealed an extreme fear originating from the depths of the soul. They tried to escape. But it was too late. There it was, a beautiful 7-colored lotus flower. After blooming to its fullest extent, slowly withering away. Then, boom! A terrifying roar, beyond words, caused the entire blue pole star to tremble violently, a roar so terrifying it surpassed the limits of everyone's imagination. Suddenly, the sound resounded throughout the entire world. A colorful mushroom cloud, more than 10,000 times more dazzling than the sun. It rises slowly from the shore of the East China Sea. It instantly devoured that boundless and terrifying beast tide. It also illuminated the night sky of the entire Dragon Kingdom. That day, all the powerful figures above the King realm and the entire Dragon Kingdom raised their heads in unison. They stared in utter horror at the lingering, 7-colored divine light in the east. And that terrifying energy fluctuation that made their very souls tremble. My mind went completely blank. They had no idea what had happened there. All they know is, from that day on, there are no more living ferocious beasts in the East Sea of the Dragon Kingdom. Historically known as the Day of Divine Punishment. And at this moment, as the instigator of all this, Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to have simply set off a grand fireworks show on a whim. He slowly floated down from the world tree. They didn't even glance at the horrific scene that was worthy of being recorded in history. He walked up to the two stunningly beautiful women who were already terrified. A very kind smile appeared on his face. "All right. The trash has been cleaned up. It's time for us to get going too." As he spoke, he waved his hand dramatically. A silver-white private interstellar spaceship brimming with science fiction and futuristic vibes. It appeared out of thin air in the center of the courtyard. It was one of the many little toys that the system rewarded him with. "Let's go." He held a baby who was equally terrified in one arm. With her other hand she was holding her eldest son's hand, who also looked completely bewildered. They were the first to board the spaceship. "Go to Jinghua City. Go see my grandfather, whom I've never met before. With my father-in-law." Morong Shui and Hu Yao Yao exchanged a glance. They both saw a trace of endless bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. What else could they say? I could only follow silently. Just as the spaceship's hatch was about to close, Yi Fan seemed to remember something. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Taizhu, the security captain, who was standing not far away with a blank expression. He smiled. "Oh, right, Taizhu. This family is now in your hands. Keep a close eye on it for me. When my son grows up in the future, I'll have to come back to inherit the family fortune." Zhao Taizhu trembled upon hearing this. He suddenly snapped back to his senses. Then, with a thump, he knelt down on the ground. Towards that silver-white spaceship, about to soar into the sky. He was frantically kowtowing. His voice was filled with boundless fervor and adoration. "Farewell, Mr. Yi. May Mr. Yi live forever. May he unify the martial arts world." Morong Shui looked out the window at Jiangcheng, which was getting smaller and smaller. And Zhao Taizhu, who was also getting smaller and smaller. After a long while, she slowly opened her mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. "Yi Fan, will we ever come back?" Chapter 57. After years of accumulation, Morong Shui breaks through all her bottlenecks and achieves a breakthrough. "Are you coming back?" Yi Fan smiled when he heard Morong Shui's question, which was full of reluctance and longing. He reached out and gently embraced the woman whose fate was already intertwined with his own. "Certainly." His voice was filled with an undeniable gentleness. "This is our home. Wherever we go, in the end, they will all come back. Private interstellar spaceships are extremely fast. In just a few hours, they had already traversed a distance of thousands of kilometers. I arrived in Jinghua City, the power center of the Dragon Kingdom, from Jiangcheng. To avoid causing unnecessary commotion, Yi Fan did not fly the spaceship directly into the city. Instead, he landed at a private estate he had already purchased in the suburbs. Wow! What a big city! It's so much bigger than Jiangcheng. So much bigger. 3 firsts for the little guy. He leaned against the window, gazing at the vast city in the distance, its light shining like a galaxy fallen to Earth. Those clear, big eyes were filled with endless curiosity and excitement. When Morong Shui saw this city, which was both familiar and unfamiliar, a complex light flashed in those beautiful phoenix eyes. Jinghua City. This is where she was born. That was also where her dreams were shattered. Moreover, it's the place where her so-called family resides. She once thought she would never come back in her life. But, unexpectedly, this has only been a few short years. She not only came back. Moreover, she returned in a manner she herself had never imagined. King. She is now a true king-level powerhouse. It's an existence that could shake the entire capital city. And the one who gave her all of this was the unfathomable man beside her, a man as mysterious as a god or demon. What's wrong? Yi Fan seemed to have noticed her emotional fluctuations. He reached out and gently took her slightly cool little hand in his. Missing home? Home? Morong Shui smiled self-deprecatingly upon hearing this. I have no home. At least not here. No. Yi Fan shook his head. His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with an undeniable domineering presence. From now on, wherever I am, this is your home. Morong Shui's body trembled slightly. She looked up at Yi Fan's eyes, which were filled with tenderness and doting affection. The last trace of confusion and hesitation in my heart vanished. Yes. He has children. Isn't home anywhere? She nodded emphatically. A genuine, happy smile returned to his face. That night, after settling the three little ones who were already tired of playing, Yifan and Morong Shui arrived at the manor, at that private cultivation room, which was also enhanced by a spirit-gathering array. Sit. Yifan pointed to the futon in front of him and said calmly. Morong Shui was somewhat puzzled, but she still obediently sat down cross-legged. Concentrate and calm your mind. Yifan's voice rang out again. I will help you break through. What? Upon hearing this, Morong Shui's eyes widened instantly. A breakthrough? Are you kidding me? Although her abilities have improved by leaps and bounds in the past few years. But he's only just entered the king realm. The foundation is not even solid yet. Now, you want to break through to the next level? Isn't that just courting death? Don't worry. Yifan seemed to see through her concerns and smiled. I'm here. You won't die. As he spoke, he slowly extended his palm and gently placed it on Morong Shui's smooth back. Boom! A chaotic true energy, seemingly originating from the very source of the universe, was more than 10,000 times purer than the so-called ice phoenix power within her body. In an instant, it was like a dam bursting open in the Milky Way. It surged wildly into her limbs and bones. Morong Shui's body trembled violently. She felt as if she had instantly been placed in a warm ocean of energy. The foundation that had just broken through and was still somewhat unstable was swept away by this domineering yet pure energy. It instantly became incredibly solid and stable. Her bottleneck at the first level of the king realm was as easy as paper. They didn't even offer the slightest decent resistance. It was swept away and shattered into pieces. Boom! An even more powerful aura than before erupted from her body. King realm level 2. It's done. However, this is just the beginning. That massive surge of chaotic true energy showed no sign of abating. They continued to frantically modify her body. King realm level 3. King realm level 4. Fifth level of the king realm. Her cultivation level once again skyrocketed. It was skyrocketing at a speed that would make even gods and demons envious. And her bloodline, stimulated by this primal energy, began its ultimate evolution. A clear, melodious phoenix cry filled with endless nobility and majesty. It resounded from within her body without any warning. A terrifying, icy blue divine flame erupted from her body. Behind her, a lifelike phantom of an ice crystal phoenix with wingspans tens of meters long materialized. The phoenix looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. A terrifying chill, enough to freeze the soul, instantly swept through the entire training room. Even the surrounding air froze into ice crystals. Ice Phoenix Bloodline. At this moment, I finally awakened completely. It evolved into the legendary divine bloodline, the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Boom! Another terrifying roar. Morong Shui's cultivation level surged once again, driven by the evolution of her bloodline. Finally, it came to a steady stop. King Realm level 9 Great Perfection. They are only one step away from the Emperor Realm, where words can become law and control the laws. Call. I don't know how much time passed. After all the strange phenomena gradually subsided, Morong Shui slowly opened her eyes. Those phoenix eyes, already breathtakingly beautiful, now shimmered with a dazzling, icy blue light. One glance was enough to make anyone who met her eyes feel as if their soul was about to be completely frozen by that endless chill. She slowly lowered her head and opened her palm. Feel the terrifying power that could freeze the heavens and the earth. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with endless shock and disbelief. She was only touched on the back by this man. How did he go from a newcomer who had just entered the king realm to a top-tier expert at the great perfection of the king realm? This is infuriating. She stared blankly at the man who slowly withdrew his hand, his breath remaining completely unchanged. Only one thought remained in my mind. Just what kind of monster is this man? Yifan, on the other hand, seemed to have simply helped her open up her Ren and Do meridians casually. He looked at the stunningly beautiful woman who was completely petrified by his presence. He smiled. How do you feel? Are you getting used to it? Morong Shui opened her mouth slightly. After a long while, she managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Habit. That's good. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Then, a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Since your strength has also improved, shouldn't we proceed with our deal and move on to the next step? Morong Shui blushed upon hearing this. She naturally knew what Yi Fan meant by the next step. She looked at Yi Fan with aggressive, burning eyes. After a long while, she slowly closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, like butterfly wings. On her face, a shy yet expectant, resigned expression appeared. She gave a soft in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Then he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Yi Fan, when can we go see your family? Chapter 58. The couple returned home together and took a short break for seclusion. Meeting family? Yi Fan smiled when he heard Morong Shui's question, which sounded like that of a little wife. He reached out and embraced the stunningly beautiful woman, whom he had completely captivated inside and out, tightly. Certainly. His voice was filled with unprecedented tenderness and affection. You are my wife. My family is naturally your family too. But. He paused, his smile fading into something meaningful. Before I meet them. Don't we have more important things to do? Morong Shui's pretty face instantly turned completely red. She naturally knew what Yi Fan meant by more important things. She buried her face deeply in Yi Fan's warm and broad chest, and softly murmured in a voice barely audible. Then, the entire training room was enveloped in a spring-like atmosphere that could only be felt, not described. The next day, when the first rays of morning light streamed into the room through the window, Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman beside him, who was sleeping soundly, clinging to him like an octopus. He then felt the chaotic true energy within his body, which had become more refined and harmonious due to the balance of yin and yang. A very satisfied smile appeared on his face. No wonder it has a divine bloodline. The effects of this dual cultivation are truly different. It's more effective than him spending 100 days in solitary meditation in the House of Time. It seemed that they had noticed Yi Fan's movements. Morong Shui's long eyelashes trembled slightly, like butterfly wings. Then she slowly opened her eyes, those beautiful phoenix eyes that had long been nourished by the dew of love, now watery and sparkling. Woke up? She looked at Yi Fan's handsome face, so close to hers, and a blissful smile appeared on her face that could make all the flowers pale in comparison. Morning. Morning. Yi Fan smiled, lowered his head, and gently kissed her forehead. Then he slowly sat up from the bed. I stretched. Time to get up. He said. We still have a tough battle to fight today. Tough battle? Morong Shui was taken aback upon hearing this. She looked at Yi Fan with some confusion. Didn't you say your family members are all easy to get along with? Yes. Yi Fan nodded, a very kind smile appearing on his face. It's because they're so easy to get along with. That's why it's so difficult to deal with. The Yi family of Jinghua City. As one of the oldest and most mysterious reclusive families in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the Yi family mansion was not as magnificent and ethereal as people imagined. It's more like an ordinary courtyard house. It is simple and elegant, full of historical depth and a sense of heritage. However, today, this usually quiet and peaceful courtyard was unusually lively. It was decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers, exuding a festive atmosphere. It was even more lively than during the Lunar New Year. Because today. Yes, it's about the Yi family, their long-lost prodigy. Yi Qingtian's only bloodline. Yi Fan. The day to go home. Early in the morning. Yi Tiannan is the current head of the Yi family. That's the branch family that usurped Yi Qingtian's position as family head back then. Then, with all of them, the core members of the Yi family waited respectfully at the main gate. Everyone's face was filled with a complex expression of excitement and trepidation. The exciting thing is that the Yi family finally has a successor. Moreover, it's a family with five immortals. What made them uneasy was that they didn't know this little tyrant, who was rumored to have a bad temper. Will we settle old scores with them? They're here. They're here. Just when they were eagerly waiting. In the distance, a silver-white private interstellar spaceship exudes a futuristic and sci-fi vibe. It slowly descended from the sky. Finally, it came to a steady stop on the huge square in front of the Yi family compound. Hiss. Seeing this interstellar spaceship, it's clear that it's worth a fortune. All the Yi family members present gasped in unison. Wow, what a grand gesture. This young master who was stranded seems to be doing quite well. Click. Under the gaze of everyone, filled with awe and expectation, The spaceship's hatch slowly opened. A tall, slender, godlike young figure was the first to emerge from inside. He was Yi Fan. Behind him followed the stunningly beautiful and otherworldly Morong Shui. And those three exquisitely beautiful little ones who have long been revered as sons of God by the entire Dragon Kingdom. Welcome, welcome home, young master. The moment Yi Fan and his family of 5 appeared. Led by Yi Tiannan, all the members of the Yi family knelt down on the ground with a thud. His voice was filled with boundless excitement and fear. What a magnificent scene! However, faced with this grand drama of recognizing one's ancestors that could make any young person's blood boil, Yi Fan's face still held that calm and indifferent expression. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. His gaze swept over all the Yi family members kneeling on the ground. It landed directly in the deepest part of that ancient courtyard house. It seems to be able to penetrate layers of spatial barriers. They saw an old man in hemp robes sitting in a grand chair with his eyes closed, but he exuded a terrifying aura that could change the very color of heaven and earth. He. A playful smile curved his lips. Old man. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire Yi family compound. My grandson is back. You plan to just sit here like this forever? Are you welcoming your great-grandchild? The words had barely left his mouth. Deep inside that ancient courtyard house. That heavy door that has been closed for decades. With a loud boom. It opened with a bang. A semi-saint's might that was enough to make the entire capital city tremble violently. Soaring into the sky. A loud laugh filled with boundless joy and domineering power resounded throughout the entire sky. Ha 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 ha. Good. 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 What a wonderful grandson I am. As expected of the sky-supporting sun. You have the style of this old man from back in the day. Amidst laughter. That pillar of the Yi family patriarch. He actually walked out of the quiet room where he had been in seclusion for decades. He took a step forward. In an instant, the distance in space was traversed. He appeared in front of Yi Fan. His old, cloudy eyes, which seemed to see through the ages, were filled with unprecedented excitement and ecstasy. He stared intently at the 3 little ones in Yi Fan's arms, who were looking at him with curious eyes. His body was trembling slightly from excessive excitement. So alike. Absolutely so. He muttered to himself. He looks exactly like Qing Tian when he was a child. As he spoke, he stretched out his withered hand, which resembled tree bark. I wanted to touch Yi Lin's delicate, porcelain-like face. However, his hand hadn't even touched it yet. Snort! A soft, childish snort, brimming with boundless domineering power, rang out from Yi Lin's throat. A terrifying ancient dragon elephant divine might that was in no way inferior to him, a half-saint, and even slightly superior in quality. A sudden burst of power. Thump thump thump. The Yi family patriarch's invincible withered palm was actually forced back 3 steps by this sudden divine power. Each step left a terrifying footprint, several inches deep, on that hard, bluestone slab. This moment. The whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. All the Yi family members kneeling on the ground stared in disbelief at the outrageous scene before them, a scene that could only be described as gods fighting. My mind went completely blank. What did they see? Their ancestor was actually repelled by a 3-year-old toddler? This is inhuman. As for the Yi family patriarch himself, after the initial shock, there was not a trace of displeasure on his face. Instead, he revealed an unprecedentedly ecstatic and radiant smile. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly again, looking up at the sky. The laughter was filled with boundless joy and pride. Good. 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 What a wonderful great-grandson I am. Truly worthy of being the prodigy of the Yi family. I am qualified. I am qualified to inherit everything from the Yi family. As he spoke, without even glancing at the terrified descendants of the collateral branches, he waved his hand. An undeniable force of heaven and earth instantly enveloped Yi Fan and his family of 5. Walk. Let's go home with great-grandpa. I will personally cleanse your marrow and meridians. I'll help you reach the top in 1 step. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to have only come back to acknowledge his relatives and take advantage of the situation. He glanced at his adoptive grandfather, whose face was beaming with elation. Then he looked at Morong Shui, who also looked completely bewildered. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. That. Old man. Could we have a meal before we start the marrow cleansing and meridian treatment? Your great-grandson and great-granddaughter are hungry. Chapter 59. A new opportunity points to the ancient ruins of Jinghua City. Is dinner served? Hearing Ethan's question, which was full of life's touch yet damnably full of supreme pretentiousness, the old patriarch of the Yi family, whose face was already flushed with excitement, froze instantly. He stared dumbfounded at his peerless, monstrous grandson who had just used the heaven-defying bloodline pressure of his great-grandson to force him back 3 steps. And then I heard those gentle words, full of warmth and everyday life. I feel like my brain is completely overloaded. Cleansing the marrow and consolidating the meridians. Achieving instant success. This is an incredible opportunity that countless people would kill for. So, when it comes to you, it's not even as good as a meal? Big brother, ancestors. What kind of thought process do you have, sir? Could you please show a little respect for the fragile worldview of us old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years? Cough, cough. He forcibly suppressed the endless urge to complain, coughed twice, and put on an incredibly kind and amiable smile again. I'm hungry. Great-grandpa's hungry too. He waved his hand as he spoke. An undeniable, immense power of heaven and earth instantly enveloped Yifan and his family of 5. Walk. Go home with great-grandpa and have dinner. I already had someone prepare the most exquisite feast of 100 beasts. I promise, I'll make sure my great-grandchildren eat their fill. As he spoke, he acted like an old child who had just received his most beloved toy. With a cheerful smile, he led Yifan and his family away from everyone's sight. All that remained was a mess. And a group of collateral descendants of the Yi family, kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Disheveled in the wind. That night. The Yi family banquet. The scene was extremely bizarre. On a huge round table made of millennia-old warm jade, the patriarch of the Yi family and Yifan, grandfather and grandson, sat facing each other. And right next to them, Morong Shui was taking care of the 3 little ones who were already eating with grease on their faces. As for the other so-called Yi family members, they were like lowly servants. They stood respectfully to the side, not even qualified to sit at the table. It's not that they don't want to. It's not that they dare not. Joke. Sharing a table and drinking with these 5 gods who are more terrifying than the last? They were afraid they would suffer from indigestion and die on the spot. Come, my dear great-grandson. The patriarch of the Yi family picked up a piece of top-grade roasted meat made from the tenderloin of the king-level ferocious beast, Flame Lion King. He carefully placed it into his eldest son Yi Lin's bowl. His face was filled with endless pampering and ingratiation. Eat more. You've lost weight. Yi Lin didn't stand on ceremony. With a single gulp, she swallowed the terrifying piece of roasted meat that would take an adult martial artist half a day to digest. Then she smacked her lips and commented in a childish voice. It's a bit overcooked. It's not as good as my mom's cooking. Upon hearing this, the old patriarch of the Yi family, whose face was already full of wrinkles, froze instantly. Meanwhile, the person in charge of cooking was the Yi family's chief chef, a genuine master-level expert. He even knelt down on the ground with a thump. His face was filled with endless fear and despair. It's over. This is it, completely over. To my surprise, the young master rejected her. Tomorrow, will I be dragged out and fed to the ferocious beasts? Ha ha ha. Yifan burst into laughter. He patted his son's round little head. He said with a smile, "You've got a pretty sharp tongue, kid." As he spoke, he glanced again at the poor cook who was already on the verge of tears. He shook his head. "All right, let's get started. No one will blame you for speaking out of turn." Thank you, Mr. Yi, thank you, young master." The cook, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, ran away as fast as he could. Well. The Yi family patriarch watched this heartwarming yet amusing scene unfold before him. I couldn't help but let out a long sigh. A trace of endless reminiscence and sadness flashed in those cloudy old eyes. Back in the day. He muttered to himself. When Qing Tian was young, he was just like you. They're very picky eaters. I won't eat anything that isn't cooked by my mother. Upon hearing the words Qing Tian, Yifan's smile, which had been on his face, slowly faded. He slowly put down his chopsticks. He raised his head and looked directly into the eyes of himself, his blood-related grandfather. He opened his mouth slowly. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable power. Old man. My father, what exactly happened back then? This was the biggest mystery in his mind, and also one of the main purposes of his return to the Yi family this time. Upon hearing this question, the atmosphere of the family dinner, which had been quite warm and cozy, instantly became somewhat heavy. The smile on the face of the Yi family patriarch slowly disappeared. Instead, there was endless sorrow and self-blame. He remained silent for a long time. He then slowly opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse and full of fatigue. Qing Tian was murdered. What? Hearing this, not only Yifan, but even Morong Shui standing beside him was shaken. Missing? Not an accident? Or murder? Who is it? A chilling killing intent flashed instantly in Yifan's eyes. A terrifying pressure, enough to make the entire palace tremble violently, emanated uncontrollably from his body. I don't know exactly who it is. The patriarch of the Yi family shook his head bitterly. Back when Qing Tian was exploring the Kunlun ruins, he sent back an encrypted distress message. The message only mentioned 3 words. The Temple of Devouring Gods. Then, there was no further news. The Temple of Devouring Gods? Yi Fan's brows furrowed tightly. He was unfamiliar with this name. Never heard of it. This is an extremely ancient and mysterious evil organization. The Yi family patriarch explained. Their goal is to hunt down all the talented martial artists in the world who possess great fortune and talent. Then, through some vicious secret method, they plunder their luck and talent for their own use. In recent years, many outstanding young geniuses in our Dragon Kingdom have died or disappeared inexplicably. 9 times out of 10, it's all related to this damned organization. It's just a pity. He sighed helplessly. This organization operates in a very secretive manner. We've been investigating for so many years, but we've only found out the tip of the iceberg. We don't even know where their hideout is. I see. Yifan nodded slowly upon hearing this. A cold, knowing glint flashed in his eyes. Temple of Devouring Gods. Very good. He remembered the name. Sooner or later, he will personally uproot this damned organization. They used their blood to commemorate the spirit of their father, whom they had never met. That? He asked again. Where is my mother? Your mother. Mentioning this, the Yi family patriarch revealed an even more complex and peculiar expression. She disappeared along with your father. Her origins are even more mysterious. All we know is that she does not belong to any known power in our world. She seemed to appear out of thin air. There is only one thing that can prove her identity. As he spoke, he took out a broken jade pendant from his pocket. It was made of an unknown material and engraved with mysterious patterns. He handed it to Yifan. This is the only keepsake your mother left behind. She said that if you and your father encounter difficulties in the future, you can take this jade pendant to a place in the capital called Zexionlu. Find a woman whose surname is Luo. Perhaps we can get some help. The Immortals Pavilion? A woman surnamed Luo? Yifan took the jade pendant and frowned even more deeply as he held it in his hand. The trail seems to have gone cold again. All right. It seems that the Yi family patriarch no longer wants to discuss these heavy topics. He waved his hand and a kind smile reappeared on his face. Let's not talk about this anymore. Come on, let's eat. Aren't my lovely great-grandchildren starving? As he spoke, he began enthusiastically serving food to the 3 little ones. It was as if that earth-shattering intelligence report from just now was nothing more than a trivial after-dinner chat. Yifan, meanwhile, looked thoughtfully at the broken jade pendant in his hand. Then I thought about that so-called Immortals Pavilion. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Jinghua City. This place seems to be much more interesting than I imagined. He glanced at the 3 little ones beside him, whose mouths were already greasy from eating. Then he glanced at Morong Shui, who also looked thoughtful. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. That. You all say. After we settle down in Jinghua City, should I also consider finding a stepmother for the children? Chapter 60 Goodbye Jiangcheng, my journey is to the stars and the sea. Stepmother? Hearing Yifan's question, which was full of courting death yet damnably full of its only natural flavor, he was shocked. Morong Shue's pretty face, which was already somewhat complicated because she had met her family, froze instantly. She stared in disbelief at the man who had just made vows of eternal love to her. Then he looked at the three innocent-looking little guys gnawing on the legs of the ferocious beast. I feel like my brain is completely overloaded. Stepmother? This is only the first day of recognizing one's ancestors and returning to one's roots. So you're thinking of finding me sisters? Isn't your thinking changing a little too fast? Cough cough. Even the usually calm and collected patriarch of the Yi family was shocked by his grandson's outrageous remarks. Even he couldn't help but choke on a mouthful of the ancient spiritual tea, his face turning bright red. He stared in horror at his good grandson, who was recklessly testing the limits of courting death. Then he glanced at his good granddaughter-in-law, who was on the verge of turning evil and going berserk. I feel like I'm about to have a heart attack. My dearest ancestor. Could you please calm down for a moment? Do you know how much you deserve to be punched right now? After staying at the Yi family's residence for several days, Yifan ultimately refused the ancestors' offer to let him inherit the position of family head, despite his enthusiastic attempts to persuade him to stay. In his words, what's the point of being the head of a family? Is being a stay-at-home dad more appealing? The Yi family patriarch was quite helpless about this. But more than anything, I felt gratified. Unmoved by power or disturbed by external things. All I ask for is for my family to sit together in the warm glow of lamplight. This is the true prodigy of the Yi family. With such descendants, how can the family not prosper? Then, he waved his hand. Half of the Yi family's assets were directly transferred to Yifan's name. They euphemistically call it money for milk powder for their great-grandchildren. Yifan naturally refused. After all, who would complain about having too much money? Especially considering that he will be raising a large group of gold-devouring mythical beasts in the foreseeable future. Goodbye to that cheap grandfather who spoiled me to the extreme. And those cheap relatives who were already terrified of him. Yifan, along with his wife and children, marched in a grand procession toward another destination. The Xia family in Jinghua City. This is the residence of Xia Changhe, the head of the 9 marshals of the Dragon Kingdom and known as the God of War of the Dragon Kingdom. He was going to meet his father-in-law, whom he had never met before. I also took the opportunity to talk to him about the custody of his precious daughter, who was born with the Crimson Phoenix battle body. After all, it's based on the system's judgment. Xia Yuchan is a super partner who is also at the SSS level. How could Yifan not harvest such top-quality leaks that were delivered right to his door? As for the process, it was naturally a foregone conclusion. Having witnessed firsthand Yifan's terrifying strength, which was akin to that of a god or demon. After those 3 god-level grandsons, each more extraordinary than the last. Xia Changhe, the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom who was decisive and ruthless on the battlefield. They surrendered on the spot. He not only did not object in the slightest, but also did not object at all. She even went so far as to pack up her precious daughter and send her to Yifan's bed. They call it, dedicating themselves to the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Yifan naturally refused. That's all. After lingering in the capital for nearly a month, Yifan finally led his ever-growing harem and second-generation god army. Satisfied, I embarked on my journey back to Jiangcheng. After all, there's no place like home. Although the capital city is prosperous. But it was never their home. Only on the cloud-shrouded heavenly palace in Jiangcheng. Only then can they find that unique peace and warmth that belongs to them. On a private spaceship. Daddy, look. Jiangcheng is just below. The 3 little ones, unable to contain their excitement, were already perched on the windowsill, pointing at the increasingly clear outline of the huge city below, cheering in their babyish voices. Those clear, large eyes were filled with endless joy and longing. There's no place like home. Even children understand this principle. Morong Shui and Hu Yaoyao stood by with gentle expressions, watching the 3 lively and adorable little ones. His face was also filled with a happy smile. Only Yifan. Throughout, a subtle, amused smile remained on his face. He slowly walked to the window. Looking down, he saw the city below that held his memories of 2 lifetimes. His gaze was as deep as the sea. Jiangcheng. He muttered to himself. By now. I will come back. But next time, when you come back, I may have already reached the very top of this world. Or perhaps. A meaningful smile curved at the corner of his mouth. The vast ocean of stars that bound us all has been shattered. As he spoke, he slowly reached out his hand, looking down at the bustling city below. He waved gently. It was as if they were saying their final goodbye to their past. It also seems to be a glimpse into a brand new future that is about to arrive. Issue the loudest declaration of war. The spaceship slowly accelerated. It eventually transformed into a silvery white stream of light. It disappeared into the horizon. All that remains are the immortal legends about him. It's still there, in that city called Jiangcheng. It will live on forever. Morong Shui looked out the window at Jiangcheng, which was becoming increasingly distant. And the ever-expanding sea of stars. After a long while, she slowly opened her mouth and asked in a tone full of longing and anticipation. Yi Fan, where is our next stop? Chapter 61 Arrival in Jinghua City, the air here smells of the strong. Next stop? Yi Fan smiled when he heard Morong Shui's question, which was filled with boundless longing and anticipation. He reached out and embraced the stunningly beautiful woman, who had long since become one with him, tightly. Then, he lowered his head and gently kissed her smooth forehead. Next stop. His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with an undeniable air of authority. Jinghua City. I'm going to see my grandfather, whom I've never met before. While I was with my father-in-law. A meaningful smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Let them experience what despair is like in advance. Private interstellar spaceships are extremely fast. In just a few hours, they had already traversed a distance of thousands of kilometers. I arrived in Jinghua City, the power center of the Dragon Kingdom, from Jiangcheng. When the silver-white spaceship, full of science fiction and futuristic atmosphere, slowly landed in the suburbs of Jinghua City, in a private estate that was several times larger than the entire Cloud Palace. The Yi and Xia families, who had been waiting there for a long time, instantly erupted in excitement. They're here. They're here. Young master, it's not the little tyrant who's back. All the core members of the two major families, led by the Yi family patriarch and Xia Changhe, the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom, knelt down respectfully before the slowly opening hatch. The scene was 100 times more extravagant than an ancient emperor's procession. Welcome back to our ancestor, Mr. Yi. A deafening chorus of shouts echoed across the entire sky. Inside the spaceship. Wow, what a big show! Daddy, Daddy! Are they welcoming us? The three little ones, who could no longer contain their excitement, pressed their faces against the window, watching the dark mass of big shots kneeling on the ground outside. Those clear, large eyes were filled with endless curiosity and excitement. Morong Shui and Hu Yaoyao, on the other hand, turned pale and were at a loss for what to do. Although they already knew that Yi Fan's background was not simple. But they never dreamed of this. It's ridiculously complicated. To have two top-tier figures, whose mere stomp could make the entire Dragon Kingdom tremble, personally lead their entourage to welcome us. This is way too much of a show of face. Only Yi Fan. Throughout the entire process, he maintained that calm and indifferent expression. It was as if the scene outside, which could excite anyone, was nothing more than an insignificant interlude to him. He slowly stood up from his seat, holding a bewildered baby in one arm. With her other hand she was holding her eldest son's hand, who also had a cool expression on his face. Under the gaze of everyone, filled with awe and fervor, they slowly stepped off the spaceship. Get up, everyone. His voice, though not loud, clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Why make such a big fuss? Anyone who didn't know better would think it was some local tyrant on an inspection tour. Upon hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched violently. Especially the old patriarch of the Yi family and Xia Changhe, whose old faces were already full of wrinkles, instantly collapsed. My heart was filled with endless bitterness and helplessness. My little darling. My ancestors. Isn't this just to give you face? Why are you turning the tables on me? Are you trying to stop us elders from living? That night, the Yi and Xia families jointly hosted an extremely private but surprisingly high-profile welcome banquet. Those qualified to attend this banquet are all top-tier figures in the entire Dragon Kingdom capital, whose mere presence can shake the earth. The main characters of the banquet were, of course, Yi Fan and his wife and children. Come, my dear grandson. The patriarch of the Yi family personally raised his wine cup and spoke with a radiant face. This glass is a toast from Grandpa to you. Welcome home. And thank you for ensuring the continuation of such an extraordinary lineage for my Yi family. He then downed the drink in one gulp. On the other side, Xia Changhe, the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom, also raised his wine glass. His gaze, fixed on Yi Fan's sharp, eagle-like eyes, was filled with an unprecedented level of admiration and satisfaction. Yi Fan. His voice was full of the distinctive strength and decisiveness of a soldier. Although, my daughter was tricked into marriage by you. But I must say, you did a great job, kid. To be able to give birth to 3 such extraordinary grandsons. You are the son-in-law I, Xia Changhe, am most satisfied with in my life. I'll drink this glass in one gulp. Do as you please. He then downed his drink in one gulp. Look at these 2 old children, almost 300 years old combined, still bickering over who gets the emperor's favor. Yi Fan smiled helplessly. He also picked up his glass and drank it all in one gulp. All right, he said. We're all family, don't be so distant. I came back this time not only to meet my relatives and let them know I'm safe and sound. There are more important things to do. Upon hearing this, all the bigwigs present felt a chill run down their spines. They know. Now for the main topic. Oh. The old patriarch of the Yi family put down his wine cup, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Grandson, please speak freely. Anything that Grandpa can do. Even if you wanted the stars in the sky. Grandpa will pick it off for you too. That's right. Xia Changhe also patted his chest and assured him. Yi Fan. You are now not only the son-in-law of the Xia family. Moreover, it is the supreme treasure of my Dragon Kingdom. As long as your request isn't excessive. The entire Dragon Kingdom will be your strongest support. Hearing the promises from these 2 highest-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Fan smiled. That's exactly what he wanted to hear. Rest assured. He said. I have no interest in the stars in the sky. I just. A meaningful smile curved at the corner of his mouth. I want to settle down in Jinghua City. And also let my children experience the campus life of ordinary people. That's all. Upon hearing this, all the bigwigs present were dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at Yi Fan's taken-for-granted expression. I feel like my worldview has been ruthlessly crushed once again. In home? Go to school? Big brother. Ancestors. Do you have some misunderstanding about the term ordinary person? Your 3 divine sons and daughters who can kill a grandmaster with a single punch, cleave mountains and rivers with a single sword, and revive a withered tree with a single breath. You call them ordinary people? You want them to go to school? Are you trying to cause the entire education sector in Jinghua City to collapse prematurely? Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed completely oblivious to their expressions of utter disbelief. He continued speaking to himself. So, I need your help with a few small things. First, he held up one finger. Find me the quietest and most spiritually rich place in the capital. I want to build a home that is even bigger and better than the one in Zhangcheng. Second, he extended his second finger. Please help my children with their school enrollment. The school doesn't matter. As long as the environment is good and the teachers are responsible, that's fine. Oh, right. He seemed to remember something and added a sentence. Ideally, it should be a school that provides a continuous education from kindergarten to university. To save me trouble later. Third. He extended his third finger. A very kind smile appeared on his face. Help me investigate someone. Or rather, an organization. The Temple of Devouring Gods. I want to know everything about them. Including where their stronghold is. And what they did to my parents back then. Just these 3 small things. He looked at the crowd, who were already petrified by his shocking remarks. He slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complex tone. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Chapter 62 Rental Dispute, Being Looked Down Upon by a Dog's Eyes? No. It's not difficult at all. Not difficult at all. Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was full of a simple and unpretentious tone, the 2 highest-ranking figures in the Dragon Kingdom, the Yi family patriarch and Xia Changhe, instantly recovered from their extreme shock. They exchanged a glance. They both saw an endless joy and excitement in each other's eyes. They weren't afraid of Yifan making demands. I'm afraid he won't make any requests. As long as he's willing to make a request. That means he has already given them his initial approval. This is more important to them than anything else. No problem. Xia Changhe was the first to pat his chest and guarantee it. Let alone in Jinghua City, I'll find you a place to settle down. Even if you wanted to build a forbidden city right under the walls of the capital. I'll have someone come and start construction for you tomorrow. That's right. The patriarch of the Yi family stroked his long beard and said with a heroic air. And then there's the matter of the children going to school. Our Yi family happens to own a top-tier private school in Jinghua City, which offers a complete education from kindergarten to University Tianjiao Academy. Starting tomorrow. This school is yours. You can let my great-grandchildren go to school whenever you want. Whoever we want to be the principal, we'll make them the principal. As for that thing, the god-devouring temple. A cold, chilling killing intent flashed in the eyes of both big shots at the same time. Don't worry, grandson. Within 3 days, we could turn the entire Dragon Kingdom upside down. And I'll definitely find those damned rats for you. Make them pay for their crimes in blood. The next day, Yifan did not immediately move into the Yi family ancestral home, which was several times more luxurious than the Cloud Palace in Jiangcheng. He did not immediately accept the offer from the Genius Academy, a place that could drive anyone crazy. He, on the contrary, acted as if nothing had happened. He arrived leisurely with his wife and children at a place called University Town in Jinghua City. This is the gathering place of all the top martial arts universities in the entire Dragon Kingdom. It is also the youngest and most vibrant place in the entire Jinghua City. What are we doing here? Morong Shui looked at Yifan with some confusion. She didn't understand why there were better places to go. Why did this man have to bring them to such a chaotic place? Experience life. Yifan smiled and said calmly. He didn't want to live in the shadow of his family from the very beginning. He prefers to rely on himself. And follow the system prompts. Hidden within this university town are several high-quality targets with special luck and lineage. He certainly couldn't miss it. Dad! Dad! Look! There! There are so many babies there who are the same age as us. The 3 little ones, who could no longer contain their excitement, pointed to a kindergarten in the distance that looked very high-end and cheered in their childish voices. Those clear, large eyes were filled with endless curiosity and longing. Want to go? Yifan asked with a smile. The 3 little ones nodded their heads in unison. Good. Yifan nodded. Then let's settle down around here for now. As he spoke, he pulled Morong Shui along, leading the 3 children, and walked towards a high-end looking apartment building next door. Hello, are you here to view the apartment? Downstairs in the apartment building, a young woman dressed in a business suit but with heavy makeup on her face and eyes full of snobbery and frivolity lazily raised her eyelids and glanced at Yifan's family. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Yifan's ordinary casual clothes, which were clean but made of no particular brand. In those eyes, which were already filled with frivolity, a fleeting, undisguised contempt and disdain flashed instantly. Houses here aren't cheap. She said it in a sarcastic tone. Even the worst 1-bedroom apartment costs 100,000 yuan a month in rent. Can you afford to rent it? Her words were extremely harsh. It was also extremely harsh. It was as if Yifan's family had come to beg for food. Morong Shui's pretty face instantly turned cold. An uncontrollable, terrifying pressure belonging to a king realm expert spread out. However, before she could even make a move, he did. A large, warm, and dry hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. It's Yifan. Throughout the entire process, there was not a trace of anger on his face. They even had the leisure to observe with interest the snobbish saleswoman in front of them. That look in his eyes didn't seem like he was looking at a disgusting fly. It's more like watching an interesting prey. Name, Lin Jiaojia. Age, 26. Bloodline, Enchanting Fox Bloodline Rare, Unawakened. Luck, Red Strong Romantic Luck, but mostly bad romantic encounters. Talent, below average. Overall rating, C. A pathetic creature with a beautiful exterior but unrealistic ambitions. If the host can save him from his predicament and unite with him, there is a chance that they will have offspring with the talent of psychic charm. Oh! Look at this woman's attribute panel. A playful smile curved the corners of Yifan's lips. Unexpected. We've only just arrived in the capital. Then they encountered their first target. Although the level is a bit low. But even a small mosquito is still neat. Beauty. He looked at Lin Jiaojiao, who had a disdainful expression on her face, and laughed. That smile was full of sunshine and handsomeness. That's enough to make any normal woman's heart race. We're not here to rent a room, he said. We're here to buy a house. Buying a house? Lin Jiaojiao was taken aback when she heard this. Then, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, he burst out laughing. The laughter was filled with undisguised sarcasm and mockery. You? She looked Yifan up and down very carefully. His eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Do you know how much a square meter of housing costs here? 1 million. Even the cheapest set costs 100 million. Can you afford it? And he also brought along a haggard wife and 3 burdened children. I suggest you take a piss and take a good look at yourself. Stop daydreaming. Her words became increasingly harsh. It also became increasingly jarring. Even Morong Shui, who was standing next to her, and the 3 children were insulted as well. Morong Shui's pretty face had turned completely cold. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with an undisguised, chilling killing intent. That woman deserves to die. Those 3 were not exactly kind-hearted kids to begin with. When he heard that someone dared to insult his mother, he was furious on the spot. Bad woman. The eldest son, Yilin, clenched his little fists, his clear eyes filled with a chilling killing intent. A terrifying pressure, enough to make even a grandmaster tremble, was about to erupt uncontrollably. You're not allowed to talk about my mother like that. The second daughter, Yi Yao, was even more direct. She stretched out her fair little hand and gently pointed at Lin Jiaojiao, who was already terrified. Die. Zheng. A crisp sword rang out. A terrifying sword aura, invisible to the naked eye yet incredibly sharp, instantly appeared between Lin Jiaojiao's eyebrows. It looked like he was about to pierce her through with a single sword strike. Stop. Right here, at the critical moment. Yifan finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to carry a kind of divine power that made his words come true. That terrifying sword energy, powerful enough to instantly kill any grandmaster, actually stopped right in front of Lin Jiaojiao's brow. Then it slowly dissipated. As for Lin Jiaojiao herself, they were already terrified by this sudden threat of death, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. She collapsed to the ground with a thud. His face was ashen white. My whole body was completely soaked in cold sweat. A foul, pungent odor emanated from her crotch. She was so scared she literally peed herself. She stared blankly at the family of 5 before her, who seemed like gods and demons. My mind went completely blank. What kind of being did she offend? Yifan, on the other hand, acted as if he had only done something insignificant. He slowly walked up to Lin Jiaojiao, who was already terrified. Slowly squat down. Then, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, he reached out and gently wiped away the cold liquid on her cheek, which he couldn't tell was sweat or tears. On his face, a bright and extremely kind smile appeared. Beauty? He asked softly. You just said, a house here costs 100 million? Yeah. Chapter 63. Sorry, I bought this building in full. Is that so? Lin Jiaojiao heard Yifan's question, which was filled with a devilish aura. His body shuddered violently. She stared blankly at the person in front of her, whose face wore a kind smile. But his eyes were filled with the icy indifference of a young man that sent chills down her spine. My mind went completely blank. She opened her mouth, as if to say something. But he found that his throat felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Not even the slightest sound could be uttered. She could only be like a broken puppet. He nodded frantically. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Then he slowly stood up. Looking down at the pitiful woman who was already terrified. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. Then take me to see it. The biggest and most expensive one here. 10 minutes later. The top floor of the apartment building. Inside a luxuriously decorated penthouse duplex with an area of over 1,000 square meters. Lin Jiaojiao was just like the most lowly servant. With a fawning expression, she followed behind Yifan's family. They were introduced to this dream home, a place that any ordinary person would strive for their entire life. Her voice was filled with endless flattery and fear. The arrogance and disdain that once lingered are long gone. She was genuinely terrified and almost cried. She never dreamed of this. I never imagined I would provoke such a terrifying killing god today. That's a king. No. That's not right. How could someone as powerful as Morong Shui, a master of the king realm, act so submissive and dependent? How could those three little monsters, who were like reincarnations of gods and demons, be so obedient and docile? This man's strength is definitely far beyond that of a king. Emperor? Even a legendary saint? The thought of this made Lin Jiajiao's heart almost stop beating. She felt like the most stupid idiot in the world. To actually mock a living god? What the hell is the difference between this and performing a hanging in front of the king of hell? All she wants now is to perform well. I'll try my best to save my humble, dog-like life in front of this capricious and unpredictable god. Yi Fan, on the other hand, acted as if he were genuinely just looking at an ordinary house. He casually strolled around with his wife and children. Then I walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Looking down, you see the university town below, brimming with youth and vitality. A glint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The location here is excellent. It's just across the street from that, the best kindergarten in Jinghua City. Although the concentration of spiritual energy is not as high as that of his divine palace located in Jiangcheng. But it's still passable. Most importantly, he can clearly sense it. Hidden within this university town are several other prey auras imbued with special fortune and bloodlines. Good. He nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned around and looked at Lin Jiajiao, who was so nervous she was almost suffocating. He asked casually, "How much is this set?" Lin Jiajiao trembled upon hearing this. She quickly forced a smile that looked worse than crying. His voice was filled with endless flattery and humility. Reply, sir. This is the most luxurious unit in our building. The price is 500 million. But don't worry. I'll go right away and ask my boss. I'll give you a fracture. How about a 10% discount? She was really about to cry. All she wanted to do now was to please this powerful figure and get rid of him as soon as possible. Let alone a 90% discount. Even if it were given away for free. She had no doubt that her money-grubbing boss would wholeheartedly agree. However, Yi Fan's reaction once again surprised her. After hearing her sincere offer, Yi Fan saw. He frowned. He shook his head. Too small. He said. Ha? Lin Jiajiao's smile froze instantly. Small? A luxury penthouse duplex spanning over 1,000 square meters. You call this small? Big brother. Ancestor. Do you actually live in the heavenly palace? I don't like having neighbors. Yi Fan said calmly. Especially some inconsiderate neighbors. As he spoke, he slowly extended one finger. He pointed to the huge apartment building at his feet, which was over 100 stories high. Then, in Lin Jiajiao's eyes, which widened in shock and horror, he was stunned. He spoke slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. This building. I want them all. Boom. These are just 7 simple words. It's like an antimatter bomb, powerful enough to completely destroy the entire solar system. In an instant, it exploded in Lin Jiajiao's mind. She was fried to a crisp, her body sizzling and her soul flying away. You want all of them? Is this for real? This building is the most prestigious landmark in the entire university town. There are over 1,000 households inside. The total value exceeds 100 billion. You actually said you want them all? Do you think this is a farmer's market, buying cabbages? What happened? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow at Lin Jiajiao, who was already terrified. You don't sell them individually here? No. Sell. Of course, sell. Lin Jiajiao suddenly snapped back to reality. She didn't care about being shocked anymore. A radiant, unprecedentedly enthusiastic smile spread across his face. She knows. I've really met a god today. If we could close this deal, let alone a top salesperson, she won't have to worry about the rest of her life. Not even the rest of her life. Sell. Of course, sell. She was so excited that her whole body was trembling. Sir, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll go right away and get our boss. I'll go right away. As she spoke, she no longer cared about her image. She was like a mad rabbit in her high heels. They rushed back downstairs as fast as they could. They were afraid that if they were even a second late, this godlike god of wealth in front of them would change his mind. 10 minutes later. A middle-aged man with a large belly and sweating profusely, bearing the bald patches of Mediterranean skin. Lin Jiaojiao pulled and dragged him up. He is the real estate tycoon behind this apartment building, a well-known figure in Jinghua City. Lin Jiaojiao. Are you fucking crazy? He ran, panting heavily. He started cursing loudly. Do you even know who I was just talking business with? That's from the Wang family, the eldest young master of the Wang family. If you delay my important business, I'll fucking throw you into the moat. Boss. Boss. Please don't be angry. Please don't be angry. Lin Jiaojiao explained anxiously. This time, a true deity has arrived. He's going to buy our entire building. What? Upon hearing this, the Mediterranean-looking shop owner was taken aback. Then, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, he burst into laughter. You? A deity? I think you're dreaming during the day and haven't woken up yet. However, his laughter hadn't even subsided yet. It ended abruptly. Because he saw it, that young figure standing calmly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire university town. And the stunningly beautiful older woman beside him. And those three adorable little ones, as delicate and beautiful as fairy children. His pupils suddenly contracted. An extreme fear originating from the depths of his soul instantly overwhelmed all his reason. Although he didn't know Yi Fan. But he knows Morong Shui. No. Yes, I recognize that photo that has already circulated throughout the entire upper class of Beijing. The woman of that mysterious young master of the Yi family. And the ancestors of those three equally mysterious little ancestors. Thump! His legs buckled and he knelt down on the ground. His face was filled with endless fear and despair. It's over. This is it, it's completely over. What kind of powerful figure has this clueless employee offended? Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to be watching a trivial farce that was of no concern to him. He slowly turned around. He glanced at the Mediterranean boss, who was already terrified and running away in a panic. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. This building. 100 billion. Swipe your card now. Is there a problem? Chapter 64: An Unexpected Encounter. The corner pharmacy, and the sickly-looking proprietress. Is there a problem? The portly, Mediterranean-looking boss, upon hearing Yi Fan's question, which was brimming with supreme pretentiousness. His body trembled violently. He knelt down before Yi Fan with a thud. And it was the kind of complete prostration. No. No problem. Of course, no problem. He clung to Yi Fan's leg, sobbing and wailing with snot and tears streaming down his face. Let alone 100 billion. Even if you want to take it for free. That's a blessing we've accumulated over 8 lifetimes. He was really scared to tears. He never dreamed of this. I never thought I would be able to see the legendary young ancestor of the Yi family in my lifetime. And this happened when he was almost dead. This is fucking too exciting. Final. Yi Fan still mercifully paid the money. After all, it's only 100 billion. It was nothing to him. But for the real estate industry in Jinghua City as a whole, it was no less than a magnitude 18 super earthquake. Overnight, the most prestigious landmark building in the university town, Hanlin Tianfu, has changed hands. The new owner is a mysterious and unpredictable young tycoon. Its immense wealth and mysterious background. This is absolutely outrageous. And as the other protagonist in this incident, that saleswoman named Lin Jiaojiao. She rose to prominence overnight. Not only did she receive an astronomical commission that she could never spend in several lifetimes. He was even handpicked by that mysterious Mr. Yi to be the chief housekeeper of this Hanlin Tianfu. Second only to the emperor, above all others. It made countless others envious. Of course, that's all in the future. And at this moment, as the instigator of all these events, Yi Fan acted as if he had simply bought a cabbage on a whim. After he settled his wife and children, he then appeared alone and leisurely on the streets of the university town. He was going to find his second prey. The university town is very large and bustling. The streets are lined with all sorts of shops. Some sell weapons, some sell martial arts techniques, and some sell materials from ferocious beasts. A dazzling array of goods, everything imaginable. Yi Fan's goal was very clear. He walked straight into a relatively quiet alley. At the end of the alley was a somewhat dilapidated-looking medicine shop. The shop has a very elegant name. It's called by Chao Tang. Compared to the surrounding shops that frequently use names like Divine Weapon Pavilion or 10,000 Laws Pavilion, they appeared remarkably low-key. It was also unusually deserted. Yi Fan pushed open the door and entered. Ring ring. A clear, crisp sound of wind chimes rang out. A rich, refreshing medicinal aroma wafted over. The shop wasn't big, but it was very clean. The walls were covered with small wooden cabinets labeled with the names of different medicinal herbs. A faint, refreshing fragrance filled the air. And behind that quaint counter, a young woman, dressed in a plain-colored long dress and with a slightly slender figure, was intently processing the medicinal herbs in her hands. She is very beautiful. It is a beauty of Jiangnan women that is full of classical charm. She has willow leaf eyebrows, cherry lips, and fair, delicate skin that looks like jade. Unfortunately, her face was too pale. A paleness that was almost sickly, devoid of any color. Her lips were also chapped. She looked sickly, as if a gust of wind would knock her over. She resembled the legendary sickly Shi Shi. Hello, welcome. Upon hearing the sound of the wind chimes, the woman slowly raised her head. When she saw the excessively handsome young man at the door, a barely perceptible hint of amazement flashed in those eyes that were already rather dull. But it quickly returned to its calm state. What would you like to order, sir? Her voice is very beautiful. Ethereal and crisp, like a mountain spring. But it also carried a lingering weakness. Yi Fan remained silent. His gaze calmly fell on the proprietress, who looked like a sickly beauty. A playful glint flashed in those deep, starry eyes. Name, Su Qingyu. Age, 26. Bloodline, Azurewood Spirit Body Legendary level, nearly depleted due to backlash from the poison. Fortune, Grey Misfortune Strikes, Family Ostracization, Alchemy Path about to be cut off. Talent, Alchemy Prodigy Heart of Loyalty covered in dust. Overall rating, Grade A. A peerless immortal herb on the verge of being completely corrupted by poison. If the host can save it from this predicament and unite with it, there is a very high probability of giving birth to a super offspring with the talent of sacred body of alchemy. Grade A. Aoki Spirit. A prodigy in alchemy. A satisfied smile curved Yi Fan's lips. Although they are not as powerful as Moron Shui and Xia Yuchan, who are both SSS-level monsters, but it can still be considered a top-quality item. Moreover, he was very interested in this sacred body of alchemy. Although he himself also possessed the divine-level alchemy technique, 9 explanations of the Tao of alchemy. But after all, it's just the beginning. If so, it would be ideal to have a woman who is equally proficient in alchemy by one's side to exchange ideas and verify with each other. This will likely be of considerable help to his alchemical cultivation. Most importantly, his beloved little daughter, who also possesses the talent of the essence of hundreds of herbs. They will need a professional teacher to guide them in the future. We can't just let her figure it out on her own, can we? Thinking about this, Yi Fan had already made up his mind. He wanted this woman. The boss lady. He smiled as he looked at Su Qingyu, who had a puzzled expression on her face. That smile was full of sunshine and handsomeness. I'm not here to buy medicine, he said. Su Qingyu frowned slightly. If you're not here to buy medicine, then what are you doing here? I've come here. A mysterious smile curved Yi Fan's lips. Selling medicine. Selling medicine? Su Qingyu was even more puzzled upon hearing this. She looked Yi Fan up and down carefully. No matter how you look at him, this young man doesn't seem like an alchemist. He seems more like a rich young master who's here to pick up girls. Excuse me. She shook her head, her voice still cold and aloof. We are a century-old store with a proven track record. I won't accept pills of dubious origin. Yeah? Yi Fan smiled. He didn't waste any words. He took out a snack from his storage ring, which he had casually crafted using the Chaos Cauldron when he was bored. With a flick of a finger. Whoosh! That seemingly ordinary pill transformed into a streak of light. It landed steadily on the counter in front of Su Qingyu. Bite. A crisp, light sound. Su Qingyu lowered her head subconsciously. Then, her already dull eyes widened instantly. That pretty face, which was already as pale as paper, instantly became even more bloodless. She stared intently at the one that lay quietly on the counter, emitting a 9-colored fragrance and even bearing a mysterious Taoist pattern. The legendary Taoist elixir. My mind went completely blank. Tao pill? Is this for real? This supreme elixir, which exists only in ancient classics, is said to be something that even the most holy alchemists might not be able to refine. It turns out, this young man just casually threw it out like trash? She felt that she must be experiencing some kind of severe hallucination due to the erysipelas affecting her heart. Yi Fan, on the other hand, acted as if he had simply thrown away an ordinary candy. He looked at the stunningly beautiful proprietress who was completely petrified by his presence. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. Consider this 9-turn rejuvenation pill as a deposit. I want to discuss a big business deal with you concerning the future of your Su family. Are you interested? Chapter 65. Her name is Su Qingyu, a genius alchemist ostracized by her family. Big business? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was full of supreme prestige, Su Qingyu's mind, which was already blank due to extreme shock, instantly crashed. She stared blankly at the person in front of her with a kind smile on his face. But her eyes held the mysterious and unfathomable gaze of a young man that sent shivers down her spine. My mind was in complete chaos. The Su family? Big business in the future? Who is he? How could he know who I am? How could they possibly produce such a supreme divine pill that only exists in legends? Who are you? She swallowed hard, her voice hoarse and filled with endless vigilance. She had even secretly activated the little spiritual power she possessed. Be prepared to respond to any potential crisis at any time. Although she knew that her body was already riddled with holes from the erysipelas. They probably wouldn't even last a single move against this unfathomable and mysterious powerhouse. But Su Qingyu, even if it means death, we will never allow ourselves to be slaughtered. Who I am is not important. Yi Fan looked at the stunningly beautiful proprietress, who had already become fierce on the outside but weak on the inside, and laughed like a frightened kitten. He slowly extended one finger. He gently placed his finger on the 9-turn rejuvenation pill, a pill so potent it would drive any alchemy master mad. The important thing is? A mysterious smile curved his lips. This pill can save your life. Isn't that so? Boom. This is such a simple sentence. But it was like a thunderclap from the heavens. It struck Su Qingyu hard on the top of her head. He chopped her until she was charred and bruised, her soul scattered to the winds. How could he have known? How could he have known that he was suffering from elixir poisoning and would soon die? This is an incurable disease that even the Su family's ancestor in alchemy couldn't cure. What exactly is this man? What kind of monster is it? You. She pointed at Yi Fan's face, which was full of a playful smile. His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to be simply stating a trivial fact. He slowly withdrew his finger. He said it casually. A divine embryo of alchemy, a rare find in 10,000 years, the Greenwood spirit body. He should have been a peerless genius, shining brightly and renowned throughout the world. It's just a pity. He shook his head, a hint of undisguised regret flashing in his eyes. The pearl has been obscured by the wrong person. They not only did not receive the training they deserved. On the contrary, it was because he forcibly cultivated the family's already incomplete and trashy cultivation technique, the azure wood transformation technique. This led to the spirit body suffering a backlash from the poison attacking the heart. Now he is exhausted and his life is nearing its end. Am I right? The rising star of the Su family. Miss Su Qingyu. Every word Yi Fan spoke was like the sharpest scalpel. It precisely dissected all of Su Qingyu's secrets and scars hidden beneath her cold exterior. It laid bare her tragic and unknown past to the public. Su Qingyu's defenses completely collapsed. She could no longer suppress the endless grievances and despair in her heart. With a whoosh, he plopped down on the cold counter. She burst into tears. The cries were shrill and helpless. It was as if he wanted to vent all the grievances, pain, and resentment he had suffered over the past 20 years all at once. For a long time, the crying gradually stopped. Su Qingyu slowly raised her head. Those eyes, which were already dull, were now even more red and swollen. But there was an added touch of determination that had never been seen before. She stared intently at Yi Fan and asked, word by word, "What exactly do you want?" She knew. This man went to such great lengths to find out her background. And then they produced such an incredible elixir. There must be an ulterior motive. And now, she is like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. What do I want? It's very simple. Yi Fan smiled. He slowly walked to the counter and gently wiped away the cold tear stains on her cheek. His voice was filled with an undeniable gentleness. I want to give you a new life. An opportunity for you to escape the torment of pill poison and regain the pinnacle of alchemy. An opportunity for you to reclaim everything that is rightfully yours and make all those who look down on you kneel before you and beg for mercy. Boom! Every word Yi Fan spoke was like a thunderclap from the heavens. It struck hard into Su Qingyu's already lifeless heart. He chopped her up until she was charred and skewered, her soul scattered to the winds. To reclaim one's peak? To take everything back? Is this even possible? Why? She asked with difficulty. Why are you helping me? What do you want? What I want is very simple. A meaningful smile appeared on Yi Fan's lips. I want you. I want your once-in-a-millennium divine embryo of alchemy. I also want the alchemy foundation that your Su family has inherited for thousands of years. I want you to be my woman. Refine pills for me. Also, for me. He slowly leaned close to Su Qingyu's ear and spoke slowly and deliberately, in a voice only the two of them could hear. Have a child who also possesses the sacred body of alchemy. Boom! It was as if the most dazzling firework had exploded in Su Qingyu's mind. She stared blankly at Yi Fan's handsome face, which was so close to hers. She felt the burning heat of his breath on her ear, which made her body feel hot all over. Listen to that domineering yet endlessly seductive devil's whisper. My mind went completely blank. Having a child? Another baby birth? What kind of monster is this man? Why is he so obsessed with having children? Yi Fan, however, seemed completely oblivious to her astonished expression. He slowly straightened up. His enigmatic smile returned to his face. Certainly. He said. You can also choose to refuse. Then you can hold on to your pitiful pride and this elixir that can save your life. Continue to guard your dilapidated medicine shop, slowly awaiting death. Or, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Wait for your so-called relatives to come knocking on your door. Take everything from you, including your lowly life. After saying that, he didn't say another word of nonsense. He turned and walked out the door. All that remained was that supreme divine pill, emanating a 9-colored fragrance. And that stunningly beautiful proprietress who was already caught in a battle between heaven and man. Disheveled in the wind. Yi Fan didn't actually go far. He simply found a corner coffee shop and sat down leisurely. He knew. This woman had no choice. Really? In less than 10 minutes. A slender figure in a plain-colored long dress appeared at the entrance of the coffee shop. She slowly walked up to Yi Fan. Her pale, paper-white face was filled with an unprecedented complexity and resolve. She looked at Yi Fan, whose eyes, usually calm and still, were now gleaming with a strange light. After a long while, she slowly opened her mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. I promise you. But can you tell me first, who exactly are you? Chapter 66. There's a problem with your pill formula, let me help you revise it. Who I am. Yi Fan smiled as he looked at the stunningly beautiful proprietress in front of him, whose eyes were still filled with wariness and resentment despite having made her choice. He slowly stood up. He looked down at her from his vantage point. Then he reached out and gently stroked her small, pert nose as if teasing a stubborn kitten. Starting today. His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with an undeniable air of authority. I am your man. He is also your savior. That night. The backyard of Baikayatang. In an equally ancient alchemy room, filled with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Su Qingyu was looking at the young man with a complicated expression, who was leisurely looking around her simple alchemy room as if he were strolling through his own backyard. She still tightly clutched in her hand the supreme divine pill that could drive any alchemist mad, that 9-turn rejuvenation pill. She still feels like she's dreaming. How could I have so unwittingly sold the rest of my life? And he sold himself to a mysterious man who looked several years younger than him? This is just too fucking absurd. But when I think of my own body, which is already terminally ill, and those relatives in the family who were eyeing him covetously, her already wavering heart sank involuntarily. She knew. I had no choice. Rather than clinging to that pitiful pride and slowly rotting away in despair, why not take a gamble and bet that this unfathomable man before me, who seems like a god or demon, can truly bring me a brand new future? You. She took a deep breath, as if she had made a final decision. A resolute glint flashed in those eyes, which were already devoid of any sparkle. You want me to? She hadn't finished speaking. Yi Fan impatiently waved his hand, interrupting him. What's the rush? Yi Fan glanced at her indifferently. The look in his eyes was like that of a restless little brat. With your current frail body, you'd be blown over by the wind. Don't even mention it, it's about giving birth. Even saying a few more words is exhausting. I don't want my first Taoist saint body offspring to die in the womb before it is even born. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's already pale face instantly turned completely red. She wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground right then and there. That bastard. How could he say something like that with such self-righteousness? Have you no shame? Yi Fan, however, seemed completely oblivious to her embarrassed and annoyed expression. He walked to the dilapidated alchemy furnace, which was already covered with cracks, without paying any attention to it. He reached out and tapped it gently. Then he shook his head. It's terrible. He then walked to the pile of inferior medicinal herbs that had long since lost their vitality. I picked up a withered, yellow blood-clotting grass and smelled it. Then he shook his head again. It's rubbish. Finally, his gaze fell upon the yellowed prescription that Su Qingyu treasured and placed on the table. He picked it up and glanced at it casually. Then, he shook his head again. Completely wrong. This moment. Su Qingyu was furious. If she could have tolerated Yi Fan's comment about her body being in bad shape, she would have been able to bear it. That's the truth, after all. But now he actually dared to insult her most prized art of alchemy. This was something she absolutely could not tolerate. You. She abruptly stood up, and for the first time, a fierce rage ignited in her already dull eyes. What do you know? This mysterious iron pill furnace is the family's most treasured artifact, passed down for hundreds of years. These medicinal herbs may not be of high quality, but I collected them all from the wilderness with great effort. And this pill formula. She pointed at the yellowed paper in Yi Fan's hand, her voice somewhat shrill. This is the secret formula of my Su family, the rejuvenation pill. This is the very foundation upon which my Su family has made its name. How dare you, a complete novice, say it's utterly wrong? You've gone too far. She was genuinely angry. That look, like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, was actually much cuter than her sickly appearance. Yi Fan, however, seemed completely oblivious to her overwhelming rage. He merely glanced at her indifferently. Then he slowly opened his mouth. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. The clan's most treasured artifact? He smiled dismissively. Just a piece of scrap metal that can't even be properly engraved with the most basic spiritual energy circuits. In my eyes, it's not even as good as a chamber pot. A closely guarded secret? He smiled again. A rubbish prescription that doesn't even understand the most basic principles of monarch, minister, assistant, yin and yang harmony. They actually dare to call themselves rejuvenators? This is utterly ridiculous and utterly absurd. You. Su Qingyu trembled with anger upon hearing this. She was about to speak in rebuttal. Yi Fan, however, didn't give her that chance at all. He pointed to a medicinal herb called dragon blood grass on the prescription and asked casually. I'm asking you. What role does this dragon's blood herb play in the prescription? Su Qingyu was taken aback upon hearing this. But I answered instinctively anyway. Dragon's blood grass is as fiery as fire, and it is the most important ingredient in this rejuvenation pill. Used to stimulate the body's potential and replenish qi in blood. It is the principal medicine. The principal ingredient? Yi Fan smiled upon hearing this. His laughter was full of endless sarcasm and disdain. Madness, he said. That's absolutely stupid. Dragon's blood grass, though potent. But its true medicinal properties are moderate, balanced, and nourishing to all things. You bunch of idiots from the Su family only know one side of the story. They actually used it as a potent medicine. It's such a waste. That's all. He then pointed to another medicinal herb called iceflower and asked in a cold voice. What is the function of this iceflower? The frost flower is as cold as ice, and is used to neutralize the potent effects of dragon bloodgrass to prevent the medicine from being too strong and damaging the meridians. Yes, Your Majesty, Su Qingyu replied somewhat hesitantly. Medicine? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan sneered again. I think it's more like a death warrant. The medicinal properties of dragon's bloodgrass are inherently balanced and moderate. Not only did you use the wrong methods, you also aroused its ferocity. And they even went so far as to add this completely incompatible, useless medicinal herb. One cold, one hot, one yin, one yang. During the refining process, a violent conflict will inevitably occur within the alchemy furnace. At best, the oven will explode. In severe cases, the elixir may contain potent poison. And you, Su Qingyu. He looked at the stunningly beautiful proprietress, who was completely bewildered by his dimensional reduction attack of alchemy theory. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was cold yet full of pity. The so-called erysipelas in your body. Isn't it most likely caused by years of taking these rubbish pills made from rubbish recipes? Boom. This last sentence. Like a black lightning bolt capable of splitting the heavens and the earth. It struck Su Qingyu hard on the top of her head. He chopped her until she was charred and her soul was scattered. She stared blankly at Yi Fan's disdainful gaze. My mind went completely blank. So that's how it is, that's what's been bothering her for over a decade. It turned her from a celebrated, favored daughter of heaven into a despised, useless person. Even the culprit who was about to take her life. It was her most prized family recipe? This is so incredibly ironic. Puff. A mouthful of black, foul-smelling, poisonous blood gushed from her mouth. Her already frail body could no longer hold on. He fell straight backward. Just as she was about to make intimate contact with the cold ground. A pair of warm and strong arms caught her steadily in time. It's Yi Fan. He looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in his arms, who had already fainted from anger. He shook his head helplessly. His mental fortitude is too poor. He muttered to himself. Then, without even glancing at the prescription he had dismissed as worthless garbage, he dismissed it as utterly worthless. He casually tossed it aside. He slowly picked up the long dried calligraphy brush from the table. It touched the mouthful of poisonous blood that Su Qingyu had spat out. Then, under the awe-inspiring gazes of all the Jiangcheng bigwigs who came to offer their congratulations. On another blank sheet of Xian paper, he wrote down a completely new prescription in a flowing, elegant style. Improved version of rejuvenating pill. Chief ingredient, 3 qian of dragon's bloodgrass dried over a low flame to extract its mild properties. Assistant ingredient, 5 qian of hydrangea macrophylla to utilize its extremely young properties to assist the principal ingredient in warming and nourishing the meridians. Adjuvant medicine. Medicine used. Finished writing. He didn't even glance at his own astonishing masterpiece, which was enough to drive the entire alchemy world of the Dragon Kingdom crazy. He picked up the stunningly beautiful woman who was still unconscious in his arms. He turned around and walked out towards the bedroom in the backyard. All that remained was the brand new prescription, its ink still wet. And that one sentence, a domineering declaration that Su Qingyu, who was already completely numb from the shock, had been dreaming of shouting out. The sound echoed slowly in the empty alchemy room. Watch closely. This is how elixirs are made. That's how women are taught too. He looked at Su Qingyu's pretty face, which was still filled with doubt and resentment. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Do you believe me? Chapter 67 Su Qingyu's shock, he knows more about alchemy than my grandfather? Do you trust me? Yi Fan looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in his arms who had already fainted from anger. He shook his head helplessly. He knew, of course, the profound impact his dimensional reduction attack theory of alchemy had had on this woman who had devoted her life to the Tao of alchemy. But there's nothing we can do. Dealing with this kind of arrogant genius, we must use the simplest, most brutal, and most direct method. It shattered all her pride in one fell swoop. It aroused in her a deep, irresistible awe and reverence for herself, reaching the very depths of her soul. This will facilitate the next step of in-depth communication. I don't know how much time passed. Su Qingyu slowly awoke from the endless darkness. She slowly opened her eyes. The first thing you see is a simple, carved wooden bed canopy. A strange energy, incredibly pure and warm, was continuously flowing from beneath her body into her limbs and bones. It nourished her already battered body. It made her feel incredibly comfortable. Woke up? Just then, a calm yet familiar voice rang out from the side, a voice that sent shivers down her spine. Su Qingyu's body stiffened abruptly. She turned her head with difficulty. Then he saw the young man sitting calmly on the edge of the bed, looking at him. Yi Fan. The scenes before she lost consciousness flooded her mind like a tidal wave. Her already pale face instantly became even more bloodless. You. She instinctively wanted to sit up in bed. But she soon discovered that her body was unable to move. A strange force, both incredibly domineering and incredibly gentle, pinned her firmly to the bed, rendering her unable to move. Don't move. Yi Fan's voice rang out again. You almost died from erysipelas attacking your heart and causing your blood and chi to reverse. It took me a sliver of my own power to barely keep you alive. It's best to stay in bed for now. Otherwise, even a great immortal couldn't save you. His words were quite blunt. But Su Qingyu could clearly sense it. A warm and pure life energy emanated from his palm, which was resting on his shoulder. Just like a gentle stream, it slowly repairs its internal organs, which were already on the verge of collapse. This miraculous healing method, she had never seen anything like it in her life. She was even several times more skilled than her grandfather, who was known as a grandmaster of alchemy. She stared blankly at Yi Fan's handsome face, which was so close to hers. My mind went blank again. What kind of monster is this man? Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to be doing something truly insignificant. He slowly and methodically sorted out the chaotic mess of poison and spiritual energy within Su Qingyu's body. He glanced indifferently at the yellowed prescription he had long since tossed onto the table. He opened his mouth slowly. Now, do you still think this so-called secret technique of yours is a treasure? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's body trembled violently. A trace of endless bitterness and sorrow flashed across those eyes, which were already devoid of any sparkle. Baby? A death warrant that almost took his life. Do you even deserve to be called a baby? This was simply the funniest joke she had ever heard in her life. She opened her mouth as if to say something. But he found that his throat was so dry that he couldn't make a sound. She could only silently shed 2 lines of tears. Seeing her so heartbroken, Yi Fan knew that the time was almost right. Never mind. He shook his head and withdrew his hand. I'll do it because you're so pitiful. Today, I'll show you something amazing. I'll show you what real alchemy is. As he spoke, he slowly stood up. Under Su Qingyu's gaze, which was filled with incomprehension and shock, he strode over to the Xian Tai alchemy furnace that he had scorned as broken copper and scrap iron. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed lightly. The light was applied to the cold surface of the alchemy furnace. Buzz. A piercing metallic buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Suddenly, without warning, a dazzling golden light appeared on Yi Fan's fingertip. That light, though small, but it seemed to contain terrifyingly high temperatures capable of burning the entire world and refining all things. Hiss, hiss. A sickeningly loud metallic screech rang out. That incredibly hard black iron alchemy furnace actually. Incredibly, he managed to poke a terrifying hole through both ends with just one finger. The edges of the cave entrance displayed an extremely eerie, glassy color. It was as if even the very nature of metal was completely altered at that moment. This is... Upon seeing this scene, Su Qingyu's already wide eyes widened even more. She stared intently at the single point of brilliant golden light at Yi Fan's fingertip. Her already pale face was filled with unprecedented horror and disbelief. Dan fire? No, that's not right. This isn't alchemical fire. This is the legendary Samadhi fire. It is a supreme divine fire that only a god of alchemy can control. She was really scared to tears. She never dreamed of this. I never imagined that I would be able to witness such a myth or legend that only exists in ancient books in my lifetime. What made her feel even more desperate was the one who controlled this divine fire was actually a young man who looked several years younger than himself. This is making it impossible for these so-called alchemy geniuses to live. Yi Fan, on the other hand, acted as if he had simply lit a gas stove casually. He slowly withdrew his finger. He glanced indifferently at the stunningly beautiful proprietress who was completely petrified by his presence. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. "Watch closely," he said. "I will only demonstrate it once." After saying that, he ignored Su Qingyu's expression, which looked as if she had seen a ghost. With a wave of his hand, the medicine cabinet next to it is filled with useless medicinal herbs that have long lost their vitality. Surprisingly, it was as if it had been drawn by some mysterious force. They flew out of the medicine cabinet in unison, suspended in mid-air. Then, in Su Qingyu's increasingly horrified gaze, the medicinal herbs floating in mid-air spontaneously combusted without warning. It transformed into clusters of the purest medicinal essence. Remove impurities. Purify the essence. This is clearly a profound technique that only a grandmaster of alchemy can barely master. He didn't even need a pill furnace. It was accomplished directly, out of thin air? Is this even human? And just when she was questioning the meaning of life, Yi Fan's movements did not stop for the slightest. A thought crossed his mind. The medicinal essence suspended in mid-air flowed like swallows returning to their nests. They all flew into the black iron cauldron that he had already blessed. Then, he slowly stretched out his hands. He gently pressed the alchemy furnace from a distance. Combine. Boom. A massive surge of chaotic true energy instantly enveloped the entire alchemy furnace. A blazing golden divine fire instantly ignited inside the alchemy furnace. Countless profound alchemical runes appeared and disappeared at his fingertips. It transformed into streaks of golden light and entered the alchemy furnace. Time passed by, second by second. I don't know how much time passed. After that last wisp of chaotic true energy was completely integrated into the alchemy furnace, Yi Fan slowly withdrew his hands. He glanced indifferently at the alchemy furnace, which had long been burned crimson red by the golden divine fire. He opened his mouth slowly. Open. Buzz. A crisp metallic hum suddenly rang out. The lid of the alchemy furnace shot skyward. A 9-colored elixir fragrance, more than 10 times stronger than the previous 9-turn rejuvenation pill, wafted from it. It instantly filled the entire alchemy room. It even penetrated through layers of walls and spread to the streets outside. Everyone who smelled the fragrance felt as if their bodies were being cleansed by the purest life energy. All the hidden ailments on his body were swept away. Their cultivation levels have improved considerably. Inside the alchemy room, Su Qingyu was so shocked by this miraculous scene that she was speechless. She stared blankly as 12 crystal-clear pills, each the size of a longan, slowly rose from the alchemy furnace, exuding a fragrant aroma and even bearing 9 profound Dao patterns. Top-grade Dao pill. My mind went completely blank. One furnace of 12 pills? And they're all top-grade Dao pills with 9-level refinement? Is this even human? This is clearly a living god of alchemy. She stared blankly at the young man who slowly finished his practice without even a change in his breathing. He then looked at the 12 supreme divine pills that were enough to drive the entire dragon kingdom mad. I feel like my values have been completely shattered. For the first time, awe and admiration from the depths of her soul were revealed in Yi Fan's eyes, which had remained calm and still. After a long while, she slowly opened her mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Who are you? Why do you know more about alchemy than my grandfather? Chapter 68 Improved Pill Formula, effects increased tenfold, pill shop became a hit. You know more about alchemy than your grandfather? Yi Fan smiled when he heard Su Qingyu's question, which was filled with endless shock and disbelief. He slowly walked up to the stunningly beautiful proprietress who was completely petrified by his presence. He reached out and gently stroked her head, as if comforting a frightened kitten. Fool. His voice was filled with an undeniable blend of gentleness and domineering authority. I know more about alchemy than any other alchemist in the world. Because I am the Tao of alchemy itself. The next day. By Kaetang Pill Shop. It was completely refreshed early in the morning. The original dilapidated door plaque was replaced with a brand new plaque made of 1,000-year-old sandalwood. The three large, gold-plated characters by Kaetang above gleamed brightly in the sunlight. It looks incredibly valuable. The shop interior has been completely renovated, although it still maintains a simple and rustic style. But regardless of the rows of brand new medicine cabinets on the walls, made of century-old ironwood, it was still those exquisite medicine bottles carved from millennia-old warm jade on the counter. They all reveal the same two words: luxurious. Understated luxury. And the most eye-catching one. It's still that huge signboard made of a single piece of gold, hanging in the very center of the shop. Above it, written in the wildest and most domineering font, was an advertising slogan that could drive any martial artist crazy. Grand opening. Big sale. Improved version of rejuvenating pill. Now available. Strengthens the body's foundation, nourishes vital energy, and boosts blood circulation. Effects increase tenfold. Tenfold compensation for any product that is counterfeit or invalid. 1 per person. First come, first served. While supplies last. When the first rays of dawn shone on this golden signboard, which could be described as outrageously extravagant, the entire university town, which was originally a dead silence, was instantly like a depth charge that had been detonated. The pot exploded. Holy crap! What the hell did I just see? By Chao Tang? That dilapidated medicine shop that was on the verge of bankruptcy? How come it's suddenly transformed overnight? An improved version of the rejuvenation pill? 10 times more effective? And they even offer a tenfold refund for fakes? Is this for real? Let's go. Let's go see. I want to see which fool dares to spout such nonsense in a place like this. In an instant, countless students and martial artists were attracted by this outrageous advertising slogan. Like a shark that has smelled blood, they swarmed frantically toward Bai Kaetang. In just a short time, less than 10 minutes, the entire medicine shop, which was originally deserted, was now packed with people. 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside. That scene was 100 times more extravagant than a top star's concert. Inside the shop, Su Qingyu looked at the incredible, almost miraculous, scene before her with a complicated expression. Then I looked at the young man who was sitting calmly behind the counter, leisurely drinking his tea. My mind went blank again. She still feels like she's dreaming. She just woke up from her coma yesterday. Without saying a word, the man forcefully shoved the 9-turn rejuvenation pill, a pill that would drive anyone mad, into his mouth. Then he used his terrifying, godlike methods. Overnight, she transformed her dilapidated medicine shop into a luxurious space that even she herself could hardly recognize. They even went so far as to publicly reveal their modified rejuvenation pill in the most arrogant and domineering way. What exactly is he trying to do? Doesn't he realize the trouble his actions will cause? Scared? Yifan seemed to see through her concerns and smiled. Rest assured. The sky won't fall down. Even if it really collapses. I have some too, I'll give them to you, keep an eye on them. He spoke casually and nonchalantly. Yet he possessed an unparalleled domineering aura that could reassure any woman. Su Qingyu's heart skipped a beat for no reason. That pretty face, which had already regained some color after the poison was gone, instantly turned bright red. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Yifan's aggressively burning eyes. And just then, "Boss! Open the door. We're open for business." Exactly. Stop playing tricks in there. I'd like to see just what kind of monster this so-called improved version of the rejuvenation pill really is. The impatient crowd outside began to shout wildly. Some people have even started banging on the door. They're here. Yifan smiled. He slowly put down the teacup in his hand. Then, under Su Qingyu's worried gaze, he slowly stood up. Step by step, we arrived at the gate, which was already squeezed so tightly it was almost deformed. Then, he reached out his hand. A gentle pull. Squeak. A soft sound. The door opened. Moment. The whole noisy world fell silent. All the students and martial artists blocking the entrance. They all stared in disbelief at the handsome, almost excessively young figure who slowly emerged from behind the door. My mind went completely blank. Who is he? When did Bai Kaetang get such an outrageously handsome young man? Yi Fan, however, seemed completely oblivious to their horrified expressions. His gaze calmly swept over everyone present, those who were speechless, stunned by his supreme divine countenance. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. Improved version of rejuvenating pill. He said. 1 million per pill. No bargaining. Those who want it, please queue up. No. A playful smile curved his lips. Roll. This moment. The whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone who came to watch the spectacle was dumbfounded. What did they hear? 1 million per pill? Why the hell don't you just rob someone? Even the top-grade yellow rank rejuvenation pill on the market only costs 100,000 yuan per pill. What makes you think you can sell this so-called improved version for $1 million? This is insane. This guy is absolutely obsessed with money. Holy crap. 1 million? Are you fucking desperate for money? A burly man who looked like he had a fiery temper was the first to recover from his shock. He pointed at Yi Fan and started cursing. Do you fucking think we're idiots? You think you can sell this lousy pill for $1 million? I think you'd better close down and get out of here. That's right. That's right. A rip-off. Absolutely a rip-off. Brothers. Let's boycott him together. Let's make sure he can't sell a single one. In an instant. The crowd was in a frenzy. Everyone who was enraged by this exorbitant price started shouting wildly. It was as if they wanted to completely drown this arrogant black shop in the vast ocean of the people. However, faced with this terrifying scene, which would chill any business to the bone, Yi Fan's face remained calm and indifferent. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He simply and slowly extended his hand. From the jade bottle that had been prepared beforehand, a top-grade precious pill was poured out. It was crystal clear, exuded a fragrant aroma, and even had 3 mysterious pill patterns on it. Then, amidst everyone's puzzled and confused gazes, he casually tossed the priceless elixir to the burly man who had been cursing the loudest. He said it casually. Eat it. Ha! The burly man was taken aback. I said, Yi Fan's voice became somewhat impatient, eat it. Then tell me if my pills are worth $1 million. The burly man looked at the pill in his hand with suspicion. It looked like something extraordinary. She glanced again at Yi Fan's confident eyes. He gritted his teeth. Since it's free anyway, might as well take it. Thinking about this, without further hesitation, he swallowed the pill in one gulp. Then, the next second, boom! A pure medicinal power more than 10 times greater than any pill he had ever taken before. It exploded inside his body in an instant. Ugh! He let out a roar that was both painful and exhilarating. He could feel it clearly. He was stuck at the 5th level of the body tempering realm, a bottleneck that had held him for 3 whole years without any progress. Surprisingly, under the impact of this enormous medicinal power, it's as if it's made of paper. It was instantly shattered into pieces. Boom! An even more powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. Body tempering realm, level 6. It's done. He actually broke through to the next level just by consuming a single pill? Is this some kind of divine pill? This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone who was just shouting wildly was stunned. They stared in disbelief at the burly man who was ecstatically feeling the surge of power within him. She glanced again at the young man who looked calm, as if he had expected all of this. My mind went completely blank. After the initial euphoria, the burly man who had just broken through, they finally realized what was happening. He suddenly turned around. With a thump, he knelt down directly before Yi Fan. His face was filled with boundless fervor and adoration. A divine pill. This is definitely a divine pill. He clung to Yi Fan's leg, sobbing and wailing with snot and tears streaming down his face. Big brother. No. Ancestor. My dear ancestors. I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. I shouldn't have doubted your elixir. 1 million? That's fucking expensive. It's practically free. Ancestors. I still have money. I want to buy one more. No. 10. 100. Please. Sell me just one more. His words were like a bombshell. Instantly, it ignited a frenzy among everyone present. Holy crap. He really broke through? A divine pill. It's definitely a divine pill. 1 million. I'll take it. Don't try to take it from me. I'm going to sell everything I own to get one today. In an instant, the entire entrance to Baikatang was plunged into an unprecedented frenzy. Countless people were waving banknotes like madmen. They frantically crowded towards the small medicine shop. That scene was 100 times more terrifying than a zombie apocalypse. Su Qingyu was so shocked by the miracle scene before her that she was speechless. She stared blankly at the man who stood like a god, surrounded by the crowd. He glanced again at his medicine counter, which had sold out in an instant. I feel like I'm dreaming. It's gone viral. It became popular just like that? And it's incredibly popular? For the first time, she looked into Yifan's eyes, which were usually calm and still, and awe and admiration from the depths of her soul were revealed. After a long while, she slowly opened her mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Who are you? Why do you seem to know everything? Chapter 69. The Su family's main branch's greed, forcibly seizing the pill recipe. Knows everything? Yifan smiled when he heard Su Qingyu's question, which was filled with endless admiration and curiosity. He reached out and gently stroked her head, as if soothing a little wildcat that he had completely conquered. No. He shook his head, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. I don't know everything. I only know a tiny bit more than everyone else in the world. Bai Chaotang has become a hit. It became an overnight sensation throughout the entire capital city. Even several surrounding provinces had heard of its formidable reputation. Countless martial artists have been stuck at their bottlenecks for years. Countless wealthy people suffer from terminal illnesses and have been ill for a long time without a cure. They were all like sharks that had smelled blood. People flocked to this already overcrowded university town from all directions. All for the sake of obtaining one of those legendary, supreme divine pills that can defy fate, the improved rejuvenation pill. Every day, a terrifyingly long queue stretches for several kilometers outside the medicine shop. The scene was 100 times more exaggerated than the Spring Festival travel rush for tickets. Baikatang's revenue has been soaring at a terrifying rate that makes everyone envious and crazy. 100 million a day. 500 million in 3 days. 5 billion in 10 days. In less than half a month. This dilapidated medicine shop, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, has suddenly become the most sought-after money printing machine in the entire capital city. Its money-making ability is terrifying. It has even far surpassed those top families that have been passed down for hundreds or thousands of years. And as the mastermind behind all of this, Yifan acted as if he had done something insignificant. Every day, besides occasionally giving Su Qingyu some pointers on alchemy, he would. And incidentally, some indescribable deep exchanges took place. The rest of the time was spent leisurely traveling and enjoying nature with his wife and children. Life was very pleasant. It was as if the uproar that had already caused by him had nothing to do with him. However, a tall tree catches the wind. Just when Baikatang's business was booming, a group of uninvited guests quietly arrived at the door. That afternoon, Yifan was lying on the rocking chair in the backyard as usual, resting with his eyes closed, enjoying the top-notch imperial service from Marong Shui and Hu Yaoyao. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks sounded on the door. Immediately afterwards, before Yifan could even speak, bang! A loud bang. The heavy door of the medicine shop, made of century-old ironwood. It was actually kicked open from the outside. A dozen or so young people dressed in fine clothes and exuding arrogance were like a group of crabs patrolling their territory. He swaggered in from outside. The leader was a handsome young man in brocade robes, but his eyes were filled with innate arrogance and greed. As soon as he entered, he unceremoniously sat down in the main seat made of thousand-year-old sandalwood. Then, he scrutinized the pill shop, which he had already considered his for the taking, with a critical and discerning eye. Snort! He gave a disdainful snort. The renovation is decent enough to make people look respectable. It's just a pity. I'm going to change my surname soon. As he spoke, he slowly raised his head, his greedy eyes landing on the stunningly beautiful proprietress, Su Qingyu, who was slowly walking out from the backyard. A fleeting glint of undisguised lewdness and possessiveness flashed in his eyes. Whispering cousin, he said with a forced smile. Haven't seen you for a long time. You're getting more and more beautiful as you grow up. Look who's here. Su Qingyu's already cold and pretty face instantly became even more bloodless. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless hatred and disgust. Su Mingyuan. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out the name she hated to the core, word by word. What are you doing here? What I do? Upon hearing this, the young man in brocade robes named Su Mingyuan burst into laughter as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. That laughter was filled with boundless arrogance and smugness. My dear cousin. He slowly stood up and walked step by step to Su Qingyu. He reached out, wanting to lift her smooth chin. But Su Qingyu dodged it with a look of disgust. He wasn't angry. He just gave a cold, sinister smile. Of course I was following my grandfather's orders. Come and take back what rightfully belongs to the Su family. As he spoke, he pointed to the elixir shop that was already making a fortune every day. He then pointed to Su Qingyu's beautiful face, which had long since regained its stunning appearance. His eyes were filled with naked greed, including this improved version of the rejuvenation pill formula. And you, shameless. Hearing this, Su Qingyu was so angry that she was trembling all over. She never dreamed of this. This group of so-called relatives is shameless to this extent. Back when I was suffering from erysipelas and my life was hanging by a thread, they all treated me like the plague. Sweep yourself out like trash. Now I see that I've latched onto a high-ranking branch and have become useful. So they shamelessly came knocking again? You want to take everything away from me? Is this even human? These are clearly a bunch of creatures that are even worse than animals. Shameless? Upon hearing this, Su Mingyuan burst into laughter again. The victor is king, the loser is villain. This has always been the way of things. You can only blame your deadbeat father for being incompetent, unable to protect their own family business. He can't even keep his own woman. You. He was shocked to hear that he had even insulted his own parents, who were already dead. Su Qingyu's eyes instantly became bloodshot. A chilling killing intent emanated uncontrollably from her body. Su Mingyuan. You're asking for it. She roared angrily. He raised his hand, ready to teach this ignorant beast a lesson he would never forget. However, before she could even make a move, smack! A crisp slap rang out without warning. A figure, faster and more ruthless than her, had appeared in front of Su Mingyuan without her noticing. Without hesitation, she slapped him across the face. He was slapped so hard that he spun around 3 times on the spot. Half of his face was swollen up. It was none other than the person who made the move. It was Yi Fan, who had been watching the show from the backyard all along. He slowly withdrew his hand. He even wiped it on his clothes with a look of disgust. It's as if what was just photographed wasn't a face. It was a pile of dog poop. You dare hit me? Su Mingyuan covered his burning face, staring at Yi Fan in disbelief. He never dreamed of this. In this tiny medicine shop, someone actually dared to lay a hand on him. Hit you? Yi Fan smiled upon hearing this. His laughter was cold. Hitting you would be too lenient. If you dare to spew filth in front of me again, believe it or not, I'll cut your tongue out and feed it to the dogs? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling killing intent that could make even a grandmaster tremble. In an instant, the temperature in the entire medicine shop dropped by tens of degrees. The group of sycophants behind Su Mingyuan, who were originally arrogant and domineering, were suddenly overwhelmed by this terrifying killing intent. They were all so frightened that their faces turned pale and they retreated in panic. They didn't dare utter a single word. As for Su Mingyuan himself, after the initial shock, there was not a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he revealed an even more cruel and sinister smile. Good, very good. He gritted his teeth and said each word slowly and deliberately. Wow, what a magnificent display. A random man who appeared out of nowhere. How dare you interfere in the Su family's internal affairs? I'll tell you. Don't tell me it's you today. Even if the King of Heaven himself came. That bastard and that prescription. I'm buying them all. As he spoke, he took out a gleaming gold token from his pocket. It was raised high. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is the warrant from our Sioux family's ancestor. Seeing this decree is like seeing our ancestor himself. Do you dare disobey? His voice was filled with boundless arrogance and smugness. It seemed they had Yifan completely under their control. However, Yifan's face still maintained that calm and indifferent expression. He merely glanced at the so-called ancestral token. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. Ancestor? What kind of garbage is this? Tell him to come over here and talk to me. He looked at Su Mingyuan, who was already petrified by his shocking remarks. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Do you believe it? Chapter 70 Yifan makes his move. You dare to touch my woman? Do you believe me? Su Mingyuan heard Yifan's question, which was full of supreme prestige but also damnably full of endless mockery. The face, already flushed with anger, froze instantly. He stared in disbelief at the person in front of him, who wore a kind smile. But his eyes were filled with the coldness and indifference of a young man that made even his soul tremble. My mind went completely blank. What did he just hear? What a piece of trash! Tell him to get over here himself. Is he serious? Does he even know who he just insulted? That was the only pillar of the Sioux family, their only source of stability. A genuine master of Taoist alchemy. A super strong expert at the King realm. In the entire capital city, they are considered to be at the very top of the pyramid. So when it came to you, it turned out to be just a piece of junk? He's insane. This guy is absolutely insane. A complete madman. You little bastard. After the extreme shock came an even more raging, endless rage. You fucking want to die. He could no longer suppress the overwhelming killing intent in his heart. He roared. A terrifying aura of the peak of the meridian opening realm suddenly erupted from his body. His hand, already twisted with rage, transformed into a sharp palm blade. Without hesitation, it slashed fiercely towards Yifan's neck. Judging from their stance, they really wanted to kill Yifan right here with a single palm strike. However, he delivered this powerful and furious blow. Yifan's face remained calm and indifferent. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He simply extended his right hand slowly. Then, amidst everyone's puzzled and confused gazes, he started later but finished faster. Just a casual remark. He grabbed Su Mingyuan's wrist in one swift motion. What? Su Mingyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt as if his wrist was being clamped tightly by a giant iron clamp made of divine iron. No matter how hard he tried to channel his inner energy. How desperately you struggle. They didn't budge an inch. An extreme fear originating from the depths of his soul instantly overwhelmed all his reason. He looked up in utter horror. She looked at the young man whose face still wore a kind smile. The voice was filled with endless fear and disbelief. Who are you? I. Yifan smiled. His laughter was cold. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. After saying that, he suddenly tightened his grip on Su Mingyuan's wrist. Snap. A sickening sound of bones shattering suddenly rang out. Ah! A shrill scream, inhuman and agonizing, burst forth from Su Mingyuan's throat. His right arm, which he was so proud of, was actually. Yifan crushed him into a pile of pulverized bone fragments. However, this is just the beginning. Yifan did not stop for a moment after crippling one of his arms. He let go. Then transform your palm into a fan. Without hesitation. It slapped hard across Su Mingyuan's face, which was already contorted with pain. Smack! The sound was 100 times louder than when he slapped Morong Zhan before a terrifying slap. Like a bolt from the blue. The sound suddenly echoed throughout the entire medicine shop. Su Mingyuan's tall body didn't even have time to let out a scream. He was like a cannonball that had been hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. In an instant, he was sent flying backward. It drew an extremely beautiful parabola in the air. Then it crashed straight through the thick wall of the medicine shop. With a loud boom, it crashed heavily onto the busy street outside. It smashed a huge, human-shaped hole into the hard bluestone road. He himself was coughing up blood, his bones were broken and his tendons were fractured. He fainted on the spot. Act recklessly. The entire venue was deathly silent. All the Su family members who followed Su Mingyuan to cause trouble. They all stared in disbelief at the young figure who slowly withdrew his hand, his clothes perfectly neat and tidy. Then he looked at his young master, who was now embedded in the wall, his fate unknown. My mind went completely blank. They felt as if they were having the most absurd and terrifying nightmare. One slap. He just slapped away a Peak Chi opening realm expert. It was the kind of fan that blew through the wall? Is this even human? This is clearly a ferocious beast in human skin. Yi Fan, on the other hand, acted as if he had simply swatted away a slightly stronger fly. He slowly turned around. His cold gaze swept over the group of Su family members who were already terrified. He opened his mouth slowly. His voice was calm yet filled with an undeniable, chilling killing intent. Now. Who else wants to touch my woman? Who else wants to steal my elixir formula? This moment. The whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. The group of arrogant and domineering Su family members were now under the terrifying pressure of this force, which was like a god descending to earth. They couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Splash! 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 They were like harvested wheat. They all knelt on the ground again in unison. Blood gushed from his mouth. His face was filled with endless horror and despair. Big brother. Spare me. Spare me. Yes, we were blind to your true worth. We were blinded by greed. We will never dare to do it again. Cries for mercy rose and fell. Yi Fan, however, acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. He slowly walked up to Su Qingyu, who was already speechless with shock from his thunderous actions. He reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. Then he lowered his head and gently kissed her smooth forehead. His voice was filled with an unprecedented blend of gentleness and domineering power. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can bully you. After saying that, he ignored the group of terrified scum. He held the stunningly beautiful woman he had been gazing at with rapt attention. He turned around and walked back to the backyard. All that remained was the mess on the ground. A chilling phrase that shattered the spirits and terrified the entire Su family. The sound echoed slowly in the empty medicine shop. You have half an hour. Take your trash and get out of my sight. Half an hour later. You still dare to stay here. Die. Su Qingyu leaned against Yi Fan's warm and broad chest. Listen to that strong and powerful heartbeat. She felt the boundless domineering aura that was enough to make her fall for him. Those beautiful eyes were filled with endless wonder and fascination. She reached out and hugged Yi Fan tightly around the waist. A genuine smile of happiness appeared on his face. She looked at Yi Fan and, as if possessed, asked that question once again, a question that seemed to have no answer. Yi Fan. Can I ask you one last question? Chapter 71 Overwhelming the Su family experts, Su Qingyu falls for him. One last question. Yi Fan looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in his arms, whom he had already completely conquered. He laughed. Ask away. He's in a good mood today. If you don't mind, listen to her N+1 last question. You. Su Qingyu took a deep breath, and a blissful smile that made the world pale in comparison appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. She looked at Yi Fan and asked, word by word. Are you hungry? I'll go make you a bowl of noodles. That evening. In the capital city, at the Su family estate, within an ancient manor of immense size, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. Bang! A valuable antique vase from a previous dynasty was smashed to pieces on the ground by a large, wrinkled hand. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. An elderly man in brocade robes, with white hair and beard but an unusually ruddy complexion, was pointing at Su Mingyuan, who was still unconscious, and the Su family members kneeling on the ground, and cursing loudly. He is the pillar of the Su family. A genuine grandmaster of alchemy. A super strong expert at the King realm. The patriarch of the Su family. Su Chongqing. You dozens of people. Go deal with a little girl who's been crippled for ages. Not only did we fail to bring the person back, we also failed to seize the elixir formula. And they even broke his arms and legs and threw him back like a dead dog? You bunch of good-for-nothings have completely disgraced the Su family. His voice was filled with endless anger and disappointment. The Su family members kneeling on the ground were all silent and trembling, not daring to even breathe loudly. Their faces were filled with endless fear and horror. In my mind, the young figure from earlier that day, who seemed like a god or a demon, kept replaying. And that seemingly casual yet terrifyingly devastating slap. Ancestor. A middle-aged man who looked like a minor leader explained in a trembling voice. No. It's not our fault. It's that Su Qingyu's lover who's too damn weird. Wild man. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's brows furrowed instantly. What wild man? He's just a young-looking kid, the middle-aged man cried, his face contorted with grief. He slapped young Master Mingyuan right through the wall. What? Hearing this, not only Su Changqing, but all the Su family elders present suddenly stood up from their seats. His face was filled with unprecedented horror and disbelief. He slapped right through the wall. And he's a peak Qi opening realm cultivator, Su Mingyuan. Is this for real? This must be a terrifying power that only a grandmaster of the true Qi realm could possess. When did that crippled bitch Su Qingyu manage to latch onto such a powerful figure? Snort. Just when everyone was so shocked by the news that they were speechless. A cold snort, full of disdain and arrogance, rang out without warning. Then, an old man with a hooked nose, whose hair and beard were also white, but whose eyes were filled with sinister and greedy eyes, slowly stood up. He is the second elder of the Su family. He's also from Su Mingyuan's lineage, a powerful backer. Why bother, brother? Boosting the enemy's morale while diminishing our own? He said with a forced smile. He's just some wild kid who popped up out of nowhere. Even if he is a grandmaster, so what? Our Su family has a profound heritage spanning over 1,000 years. Are you afraid of him? Not to mention. A glint of undisguised greed and fervor flashed in his eyes. You know better than I how important that improved rejuvenation pill formula is to my Su family. As long as I can get it. Our Su family even has a chance to surpass the other 3 major families in one fell swoop. To become the true uncrowned king of Jinghua City. By then, let alone a grandmaster. Even if a king himself came, he would have to treat us with utmost respect. His words were full of endless allure. All the elders of the Su family present couldn't help but reveal greedy expressions. Yes. A single pill formula that can be used to refine a divine pill with 10 times the effect. This is simply an inexhaustible gold mine. What's a little risk for it? Sitting in the main seat was Su Changqing. After listening to the second elder's bold words, a barely perceptible flicker of interest flashed in those already cloudy old eyes. He remained silent for a long time. Only then did he slowly begin to speak. His voice was hoarse yet filled with unwavering resolve. Pass on my orders. Summon all experts in the clan who are at least at the Qi opening realm. Come with me personally. I'd like to see. Which fool dares to lay a hand on someone from the Su family? You dare to steal from the Su family. And at this moment, as the instigator of all these events, Yi Fan acted as if he had done something insignificant. He was lying leisurely in a rocking chair in the backyard of Baikayatang. Enjoy the top-notch imperial service from 3 stunning beauties. Morong Shui was massaging his legs. Hu Yaoyao was massaging his shoulders. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu, who had just been added to his harem, was peeling grapes for him with a slightly flushed face. That shy, demure look, inviting you to pick it, is even more alluring than a ripe grape. How? Yi Fan smiled when he saw her preoccupied expression. Still worried about your bunch of trash? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's body trembled slightly. She looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with endless worry and complexity. She bit her lip and said softly. My grandfather, he wasn't a bad person. They were just misled by the second elder and the others. Oh. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. So what do you mean? I just hope, Su Qingyu's voice became even softer, that if you really start fighting with them later. Could you spare his life for my sake? He. Yi Fan smiled upon hearing this. His smile had a somewhat meaningful quality to it. He reached out and gently pinched Su Qingyu's delicate, flawless face. Fool. You're so naive, so cute. You think I'm afraid of them? As he spoke, He slowly sat up. A cold disdain flashed in those deep, starry eyes. A bunch of worthless chickens and dogs. They don't even have the right to make me take action personally. The words had barely left his mouth. Boom! A terrifying explosion, like a thunderclap. Without warning, a sound rang out from outside the door of the medicine shop. Immediately afterwards, an old roar filled with endless anger and domineering power resounded throughout the entire university town. You little bastard inside! Get out here and face your death! It was Su Chongqing. He had arrived. And he had brought all the top experts from the Su family. They had completely surrounded the small pill shop. The terrifying killing intent almost dyed the entire sky blood red. However, this was a terrifying formation that would terrify any martial artist below the rank of king. Yi Fan's face remained calm and composed. He couldn't even be bothered to lift his buttocks. He merely glanced at Su Qingyu, whose pretty face had already turned deathly pale with fright. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. Go! He said. Let your grandfather and those so-called relatives all take a look. Just how strong are you right now? Let them wake up properly. Who is the true future of the Su family? Su Qingyu trembled upon hearing this. She stared blankly at Yi Fan's encouraging and trusting gaze. That heart, already cold and lifeless because of the family's ruthlessness. At that moment, it started beating violently again. An unprecedented surge of pride and ambition welled up in my heart. Yes. She is Su Qingyu. I'm no longer that useless person who can be bullied by everyone. She is the possessor of the Aoki spirit body. He is the future god of alchemy. She is also the woman of this man who is like a god or a demon. Why should she be afraid? They are the ones who should be afraid. Thinking about this, a fierce flame of confidence instantly ignited in her eyes. She suddenly stood up. The terrifying pressure of the now completely different king realm erupted from her body. Yes. She nodded emphatically to Yi Fan. Then, under the admiring gazes of Morong Shui and Hu Yaoyao, she moved gracefully, step by step, out of the backyard. He walked up to the Su family members who were already terrified. She looked at the so-called grandfather who had a horrified expression. Then I looked at those so-called relatives, who also had expressions of disbelief on their faces. A cold, mocking smile appeared on his face. She slowly extended a slender, jade-like finger, white as jade. He addressed all the members of the Su family present. She gently hooked her nose. His voice was clear and cool, yet filled with an undeniable domineering presence. You can all come at me together. I'm in a hurry. I still need to go back and warm my man's bed. Chapter 72 Su Qingyu, I have no way to repay you, I can only. I'm in a hurry. I need to go back to warm my man's bed. Su Qingyu's declaration, brimming with queenly aura yet damnably, overflowing with endless allure, was a domineering statement. Like a divine thunderbolt from the heavens, powerful enough to cleave the sky and earth. It struck hard on the crown of every member of the Su family present. They were chopped to a crisp, their souls scattered and their bodies destroyed. Warm the bed? This was the family's discarded son whom they once regarded as worthless. Now not only has its strength become so terrifying, has even her personality become so unrestrained? The person involved was Su Changqing, the ancestor of the Su family. After hearing his granddaughter's outrageous remarks, his old face, already flushed with shock, instantly turned ashen. What a terrible, terrible thing. He was so angry that he was trembling all over as he pointed at his granddaughter, who had undergone a complete transformation that even he could hardly understand. You actually did this for some random guy? Betraying the family and harming fellow disciples. You are a disgrace to the Su family. Today, I will personally clean house. I will kill you on the spot, you unworthy descendant. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura, genuinely that of a king-level expert, suddenly erupted from his body. His withered, bark-like hand transformed into a gigantic hand composed of pure wood attribute true energy. Without hesitation, it slammed down hard on Su Qingyu's head. Judging from his posture, he really wanted to kill this rebellious granddaughter right here with one palm. However, faced with his powerful and furious strike, Su Qingyu's face still wore that cold expression, filled with endless mockery. She didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. She simply extended her right hand slowly. Then, amidst the puzzled and confused gazes of everyone present, she came from behind and arrived first, speaking casually. He grabbed Su Changqing's aggressive wrist in one swift motion. What? Su Changqing's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt as if his wrist was being gripped tightly by a giant iron clamp forged from millennia-old black iron. No matter how he urged his true energy, no matter how frantically I struggled, it wouldn't budge. An overwhelming fear, originating from the depths of his soul, instantly overwhelmed all his reason. He looked up in utter horror. He looked at his granddaughter, whose face still wore a cold smile. The voice was filled with endless fear and disbelief. What exactly is your strength? Su Qingyu smiled. His laughter was cold. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. After saying that, she suddenly tightened her grip on Su Changqing's wrist. Snap! A sharp, teeth-grinding sound, the cracking of bones, suddenly rang out. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, so piercing it was almost inhuman, burst forth from Su Changqing's throat. His proud right arm was brutally crushed into a pile of pulverized bone fragments by his own granddaughter. However, this was just the beginning. After crippling one of his arms, Su Qingyu did not pause at all. She let go of his arm, then transformed the palm into a fan. Without hesitation, it slapped hard across Su Changqing's old face, which was already contorted with pain. Smack! A terrifying slap, 100 times louder than when Yi Fan slapped Su Mingyuan before. Like a bolt from the blue, the sound suddenly resounded throughout the entire medicine shop. Su Changqing's tall figure didn't even have time to let out a scream. He felt like a cannonball that had been hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. He was sent flying backwards in an instant. It drew an extremely beautiful parabola in the air. Then, it crashed straight through the thick wall of the medicine shop. With a loud boom, it crashed heavily into the already terrified crowd outside. It smashed a huge, human-shaped hole into the hard bluestone road. He himself was coughing up blood, and his bones were broken and tendons were fractured. He fainted on the spot, his fate unknown. The entire venue was deathly silent. All the elders of the Su family who followed Su Changqing to cause trouble. Everyone stared in disbelief at the stunningly beautiful woman who slowly withdrew her hand, her clothes perfectly neat and tidy. Then he looked at his ancestor, who was now embedded in the wall and whose fate was unknown. My mind went completely blank. They felt as if they were having the most absurd and terrifying nightmare. He sent a king-level expert flying with a single slap? It was the kind of fan that blew through the wall? Is this still the same useless person they treated like trash? This is clearly a Valkyrie in human skin. Su Qingyu, on the other hand, acted as if she had simply swatted away an older fly. She slowly turned around. His gaze swept coldly over the group of Su family elders who were already terrified. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was clear and cold, yet filled with an undeniable, chilling killing intent. Now, who else wants to clean house? Who else dares to touch my man? This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. The group of Su family elders, who had just been arrogant and domineering, were now under the terrifying pressure of this force, which was like a goddess descending from the depths of hell. He couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Thump! Thump! Each one was like harvested wheat. They all knelt down on the ground again in unison. Blood gushed from his mouth onto his face, his expression filled with endless horror and despair. Your Majesty, spare me. Spare me. Yes, we were blind to your true worth. We were blinded by greed. We will never dare to do it again. Cries for mercy rose and fell. Su Qingyu acted as if she hadn't heard at all. She slowly walked up to the young man who had been watching the whole thing from the backyard. Then, amidst everyone's shocked and bewildered gazes, she knelt down in front of him with a thud. Those beautiful eyes were filled with endless gratitude and admiration. Thank you, she said. Thank you for letting me wash away all the shame with my own hands. Thank you for helping me find my true self. I, Su Qingyu, have no way to repay you. Only. She slowly raised her head. A shy smile, enough to make heaven and earth pale in comparison, appeared on that incomparably beautiful face. Tonight. Pick as you please. Yi Fan smiled upon hearing this. He slowly reached out and gently pulled the stunningly beautiful woman, whom he had already completely conquered, into his arms. Then, he lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Fool. We're family, but we speak like two different people. But. A meaningful smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Since you've taken the initiative. If I were to refuse again, wouldn't that make me seem very unromantic? As he spoke, he ignored the group of trash who were already petrified by wave after wave of divine developments. He held the stunningly beautiful woman who was so embarrassed she was almost fainting. He turned around and walked back to the bedroom in the backyard. All that remained was a mess. And a chilling statement that terrified and shattered the spirits of every member of the Su family. The sound echoed slowly in the empty medicine shop. Oh, right. Starting today. This medicine shop and the entire Su family. They all have the surname Yi now. Do you have any objections? Chapter 73 System Notification. Congratulations, host. Su Qingyu is pregnant. Do you have any objections? Hearing Yifan's question, which was filled with supreme prestige yet damnably also endless domineering, one could sense the question's tone. Kneeling on the ground, all the members of the Su family looked like soulless zombies. He shook his head frantically, his face filled with endless fear and despair. Opinion? How could they dare to have any objections? Forget about making the Su family change their surname to Yi, even if they were all made to change their surname to Dog right now. They absolutely dared not utter a single complaint. That night. The bedroom in the backyard of Baikatang. The atmosphere was incredibly enchanting. The red candles flickered. The gauze curtains hung down gently. A faint, sweet fragrance filled the air, making one blush and their heart race. Su Qingyu stood gracefully by the bed, dressed in a white gauze dress as thin as a cicada's wing. That already stunningly beautiful face appeared even more alluring and captivating in the candlelight. She lowered her head, not daring to look at the young man who was sitting calmly on the edge of the bed, sipping fragrant tea. The small hands clutching the hem of her clothes were completely soaked with sweat from excessive nervousness and shyness. Her heart was pounding wildly, like 1,000 deer trapped inside. She was prepared to sacrifice herself. But when that moment actually arrives, she still couldn't help but feel a sense of panic and helplessness she had never experienced before. Come, over here. Just as she was lost in thought, a calm yet familiar voice rang out, a voice that sent shivers down her spine. It's Yi Fan. Su Qingyu's body suddenly stiffened. She swallowed hard. Then, like a prisoner about to be executed, step by step, they moved in front of Yi Fan. Sit. Yi Fan uttered a single word calmly. Su Qingyu dared not be negligent in the slightest and quickly and carefully sat down on half of her bottom next to him. Yi Fan almost laughed at the sight of that trembling, fearful expression. Scared? He reached out and gently lifted her smooth chin. He made her look into his eyes, her beautiful eyes already filled with tears. Su Qingyu's body trembled violently again, she could clearly feel it. A domineering yet fiery masculine aura emanated from Yi Fan's fingertips. The sensation, like an electric current, instantly spread throughout her body. It made her feel weak all over. She opened her mouth as if to say something. But he found that his throat was so dry that he couldn't make a sound. She could only blush and lower her head silently. Seeing her adorable appearance, ready to be picked at will, Yi Fan smiled. He slowly lowered his head. He gently kissed her rosy cherry lips. Then he whispered in her ear. Don't be afraid. Relax. Tonight you will experience unprecedented joy. After saying that, he didn't say another word of nonsense. He swept the stunningly beautiful woman, whom he had already completely conquered, into his arms and gently placed her on the soft bed covered with rose petals amidst a shy gasp. Springtime beauty unfolded overnight. The next day, when the first rays of morning light streamed into the room through the window, Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman beside him, who was sleeping soundly, clinging to him like an octopus. He then felt the primordial chaos energy within his body, which had become more refined and harmonious due to the balance of yin and yang. A very satisfied smile appeared on his face. As expected of the legendary Aoki spirit body. The effects of this dual cultivation are truly different. It was even better than what happened between him and Morong Shui. He could feel it clearly. He had just broken through to the entering the inner sanctum level of the divine alchemy technique, 9 explanations of alchemy. Surprisingly, during this night's in-depth exchange, It was as natural as water flowing into a channel, and it broke through again, reaching a higher level of consummate skill. He is now even confident, able to refine the legendary royal-grade divine pills. It seemed that they had noticed Yi Fan's movements. Su Qingyu's long eyelashes trembled slightly, like butterfly wings. Then she slowly opened her beautiful eyes, which had long been moistened by the dew of love, making them sparkling and watery. Woke up? Looking at Yi Fan's handsome face so close to hers, she revealed a blissful smile that could make even the most beautiful flowers pale in comparison. Morning. Morning. Yi Fan smiled, lowered his head, and gently kissed her forehead. However, before the two could even savor this precious moment of tenderness, a cold, mechanical system notification suddenly rang in Yi Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You're a level target. Su Qingyu has successfully conceived. First phase of the breeding contract completed. Settling the category of first pregnancy bonus. Here. Yi Fan's heart began to pound wildly. He suppressed the excitement that would drive anyone crazy. His gaze was fixed intently on the rapidly refreshing reward list. List of category of first pregnancy rewards. 1. Reward the host, 10 years of cultivation empowerment. 2. Reward the host, obtain a special physique sacred body of alchemy. 3. Reward the host, the divine level alchemy technique 9 interpretations of alchemy is upgraded to peak of perfection. 4. Reward the host, obtain the ancient divine fire azure lotus earth core fire. 5. Reward the host, obtain a special pill formula youth preservation pill low grade heaven rank. 6. Reward for the host, 1 billion dragon kingdom coins. Holy crap! Yi Fan cursed in his mind again. Although it can't compare to the epic super reward when Morong Shui gave birth to triplets last time. But it's definitely a deluxe gift package. Especially that saintly body of alchemy. And that azure lotus core flame. It's practically a super cheat code tailor-made for him, an alchemist. System, accept all rewards immediately. Yi Fan roared in his heart without hesitation. Rewards are being distributed. Boom! An equally enormous torrent of energy descended from the void in an instant. It relentlessly and unreasonably poured itself into Yi Fan's limbs and bones. His cultivation level once again soared like a rocket. It started to rise wildly, soaring. The bottleneck of the 5th level of the King Realm couldn't withstand this enormous energy for even a second. It was instantly shattered into pieces. King Realm level 6. King Realm level 7. King's Realm level 8. Finally, it came to a steady stop at the 9th level of the King Realm Great Perfection. He is now only one step away from the Emperor Realm, where words can become law and laws can be controlled. And at that moment, his body underwent yet another transformation. A strange energy filled with endless fragrance of elixirs and the essence of herbs and trees merged into his supreme holy body. His body developed an unprecedented affinity for all the spiritual herbs and immortal plants in the world. It was as if he were a born emperor of alchemy. And that strange, lotus-shaped, azure flame directly merged into his dantian. It perfectly combined with his natal artifact, the Chaos Cauldron. This added even more mystery and majesty to the already ancient and imposing divine cauldron. Cool. Yi Fan let out a triumphant roar in his heart. The feeling of becoming rich overnight and achieving instant success is just too damn intoxicating. And just as he finished counting all the rewards and got out of bed. Su Qingyu looked at the man who had just finished being intimate with her, but whose aura had suddenly increased several times over in the blink of an eye. Those beautiful eyes were filled with endless shock and bewilderment. She reached out her slender, fair hand and gently stroked Yi Fan's handsome face, which was as if it had been carved by a knife and axe. After a long while, she slowly opened her mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Yi Fan, just what kind of monster are you? Chapter 74 Reward, the Sacred Body of Alchemy. Have I become the patriarch of alchemy? Monster? Yi Fan smiled when he heard Su Qingyu's question, which was filled with endless shock and disbelief. He reached out and embraced the stunningly beautiful woman, whom he had completely captivated inside and out, tightly. No. He shook his head, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. I am not a monster. I'm just an ordinary little genius at alchemy. The next day. The alchemy room in the backyard of Baikayatang. Yi Fan was lying leisurely on the rocking chair that he had long since made his reserved seat. He closed his eyes to rest. Beside him, Su Qingyu, her pretty face slightly flushed, brewed a pot of top-grade spiritual tea made from various precious medicinal herbs. Where was the slightest trace of the icy beauty from before, with that shy and timid, dependent demeanor? She looks exactly like a newlywed, blissfully happy young wife. Husband, my husband. She carefully placed a cup of freshly brewed, still steaming, spiritual tea in front of Yifan. The sound was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Please have some tea. Yifan didn't even open his eyes. He simply gave a faint reply. Then, very naturally, he opened his mouth. Su Qingyu blushed upon seeing this. But he still obediently brought the teacup to his lips. I carefully fed it to him. Good. Yifan clicked his tongue and commented lazily. The timing and temperature of cooking this 7-star grass are getting better and better. It seems my in-depth guidance was quite effective. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's already flushed face instantly became even hotter. She wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground right then and there. That bastard. How could he say such shameful things in broad daylight? Have you no shame? And just then, she was filled with shame and indignation. All right. Yifan slowly sat up from the rocking chair. A strange light flashed in those deep, starry eyes. I've had the tea too. It's time to get down to business. Important business? Su Qingyu was taken aback upon hearing this. She looked at Yifan with some confusion. Could it be that he's going to, again? This is too frequent, isn't it? Seeing her adorable expression, both shy and frightened, Yifan knew perfectly well that she had misunderstood again. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. What are you thinking about? He gave her plump, perky buttocks a light pat, though he seemed annoyed. I mean, alchemy. Alchemy? Su Qingyu was even more puzzled upon hearing this. Didn't we just finish practicing yesterday? What, you want it again today? Today is different. A mysterious smile curved Yifan's lips. Today I am going to refine a brand new kind of elixir. A divine pill that could drive the entire world mad. As he spoke, he slowly stood up. Under Su Qingyu's gaze, filled with incomprehension and shock, he strode to the Xian Tai alchemy furnace that he had already blessed. Then he reached out his hand. He gently pointed a finger at the cold surface of the alchemy furnace. Buzz! A piercing metallic buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a strange, blue flame, resembling a lotus flower, appeared on Yifan's fingertip without warning. The flame looked very weak. But it exudes a terrifyingly high temperature that is enough to burn the 8 wastelands and refine all things. Hiss, hiss. A sickening metallic screech rang out. That incredibly hard, black iron alchemy furnace actually. He actually managed to poke a terrifying hole through both ends with just one finger. Furthermore, the edge of the cave entrance exhibited an extremely eerie blue-green glass-like appearance. It was as if even the very nature of metal had been completely altered at that moment. This is... When Su Qingyu saw this scene, her already wide eyes widened even more. She stared intently at the cyan lotus flame at Yifan's fingertip. Her already pale face was filled with unprecedented horror and disbelief. A strange fire? No. That's not right. This is no ordinary strange fire. This is the legendary Azure Lotus Earthcore Flame. It is a supreme divine fire that exists only in ancient texts and is said to have originated from the depths of the Earth's molten lava. She was genuinely terrified and almost cried. She never dreamed of this. To my utmost, I have actually witnessed something that only exists in myths and legends in my lifetime. What made her feel even more desperate was, the one who controls this divine fire is none other than the man who just took her innocence last night. This is fucking ridiculous. Are they even letting these so-called alchemy geniuses live? Yifan, on the other hand, acted as if he had simply lit a lighter casually. He slowly withdrew his finger. He glanced indifferently at the stunningly beautiful proprietress who was completely petrified by his presence. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with an undeniable power. Watch closely, he said. I'll show you what I'm made of today. What? This is what you call true alchemy? After saying that, he ignored Su Qingyu's expression, which looked as if she had seen a ghost. With a wave of his hand, the top-grade spiritual herbs in the medicine cabinet next to him had already been revitalized by his chaos true qi. It was as if they were being drawn by some mysterious force. They all flew out of the medicine cabinet in unison. It was suspended in mid-air. Then, under Su Qingyu's increasingly horrified gaze, those spiritual herbs floating in mid-air spontaneously combusted without warning. It transformed into clusters of the purest medicinal essence. Remove impurities. Purify the essence. She had already witnessed this move yesterday. But I saw it again today. It's still so breathtaking. And just when she was questioning the meaning of life, Yi Fan's movements did not stop for the slightest. A thought flashed through his mind. The medicinal essence suspended in mid-air is like swallows returning to their nests. They all flew into the black iron cauldron that he had already blessed. Then, he slowly stretched out his hands and gently pressed them against the alchemy furnace from a distance. Combine. Boom. A massive surge of chaotic true energy instantly enveloped the entire alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace instantly burst into flames, a blazing azure divine fire. Countless profound alchemical runes were created and circulated at his fingertips. It transformed into streaks of azure light and disappeared into the alchemy furnace. Time passed by, second by second. I don't know how much time passed. After that last wisp of chaotic true energy was completely integrated into the alchemy furnace, Yi Fan slowly withdrew his hands. He glanced indifferently at the alchemy furnace, which had long been scorched green by the azure divine fire. He opened his mouth slowly. Open. Buzz. A crisp, metallic hum suddenly rang out. The lid of the alchemy furnace shot skyward. A strange fragrance, more than 100 times stronger than the previous improved version of the rejuvenation pill, wafted through the air. In an instant, it filled the entire alchemy room. It even penetrated through layers of walls and spread to the streets outside. Every woman who smells this fragrance feels as if her skin has become smoother and firmer at that moment. It looks like I'd become several years younger. Inside the alchemy room, Su Qingyu was completely stunned by this miraculous sight and was speechless. She stared blankly at the 12 lung-sized, jade-pink pills that slowly rose from the alchemy furnace, exuding a fragrant aroma and even bearing a mysterious celestial pattern. The legendary heavenly rank divine pill. My mind went completely blank. Heavenly. Heavenly elixir? Is this for real? This supreme elixir, which exists only in ancient classics, is said to be something even the god of alchemy might not be able to refine. It's unbelievable that this man could just casually create it like that. It's a batch of 12? This guy is even human. This is clearly a living patriarch of alchemy. She stared blankly at the young man who slowly finished his practice without even a change in his breathing. He looked again at the 12 supreme divine pills, enough to drive every woman in the entire Dragon Kingdom mad. I feel like my values have been completely shattered. She looked at Yi Fan, and for the first time, her usually calm eyes revealed a fervent adoration and worship that came from the depths of her soul. After a long while, she slowly opened her mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. What kind of pill is this? Chapter 75 The Jinghua Military Region Compound, the Fiery Valkyrie Xiaoyuchan. What kind of pill is this? Hearing Su Qingyu's question, Yi Fan smiled, his eyes filled with boundless admiration and curiosity. He reached out and tightly embraced the stunningly beautiful woman, whom he had already completely conquered. This. A mysterious smile curved at the corners of his lips. It's called youth-preserving pill. Its function is quite simple. It's something that can drive any woman crazy, including you. The next day, Yi Fan did not immediately launch this youth preservation pill, which was enough to drive the entire Dragon Kingdom crazy, to the market. You have to eat your food one bite at a time. You have to harvest chives one crop at a time. He had more important things to do. That is, to meet my future father-in-law, whom I've never met before. And incidentally, to inspect my future third partner. The military compound in Jinghua City. This is one of the most heavily guarded and mysterious places in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Those who can live here are all top-level figures in the Chinese military. He is a being whose every stomp of his foot can make the entire Dragon Kingdom tremble. However, today, this military compound, which is usually filled with a somber atmosphere, is unusually lively. The house was decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers, creating a festive atmosphere. It was even more lively than the Lunar New Year. Because of today. She's their military region's little princess, a peerless prodigy with the innate Crimson Phoenix battle body, hailed as the military's future hope. Xiaoyuchan. 22nd birthday party. It was also the big day that she returned from her studies at the Academy of Prodigies, the highest martial arts academy in the Dragon Kingdom, and was officially awarded her title. Those who came to offer their congratulations were all top-tier figures with considerable influence throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. The scene was even more exaggerated than the first birthday party for Yifan's 3 children. And at this moment, as the absolute protagonist of today, Xiaoyuchan, however, did not socialize in the banquet hall filled with distinguished guests. Instead, she appeared alone in a bright red, tight-fitting combat uniform on the military compound's exclusive training ground, a place filled with the scent of iron, blood, and sweat. She is very beautiful. It is a kind of aggressive beauty, full of wildness and power. Her long, fiery red hair, reaching her waist, was neatly tied into a high ponytail. That beautiful face, enough to drive any man crazy, carried an innate arrogance and indifference. Especially her bright, burning phoenix eyes, like flames. It was filled with boundless fighting spirit and indomitable will, as if it wanted to tear a hole in the sky. Drink! She let out a delicate shout. Her slender, already soaked in sweat, body shot out like an arrow, her long, fair legs transforming into a storm of leg shadows that rained down on the massive sandbag made of special alloy. Bang! Bang! A dull, resounding boom, like a heavy hammer striking a drum, instantly echoed throughout the training ground. The special alloy sandbag, powerful enough to withstand a full-force attack from a Grandmaster-level expert. Beneath her seemingly slender and delicate legs, they were as fragile as paper, cracking inch by inch. Finally, there was a loud boom. It exploded with a deafening roar, turning into countless fragments. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, all the skilled soldiers training present gasped in unison, their faces filled with boundless horror and awe. Such terrifying power. No wonder she's the Marshal's daughter. As expected of the legendary Crimson Phoenix battle body. This strength is probably already very close to the King realm, right? Xiaoyuchan, on the other hand, seemed to have simply kicked an ordinary sandbag to pieces. She slowly withdrew her beautiful legs. There was not a trace of smugness on that stunningly beautiful face. Instead, he revealed an undisguised disdain and annoyance. A bunch of useless trash. She glanced coldly at the so-called military elites around her, who were filled with awe and admiration for her. The voice was cold and filled with endless disappointment. The entire Jinghua military region. Can't you find a man who can fight? Upon hearing this, all the skilled fighters present, hailed as military elites, lowered their heads in shame. His face was filled with endless bitterness and helplessness. No, they're just not good enough. This young lady is just fucking insane. And just as the entire training ground fell into an awkward, deathly silence, a deep, authoritative voice, filled with both authority and helplessness, suddenly rang out without warning. You crazy girl. Today is a great day for you. Not properly entertaining guests in the banquet hall. What are you doing here bullying these good-for-nothing brats? As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man, burly and with a resolute face, exuding an aura of iron will and authority. He walked slowly forward, surrounded by a group of equally imposing generals. He is none other than the head of the 9 marshals of the Dragon Kingdom, known as the God of War of the Dragon Kingdom. Xia Changhe. Father. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiaoyuchan's already cold and pretty face instantly became even more impatient. How many times have I told you? I have no interest in those bloated politicians and those slick, groomed second-generation rich kids. My man must be the strongest man in the world. He is the man who can completely conquer me with his fists and feet, fair and square. Instead of being trash who lives off their family's protection and waits to die. Her words were spoken with absolute certainty. It was filled with endless pride and indomitable spirit. It made all the men present feel ashamed and embarrassed. After hearing his daughter's bold words, Xia Changhe, it showed absolutely no signs of life. Instead, he burst into laughter. The laughter was filled with boundless joy and pride. Okay. Truly worthy of being my daughter, Xia Changhe's daughter. Ambitious. But a mysterious smile curved his lips. The strongest man you mentioned. Today seems. They're here. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyuchan frowned slightly. A hint of disdain flashed in those bright, fiery phoenix eyes. Father, what kind of joke are you playing on me now? With the bunch of misfits you've hired? Not even worthy to carry my shoes. Yeah? Xia Changhe smiled, a smile that held a deeper meaning. What about this one? As he spoke, he slowly turned to the side. He moved aside, clearing the path behind him leading to the training ground gate. Then under Xia Yuchan's gaze, filled with confusion and doubt, a tall, slender, godlike young figure appeared, holding a beautifully sculpted little girl in one arm and leading another equally beautifully sculpted little girl by the hand in the other. Beside him followed a handsome young man with equally exquisite features but a cool expression, and a stunningly beautiful mature woman. Also present was a fox-eared girl, equally breathtakingly beautiful. They strolled leisurely towards them, as if wandering through their own backyard. This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. Xia Yuchan stared blankly at the young man who looked almost unrealistically handsome in the sunlight. Then I looked at the large group of equally stunningly good-looking family members around him. My mind went completely blank. She felt as if she wasn't looking at a person. Instead, they were gazing up at a dazzling Milky Way. And that man was the most dazzling and mysterious existence in that galaxy. Who is he? She muttered to herself unconsciously. Her voice carried a hint of amazement and curiosity that she herself was unaware of. Xia Changhe, on the other hand, burst into laughter. He strode forward. Amidst the shocked and bewildered gazes of everyone, he was actually facing a young man who was decades younger than him. Respectfully clasp your hands in a fist salute. His face was filled with unprecedented enthusiasm and pride. Brother Yi Fan, you finally arrived. Please come in quickly. Let me introduce you. He pointed to his own daughter, who was already completely mesmerized by the sight. He said with a proud expression, "This is my good-for-nothing, crazy girl, Xiaoyu Cicada." As he spoke, he then pointed to Yi Fan, who had a calm expression. Looking at his daughter, who was completely bewildered by this series of divine developments, he opened his mouth slowly. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire training ground. Girl, watch closely. This is the man I told you about, the one who can fight. He's also your future man. You can decide for yourself. Chapter 76 Wilderness Training, an encounter with a military flower besieged by a horde of beasts. A man from the future. Hearing his father's domineering declaration, which reeked of arranged marriage, he felt as if he were hearing his father's words. Xia Yuchan's already stunningly beautiful face froze instantly. She stared dumbfounded at her unscrupulous father, who was looking at her with a kind expression. She glanced again at the young man who looked calm, as if nothing had happened. My mind went completely blank. A man from the future? What is all this about? What era are we living in now? They're still using that old arranged marriage system. Have you been handling too much military affairs and your brain gone sluggish? Father. She suddenly came to her senses. Her pretty face, already flushed from the strenuous exercise, instantly became even hotter. She pointed at the seemingly innocent-looking Yi Fan, trembling with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't know him at all. My man, Xia Yuchan, must be a peerless hero who can conquer me completely and honorably with fists and feet. Instead of... She looked Yi Fan up and down very carefully. His eyes were filled with undisguised contempt and disdain. A guy who looks like he can't even kill a chicken and is just a pretty boy. Her words were spoken with absolute certainty, filled with boundless pride and indomitable spirit. However, upon hearing this, all the big shots present who knew Yi Fan's true identity, they all looked at her with an extremely strange and pitying gaze. It was as if I were watching a reckless warrior. Pretty boy? So weak that you can't even kill a chicken? My dear young lady, do you even know what kind of being you just insulted? That's a peerless, ruthless person who can kill a grandmaster with a single punch and a king with a single glare, and who can make the entire dragon kingdom tremble with a single thought. You provoked him right in front of him. Are you really not afraid of death? Yi Fan, the person involved. After hearing Xia Yuchan's bold words, there was not a trace of anger on his face. Instead, he laughed with great interest. He looked at the stunning female soldier before him, who was like a burning flame, full of boundless vitality and wildness. A playful glint flashed in those deep, starry eyes. Name, Xia Yuchan. Age, 22. Bloodline, Crimson Phoenix Battle Body God Level Semi-Awakening. Fortune, 9 red and 1 purple, a born general, with prosperous fortune. Talent, Combat Prodigy, Combat Intuition Max. Overall rating, SSS rank. A humanoid phoenix that has not yet fully matured. If the host can completely conquer it and unite with it, there is a very high probability of giving birth to a super offspring with the talent of undying battle body. Interesting. A mysterious smile curved Yifan's lips. No wonder it's rated SSS. That temper is really fierce. I like. As he spoke, he ignored Xia Changhe, who was already furious with his daughter. He no longer paid any attention to the big shots around him who were looking at him like he was a god. He slowly walked up to Xia Yuchan, who was looking at him warily. Then, amidst the shocked and bewildered gazes of everyone present, he reached out his hand. He gently lifted her smooth chin. Then, he slowly lowered his head. He gently kissed her rosy lips, which were slightly parted in shock. This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. Xia Yuchan stared blankly at the lingering warmth on her lips. My mind went completely blank. She was actually. He was, by a pretty boy he'd just met. She forcibly kissed her? Yifan, on the other hand, acted as if he had only done something insignificant. He slowly straightened up. A bright, extremely kind smile appeared on his face. My name is Yifan, he said. Remember this name. Because you'll find out soon enough. Who is the strongest man in the world? And they will know. A meaningful smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Who is the man destined for you? After saying that, he didn't say another word of nonsense. Under the gaze of everyone, as if looking at a god, he turned around with a flourish. He drove off with his wife and children. All that remained was the shock and deathly silence that filled the venue. And the stunning military beauty who was completely bewildered by his domineering CEO style of behavior. Disheveled in the wind. 3 days later. 100 kilometers outside of Jinghua City. A Class A wilderness area called Black Wind Mountains. This place is shrouded in black miasma year-round. Inside, countless ferocious beasts dwell. It is a death zone that all martial artists in Jinghua City fear. However, today, this usually deserted and forbidden place of death appears unusually lively. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed continuously from the depths of the mountains. It seemed as if two unparalleled powerhouses were engaged in a world-destroying battle inside. And that is indeed the case. There, deep within the mountains, lay a vast valley. A brutal and extremely fierce battle between humans and beasts is unfolding. On one side was a stunningly beautiful Valkyrie dressed in a fiery red, tight-fitting combat suit and wielding a crimson spear. It's the cicadas chirping in summer. On the other side were thousands of ferocious-looking, incredibly violent wind wolves. And a king-level ferocious beast, as large as a small mountain, engulfed in black flames, the purgatory demon Wolf King. Drink! Xia Yuchan shouted. Her exquisite figure was like that of a true phoenix. They charged wildly through the endless wolf horde. The crimson spear in his hand transformed into countless spear shadows. Each thrust. They will all inevitably take the life of a wind wolf. However, there were just too many wolves. There were so many that she simply couldn't kill them all. Her strength was being rapidly depleted. Her body gradually developed numerous horrific, deep wounds that revealed the bone. Blood stained her fiery red combat uniform. She looked like a resilient rose, blooming tragically amidst blood and fire. Awoo! Just then, the infernal Wolf King, which had been watching intently from the sidelines, finally lost all patience. It let out a deafening, terrifying roar. Its mountain-sized body transformed into a bolt of black lightning. With a terrifying power capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart, it pounced fiercely on Xia Yuchan, who was already at her last gasp. It's over. He stared at the gaping maw that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils. For the first time, a hint of despair and resentment appeared in Xia Yuchan's bright, flame-like phoenix eyes. She never dreamed of this. This was my first time venturing into the wilderness alone. Unfortunately, they encountered a once-in-a-century beast tide. And it's a massive beast tide, with a king-level ferocious beast in charge. Could it be? Am I, Xia Yuchan, going to perish here today? She was unwilling to accept it. She still has many things left to do. She hadn't yet found that peerless hero who could conquer her completely and honorably through fistfights. She hasn't. I don't know why. Unexpectedly, the image of the pretty boy who had forcibly kissed her with a wicked grin and made the domineering declaration 3 days ago appeared in her mind. Snort. That bastard got off easy. She laughed self-deprecatingly. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Prepare to face death. However, just as that gaping, stench-filled maw was about to devour her completely, a calm yet familiar voice, which made her soul tremble, suddenly rang in her ears without warning. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is my future wife really this bad? These are just a few puppies. You can't hold on anymore? It seems I, as the husband, will have to train him more in the future. The words had barely left his mouth. A tall, slender young figure, almost godlike. He appeared in front of her without any warning. He had one hand in his pocket. He was also holding a half-eaten candied hawthorn skewer in one hand. A lazy, playful smile played on his face. It was as if he hadn't appeared on this terrifying battlefield of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Instead, they took a walk in their own backyard. He slowly raised his head. He glanced indifferently at the infernal demon Wolf King, who was already completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. Brute! He said. You dare touch my people? Who gave you the guts? Chapter 77. One man and one sword, he carved a bloody path for her. Who gave you the guts? Yi Fan's words were simple yet brimming with boundless domineering power. Like a divine thunderbolt from the heavens that could split the sky and earth. It struck the arrogant Hellfire Wolf King squarely on the top of his head. Chop it until it's charred on the outside and tender on the inside, and it's utterly destroyed. It stared blankly at the tiny human that had suddenly appeared before it. Then I looked at the string of candied hawthorns in his hand, which exuded an enticing sweet aroma. For the first time, those enormous pupils, filled with savagery and slaughter, revealed an extreme fear originating from the depths of the soul. Although it could not sense the slightest fluctuation of chi or blood from the human in front of it. It was as if he were just an ordinary person who couldn't even kill a chicken. But its most primal instincts, born of wild beasts, were frantically issuing it the most deadly warnings. Run! Get away from this terrifying two-legged beast as far as possible, or you'll die. You really will die. Awoo! Without a second thought, it looked up to the sky and let out a mournful howl filled with endless terror. Its mountain-sized body suddenly came to an abrupt halt, then tucked its tail between its legs and turned to run away. However, it is fast. There was someone faster than it, and that was Yi Fan. He slowly raised his free hand. Then, from a distance of several dozen meters, he gently shook hands with the terrified infernal Wolf King. Did I say you could leave? His voice was very soft and faint. Yet it seemed to carry a certain divine power, a force of heaven and earth that could make words come true. Boom! A loud bang. That arrogant, king-level ferocious beast, the infernal Wolf King. Its enormous body, as large as a small mountain, suddenly exploded in mid-air without warning, turning into a cloud of crimson blood mist. Before he could even utter a scream, he was utterly destroyed, his body and soul vanished without a trace. This moment. The whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. In the valley, there were thousands of fierce and menacing wind wolves. After seeing that his invincible king had been so easily killed by that terrifying two-legged beast with a single, nonchalant glare, he realized. They were all stunned, each one frozen in place like a wooden or clay sculpture. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. My mind went completely blank. Xiaoyu-chan, however, had already closed her eyes and awaited death. After the anticipated death failed to arrive, she slowly opened her eyes. Then, she saw that terrifying scene, one she would never forget, one that almost shattered her Dao heart. A young man who was unrealistically handsome. He had one hand in his pocket. He was also holding a half-eaten candied hawthorn skewer in one hand. He stood calmly amidst the rain of blood. And opposite him, that was the infernal Wolf King, a king-level ferocious beast that had just been so arrogant and almost killed him. It has turned into an indescribable mosaic. She stared blankly at the scene before her, a scene that was both absurd and real. My mind went completely blank. She felt as if she were having the most absurd and terrifying nightmare. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to have simply crushed a slightly stronger ant with a casual flick of his wrist. He slowly turned around, looking at the stunningly beautiful military woman who was completely petrified by his presence. He smiled. How? Scared out of your wits? Didn't you say you were looking for the strongest man in the world? What, now that you've actually seen him, you're too scared to speak? His words were full of endless teasing and banter. However, Xia Yuchan seemed not to have heard at all. She just stared blankly at Yifan's handsome face, which was so close to hers. He glanced again at the bloody, hellish scene behind him. For the first time, those bright, flame-like phoenix eyes revealed an extreme shock and disbelief from the depths of their souls. Who are you? She muttered to herself unconsciously. Her voice carried a hint of trembling and amazement that she herself was unaware of. Yi Fan smiled. Didn't I already tell you? I am the man destined for you. As he spoke, he ignored the girl, who was completely bewildered by him. He slowly raised his head. His cold gaze swept over the thousands of wind wolves, who were already terrified. He opened his mouth slowly. His voice was calm yet filled with an undeniable, chilling killing intent. A bunch of beasts. You dare to hurt my wife? Today, you will all go down and be buried with your wolf king. As soon as the words fell, he slowly extended his right hand. Facing it, he gently grasped the void. Sword, come! Zheng. A clear and resonant sword cry, powerful enough to make the entire Black Wind Mountain range tremble violently. It suddenly resounded throughout the entire world. Immediately afterwards, under Xia Yuchan's increasingly horrified gaze, a gigantic sword of light, hundreds of feet long, composed entirely of dazzling golden divine light. It slowly condensed into shape from the void without any warning. The lightsaber emanated a terrifying sword aura capable of tearing apart heaven and earth and severing stars. The entire valley trembled violently. It seemed as if it could collapse completely at any moment under the terrifying, world-destroying sword power. Cut! Yi Fan uttered a single word calmly. Then he slowly swung his arm down. Boom! A deafening roar, beyond words, shook the entire Dragon Kingdom, a roar so terrifying it surpassed the limits of everyone's imagination. It suddenly resounded throughout the entire world. That golden sword of light, hundreds of feet long, like a world-destroying blade in the hands of a god. It carried a terrifying power capable of splitting the entire world in two. It slashed down fiercely. Wherever it passed, the spaces cracked inch by inch. The earth collapsed with a deafening roar. Those thousands of once arrogant wind wolves. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. They were all instantly annihilated by that terrifying, world-destroying sword light. Turning into a sky full of ashes, it was just one sword strike. The entire valley was cleaved into a terrifying canyon, several miles long and seemingly bottomless, and the so-called beast tide was utterly annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. The entire venue was deathly silent. Yi Fan slowly withdrew his hand. The terrifying, world-destroying sword light slowly dissipated. It was as if it had never existed. He turned around and looked at the stunningly beautiful female soldier who was completely stunned and petrified by his presence. A bright, extremely kind smile appeared on his face. He casually tossed the bamboo skewer of candied hawthorn, which he had already finished eating, onto the ground. He slowly walked towards her. How about it? He asked with a smile. Wasn't my sword control technique cool? Xia Yuchan stared at him blankly. In addition to endless shock, her beautiful phoenix eyes also held a hint of infatuation that she herself was unaware of. She watched as Yi Fan, as if possessed, asked that question once again, a question she seemed never to tire of asking. Who are you? Chapter 78 Xia Yuchan's Curiosity. What's your background, you rascal? Who are you? Xia Yuchan heard her own question, filled with endless shock and disbelief, and the young man, who seemed like a god or demon, reply with endless mockery and ridicule. My mind went completely blank. The man destined for me? This guy is way too narcissistic. Although he is indeed very strong. They're so strong it's unreasonable. He was so strong that she couldn't even muster the thought of resisting. And there's even a tiny bit of handsomeness. But this doesn't change the fact that he's a smooth-talking, opportunistic lecher. She was about to say something in rebuttal. To reclaim some of her status as a rose in the military. Puff. A surge of blood that she could no longer suppress suddenly gushed out of her mouth. Immediately afterwards, she felt a sudden darkness before her eyes. That delicate body, already at its limit, could no longer hold on. He fell straight backward. Just as she was about to make intimate contact with the cold ground, a pair of warm and strong arms caught her steadily in time. It's Yi Fan. He looked at the stunning female soldier in his arms, who had fallen into a coma due to excessive blood loss. He shook his head helplessly. What a troublesome little chili pepper, he muttered to himself. Then he slowly extended his right hand. It was gently placed on her flat, lower abdomen. A gentle, chaotic true energy, brimming with boundless vitality, instantly surged into her limbs and bones. At first, she began to rapidly repair her already battered and bruised body. The terrifying, deep wounds on her body were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not even a single scar was left. Her depleted energy, weakened by exhaustion, was replenished and surged again under the nourishment of this immense life energy. Even better than she was before she was injured. And her already half-awakened Crimson Phoenix battle body was further stimulated by this chaotic true energy full of primordial energy. With a loud boom. Complete awakening. A clear, melodious phoenix cry filled with boundless nobility and majesty. Without warning, it resounded from within her body. A terrifying, fiery red divine flame erupted from her body. Behind her, a lifelike phantom of a crimson phoenix with a wingspan of 100 meters materialized. The fire phoenix looked up and let out a long cry. A terrifying heat wave, powerful enough to incinerate everything in the world, instantly swept across the entire valley. It caused the surrounding air to distort and boil. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He hadn't expected that. His own chaos true chi actually had this side effect of accelerating the growth of his bloodline. But this is for the best. It saves him from having to deal with it later. I don't know how much time passed. Xia Yuchan slowly awoke from that endless darkness. She slowly opened her eyes. The first thing you see is an enlarged, almost excessively handsome face and a pair of deep eyes filled with amusement and mockery. Woke up? Yi Fan looked at her and smiled. How are you feeling? Xia Yuchan was taken aback upon hearing this. She subconsciously checked her body. Then, her bright phoenix eyes, as bright as flames, were instantly filled with endless horror and disbelief. Okay. Her fatal injury was enough to leave any king-level powerhouse helpless. It's actually fixed like that? And her strength actually, also broke through as naturally as possible. He leaped from a half-step king to become a genuine king-level powerhouse. Is this for real? Is she dreaming? She suddenly sat up from Yi Fan's arms. She stared warily at the mysterious and unpredictable man before her. What did you do to me? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. I saved your life. I also helped you awaken your bloodline and break through your cultivation level. How? A wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Aren't you going to thank me? For example. He pointed to his lips. Like what I did to you last time. You, shameless. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuchan's already rosy face instantly became even hotter. She wished she could disappear into the ground right then and there. That bastard. How could he say something like that with such self-righteousness? Have you no shame? However, even though that's what they say. But her heart was filled with endless shock and horror. She knew. The man was not lying. He really saved himself. Moreover, it was done using a divine method that she could not comprehend at all. What kind of monster is this man? All right. Yi Fan smiled at her adorable expression of being both embarrassed and annoyed. He slowly stood up. I stretched. Since you're all right now, then I should go too. Walk? Xia Yuchan was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. She asked instinctively. Where are you going? Go home. Yi Fan said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Otherwise what? My wife and kids are still waiting for me at home for dinner. Wife and children. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuchan's eyes widened instantly. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with endless shock and disbelief. He already has a wife and children? And Judging from his tone, there's more than one possibility? An inexplicable sense of loss and irritability instantly welled up in her heart. It made her feel incredibly frustrated. Hello? She suddenly stood up. He grabbed Yifan, who was about to leave in a carefree manner. Those bright, flame-like phoenix eyes were filled with endless curiosity and resentment. You bastard! She asked, gritting her teeth and enunciating each word clearly. Just who is he? Chapter 79. My name is Xia Yuchan. You saved me, and I've decided to pursue you. Who am I? Yifan smiled when he heard Xia Yuchan's question, which was filled with endless curiosity and resentment. He slowly turned around. Look at this stunningly beautiful young woman in front of him, who, despite having been saved twice, still has a look of unconvinced on her face. A playful glint flashed in those deep, starry eyes. I am someone you can't afford to mess with. He said, yes, he's the man destined for you. You. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuchan's already rosy face instantly became even hotter. She wished she could give this arrogant guy a kick that would make him lose his manhood right there and then. Let him know why the flowers are so red. But, just thinking about that terrifying sword strike that destroyed the world and that terrifying power that killed a king-level ferocious beast with a single, casual glance. Her raging anger, which had just ignited, was instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold water. I can't beat them. How are we supposed to play like this? Snort! She could only proudly raise her head like a defeated little hen. Don't think that just because you saved me you can do whatever you want. I, Xia Yuchan, am not the kind of woman who will easily give in. Oh? Yifan raised an eyebrow. So what do you mean? What I mean is. Xia Yuchan took a deep breath, as if she had made a major decision. Her phoenix eyes, as bright as flames, were filled with an unprecedented seriousness and determination. She stared intently at Yifan and announced loudly, word by word. My name is Xia Yuchan. You saved me. So? I've made up my mind. Starting today. I want to pursue you. Until you become mine. Boom. This is a domineering declaration that can be described as earth-shattering. Like an antimatter bomb capable of completely destroying the entire solar system. In an instant, it exploded in Yifan's mind. Fry them all until they're crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, their souls scattered. Pursuing me? Is this for real? Is this script upside down? Shouldn't it be that I relentlessly pursue you and you ignore me completely? Why did we jump straight into the beautiful woman pursuing me segment right off the bat? This is totally unpredictable. Cough, cough. He forcibly suppressed his endless urge to complain, coughed twice, and showed an extremely difficult expression on his face. Beautiful lady. He said earnestly. A forced relationship will not be sweet. And. He pointed to his empty hands. I already have a wife and children. There are still several. Are you sure you want to jump into this fire pit? He thought his frank talk would make this hot-tempered girl back down. However, he clearly underestimated the competitiveness of the Crimson Phoenix battle body and the persistence of a young girl in love. After listening to his words of persuasion to quit, Xia Yuchan saw. There was not the slightest hint of retreat in those phoenix eyes, which were already as bright as flames. Instead, it ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit. Wife and children. She gave a disdainful sneer. So what? As long as you swing the hoe well, there's no corner you can't dig down. Not to mention. A hint of undisguised confidence and pride flashed in her eyes. The man I, Xia Yuchan, have set my sights on. It can only be mine. No one can take him away from me. As for your so-called wives. A dangerous, aggressive smile curved the corners of her lips. I will beat them all into submission, one by one. Make them willingly call me big sister. This moment. Yifan was truly speechless. He stared in disbelief at the stunningly beautiful military woman before him, who exuded an aura of domineering confidence. I feel like my values have been completely shattered. Good heavens! This isn't chili pepper at all. This is clearly a living Valkyrie. We can't afford to mess with them. We really can't afford to mess with them. That. He swallowed hard. I think we can still discuss this further. There's nothing to discuss. Xia Yuchan, however, interrupted him without hesitation. She stepped forward. Stand on your tiptoes. Learn from Yi Fan's actions last time. On that handsome face, filled with shock and astonishment. He gave me a big kiss. Then he announced with a smug look on his face. It's been stamped. From this moment on, you belong to me. Nobody can take it from me. After saying that, she ignored the man who was completely bewildered by her outrageous actions. Under the gaze of everyone, as if they were looking at a god, she turned around gracefully. She strides forward with those long, beautiful legs that could drive any man crazy. They strode away. All that remained was the shock and deathly silence that covered the ground. And that pitiful man, already disheveled in the wind. And a domineering declaration that completely shattered his worldview. It echoed slowly in the empty valley. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. My father is Xia Changhe. If you dare to run away, I'll have him bring an entire army group to your house to propose marriage. You decide what to do. Chapter 80. Yi Fan, beautiful lady, please have some self-respect. I am a married man. Proposal? Hearing Xia Yuchan's domineering declaration, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless threat, Yi Fan's handsome face, which was already stiff with shock, instantly fell flat. He stared dumbfounded at the fiery figure who walked away with such style, even flashing a peace sign at him. I felt as if my worldview, philosophy of life, and values had been ruthlessly crushed into powder at that moment. A marriage proposal? And he's bringing an entire army corps with him? Sister! My dear sister! Is this a marriage proposal? This is clearly forced marriage. Do you have to be so unreasonable? Well. He sighed helplessly. I feel like this is really too hard for me. Yi Fan had lived 2 lives. This is the first time I've encountered such a fierce woman. She's practically a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex in human skin. We can't afford to mess with them. We really can't afford to mess with them. That evening. Jing'oa City, Yi Family Manor. Yi Fan returned home looking exhausted. Then, he saw a battlefield that made even his soul tremble. In the spacious and bright living room, one could see. Morong Shuasu whispered to Hu Yao Yao, these 3 stunning beauties whom he had already added to his harem. They were all sitting neatly on the sofa. They stared at me with an extremely eerie gaze, filled with scrutiny and murderous intent. And in front of them, on that enormous coffee table made of millennia-old warm jade, there was a high-definition photo on the table, magnified countless times. In the photo, a young man so handsome it's outrageous. He was being fiercely kissed by a stunningly beautiful woman. The scene was incredibly ambiguous. It's as dazzling as it gets. This moment, Yi Fan felt his heart had stopped beating. Breathing became incredibly difficult. It's over, it's all over. It's completely over. I can't go home anymore. Cough, cough. He forced down his overwhelming fear, coughed twice, and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. That. He explained incoherently. Wives, let me explain. This is a misunderstanding. She started it. I am innocent. However, he hadn't finished speaking. Snort. A cold snort filled with endless resentment and grievance rang out from Morong Shue's nose. She slowly stood up. Those beautiful phoenix eyes, already as cold as frost, were now filled with a terrifying chill capable of freezing the soul. She walked step by step to Yi Fan. She stretched out her slender, fair hand, as white as jade. On Yi Fan's waist, where the soft flesh was already soaked with cold sweat. Gently pinch it. Then rotate it 360 degrees. Hiss. Yi Fan gasped instantly. A look of extreme pain appeared on his face. Wife. I was wrong. I was really wrong. He shamelessly knelt down on the spot. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so handsome. You shouldn't have gone out and attracted attention. I swear. I'm absolutely innocent with her. It really is. More real than pearls. Seeing his comical appearance, overflowing with survival instinct, Morong Shue's already icy and frosty pretty face finally broke into a pfft laugh. That smile, like the first melting of snow, instantly brought spring to the entire room. All right. She let go of his hand and glared at Yi Fan in annoyance. Look at your pathetic self. Isn't it just that he's hooked up with another vixen on the side? Is it really necessary to be this scared? Her words were somewhat sarcastic, but his tone was full of endless doting and helplessness. She knew. My man is just too outstanding. So outstanding that they are like fireflies in the dark. Wherever he goes, he attracts the attention of countless moths. She couldn't stop him. Nor did she want to. Because she knew. No matter how many women were around him, she, Morong Shui, will always be the most special and important person in his heart. That's enough. Su Qingyu and Hu Yaoyao, standing to the side, also smiled knowingly. They do get jealous and envious sometimes. But they know it better. To have such a godlike man in my life. It's a blessing they've earned through 8 lifetimes of good deeds. Why would they really get angry with him over such a trivial matter? Call. Seeing this harmonious harem scene, Yi Fan let out a long sigh of relief. I felt as if I had just walked through the gates of hell. But just then, Morong Shui suddenly changed the subject. She pointed at Xia Yuchan in the photo, who looked smug, and a hint of undisguised fighting spirit flashed in her beautiful phoenix eyes. This girl named Xia Yuchan is quite interesting. Born with the crimson phoenix battle body, she has a fiery temper and is passionate and decisive in love and hate. She does deserve to be our sister. Only. A dangerous, aggressive smile curved at the corners of her lips. Want to be the eldest sister? That depends on whether she has the ability. The next day. Office of the President of Kyunghwa Martial Arts University. Xia Yuchan listened to her father's nagging with a look of impatience. So, little girl. Xia Changhe said earnestly. It's not that your father is forcing you. Seriously, that Yi Fan, he's just too outstanding. Do you know that all this is to win him over to our military side? I've even set the conditions for the dragon vein baptism. And what happened? They didn't even lift an eyelid. They just casually rejected me. She said she wanted to go home and take care of the kids. Tell me. This guy is so stubborn. What else can I do besides using your honey trap? For the future of the Dragon Kingdom. For the glory of our Xia family. Just bear with it and give in to him. Hearing his father's righteous words, Xia Yuchan's pretty face instantly turned completely red. She was both ashamed and angry. I wish I could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it right now. What an insolent old man. How could he make something like this sound so noble? Have you no shame? And just when she was filled with shame and indignation. Report. A voice full of excitement and agitation suddenly rang out from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, a young officer in combat uniform rushed in, his face beaming with elation. Marshal. Marshal. Great news. Great news indeed. Mr. Yi, he's here. What? Hearing this, Xia Changhe and his daughter Xia Yuchan were both shocked. His face was filled with unprecedented shock and bewilderment. How could he be here? What is he doing here? And just as they were lost in their own thoughts, a familiar, seemingly ordinary voice rang out, a voice that sent shivers down their spines. Marshal Xia. Long time no see. The words fell to the ground. A tall, slender, young figure, like a god. Surprisingly, without any warning, it appeared in the center of the office. He is none other than Yi Fan. How did you get in? Xia Yuchan was startled when she saw this elusive guy. She instinctively assumed a fighting stance. Those bright phoenix eyes, as clear as flames, were filled with endless vigilance and fighting spirit. Yi Fan, however, seemed completely oblivious to her alarmed expression. He merely glanced at her indifferently. Then he slowly opened his mouth. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. Beauty. Please have some self-respect. I am a married man. You're looking at me like that. My wife will be jealous. He looked at Xia Yuchan, who was completely bewildered by his flirtatious remarks. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. So, what's your decision? Would you like to come home with me to meet your future older sisters? Chapter 81. The military region marshal is my father, are you scared? 2. To meet the older sisters? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless provocation, Xia Yuchan's pretty face, which was already flushed with shame and indignation, froze instantly. She stared in disbelief at the person in front of her with a kind smile on his face. But his eyes were filled with the playful and teasing gaze of a young man that sent shivers down her spine. My mind went completely blank. Meet my sisters? Is this guy serious? He actually wants me to be his concubine? And it's ranked so low, you don't even know which number it is. You're dreaming. After the extreme shock came an even more raging, endless rage. I am Xia Yuchan, the daughter of the mighty Dragon Kingdom's military god. A born Crimson Phoenix battle body. The Valkyrie of the future. How can I share a husband with another woman? You're dreaming. She pointed at Yi Fan, trembling with anger. Those bright, flame-like phoenix eyes were filled with endless anger and resentment. It was as if they had suffered an unprecedented and humiliating disgrace. However, faced with her overwhelming rage, Yi Fan's face remained calm and composed. He even had the leisure to look with great interest at her proud chest, which was heaving violently with anger. Then he nodded solemnly. Not bad. We have plenty of capital. In the future, the child born will definitely have plenty of breast milk. This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. Xia Yuchan stared blankly at Yi Fan's serious expression. Listen to his raunchy words, which are full of the air of academic discussion. My mind went completely blank. She felt as if she wasn't talking to a single person. Instead, it was communicating with a hentai from another planet. You. She pointed at Yi Fan's excessively handsome face. His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Meanwhile, Xia Changhe, the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom, was watching the show from the sidelines. After hearing Yi Fan's shocking remarks, it showed absolutely no signs of life. Instead, he burst into laughter. That laughter was filled with boundless joy and satisfaction. Good. He truly is the son-in-law I've chosen. Excellent vision. Demonstrates courage. Girl. He looked at his daughter, who was already so angry she was about to explode. He spoke with an air of earnestness and concern, offering his advice. Look, brother Yi Fan is being so sincere. Stop being so reserved. Just go for it. I'll try to give birth to a big, healthy grandson with godlike talent next year. Hearing her father's shameless remarks, which could be described as selling his daughter for personal gain, she was overjoyed. Xia Yuchan completely broke down. She felt that she must have forgotten to check the almanac before going out today. That's how you end up with such an odd father and son, father-in-law and son-in-law. They're all shameless. They're all more shameless than the last. I'll fight you to the death. She could no longer suppress the boundless rage within her. She let out a sharp shout. The fully awakened Crimson Phoenix battle body erupted with a roar. A terrifying aura, genuinely that of a king, surged from her body. Her long, slender, fair legs transformed into a fiery red afterimage in mid-air. It possesses a terrifying power capable of shattering mountains. Without any mercy, he kicked Yi Fan hard in the groin. She wanted to let this arrogant fool experience it for himself. What truly means to be extinct and childless? However, faced with her furious attack, which was enough to make any king-level expert turn pale, they were met with a powerful strike. Yi Fan's face remained calm and composed. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He simply extended two of his fingers slowly. Then, in Xia Yuchan's wide-eyed, utterly horrified gaze, he started later but finished faster. Just a casual remark. He grabbed her aggressive ankle in one swift motion. What? Xia Yuchan's pupils suddenly contracted. She felt as if her ankle was being clamped tightly by a giant iron clamp made of divine iron. No matter how she tried to channel her inner energy. How desperately you struggle. They didn't budge an inch. An extreme fear originating from the depths of his soul instantly overwhelmed all his reason. She was horrified and looked up. She looked at the young man whose face still wore a kind smile. The voice was filled with boundless fear and disbelief. What exactly is your strength? Yi Fan smiled. His laughter was cold. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. After saying that, he suddenly tightened his grip on Xia Yuchan's ankle. Ah! A cry filled with pain, shame, and indignation burst forth from Xia Yuchan's throat. Her exquisite and shapely body was actually Yi Fan just lifted him upside down like that. He was suspended in mid-air in an extremely shameful posture. The bright red, tight-fitting combat suit clung tightly to her body because she was hanging upside down. It perfectly outlines those breathtaking curves. Let me go. Xia Yuchan's pretty face instantly turned completely red. She had never suffered such a disgrace in her entire life. She struggled frantically, swinging her fists as if trying to attack Yi Fan. But faced with Yi Fan's absolute power, her powerful fists, capable of splitting stone and shattering monuments, seemed so pale and powerless. It's like a 3-year-old child throwing a tantrum. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to be genuinely teasing a disobedient little wildcat. He pulled her up in front of him. She scrutinized him carefully in her beautiful phoenix eyes, which were already blazing with anger. Then he nodded solemnly. Not bad. Your eyes are really sharp. I love your rebellious spirit. After saying that, he didn't even wait for Xia Yuchan to react. He simply picked her up and walked out of the office. The movements were fluid and powerful, absolutely unparalleled. It was as if he wasn't kidnapping anyone. Instead, they were carrying their spoils home. Hey! Where are you taking me? Xia Yuchan was completely baffled by his series of bizarre actions. She struggled symbolically. She threatened him in a cute but fierce way. I'm telling you. Don't do anything reckless. My father is Xia Chanhe. Yes, Marshal of the Dragon Kingdom's military region. Aren't you scared? She thought that her powerful background would make this arrogant guy restrain himself. However, Yi Fan's answer, completely broke her down once again. Yi Fan carried her on his back, walking briskly. He said calmly without turning his head. I'm not afraid. Because he'll soon be calling me his son-in-law. He looked at Xia Yuchan, who was already petrified by his shocking remarks. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. So, you're coming with me on your own? Or do you want me to ask your father to send you to my bed with an entire army? Chapter 82. Xia Yuchan's relentless pursuit gave Yi Fan a major headache. Send him to the bed? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless threat, Xia Yuchan's pretty face, which was already flushed with shame and indignation, froze instantly. She stared in disbelief at the person in front of her with a kind smile on his face. But her eyes were filled with the playful and teasing gaze of a young man that sent shivers down her spine. Then I looked at my unscrupulous father, who was standing not far away with a gratified look on his face and even gave me a good luck gesture. My mind went completely blank. Is this for real? Are they really a father and daughter? This is clearly a pair of human traffickers working together to cheat and swindle people. She opened her mouth as if to say something. But he found that his throat was so dry that he couldn't make a sound. She could only watch helplessly as this seemingly godlike man casually carried her out of the military compound. It was stuffed into that silver-white private interstellar spaceship, which was full of science fiction and futuristic vibes. He strode away. All that remained was the shock and deathly silence that filled the courtyard. And that god of war of the Dragon Kingdom who was already grinning from ear to ear. Disheveled in the wind. That evening, Yi family manor in Jinghua City. An epic power struggle within the harem is unfolding. You little vixen. She's quite good looking. Morong Shui crossed her arms and looked coldly at the stunning military flower that Yi Fan had forcibly invited back. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with undisguised hostility and scrutiny. Although she had long since accepted the fact that her man was a womanizer. But I watched helplessly as he brought back such a formidable competitor from outside. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Snort! Xia Yuchan, however, was not to be outdone. She puffed out her proud chest, which was enough to drive any man crazy. He returned the look with an even more provocative gaze. Likewise, she said with a forced smile. Sister, you're not bad either. It's just that you seem to be getting a bit old? No matter how well you take care of your skin, it can't hide the crow's feet around the eyes, can it? Boom! This is a truly heart-piercing statement. It instantly ignited the powder keg of the entire battlefield. You! Morong Shui's pretty face instantly turned cold. A terrifying aura, genuinely possessing the power of a great perfection king realm expert, suddenly erupted from her body. Little brat! You've got a sharp tongue. I wonder if your skills are as tough as your mouth. Humph. Let's give it a try. Xiaoyu-chan was equally determined not to give an inch. The fully awakened Crimson Phoenix battle body erupted with a roar. A terrifying pressure, also from the King Realm, surged into the sky. Afraid of you? It looks like it's happening. A chaotic power struggle within the Yi family manor, capable of razing the entire estate to the ground, is about to erupt. Cough, cough. Just then, a cough filled with helplessness and headache rang out. It's Yi Fan. He stood between two women, who were already at each other's throats, looking utterly hopeless. I feel like my head is about to explode. I'm talking to you two aunties, he said weakly. Can you please just shut up for a bit? I just got back from a business trip and haven't even had a hot meal yet. Do you really have to put on this Mars colliding with Earth show for me? However, he hadn't finished speaking. Shut up! Two delicate shouts, filled with endless resentment and anger, rang out simultaneously. Immediately afterwards, two slender, fair hands, one on the left and one on the right, pinched the soft flesh of his waist. Rotate 360 degrees. Hiss. Yi Fan gasped instantly. His face showed an extremely painful expression. I was wrong. I was really wrong. He shamelessly knelt down on the spot. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been flirting with other women. It's even more inappropriate to put Mars and Earth together. I swear. I'll never do it again. Seeing his comical appearance with his overflowing survival instinct, I was struck by his appearance. Morong Shui and Xiaoyu-chan's already icy and frosty pretty faces finally burst out laughing. The tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. Su Qingyu and Hu Yaoyao, standing to the side, were already laughing hysterically. And so it went, in a farcical and absurd situation. Xiaoyu-chan, the fearless rose of the army. Finally, after much reluctance, they settled down at the Yi family manor. And she quickly became friends with Morong Shui, who was equally proud, and Su Qingyu, who was equally skilled in tea ceremony. As for Hu Yaoyao, she was just a maid, so she doesn't count. Of course, the so-called becoming one with one is also true. It refers to the three of them joining forces to fight against a common enemy. Together they would deal with Yi Fan, the only man in the family. This made Yi Fan feel that his status in the family had plummeted. Life was incredibly difficult. However, it's a bittersweet experience. Especially during those deep conversations every night. The wonderful feeling of having multiple wives is simply indescribable. And Xiaoyu-chan has not forgotten the bold words she once made. Besides engaging in daily battles of wits and courage with Morong Shui and others, she also. The rest of the time is spent trying every possible way to challenge Yi Fan. They call it, defeat you and then conquer you. Yi Fan. You come out here. Early that morning, Yi Fan was still asleep. A fierce shout, brimming with boundless fighting spirit, rang out from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, with a loud boom, his heavy door, made of 1,000-year-old ironwood, he was actually kicked away from the outside. Xiaoyu-chan, dressed in a fiery red tight-fitting combat suit and wielding a crimson flame spear, stood blocking the doorway with a heroic air. Those bright, flame-like phoenix eyes were filled with endless provocation. Today, I will definitely defeat you. She said it through gritted teeth, enunciating each word clearly. It seemed as if they were already prepared for a decisive battle. Yi Fan on the bed seemed not to have heard anything at all. He simply rolled over impatiently. He covered his head with the blanket. He muttered something under his breath. Stop fooling around. Let your husband sleep a little longer. You. Seeing his lazy and unambitious appearance, Xiaoyu the cicada was so angry it almost went berserk on the spot. She could no longer suppress the raging fire in her heart. She let out a sharp shout. The crimson spear in his hand instantly transformed into a streak of fiery red light. It possesses a terrifying power capable of piercing through mountains. Without any mercy, he thrust hard into the bulge on the bed. She was going to teach this arrogant fool a lesson he would never forget. However, just as the sharp spear tip was about to pierce the blanket, a sudden change has occurred. Buzz. A soft sound. Without warning, a slender, fair hand emerged from under the covers. Then, in Xiaoyu-chan's wide-eyed, utterly horrified gaze, he started later but finished faster. Just a casual remark. He caught the aggressive tip of her gun with just 2 fingers. What? Xia Yuchan's pupils suddenly contracted. She felt as if her spear had pierced a huge iron plate made of divine iron. No matter how she tried to channel her inner energy, how to exert force like crazy, they didn't budge an inch. An extreme fear originating from the depths of his soul instantly overwhelmed all his reason. She looked up in utter horror. She looked at the man who was slowly sitting up from under the covers. The voice was filled with boundless fear and disbelief. You. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to have genuinely been woken up by a mischievous child. He was yawning and looked like he hadn't woken up yet. He glanced indifferently at the stunningly beautiful female soldier who was already terrified. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. Early in the morning. Can't a person get any sleep? He looked at Xia Yuchan, who was completely bewildered by his series of outrageous moves. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. So, you came up here by yourself? Or do you want me to invite you up? Chapter 83 Military Competition. Yi Fan is tricked by Xia Yuchan into becoming an outside helper. Come up? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless provocation, Xia Yuchan's pretty face, which was already flushed with shame and indignation, froze instantly. She stared in disbelief at the person in front of her with a kind smile on their face. But his eyes were filled with the playful and teasing gaze of a young man that sent shivers down her spine. My mind went completely blank. Come up? Is this guy serious? He actually wanted me to say you shameless, in broad daylight. After the extreme shock came an even stronger surge of endless shame and indignation. She no longer cared about the difference in strength. Suddenly, she exerted all her strength, trying to pull her spear out of Yi Fan's iron-like fingers. Then, we'll teach this arrogant fool a lesson he'll never forget. However, she clearly underestimated Yi Fan's shamelessness and power. Just as she exerted her strength, Yi Fan suddenly tightened the 2 fingers holding the spear tip. Buzz! A crisp metallic hum. Xia Yuchan felt a terrifying force that she could not resist coming from the tip of the gun. Her exquisite and shapely body was actually. Just like that, Yi Fan forcefully fished him up from the ground, completely out of control. Then came a series of cries filled with shame, indignation, and panic. It landed steadily in a warm and spacious embrace. You! She was about to speak angrily. A pair of lips, brimming with domineering power, pressed fiercely against his. It silenced all her unfinished words. That's all. In an in-depth exchange filled with gunpowder and hormones, Xiaoyu Cicada, the fearless, rose in the army. Finally, she reluctantly and completely succumbed to temptation. She became an indispensable member of Yi Fan's harem. Of course, given her unruly nature. Of course, they couldn't be as docile and obedient as Morong Shui and Su Qingyu. She still finds new ways to challenge Yi Fan every day. Although each time it ended with Yi Fan suppressing him in a more deep way. But she enjoyed it immensely. It seems that only through this constant challenge and suppression can one truly exist. Only then could she find a tiny bit of pleasure in competing with this godlike man. Yi Fan was happy to play these fun little games with her. After all, life always needs a little something extra, doesn't it? That day, Yi Fan was lying on the rocking chair in the backyard as usual, resting with his eyes closed. Enjoy top-notch imperial service from 4 stunning beauties. Suddenly, a sharp, urgent shout rang out from outside the door. Yi Fan! Yi Fan! Quick! Come with me. It is the cicada that speaks in summer. Suddenly, she burst in from outside, dressed in a smart military uniform. His face was filled with unprecedented anxiety and excitement. What's wrong? Yi Fan didn't even bother to open his eyes and asked lazily. Is the sky falling down? It's worse than the sky falling down. Xia Yuchan yanked him up from the rocking chair. Without saying a word, they dragged them out. Quick! Come with me. Any later and it will be too late. Hey! Yi Fan was dragged along by her and stumbled. His face was filled with helplessness and confusion. I'm telling you, my dear aunt, you have to tell me what happened. Military grand competition. Xia Yuchan dragged him along as they ran quickly. He explained, panting heavily. Today is our Jinhua Military Region's annual military competition. I was a shoo-in for the championship. Result. A flash of undisguised anger crossed her eyes. Our 7th Special Operations Group Army's mortal enemy, the 3rd Special Operations Group Army. They somehow managed to bring in a freakish outside helper. They swept through all obstacles with unstoppable momentum. We've made it to the finals. All the experts on our side have been defeated by him. I'm all alone now. So? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. So? A glint of extreme cunning flashed in Xia Yuchan's eyes. I have no choice but to ask you to come out of retirement. I've already informed the referee team. You are our 7th Special Operations Group Army's secret weapon. You'll take my place in the battle later. Beat that arrogant bastard so badly he'll shit himself. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's lips twitched violently. He finally understood what this little chili pepper was up to. After all that effort, she couldn't beat them. That's why I thought of using my secret weapon as a weapon. I'm not going. He refused without even thinking. Joke. He is the mighty Emperor Yi Tian. How could I do something so degrading as to be someone else's henchman? Not going? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuchan abruptly stopped in her tracks. When she turned her head, her bright phoenix eyes, as bright as flames, instantly filled with a dangerous light. Say it again? I said I wasn't going. Yi Fan looked at her calmly. I'm your man, not your henchman. Go play this childish game yourself. I'm not interested. You. Seeing his stubborn and unyielding demeanor, Xia Yuchan was so angry she almost lost her temper on the spot. But she also knew. I know I'm no match for this monster if I try to fight him head-on. Then, her eyes darted around. An idea came to me instantly. Her already fiery and hot face instantly fell down. Those already bright and fiery phoenix eyes instantly filled with a layer of crystal-clear water mist. Wa'ada. She suddenly started sobbing without any warning. Her pitiful appearance, with tears streaming down her face, was enough to break the heart of even the most hard-hearted man. Yi Fan. She choked up as she spoke. You don't love me anymore? Do you know how important this competition is to me? This is a crucial battle that will determine whether I can be promoted to Major General. If you don't help me, I could only watch helplessly as that despicable guy stole the glory that should have been mine. Then I'll become the laughingstock of the entire military region. As she spoke, she actually burst into tears. Large tears streamed down her smooth cheeks. Yi Fan was completely baffled. He fears neither heaven nor earth. I'm terrified of women crying. Especially when the woman he loves cries in front of him. All right. Stop crying. He sighed helplessly and reached out to gently wipe away the tears on her face. I'll go, okay? Real? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuchan's crying stopped instantly. She suddenly raised her head, and her phoenix eyes, still glistening with tears, were filled with endless surprise. That's how fast they changed their expressions, faster than turning the pages of a book. Seeing this, Yi Fan's lips twitched violently again. He knew. I'd been tricked by this little vixen again. But just then, Yi Fan suddenly changed the subject. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I have a condition. What are the conditions? Xia Yuchan asked instinctively. Yi Fan remained silent. He simply extended his right hand slowly. Then, he lightly patted Xia Yuchan's face, which had instantly turned red with embarrassment. The implied meaning was self-evident. Xia Yuchan immediately understood. She bit her rosy lips. A complex glint flashed in those beautiful phoenix eyes. There was shyness and resentment, but more than anything, there was a fighting spirit full of provocation. She looked at Yi Fan's face, which was filled with an evil smile. After a long while, she slowly opened her mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Are you sure? You think you can beat me? Chapter 84. Accidentally, I won another championship. You've won? Yi Fan heard Xia Yuchan's question, which was full of endless provocation yet damnably full of endless temptation. He laughed. He reached out and tightly embraced this stunningly beautiful young woman, whom he had already completely won over inside and out. Then he lowered his head and whispered something in her ear in a devilish voice, full of evil energy. Fool! You've already lost. From the moment you fell in love with me. Central Military Training Ground of Jinhua Military Region. It was already packed with people, with no seats available. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. All the soldiers of the 7th Special Operations Army stared nervously at the enormous arena. His eyes were filled with endless worry and anger. Damn it! That little Japanese guy named Yamamoto Kazuo is way too arrogant. Exactly. They swept through more than a dozen of our top fighters. And every move they made was a deadly strike. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Where's Sister Chan? If Sister Chan doesn't come soon, we're really going to be wiped out. Amidst a chorus of grief, indignation, and resentment. A tall, thin young man with a sinister face, dressed in Japanese samurai attire and wielding a long, narrow katana. He stood arrogantly in the center of the ring. He was also stepping on a top-notch fighter from the 7th Special Operations Group Army who had already passed out and was foaming at the mouth. He was the mysterious outsider invited by the 3rd Special Operations Group Army. A peerless genius from a mysterious swordsmanship family in Japan. Kazuo Yamamoto. He slowly raised his head, his eyes, as cold as a venomous snake, filled with undisguised contempt and disdain. He glanced around at the group of Chinese soldiers glaring at him angrily. He spoke slowly and deliberately in a very broken Longwa language. The sick man of East Asia. It truly lives up to its reputation. The vast 7th Special Operations Group Army. There isn't even a single one who can fight. I'm so disappointed. Next. Who will be sent to their death? His words were extremely arrogant. It was also extremely vicious. This instantly ignited a torrent of fury in all the Chinese soldiers present. Damn it! You little devil! You're asking for it. Brothers! Let's fight him. Even if it means death, we must never let him humiliate the military spirit of our dragon nation like this. In an instant, the crowd was in a frenzy. Countless passionate soldiers wanted to rush onto the arena and fight this arrogant fool to the death. However, before they could even take action. Stop it, all of you! A sharp, authoritative shout suddenly rang out without warning. It's a cicada in summer. She walked slowly over, dressed in a smart and specially made combat uniform, surrounded by a group of equally fierce female soldiers. That stunningly beautiful face was filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. Sister Chan! Sister Chan is here! I saw her! All the soldiers of the 7th Special Operations Group Army present felt as if they had found their backbone. Each of them revealed an incredibly fervent look of worship in their eyes. Snort! On the arena. The moment Yamamoto Kazuo saw Xiaoyu-chan, a flash of undisguised greed and lust instantly appeared in his already cold eyes. Oh? He licked his chapped lips and said with a forced smile. Is this the legendary Rose of the Army, Miss Xiaoyu-chan? It truly lives up to its reputation. She is quite good-looking. I wonder if your skills in bed are as impressive as your fiery temper? You're asking for it. Hearing his blatant insult, Xiaoyu-chan's bright phoenix eyes, which were as bright as flames, instantly became bloodshot. A terrifying aura, genuinely possessing the power of a King Realm expert, erupted from her body with a thunderous roar. Without a second thought, she was about to rush onto the stage and tear this reckless guy to pieces. However, before she could take a step, a warm, dry hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. It's Yi Fan. He had appeared beside her without her even realizing it. His face still held that nonchalant, carefree look, as if nothing had happened. Don't rush. He smiled and said calmly. Take action against this kind of trash. You've dirtied your hands. As he spoke, he stood before Xiaoyu-chan, his gaze filled with incomprehension and confusion. He slowly raised his head. A cold, chilling killing intent flashed in those eyes, as deep as the starry sky. He looked at Yamamoto Kazuo, who was already completely bewildered by his appearance on the stage. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say that again if you dare? Who are you? Kazuo Yamamoto looked at the excessively handsome young man who had suddenly appeared. He also felt the terrifying pressure emanating from him, a pressure that made even his soul tremble. For the first time, those already cold eyes revealed an extreme fear that came from the depths of their souls. He was horrified to discover. I couldn't see through the depths of the man in front of me at all. He is like a deep and boundless starry sky. Mysterious and vast, unfathomable. Yi Fan smiled. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. After saying that, he ignored the Japanese soldier who had already been terrified of him. He turned to look at Xiaoyuchan, who was also completely bewildered by his domineering actions. A very kind and bright smile appeared on his face. Wife, he said. Watch closely. How your husband helped you get revenge. As he spoke, he didn't say another word of nonsense. Amidst the shocked and bewildered gazes of everyone, he took a step forward. In an instant, they appeared on that enormous arena. Then, in Yamamoto Kazuo's wide-eyed, utterly horrified gaze, he slowly extended his right hand. He spoke from afar to the terrified Japanese soldier. Gently, with a single grasp. Did I tell you to stand up? Boom! A loud bang. That arrogant, unparalleled genius from Japan. Kazuo Yamamoto. His tall frame was actually. Without any warning, my legs suddenly went weak. With a thump, he knelt down directly in front of Yi Fan. He actually managed to kneel on the hard arena made of special alloy, leaving 2 terrifying knee marks several inches deep. This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. All the Chinese soldiers who were just now shouting wildly. They all stared in disbelief at the absurd yet real scene before them. My mind went completely blank. He knelt down? That arrogant and overbearing Japanese devil. It turns out, he was actually brought to his knees by that mysterious young man's mere glare? Is this for real? Is this a fantasy blockbuster being filmed? As for Xia Yuchan herself, they were so shocked by the miracle before them that they were speechless. She stared blankly at the man standing on the ring with his hands behind his back, like a god. Besides the endless shock, her beautiful phoenix eyes also held a hint of fanaticism and worship that she herself was unaware of. She finally understood. Why would his father say that he is the strongest man in the world? Why would 2 equally proud and arrogant women like Morong Shui and Su Qingyu be so devoted to him? So, he really was a god. Yi Fan, on the other hand, acted as if he had simply crushed a slightly more arrogant ant. He slowly walked up to Yamamoto Kazuo, who was already terrified and limp on the ground. Slowly squat down. Then, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, he reached out and lightly patted the face of the Japanese soldier who had already wet his pants in fear. A bright, harmless smile appeared on his face. Kid, he asked softly. Now, do you still think we Chinese are the sick men of East Asia? Kazuo Yamamoto opened his mouth slightly. After a long while, he managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. No. I won't dare to do it again. I was wrong. Spare me, spare my life. Chapter 85 Marshal Xia's Appreciation. Kid, be my son-in-law. Spare my life? Yi Fan heard Yamamoto Kazuo's desperate pleas for mercy, filled with endless fear and humility. He laughed. He slowly stood up. Looking down from his vantage point, he gazed down at the so-called Japanese genius who was already terrified of him. He spoke slowly. His voice was calm, yet filled with an undeniable, chilling killing intent. The death penalty may be waived, but punishment is inescapable. As he spoke, he slowly lifted his foot. Then, in Yamamoto Kazuo's utterly horrified gaze, he didn't hesitate at all. Stomped down. Snap. A sickening sound of bones shattering suddenly rang out. Yamamoto Kazuo's proud right arm, which was used to wield a sword, was actually crushed into a pile of pulverized bone fragments by Yi Fan. Ah! A shrill scream, inhuman and agonizing, instantly echoed throughout the entire training ground. However, Yi Fan's face still held that cold and indifferent expression. He looked at Yamamoto Kazuo, who was rolling around and howling like a dead dog at his feet. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes. Roll. He uttered a single word in a low voice. Go back and tell those old guys from your Yamato race. This is the Dragon Kingdom. This is not a place where you can run wild. If you dare to do it again. What came wasn't my foot. But rather. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Enough to wipe your entire Japan off the map completely. Truth. After saying that, he ignored the poor wretch who was completely stunned and petrified by his shocking remarks. Under the gaze of everyone, filled with awe and fervor, He turned around with a flourish. Take a step forward. In an instant, he appeared before Xia Yuchan, the stunningly beautiful military woman who was already captivated by his beauty. Then, amidst a series of delicate cries filled with shame, indignation, and panic, he swept this little firecracker, whom he had already completely conquered, into his arms. Wife? He asked with a smile. Are you satisfied with this championship trophy? Xia Yuchan's pretty face instantly turned completely red. She buried her face deeply in Yifan's warm and broad chest. He gave a soft in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Then he could no longer utter a single word. That night, Marshal's mansion of the Jinghua military region. An extremely private but shockingly extravagant victory celebration is in full swing. The main characters of the banquet were naturally Yifan and Xia Yuchan, who had long been married to follow her husband wherever he went. And Xia Changhe, the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom, who was already grinning from ear to ear. Come here. Good son-in-law. Xia Changhe personally filled Yifan's glass with his treasured monkey wine that he had kept for decades. His face was filled with unprecedented enthusiasm and pride. This toast. Father-in-law, I'm raising it to you. Thank you for saving face for our 7th Special Operations Group Army today. Thank you for teaching that arrogant little devil a lesson for our dragon country. Let's do it. With that, he drank it all in one gulp. Marshal Xia, you're too kind. Yifan smiled and drank it all in one gulp. It was just a small favor, and besides. A playful smile curved his lips. Yuchan, you are mine now. Her affairs are my affairs. I can't just stand by and watch my wife be bullied, can I? Ha ha ha. Well said. Hearing this, Xia Changhe burst into laughter again. That laughter was filled with boundless joy and satisfaction. He looked at Yifan's sharp, eagle-like eyes and was filled with unprecedented admiration. Kid. He patted Yifan on the shoulder and said with a meaningful expression. I love your lawless arrogance. It's just like me when I was young. It's just a pity. He sighed helplessly. You're already taken. Otherwise, I really would like to recruit you into our military. I'm here to take over my shift. To take over your job? Yifan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Not interested. He said. I have no interest in being a marshal. I just want to be a stay-at-home dad quietly. I travel with my wife and children to enjoy the scenery. That's all. Upon hearing this, Xia Changhe's already wrinkled old face froze instantly. He stared dumbfounded at Yifan's taken-for-granted expression. I feel like my worldview has been ruthlessly crushed once again. Milk. Dad. Brother. Ancestor. Does the old man have some misunderstanding about the term stay-at-home dad? Have you ever seen a dad who, without a word, can glare at a genius and cripple their arm with a single kick? Do you really have to be this Versailles-like? Cough cough. He forcibly suppressed his endless urge to complain, coughed twice, and revealed an extremely cunning smile. Being a stay-at-home dad is great. He said. I wholeheartedly support being a stay-at-home dad. But. His tone suddenly changed. Don't you think you have too few children? Huh? Yifan was taken aback upon hearing this. Look. Xia Changhe analyzed with a serious expression, counting on his fingers. Even though you already have 3 children. But they were all born to that girl from the Morong family. The bloodline is far too homogeneous. Don't you want to have a few more second-generation gods with different attributes and talents? For example. A flicker of undisguised fervor and anticipation flashed in his eyes. A super combat genius with the Crimson Phoenix battle body? This moment. Yifan finally understood what this old fox was up to. After all that effort. He's trying every trick in the book to get a baby. Marshal Xia. He smiled helplessly. If you have something to say, please speak frankly. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Xia Changhe burst into laughter again. He stopped beating around the bush. He looked at Yifan, his sharp, eagle-like eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness and determination. Kid. He said. Be my son-in-law. As long as you're willing to have a child with my girl, I'll give you anything. I'll even give you my position as the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom. I'll offer it with both hands. His words were spoken with absolute certainty. and brimming with irresistible allure. However, Yifan's face still maintained that calm and indifferent expression. He merely glanced indifferently at Xia Yuchan, who was already so embarrassed she was practically crawling under the table. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. I have no interest in the position of marshal. The baptism of the dragon vein is optional. As for your daughter. A playful smile curved his lips. She's been mine for a long time. Whether to have children or when to have them. That's a matter between my husband and me. No need for you to trouble yourself. He looked at Xia Changhe, who was already petrified by his shocking remarks. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. So, father-in-law, will you drink this change of address tea or not? Chapter 86 Drunken Rampage, Xia Yuchan succeeds. Father-in-law? Hearing Yifan's question, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless arrogance, Xia Changhe's face, which was already flushed with excitement, froze instantly. He stared in disbelief at the person in front of him who had a kind smile on his face. But his eyes were filled with the playful and mocking gaze of a young man that made even his soul tremble. My mind went completely blank. Father-in-law. Is this guy serious? He actually dares to flirt with his daughter right in front of him? And what's more, they're flirting with me instead. This is outrageous. Do they even respect me, the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom? Good lad. After the extreme shock came an even more overwhelming and endless ecstasy. Ha ha ha. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. His face was filled with unprecedented appreciation and satisfaction. I love your lawless arrogance. It's just like me when I was young. Okay. I'll drink this change of address tea. As he spoke, he picked up the cup, which was already full of monkey wine, and drank it all in one gulp. Then he looked with a kind expression at his daughter, who was so embarrassed she was about to crawl under the table, and his calm new son-in-law. A sly, radiant smile spread across his face. That. He rubbed his hands together and said with a meaningful expression. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. You young people shouldn't stay here with us old folks. Let's drink. I've already prepared the guest rooms upstairs for you. It's the most luxurious presidential suite in our military region. The sound insulation is superb. Do whatever you want. I guarantee that no one will bother you. Most. A glint of undisguised fervor and anticipation flashed in his eyes. Create a third-generation god for me tonight. Hearing his father's shameless remarks, which were worthy of being called brothel madam, he was deeply saddened. Xia Yuchan completely broke down. She felt she must have forgotten to check the almanac before going out today. That's how you end up with such an odd father and son, father-in-law and son-in-law. Each one is more shameless than the last. Each one is more despicable than the last. I'll fight you to the death. She could no longer suppress the endless shame and indignation in her heart. She let out a delicate shout. He grabbed the wine bottle on the table, ready to take these two disrespectful old men down with him. However, before her hand even touched the bottle, a warm, dry hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. It's Yifan. He had appeared beside her without her even realizing it. His face still held that nonchalant, carefree look, as if nothing had happened. My father-in-law is right. He smiled and said calmly. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. We really shouldn't waste our time on such boring things. As he spoke, he swept Xia Yuchan up in his arms, his gaze filled with shock and confusion. Wife? He asked with a smile. Yes, it's up to you. Do you want to come with me, or do you want me to ask your father to send you to my bed with an entire army? You. Xia Yuchan was completely baffled by his bizarre actions. She was about to retort angrily when a pair of domineering lips pressed firmly against hers, silencing all her unspoken words. Overnight, the clouds and rain turned, and spring's beauty was boundless. The next day, when the first rays of morning light streamed into the room through the window, Yifan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the stunningly beautiful military woman beside him, who was sleeping soundly, clinging to him like an octopus. He then felt the primordial chaos energy within his body, which had become more refined and harmonious due to the balance of yin and yang. A very satisfied smile appeared on his face. As expected of a god-level being, the Crimson Phoenix battle body. The effects of this dual cultivation are truly different. He is even better than Morong Shui and Su Qingyu combined. He could feel it clearly. His cultivation level, which had already stagnated at the 9th level of the King Realm, was now at its peak. Surprisingly, it all happened during that one night of in-depth communication. As if by natural progression, another breakthrough was achieved. It has reached a completely new and unknown realm. Emperor! He actually broke through to the Emperor realm, which countless martial artists dream of their entire lives, just by taking a nap. It seemed that they had noticed Yi Fan's movements. Xia Yuchan's long eyelashes trembled slightly, like butterfly wings. Then she slowly opened her beautiful phoenix eyes, which had long been nourished by the dew of love and were now watery and sparkling. Woke up? She looked at Yi Fan's handsome face, which was so close to hers, and a happy smile appeared on her face that could make all the flowers pale in comparison. Morning! Morning! Yi Fan smiled, lowered his head, and gently kissed her forehead. However, before the two could even savor this precious moment of tenderness, a cold, mechanical system notification suddenly rang in Yi Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! The SSS level target Xia Yuchan has successfully conceived. The first phase of the breeding contract is complete. SSS level first pregnancy reward is being processed. It's here. Yi Fan's heart began to pound wildly. He suppressed the excitement that would drive anyone crazy. His eyes were fixed on the rapidly refreshing list of rewards. Xia Yuchan, however, seemed not to have heard at all. She just stared blankly at Yi Fan's handsome face, which was filled with ecstasy and excitement. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with endless tenderness and love. She slowly stretched out her slender, fair hand and gently stroked Yi Fan's handsome face, which looked as if it had been carved by a knife and axe. After a long while, she slowly opened her mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Yi Fan, when are we going home? Chapter 87, Reward with the Crimson Phoenix Battle Body. Cultivation soars again. Go home? Yi Fan smiled when he heard Xia Yuchan's question, which was full of the air of a little wife. He reached out and pulled the stunningly beautiful woman, whom he had completely won over inside and out, into a tight embrace. Certainly. His voice was filled with unprecedented tenderness and affection. From the moment you fell in love with me, my home is your home. Yi Fan's heart began to pound wildly. SSS rank. Another SSS rank. Moreover, it is the god-level Crimson Phoenix battle body. He suppressed the excitement that would drive anyone crazy. His gaze was fixed intently on the rapidly refreshing list of rewards. SSS level first pregnancy reward lists Xia Yuchan. 1. Reward the host, 10 years of cultivation empowerment. 2. Reward the host, obtain the divine level physique Crimson Phoenix battle body. 3. Reward the host, a fragment of the divine level cultivation technique, Burning Heaven technique. 4. Reward the host, obtain the ancient divine fire Red Lotus karmic fire. 5. Reward the host, grants a special skill Rebirth from the Ashes passive. 6. Reward for the host, 1 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. Holy crap! Yi Fan cursed in his mind again. Although it can't compare to the epic super reward when Morong Shui gave birth to triplets last time. But it's definitely a deluxe gift package. Especially that Crimson Phoenix battle body. And that Red Lotus karmic fire. It's practically a super cheat code tailor-made for this battle maniac. System. Immediately. Right now. Give it to me and accept all the rewards. Yi Fan roared in his heart without hesitation. Rewards are being distributed. Boom! A similarly enormous torrent of energy descended from the void in an instant. It forcefully and ruthlessly poured into Yi Fan's limbs and bones. His cultivation level once again soared like a rocket. It started to surge wildly upwards. The bottleneck of the already stagnant Emperor realm couldn't even withstand a second of this enormous energy. In an instant, it was shattered into pieces. Emperor realm, level 1. Emperor realm, level 2. Emperor realm, level 3. His cultivation level was still skyrocketing at an absolutely unreasonable rate. It's as if they want to elevate him to godhood in one fell swoop. And his body underwent another transformation at this moment. A strange energy filled with endless flames and an aura of destruction merged into his supreme holy body. This gave his body an unprecedented affinity for all fire attribute elements in the world. It was as if he was born to be the king of fire. And that wisp of red, lotus-like eerie flame directly merged into his dantian. It was perfectly combined with his natal artifact, the Chaos Cauldron, and the wisp of Azure Lotus Earthcore Flame. This adds even more mystery and majesty to the already ancient and grand divine cauldron. Cool. Yi Fan let out a triumphant roar in his heart. The feeling of becoming rich overnight and achieving instant success is just too damn intoxicating. Just as he finished counting all the rewards and was about to get out of bed. Xiaoyuchan looked at the man who had just finished being intimate with her, but whose aura had suddenly increased several times over in the blink of an eye. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with endless shock and bewilderment. She reached out her slender, fair hand and gently stroked Yi Fan's handsome face, which looked as if it had been carved by a knife and axe. After a long while, she slowly opened her mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Yi Fan, just what kind of monster are you? Chapter 88 Morong Shui's question, how come there's another little sister in the family? Monster? Yi Fan smiled when he heard Xiaoyuchan's question, which was filled with endless shock and disbelief. He reached out and pulled the stunningly beautiful woman, whom he had completely captivated inside and out, into his arms. No. He shook his head, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. I am not a monster. I'm just an ordinary little genius at sowing seeds. That afternoon, Yi Fan, looking refreshed, led Xiaoyuchan, who also looked radiant, back to the Yi family manor. Then, he saw it again, that battlefield that made his very soul tremble. In the spacious and bright living room, one could see. Morong Shuisu whispered to Hu Yaoyao, these three stunning beauties who had been waiting for a long time. They were all sitting neatly on the sofa. She stared intently at herself and the new sister beside her with an extremely eerie gaze filled with scrutiny and murderous intent. The scene was incredibly bizarre. It's as scary as it gets. This moment, Yi Fan felt his heart had stopped beating. Breathing became incredibly difficult. It's over, it's all over. This is utterly and completely over. I can't go home again. Cough, cough. He forced down his overwhelming fear, coughed twice, and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. That. He explained incoherently. My wives, let me explain. This is a misunderstanding. It was Marshal Xia who insisted on giving his daughter to me. I am innocent. However, he hadn't finished speaking. Snort! A cold snort filled with endless resentment and grievance rang out from Morong Shui's nose. She slowly stood up. Those beautiful phoenix eyes, which were already as cold as frost, were now filled with a terrifying chill that could freeze the soul. She walked step by step towards Yi Fan. I didn't look at him. Instead, she turned her scrutinizing and hostile gaze to Xiaoyuchan, who also had an unruly look on her face. The new guy? She asked casually. His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Yes. Xiaoyuchan was equally determined not to give an inch. She puffed out her proud chest, which was enough to drive any man crazy. He returned the look with an even more provocative gaze. Please guide me in the future. I wouldn't call it giving advice. Morong Shui let out a cold laugh. But a dangerous, aggressive smile curved at the corners of her lips. Now that you've entered this home, you have to follow the rules of this family. Article 1. She extended a slender, fair finger. I'm the boss. You're the youngest. Call me sister when you see me. Understand? You. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyuchan instantly flew into a rage. She had never suffered such a humiliation in her entire life. How can you expect her to call an older woman who is several years older than her sister? This is worse than killing her. How? Morong Shui raised an eyebrow. Not convinced? If you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you submit. Humph. Let's give it a try. Xiaoyuchan was equally determined not to give an inch. You think I'm afraid of you? It looks like it's happening. A massive power struggle within the Yi family manor, capable of razing the entire estate to the ground, is about to erupt once again. Cough, cough. Just then, a cough filled with helplessness and headache rang out. It's Yi Fan. He stood between two women, who were already at each other's throats, looking utterly hopeless. I feel like my head is about to explode. I'm talking to you two aunties. He said weakly. Can you please stop for a moment for the sake of the child? However, he hadn't finished speaking. Shut up. Two delicate shouts, filled with endless resentment and anger, rang out simultaneously. Immediately afterwards, Two slender, fair hands, as white as jade, pinched the soft flesh of his waist, one on each side. Rotate 360 degrees. Hiss. Yi Fan gasped instantly. His face showed an extremely painful expression. I was wrong. I was really wrong. He was spineless and knelt down on the spot. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so handsome. And you shouldn't go out and attract attention. I swear. I'll never do it again. Seeing his comical appearance with his overflowing survival instinct, I was struck by his appearance. Morong Shui and Xia Yuchan's already icy and frosty pretty faces finally burst into laughter. The tense atmosphere dissipated, and Su Qingyu and Hu Yaoyao were already laughing hysterically. And so it went, in a farcical and absurd situation. Xia Yuchan, the fearless rose of the army. Finally, she reluctantly and completely integrated into Yi Fan's warm and harmonious family. Although, every day is still filled with all sorts of chaotic palace intrigue dramas. But overall, life is still quite enjoyable. And Yi Fan can finally live the carefree life he's always dreamed of, a wife, kids, and a warm bed. However, he clearly underestimated the troublemaking ability of his three god-level precious children and the shameless nature of the system that wouldn't stop until it had squeezed him dry. That day, Yi Fan was lying on the rocking chair in the backyard as usual, resting with his eyes closed. Enjoy top-notch imperial service from 4 stunning beauties. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical system notification sounded in his mind without warning. Ding! Detection indicates the host has successfully built a harem of multiple female leads. The Many Children, Many Blessings System version 2.0 is officially released and updated. New family module added. New children's education module added. A new harem harmony module has been added. Ding! New main quest issued spreading branches and leaves. Mission requirement: ensure all members of the host's harem successfully conceive. Task reward? Punishment for mission failure? Seeing this series of system updates, which can only be described as outrageous. And that latest main quest, filled with endless malice. Yi Fan's already lazy and handsome face instantly fell down. He felt like his head was about to explode. Again? Is this fucking inhuman? He glanced at the 4 stunningly beautiful women beside him who were looking at him with innocent and naive expressions. Then I thought about that latest main quest, which was full of endless temptations yet damnably full of endless dangers. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. That you all say. How about we try something different tonight? Chapter 89 Family Status 1, Yi Fan's Tragic Life. Want to try something different? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was filled with endless malice yet damnably filled with endless temptation, the 4 stunning beauties present all trembled. A complex light flashed across those 4 pairs of equally beautiful eyes. There was shyness and curiosity, but more than anything, there was a fighting spirit full of provocation. They exchanged a glance. They both saw the same malicious smile in each other's eyes. Then, they all turned their heads in unison. She looked at the man with an extremely gentle gaze, who had a wicked smile on his face. She slowly extended 4 slender, fair hands, as white as jade. In Yi Fan's horrified gaze, which froze instantly. One to the left, one to the right, one up, one down. She pinched his waist hard on the soft flesh. Rotate 360 degrees. Hiss. A blood-curdling scream, so shrill it was inhuman, instantly echoed throughout the entire Yi family manor. The next day, Yi Fan lay on the rocking chair in the backyard with a look of utter despair. I feel like I've been hollowed out. He never dreamed of this. I am the mighty Emperor Yi. They actually capsized in the gutter. He was suppressed all night by 4 weak women who had no power to even kill a chicken. This is outrageous. Is there no justice left? How can the head of the family possibly live like this? My husband. Just when he was questioning the meaning of life, a charming voice, brimming with endless allure and smugness, rang out from the side. It was Su Qingyu. She was holding a bowl of dark, eerie-smelling 10-ingredient tonic soup. She walked up to Yi Fan with a virtuous look on her face. Come here, my husband. She scooped up a spoonful of the black, unidentified liquid and held it to Yi Fan's lips. It's time to take your medicine. Seeing that bowl of potion of tigers and wolves that would make any man tremble with fear, Yi Fan's lips twitched violently. He wanted to refuse. However, when he saw the three other wives not far away, who were staring at him with predatory eyes, he realized that he gave in without any backbone. He opened his mouth as if facing death. He took a sip of that love-filled soup that was enough to poison a cow and swallowed it down. Then he felt as if his body was about to explode. An incredibly violent and terrifying energy surged wildly within his body. It turned his whole body bright red. It looks like a boiled shrimp. Ha ha ha. Seeing his comical appearance of ecstasy, the four stunning beauties present all burst into loud, clear, and melodious laughter. The laughter was filled with boundless pride and joy. It was as if they were celebrating their great victory and joining forces to fight against Yi. Yi Fan could only lie on the rocking chair, feeling utterly helpless and on the verge of tears. He frantically circulated the chaotic true energy within his body. Come, digest the terrifying medicinal power that would cause any powerful emperor to explode and die. My heart was filled with endless grief, indignation, and helplessness. Family status 1. Family status 1. Family status 1. I can't live like this anymore. I really can't live like this anymore. That's all. After a chaotic yet heartwarming and harmonious family interaction, Yi Fan finally succeeded in completing the main quest issued by the system, which could only be described as outrageous. He ensured that all his concubines successfully conceived children. And as promised, the system delivered the mysterious mission reward. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the main quest spreading branches and leaves. Mission reward, the clan fortune system is officially launched. Family luck, closely related to the number, strength, talent, and bloodline of the host's family members. The stronger the family luck, the greater the boost to the host's and all family members' cultivation speed, breakthrough probability, and chance of encounters. Ding! Detected that the host already has 3 offspring with god-level talent, 1 SSS level chosen 1 and 2 A level chosen ones in the harem. The initial level of family fortune has been reached, auspicious purple chi arrives from the east. Congratulations, host! The cultivation speed of all your family members has been permanently increased by 100%. Breakthrough chance permanently increased by 50%. Permanently increase the probability of encountering unexpected events by 20%. Seeing this, one can see a series of family buffs that can be described as heaven-defying. Yi Fan's already wounded heart finally received a little comfort. Good. This reward is somewhat generous. My hard work all night was worth it. Just as he was happily checking out his brand new family system. Daddy! Daddy! A burst of excited, childlike cheers rang out from not far away. All that could be seen were his 3 little monsters, who were already itching for a night of fun. He was riding a majestic and awe-inspiring king-level ferocious beast. These were little toys given to them by Xia Changhe. They charged toward the backyard in a mighty procession. Dad! Dad! Look! We're going to school. The eldest son, Yilin, rode atop a hellfire tiger engulfed in black flames. He proudly waved his brand new kindergarten backpack, which had just been handed out. Go to school? Yi Fan was taken aback upon hearing this. He forgot. I think I mentioned this to the Yi family patriarch and Xia Changhe back then. Surprisingly, they were quite efficient. The enrollment procedures were completed so quickly. Okay. He smiled and stood up from the rocking chair. Walk. Dad will take you to school. As he spoke, he held the hand of his excited daughter in one hand. Behind him followed his beloved son, who also had a cool expression on his face. Under the gaze of 4 stunningly beautiful women, all with equally blissful expressions, they marched out of the manor in a grand procession. That scene was incredibly heartwarming. As harmonious as can be. However, none of them noticed. Above that seemingly peaceful sky, a pair of eyes filled with endless greed and malice were fixed on the 3 sons of God who were about to step into the mortal world. He he he. A chilling laugh, like that of a night owl, slowly echoed through the clouds. Finally you've come out. The Yi family's little bastards. Your divine talent and luck. My god-devouring palace will accept it without hesitation. He watched the backs of Yi Fan and his family as they disappeared through the gates of the manor. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. I just don't know. That legendary young master of the Yi family who can kill a grandmaster with a single punch. Is it really as vulnerable as the rumors say? Chapter 90. The children are going to school, aiming for the top university in the capital. Vulnerable? He heard arrogant words coming from the clouds, words that were filled with endless malice yet also damnably arrogant with an air of ignorance as bliss. Yi Fan's already lazy and handsome face instantly fell. He sighed helplessly. I feel like my head is about to explode. Why are there always so many blind scumbags? Why rush up here to die? I just want to be a stay-at-home dad quietly. Is it really that difficult? Dad? It seemed that they had noticed Yi Fan's emotional fluctuations. The eldest son, Yi Lin, raised his delicate, pretty face. She asked in a childish voice. Are there flies buzzing in the sky? Yi Fan nodded and a very kind smile appeared on his face. Yes. There were a few annoying flies. After I send you to school. Dad, go and kill them all. Okay? Good. The three little ones cheered in unison. It seems to be true for them. Swatting a few flies. It's as easy as crushing a few ants. Jinghua City's elite academy. This is the most prestigious and mysterious private all-in-one school in the entire Dragon Kingdom. There is no other. Those who can study here are all the most outstanding children of the powerful and wealthy families in the Dragon Kingdom and martial arts prodigies. Each one of them alone is enough to make those so-called geniuses in the outside world feel ashamed and have nowhere to hide. Today is the annual enrollment day for new students at Tianjiao Academy. Early in the morning, the entrance to the university was already packed with luxury cars and bigwigs. Top-of-the-line maglev luxury cars with all sorts of impressive license plates came and went in an endless stream. Those who got off the car were all important figures who were prominent in the entire capital city. The scene was even more exaggerated than the highest-level meeting in the Dragon Kingdom. However, it was among this group of wealthy and powerful immortals. An unremarkable, even slightly chipped, second-hand magnetic levitation taxi slowly pulled up in front of the university. The car door opened. A young man dressed in ordinary casual clothes, looking like a friendly older brother next door, stepped out of the car with 4 stunningly beautiful women and 3 adorable little ones. This moment, the whole noisy world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. All the powerful and influential figures present stared in disbelief at this extremely bizarre family. My mind went completely blank. Who are they? Which blind, poor idiot went to the wrong place? This is the prestigious Tianjiao Academy. This is not a place for ordinary people like you. Just as everyone was preparing to mock and drive them away. Oh dear. My little darlings. An old voice, filled with boundless excitement and fear, suddenly rang out without warning. Then, in the instant, everyone's eyes widened in utter shock. The current principal of Tianjiao Academy is a genuine super strong expert at the King Realm. He actually tumbled and crawled out of the school gate. Then, with a thump, she knelt down directly in front of the young man. His face was filled with unprecedented fervor and adoration. This old servant warmly welcomes you, young master and your little masters, to school. Boom! This was truly a groundbreaking scene. Like an antimatter bomb capable of completely destroying the entire solar system. In an instant, it exploded in the minds of all the important figures present. They were fried until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, their souls scattered. Little master? Theirs, and a little master too? Is this for real? This seemingly ordinary young man is actually the owner of the top-tier university that they would fight tooth and nail to get their children into? This is inhuman. Yi Fan, on the other hand, acted as if he had only done something insignificant. He glanced indifferently at the old principal kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. Get up, he said. Didn't I already say that? Keep a low profile when you're out in public. Why won't you listen? Yes. This old servant knows his mistake. The old principal, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, scrambled to his feet. His face was filled with endless fear and lingering apprehension. He was genuinely terrified and almost cried. He never dreamed of this. To think that I would actually be able to see the legendary young ancestor of the Yi family in my lifetime. And this happened under circumstances where he almost kicked the bucket. This is fucking too exciting. Yi Fan ignored his ghost-like expression. He turned to look at his three precious children, who were curiously examining the enormous campus that exuded an aura of powerful beings. A bright, extremely kind smile appeared on his face. "All right," he said. "From today onwards, this will be your new home. Go. Go and enjoy your campus life to the fullest. But," a playful smile curved his lips, "remember to go easy on me. Don't tear the school down on the first day." "Yes, Dad." The three little ones cheered in unison. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with awe and fear, hand in hand, they strode confidently toward the kindergarten, a place filled with endless wonder for them. The scene was incredibly harmonious. It's as bizarre as it gets. It was as if they weren't going to school. Instead, they went to inspect their own territory. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed like an ordinary parent who was simply sending their child to school. He watched as the three small figures gradually disappeared into the distance. She then glanced at the four stunningly beautiful women beside her, all wearing the same motherly smile. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone, "That you all say? Shouldn't we find some fun for ourselves?" Chapter 91 Entrance Exam. My son smashed the test stone. Looking for some fun? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was full of endless malice yet damnably full of endless temptation, the four stunning beauties present all trembled. A complex light flashed in those four pairs of equally beautiful eyes. There was shyness and anticipation, but more than anything, there was a fighting spirit filled with shared hatred of the enemy. They exchanged a glance. They both saw the same malicious smile in each other's eyes. Then, they all turned their heads in unison. She looked at the man with an extremely gentle gaze, who had a wicked smile on his face. She slowly extended four slender, fair hands, as white as jade. In Yi Fan's horrified gaze, which froze instantly. One to the left, one to the right, one up, one down. She pinched his waist hard. Rotate 360 degrees. Hiss. A blood-curdling scream, so shrill it was inhuman, instantly echoed throughout the entire Tianjiao Academy. Tianjiao Academy Kindergarten, Senior Class 1. The atmosphere was somewhat eerie. A group of little geniuses whose average age is no more than 5 years old, but who exude an aura far beyond that of ordinary people and even comparable to that of adult martial artists. They were all surrounding the three new transfer students like curious children. They chattered and discussed endlessly. "Wow! They're so cute. Yes, yes. Just like the fairy children in TV dramas. Hey! Newbies! What are your names? Which family are you from?" A chubby boy who looked like a king of the kids, with a burly face and even a hint of dragon-like might, walked arrogantly in front of Yi Lin. He pointed his chubby little finger at Yi Lin and asked in a childish voice, "My name is Long Outyen. My father is the head of the Long family, one of the four great families in Jinghua City. And you? Who's your dad? Is he as powerful as mine?" He thought his powerful background would make this seemingly easy-to-bully handsome young man bow down and submit. However, he was clearly overthinking it. After hearing his boastful words, Yi Lin showed absolutely no fear on his already cool, delicately beautiful face. Instead, he revealed an extremely human-like expression of contempt, as if looking at a fool who didn't know his place. "My dad?" He slowly raised his head, and a hint of vicissitude and domineering power, incongruous with his age, flashed in his clear eyes. "My father is someone you can't afford to mess with," he said. "She's someone even your father would have to kneel down and kowtow to. You." Upon hearing this, the chubby boy named Long Outyen instantly flew into a rage. He had never suffered such a humiliation in his entire life. "You newbie, you're something else." He pointed at Yi Lin, trembling with anger. "You dare look down on me? I challenge you to a duel. I'll show you who's really in charge of this kindergarten." As he spoke, he grabbed Yi Lin and stormed to the huge black crystal in the center of the classroom, which was used to test the children's talents. "Did you see that?" He pointed to the crystal that was taller than him and said with a proud look on his face, "This is a talent testing stone specially made by our Tianjiao Academy. It can test a person's bloodline talent and potential. As long as they are true geniuses. That will make it light up. And the darker the color, the higher the talent. Do you dare to compete with me? Who can make it shine longer and brighter? Whoever is the boss. How about it?" His words were full of endless provocation and confidence. It seemed they had Yi Lin completely under their control. However, Yi Lin's face remained cool and expressionless. He merely glanced at the so-called talent testing stone. Then he shook his head. "Childish," he said. "You." Seeing his stubborn and unyielding demeanor, Long Ao was so angry he almost went berserk on the spot. And just then, Brother! Brother! Compare him. Exactly. Let's show this arrogant little fat kid what a real genius is." Two equally clear, childlike female voices rang out from the side. Yes, Yi Yao and Yi Qi. They were stirring up trouble from the sidelines with expressions of "the more chaos the world is in, the better." All right. Seeing that both of his younger sisters had said the same thing, Yi Lin could only sigh helplessly. Then, amidst the expectant and spectator-like gazes of everyone, it happened. He slowly walked up to the huge black crystal. "Humph. You're smart to know what's good for you." Seeing this, Long Outyin smugly snorted. Then, without hesitation, he was the first to step forward. She placed her chubby little hand on the cold crystal. Buzz. A soft sound. The jet-black crystal instantly lit up with a dazzling golden light. It even condensed a miniature golden dragon phantom with bared fangs and claws inside the crystal. Wow! Seeing this, all around, the unsuspecting little geniuses exclaimed in unison. It's gold. It's the highest grade of gold. Long Outyin, he actually has the legendary true dragon bloodline. That's amazing." Amidst a sea of admiring and envious gazes, Long Outyin smugly withdrew his hand. Then he looked at Yi Lin with an arrogant expression. It seems to be saying, "Did you see that? This is the insurmountable chasm between you and me." However, Yi Lin's face still maintained that cool, expressionless look. He even had the energy to yawn. Then he slowly walked forward. She placed her delicate pink hand on the cold crystal as well. And then, that was it. Amidst everyone's bewildered and confused gazes, the huge black crystal didn't react at all. It remained the same, pitch black and lifeless appearance. This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. Ha 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 ha. After a brief silence came an even more uproarious burst of laughter. That's hilarious. After all that, he's just a good-for-nothing. They can't even make the test stone shine. It's a disgrace to our Heavenly Pride Academy. That's it? You dared to challenge Long Outyin? Long Outyin's face revealed an unprecedented smugness and disdain. He pointed at Yi Lin and burst into laughter. Useless. Trash. Now you know who the real boss is, right? However, just when everyone thought this farce was about to end with Yi Lin's crushing defeat, a sudden change has occurred. Crack. A faint, crisp cracking sound rang out without warning. The laughter stopped abruptly. A look of confusion appeared on everyone's face. What was that sound? And just then, snap. Snap snap. A series of sharp, teeth-grinding cracking sounds rang out again. This time everyone heard it clearly. They looked up in utter horror. He looked at the huge black crystal. Then they witnessed a terrifying scene that they would never forget and that almost caused their Dao heart to collapse. There stood a talent-testing stone made of meteorite iron from outer space, which was said to be so powerful that even a king-level expert could hardly move it in the slightest. Surprisingly, it was centered around Yi Lin's delicate pink hand. Terrifying cracks, resembling a spider web, appeared. Then, amidst the utterly horrified stares of everyone who widened their eyes in that instant, boom! A loud bang. That arrogant talent-testing stone actually exploded in mid-air. It turned into dust that filled the sky. This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone who had been laughing hysterically just moments before was now dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the 3-year-old who slowly withdrew his hand and even dusted it off with a look of disgust. Then I looked over there and saw crystal powder all over the ground. My mind went completely blank. It exploded? He actually blew the talent test? Is this for real? What kind of monster is this? Yi Lin, on the other hand, acted as if he had simply crushed an ordinary stone. He slowly turned around. looking at Long Out Yin, who was already terrified. A bright, innocent smile appeared on his face. He cracked his delicate fingers, making a crisp crack sound. On the other side, she asked in a childish voice. That chubby kid. Now, do you still think you're amazing? Chapter 92 Three Prodigies. The entire academy leadership mobilizes to rescue them. Is he still very good? Hearing Yilin's question, which was full of innocence yet damnably full of endless sarcasm. Long Outyin, the arrogant king of the kids who was just a moment ago. My legs went weak. With a thump, he knelt down directly before Yilin. He was really scared to tears. He stared blankly at the crystal powder scattered on the ground. Then he looked at the 3-year-old kid who was looking at him with an innocent expression. My mind went completely blank. He felt as if he wasn't talking to someone his own age. Instead, he was communicating with an ancient ferocious beast disguised in human skin. No. I won't dare to do it again. He clung to Yilin's leg, sobbing and wailing with snot and tears streaming down his face. Big brother. No. Ancestor. My dear ancestors. I was wrong. I didn't recognize your greatness. I shouldn't have shown off in front of you. You are the only god in our kindergarten. This scene can be described as dramatic. The little geniuses around them were also completely stunned. They all looked at the 3-year-old kid, who was slowly withdrawing his domineering aura, as if he were a god. His eyes were filled with boundless awe and worship. Yi Yao and Yi Qi, on the other hand, puffed out their small chests with a look of pride. It seems to be saying, did you see that? This is my older brother. Isn't that awesome? While this miraculous dynastic change was unfolding in the kindergarten, the entire elite leadership of Tenjiao Academy, it completely caused an uproar. What? What did you say? The talent testing stone at the kindergarten was smashed to pieces? Inside the principal's office. That old principal, who was previously as humble as a servant in front of Yifan, was now a King Realm expert. At this moment, he was staring in utter horror at the kindergarten principal in front of him, who was also covered in sweat and looked incredulous. The voices have even changed a bit. Yes, principal. The kindergarten principal, who was also a grandmaster level expert, was almost in tears. It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. It's that boy from one of the 3 new little devils who arrived today. He just casually reached out his hand. That talent testing stone, forged from extraterrestrial meteorite iron, is said to be so powerful that even you might not be able to budge it. It exploded with a bang like a crispy ice cream. What? Hearing this, even though the old principal had already been mentally prepared for the unbelievable nature of those 3 little guys. Upon hearing this news, which can only be described as outrageous, I couldn't help but gasp. He just reached out and blew up the testing stone? Is this even human? This is clearly a living, breathing humanoid beast. Quick! He slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. His face was filled with unprecedented excitement and ecstasy. Immediately. Right now. Now. Summon all high-ranking members of the Academy who are at least at the King Realm level. Emergency meeting. No. Wrong. He seemed to remember something and hurriedly changed his words. Tell them to come directly to the kindergarten with me. I want to see it with my own eyes. Just how magnificent will these 3 be, the future gods? And by the way, a glint of extreme cunning flashed in his eyes. Let them compete for their future successor in advance. Let's grab one. And so, this led to the most magical scene in the history of Tenjiao Academy. There stood a dozen or so super strong individuals, some even at the king or emperor level, whose mere stomp could shake the entire capital city. They were like a group of cats that had smelled fish. They marched in a mighty procession toward that small kindergarten. That scene was 100 times more exaggerated than a beast horde attacking a city. Holy crap! That's our martial arts academy's Sword Emperor Dean, isn't he? And another one. And another one. That's the Pill King Elder of the Alchemy Academy. My god. Even the Supreme Elder, who is usually in seclusion and rarely seen, has emerged from seclusion. What on earth has happened? Could it be that a sage has descended upon our academy? Countless students and teachers who were in class stared in disbelief at the terrifying scene that resembled a battle of gods. My mind went completely blank. And at this moment, as the instigator of all these events, Yi Lin, Yi Yao, and Yi Qi are three little monsters. But it seemed as if he had only done a trivial little thing. They had already taken in the terrified former boss, Long Outyin, as their number one underling. He was sitting on the dragon throne in the very center of the classroom with an air of big boss. They enjoyed the admiration of the entire class. Boss. Have some fruit. Boss. Drink some milk. Boss. Let me massage your legs. The scene was incredibly harmonious. It was as bizarre as it could possibly be, and all this happened while they were having a great time. With a loud boom, the classroom's already rickety, fragile door. He was kicked flying from the outside. Immediately afterwards, amidst the horrified and bewildered gazes of all the children, a dozen or so old men exuding a terrifying aura that made even their souls tremble. They were like a group of crazy gamblers who had spotted a priceless treasure. He rushed in with his eyes shining. Mine. Mine. This is mine. Bullshit. That little girl Mingming, who has a natural talent for swordsmanship, is destined to be my disciple. She must become my apprentice. Don't try to take it from me. That fairy with the body of 1,000 medicines is the one destined to inherit my mantle. In an instant, the entire small classroom was in complete chaos. A dozen or so top-tier figures who, with a mere stomp of their feet, could make the entire dragon kingdom tremble. At this moment, they looked like a group of middle-aged women scrambling for cabbage at a market. A fight for custody of these three little monsters. They almost came to blows right there. That scene was even more outrageous than gods fighting. Yi Lin, Yi Yao, and Yi Qi were the parties involved. He looked at the group of old men arguing heatedly over him with disdain. Those clear, large eyes were filled with disdain and contempt that were beyond their years. It was as if I were watching a bunch of ignorant fools. Well. Yi Lin sighed helplessly, like a little adult. He slowly stood up from the dragon throne. A hint of cold impatience flashed in those eyes that were filled with endless domineering power. He looked at the group of old men in front of him who were still arguing wildly. She spoke in a childish, babyish voice. The sound was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Shut up, all of you. Keep making noise. Believe it or not, I'll beat the shit out of you all. Chapter 93: The Four Great Families of Beijing. My son can take on 10 of them. Hearing Yi Lin's domineering declaration, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless childlike fun, all the university executives who came to snatch the students were frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the person in front of them with an innocent smile on their face. But their eyes were filled with a cold and domineering aura that sent shivers down their spines, the eyes of a 3-year-old brat. My mind went completely blank. They felt as if they weren't talking to a kindergarten child. Instead, he was communicating with an ancient god king who was capricious and unpredictable. Cough, cough. It was the old headmaster, who was at the king realm, who was the first to react. He forced down the immense horror in his heart, coughed twice, and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Little master, please calm down. Please calm down. As he spoke, he frantically winked at his group of colleagues who were already terrified. It seems to be saying, you bunch of clueless idiots. Aren't you going to apologize to your little darling right now? Do you want to get your ass kicked in? I'm so sorry. My little ancestor. We were blind to your greatness. We were rude. We hope our young master will be magnanimous and not hold it against us. Those top-tier bigwigs whose mere stomp of their feet can make the entire capital city tremble. At this moment, they were acting like a group of elementary school students who had done something wrong. They all bowed at a 90-degree angle to apologize to a 3-year-old. The scene was incredibly bizarre. It's as magical as it gets. Yi Lin, on the other hand, seemed to be genuinely disciplining a group of disobedient subordinates. He arrogantly tilted his head back and snorted coldly. Snort! You guys know what's good for you. I'm in a good mood today. I'll spare you for now. But a glint of cunning, beyond his years, flashed in his eyes. If you really want to be my and my 2 sisters' teachers, it's not impossible. If you can agree to one small condition of mine, What are the conditions? Hearing this, a blazing flame of hope instantly ignited in the eyes of all the bigwigs present who had long since given up hope. They all looked at Yilin with expectant faces, like lapdogs. They were terrified of missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to curry favor with powerful figures. My conditions are very simple. Yilin's lips curled into an extremely wicked smile. Starting today, they take turns coming to our class every day. Use us as human punching bags. Who can withstand the most damage? Whoever does this is qualified to be my and my sister's teacher. How about it? This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. All the bigwigs present were stunned. They stared in disbelief at Yilin's seemingly innocent smile. I feel like my values have been ruthlessly crushed once again. Human punching bag? They even take turns. Is this for real? They are super strong individuals at the king realm or even the emperor realm. Are you really going to use a 3-year-old kid as a punching bag? If this gets out, how will they ever be able to survive in the martial arts world of Jinghua City again? However, before they could recover from the endless shame and turmoil, I'll do it. A roar filled with boundless excitement and fervor suddenly rang out without warning. It was from the Sword Emperor, Dean of the Martial Arts Academy. He rushed out with a look of wild joy on his face. With a thump, he knelt down directly in front of Yi Yao. He hugged her pink little legs and cried and wailed with snot and tears streaming down his face. My little ancestor. My dear ancestor. Me. I'm the most durable. Please accept me. I'm willing to be your punching bag for life. Seeing this scene, which can be described as utterly shameless, all the bigwigs who were still hesitating were dumbfounded. Then they realized what was happening. Damn it! Old sword demon. You have no martial ethics. Damn it! I'm coming too. Don't try to take it from me. My little darling. She's mine. In an instant, the small classroom was completely in chaos once again. A dozen or so top-tier big shots whose mere stomp of their feet can make the entire Dragon Kingdom tremble. At this moment, they looked like a group of fanatical believers who had gone mad. They almost came to blows over a spot to be a human punching bag. The scene was a million times more outrageous than a battle between gods. That afternoon, after school, Yi Fan drove the limited edition Wind God Wings, which had been modified by Fatty Chen to be understated yet luxurious and sophisticated, just like always. They came to pick up their precious children and take them home. Then, he saw a battlefield that made even his soul tremble. All I could see was the entrance to the kindergarten. A dozen or so old men exuding a terrifying aura that even made him feel uneasy. They were lying on the ground, bruised and battered, their clothes disheveled, groaning. It was as if we had just experienced an extremely brutal world war. And in the middle of them, his 3 precious children, who were practically born out of their minds, were standing there hand in hand, looking completely innocent. There wasn't a speck of dust on him. This moment, Yi Fan felt his heart had stopped beating. Breathing became incredibly difficult. He swallowed hard. His voice was hoarse and filled with uncertainty. That. My sons and daughters. What did you all do at school today? Report to Dad. The eldest son, Yilin, was the first to step forward. He proudly puffed out his little chest. I reported in a childish voice. We selected more than a dozen human punching bags today. And while I was at it, I also took the chubby kid named Long Outyan as my underling. Now I'm in charge of the entire kindergarten. Dad. Aren't I amazing? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's lips twitched violently. He glanced at the group of lifeless old men on the ground, then at his precious son who looked like he wanted praise. He felt like his head was about to explode. Wow! That's fucking amazing. You've only been in school for 1 day and you've already unified the entire kindergarten? And you even managed to turn all the school's higher-ups into punching bags? Seriously, is that even possible? Cough, cough. He forcibly suppressed the endless urge to complain, coughed twice, and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Wow, amazing. He truly is a good son to his father. However, he hadn't finished speaking. A burst of arrogant and disdainful mockery suddenly rang out from not far away. Oh? Isn't this the arrogant Long Outyen who dared to mess with my brother? How? Now you've been reduced to being a lackey of some bastard who appeared out of nowhere? They have truly disgraced the four great families of Beijing. The words had barely left his mouth. A dozen or so little geniuses who looked a little older but also exuded an extraordinary aura. He walked over from the neighboring elementary school campus with an arrogant expression. The leader was a chubby boy who looked 7 or 8 parts like Long Outyen, but whose eyes were full of sinister and ruthless intent. He is Long Outyen's older brother. The little tyrant who also bullies everyone in the elementary school. Long Batien. Brother. Upon seeing the newcomer, Long Outyen, who had just recognized the new leader, instantly found his pillar of support. He scrambled over and, pointing at Yilin, cried and begged, snot and tears streaming down his face. Brother! You must stand up for me. That's the guy. He not only stole my boss position. You hit me again. Look. My face is all swollen. What? Hearing this, Long Batien's face instantly filled with boundless rage. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes, which were also filled with the might of a dragon. He stared intently at Yilin, whose face appeared completely innocent. His voice was icy cold and filled with endless threat. You little bastard. You dare touch my brother? I think you're tired of living. Today, I'll show you the power of the four great families of Jinghua City. Charge them. Beat him to death. As he spoke, he waved his hand dramatically. Behind him were a dozen or so little geniuses from various top families. They rubbed their hands together, grinning maliciously, and surrounded Jilin. That scene was even more terrifying than a gang shootout. However, faced with this terrifying scene that would terrify any person of the same age, Yilin's face remained the same, cool and expressionless. He even had the leisure to yawn. Then, he slowly raised his head, giving a dismissive glance at the group of kids who had already surrounded him. He spoke slowly, his voice childish yet filled with an undeniable air of dominance. The four great families of Beijing? He said. Is it that impressive? I can take on 10 of them. He looked at Long Batien, who was completely stunned and petrified by his shocking remarks. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. So, are you all coming at me all at once, or are you coming one by one to your deaths? Chapter 94. Yilin, the little tyrant, became the king of the kids on the first day of school. One by one, coming to their deaths? Hearing Yilin's domineering declaration, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless childlike fun, all the little geniuses who came to find fault were frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the face before them, which wore an innocent smile. But their eyes were filled with a cold and domineering aura that sent shivers down their spines, the eyes of a 3-year-old brat. My mind went completely blank. They felt as if they weren't talking to a kindergarten child. Instead, he was communicating with an ancient god king who was capricious and unpredictable. Ha 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 ha. After a brief silence came an even more turbulent burst of laughter. The leader, Long Batien, was laughing so hard that tears were almost streaming down his face. What the hell did I just hear? 1 against 10. You little bastard. You've been watching too many cartoons, haven't you? Are you coming one by one to your deaths? I think you're living in a dream, you haven't woken up yet. He pointed at Yilin, laughing so hard he was doubled over and breathless. It's like hearing the funniest joke in the world. The dozen or so little geniuses behind him, who were also from various top families, all revealed mocking smiles. They looked at Yilin as if he were a fool who didn't know his place. A poor wretch who was about to be beaten to death by them. However, they responded with a deafening roar of laughter filled with endless mockery. Yilin's face remained the same, cool and expressionless. He even had the leisure to yawn. Then he slowly raised his head. He glanced indifferently at Long Batien, who was already laughing so hard he was almost out of breath. He opened his mouth slowly. His voice was youthful yet filled with an undeniable domineering presence. Since you all like to laugh so much, he said. Then, never laugh again. The words had barely left his mouth. His small body vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared before Long Batien, who was still laughing maniacally, like a ghost. What? Long Batien's laughter stopped abruptly. His pupils suddenly contracted. An extreme fear originating from the depths of his soul instantly overwhelmed all his reason. Without a second thought, he was about to activate the true dragon bloodline within him, which was already far beyond that of ordinary people. Fight back. However, he was fast. But there was someone even faster. It was Yi Lin. There stood the 3-year-old boy, whom everyone had always treated as prey. Upon seeing Long Baishan's expression filled with utter horror, there was not a trace of fear on that delicate, exquisitely sculpted face. Instead, he revealed an extremely human-like excited expression. It was as if they had seen something, the most fun toy. Ha! He shouted loudly in his childish voice. Then, in Long Baishan's eyes, which widened in shock and disbelief in an instant. His small, pink fist was so simple and ordinary. One punch. They faced the terrifying dragon's might, which was enough to make any adult martial artist turn pale. They were blasted out. Bang! A terrifying, muffled sound rang out, so loud it seemed to shake the entire Tianzhou Academy violently. The fist and the invisible dragon's might collided violently. And then, that was it, nothing more. Under the completely petrified gazes of everyone, as if looking at a god. That was the terrifying dragon might unleashed by Long Badian, the most outstanding direct descendant of the Long family, one of the 4 great families of Jinghua City. It was just like a watermelon that had been smashed hard by a hammer. Click. It exploded in the middle. It transformed into countless golden specks of light. Yi Lin's seemingly ordinary little fist showed no diminished power after shattering the invisible dragon's might. Even faster. Like a golden lightning bolt that tore through time and space. In an instant, the distance in space was traversed. He appeared right in front of Long Badian, who was already terrified. No. Long Badian only had time to let out a desperate roar. Bang! Another terrifying, muffled bang resounded, so loud it seemed to shake the entire city of Jinghua violently. Then, Yi Fan's smile was filled with satisfaction and pride. In Morong Shue's already completely numb and blank expression, the arrogant and domineering first in line to inherit the throne of the Long family, one of the 4 great families in Beijing, who was like a little emperor. Dragon Overlord. His tall frame was actually punched right through the chest by a 3-year-old kid. It left behind a huge, gaping hole. He lowered his head, staring blankly at his empty chest. Then I looked again at the 3-year-old kid who slowly withdrew his fist and even wiped it on his clothes with a look of disgust. His eyes were filled with endless confusion and emptiness. He opened his mouth as if to say something. But before he could even speak, his body was like a sand sculpture that had been stripped of all its support. It collapsed with a crash. It turned into dust, covering the ground. A generation of outstanding talents has fallen. Dead beyond dead. He didn't even understand how he died. The entire venue was deathly silent. Yi Lin slowly withdrew her pink little fist. He turned to look at the group of little geniuses who were already terrified and collapsed on the ground. A bright, innocent smile appeared on his face. He cracked his delicate fingers, making a crisp crack sound. She asked in a childish voice. Those uncles. Now, does anyone else want to come up and die? Chapter 95. The Yi family's name made its first name known in Jinghua City. Is there anyone else who wants to come up here to die? Hearing Yi Lin's domineering declaration, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless childlike fun, one can only feel a sense of awe. All the little geniuses who came to find fault were frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the person in front of them, who wore an innocent smile. But their eyes were filled with the coldness and domineering aura of a 3-year-old brat that made their very souls tremble. Then I looked at the mosaic on the ground, which was no longer recognizable as a human figure. My mind went completely blank. They felt as if they weren't talking to a kindergarten child. Instead, they were communicating with an ancient god king who was capricious and unpredictable. Splash! 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 I don't know who started it. All the little geniuses present suddenly knelt down on the ground. This time it wasn't out of fear, it wasn't out of dread. Rather, it's because of a primal, soul-deep reverence and submission to the throne. Big brother. No. Ancestor. My dear ancestors. We were wrong. We didn't recognize your greatness. We shouldn't have acted arrogantly in front of you. You are the only god in our Heavenly Pride Academy. please take us in. We're willing to be your underlings for life." Cries for mercy rose and fell. He was even 100 times more sincere than Long Outyen, who was also terrified just now. Yi Lin, on the other hand, seemed to be simply trying to subdue a group of unruly subordinates. He arrogantly tilted his head back and let out a cold snort. Snort! You guys know what's good for you. I'm in a good mood today. I'll accept you for now. But a glint of cunning, beyond his years, flashed in his eyes. Want to be my underling, Yi Lin? No, it's not that easy. Starting today, you have to offer me sacrifices every day. Whoever pays the most protection money. Whoever is my most beloved lackey. How about it? This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. All the little geniuses kneeling on the ground were dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at Yi Lin's seemingly innocent smile. I feel like my values have been ruthlessly crushed once again. Protection money? It's more like tribute. Is this for real? They are the direct descendants of the top families in Jinghua City. We actually have to pay protection money to a 3-year-old brat? If this gets out, how are they supposed to survive in Jinghua City after this? However, before they could recover from that endless shame and entanglement, I'll pay. A roar filled with boundless excitement and fervor suddenly rang out without warning. It's that Long Outyen who's already terrified. He rushed out with a look of wild joy on his face. With a thump, he grabbed Yi Lin's leg. He cried out, tears streaming down his face. Boss! Boss! My dearest boss! I'll pay. I'll pay 10 billion. No! 10 billion. I only beg you to accept me. Let me be your most loyal lackey. Seeing this scene, which can be described as utterly shameless, all the little geniuses who were still hesitating were dumbfounded. Then, they realized what was happening. Damn it! Long Outyen. You have no sportsmanship. Damn it! I'll pay too. Don't try to take it from me. Boss. It's mine. In an instant, the entire small school gate was once again in complete chaos. A dozen or so top-tier second-generation individuals whose mere presence could make the entire capital city tremble. At this moment, they looked like a group of fanatical believers who had gone mad. To compete for a spot as a lackey. We almost got into a fight on the spot. That scene was 10,000 times more outrageous than God's fighting. That evening. Principal's office, Tianjiu Academy. An epic 3-way trial is underway. The subjects of the trial are naturally Yifan and his wife and children. And those who were put on trial, not those who came to punish them. This refers to all the core members of the 4 major families in Jinghua City, headed by the Long family patriarch. Yi Fan. The head of the Long family, a dignified middle-aged man exuding a terrifying aura of the emperor realm, suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. He pointed to the young man who remained calm throughout, as if nothing had happened. I was so angry I was trembling all over. How dare you? How dare you allow your wicked son to commit such a heinous act at school? You beat my son to death. Do you really think the 4 great families of Beijing are pushovers? His voice was filled with endless anger and murderous intent. It looked as if they were about to tear Yifan to pieces at any moment. However, he was enraged. Yifan's face still held that calm and indifferent expression. He even had the leisure to pour himself a cup of tea. Then he glanced indifferently at the head of the Long family, who was already furious. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. First, he said, "Your son is not dead. He was just beaten into a vegetative state by my son." Second, he took another sip of tea. "Your son started it. My son was acting in self-defense. However, I went a little too far." Third, a playful smile curved his lips. "The 4 great families of Beijing? Is it that impressive? My son can take on 10 men. If you're not satisfied, you can have all the good-for-nothing sons in your family come along. I have no objection." This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. All the bigwigs from the 4 major families who came to demand an explanation were dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at Yi Fan's taken for granted expression. I feel like my values have been ruthlessly crushed once again. A vegetative state. Self-defense? And he's taking on 10 people at once? Is this something a human being could say? This is even more unreasonable than those bullies who are used to running rampant. And the head of the Long family himself. Yi Fan's shocking remarks almost caused him to have a heart attack on the spot. He pointed at Yi Fan's excessively handsome face. His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. After a long while, he managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Good, very good. Since you're so arrogant, then don't blame us for ganging up on the weak. Everyone. He suddenly turned around and clasped his hands in a fist salute to the heads of the other 3 major families behind him, who also looked furious. This boy is far too arrogant. He completely disregards the 4 great families. If not today, kill him on the spot. What face do we have left? Please lend me a hand. After this is accomplished, I am willing to offer half of my Long family's assets. Hearing this, the heads of the other 3 major families present all showed a hint of interest. They exchanged a glance. They both saw the same thing in each other's eyes: greed and murderous intent. Good. Brother Long, you flatter me. We are of the same blood and should stand together against a common enemy. Today, let us join forces and have a showdown. That arrogant brat who doesn't know his own limitations. The words had barely left his mouth. For terrifying pressures, all at the same Emperor realm level, surged into the sky. In an instant, it completely enveloped the entire principal's office. The terrifying, world-destroying power caused the old principal, who was already terrified, to collapse to the ground with a thud. It's over. This is completely over. Four emperors, joining forces. This is so damn bad. Even a saint would have to give way to this. This little rascal is probably in for a rough time today. However, just when everyone thought Yi Fan would be reduced to nothing under this terrifying pressure that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, Yi Fan's face still held that calm and indifferent expression. He even had the leisure to take another sip of tea. Then, he slowly raised his head. He glanced indifferently at the 4 so-called emperors who had already locked onto him. He opened his mouth slowly. His voice was calm yet filled with an undeniable domineering presence. 4 old good-for-nothings. You dare to be so insolent in front of me? Who gave you the courage? As he spoke, he slowly extended one finger. The 4 emperors were completely stunned and petrified by his shocking remarks. Gently, with a single stroke. Buzz. A soft sound. A terrifying law that is invisible to the naked eye, yet seems capable of severing time, space, cause and effect, and reincarnation. In an instant, he appeared between the necks of the 4 emperors. Put. 4 perfectly healthy heads, still bearing expressions of utter horror and disbelief, shot into the sky. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the entire ceiling red. This moment, the whole world fell silent. Yi Fan slowly put down his teacup, looking at the 4 headless corpses that crashed to the ground. Then he looked at the old principal who had already fainted from fright, foaming at the mouth. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. So, now, anyone else want to come up here to die? Chapter 96. A wealthy young man from Beijing provokes me? He's flicked away by my son's finger. Anyone else want to come up here to die? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was filled with supreme prestige yet, damnably, endless silence, the entire principal's office fell into an unprecedented, deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Only the 4 headless corpses, still gushing blood, and the old headmaster, who had already fainted from fright and was foaming at the mouth, remained. It silently testifies to the terrifying scene that just occurred, which was as if a god or demon had descended upon the world. The next day. First, there's a shocking news story that's even more explosive, outrageous, and unbelievable than a 3-year-old child killing a grandmaster with one punch. Again, it was like a super earthquake of magnitude 18. It swept through the entire capital city in an instant. The 4 great families of Jinghua, the Dragon King, the Li family, and the Zhao family, all have patriarchs at the Emperor realm. They all died suddenly overnight. Cause of death, unknown. Location, unknown. Even the body could not be found. It's as if they've vanished into thin air. The entire upper class of Jinghua City was plunged into a huge panic and speculation because of this too explosive news. Countless demons and monsters lurking in the shadows began to stir. Prepare to grab a share of this unprecedented power vacuum. The entire capital city was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing. However, as the instigator of all these events, Yi Fan, however, acted as if he had simply crushed 4 stronger ants with a casual flick of his wrist. He didn't even bother to glance at Jinghua City, which was already in chaos due to the destruction of the 4 major families. He continued to live a leisurely, carefree life, enjoying his wife, children, and cozy home. It was as if the upheavals in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Tianjiao Academy Kindergarten Cafeteria. The atmosphere was also somewhat eerie. A group of little geniuses whose average age is no more than 5 years old, but who exude an aura far beyond that of ordinary people. They are all like the most loyal guards. The most luxurious table in the very center of the cafeteria was completely surrounded. And at that enormous dining table, Yi Lin, Yi Yao, and Yi Qi have long been considered taboo little monsters in the entire Tianjiao Academy. He was sitting there with an air of authority. They enjoy top-notch imperial service from all the children in the school. Boss, eat this. This is a lobster ball made with the meat of the king-level ferocious beast, the deep-sea lobster. It's so delicious. Long Outyan, who had long since become Yi Lin's #1 lackey. He presented a huge meatball, bigger than his head, with both hands, looking all fawning. Yi Lin nodded coolly. Then, she opened her small mouth and swallowed the terrifying meatball that would take an adult martial artist half a day to digest. They're even too lazy to chew. Seeing this, the unsuspecting little geniuses around them all felt a chill run down their spines. On the other side, the second daughter, Yi Yao, remained serious, wielding a sharp dinner knife made of pure gold. Cutting the piece of steak in front of him, which was also made from the meat of a king-level ferocious beast. That was the exquisite knife work, flowing like clouds in water. Seeing this, the little prodigies practicing swordsmanship around them were so ashamed that they wanted to commit suicide on the spot. As for the youngest daughter, Yi Qi, then, it is the most obedient. She was sipping a bowl of top-grade immortal soup made from hundreds of precious medicinal herbs. While drinking, he also commented on the food like a gourmet. The cooking time is good today. That's right, the ambergris fruit is a little out of season. Next time, remember to change it to something over 10,000 years old. Okay, my little darling. Beside them stood the head chef of the Royal Realm Canteen, whom they had already recruited. Upon hearing this, he quickly nodded and bowed in response. His humble demeanor left the surrounding little geniuses speechless. And in this atmosphere of harmony yet eerie lunch, an untimely, arrogant, and disdainful mocking voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the cafeteria. Oh? Who was I back then? So they're just a bunch of fatherless bastards. How? Have you fallen so low as to rely on protection money for food now? How pitiful. The words fell to the ground. A chubby boy who looked a few years older than Yi Lin and the others, dressed in extremely luxurious brocade robes, with a sickly pale face but eyes full of sinister and ruthless intent. Surrounded by a group of equally impressive lackeys, he swaggered in. He was the only son of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Jinghua, who was killed by Yi Fan with a single finger. Wang Tong. He is also recognized as the #1 bad boy in the entire primary school of Tianjiao Academy. Brother, look who's here. One of them, the younger brother of the Wang family who was massaging Yi Lin's legs just now, was instantly found as a pillar of support. He scrambled and crawled over there. Pointing at Yi Lin, she cried and complained, tears streaming down her face. Brother! You must stand up for us. That's the guy. He not only stole our leader's position, and they even forced us to pay them protection money every day. Look! He's taken all my allowance. What? Hearing this, Wang Tang's face instantly filled with boundless rage. A chilling killing intent flashed in his equally sinister eyes. He stared intently at Yi Lin, who had an innocent look on his face. The voice was cold and filled with endless threat. You little bastard! You dare touch my people? I think you're tired of living. Today, I'll show you what I, Wang Tang, am capable of. Charge them. Beat him to death. As he spoke, he waved his hand dramatically. Behind them were a dozen or so young rascals from various top families. They rubbed their hands together, grinning maliciously, and surrounded Yilin. That scene was even more terrifying than a gang shootout. However, faced with this terrifying scene that would terrify any person of the same age, Yilin's face remained cool and expressionless. He even had the leisure to take another sip of soup. Then he slowly raised his head. He glanced indifferently at the group of kids who had already surrounded him. He opened his mouth slowly. His voice was youthful yet filled with an undeniable domineering presence. "A wealthy young master from Beijing?" he said. "Is it that impressive? I can take on 10 of them by myself." He looked at Wang Tong, who was completely stunned and petrified by his shocking remarks. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. "So? Get out of here yourself. Or do you want me to flick you away with one finger?" Chapter 97. Yifan makes a move, displaying the strength of a peak grandmaster. "Anyone else want to come up here to die?" Yilin's words, full of childlike innocence yet domineering, echoed for a long time in the quiet cafeteria. Those once arrogant little rascals were now terrified, collapsing to the ground in fear. They looked at the little monster who had punched Wang Tong to pieces, and then at the mosaic on the ground that was indistinguishable from what it was. "My values have been shattered." Just when this group of second-generation kids thought they were about to follow in Wang Tang's footsteps. "You beast! How dare you kill my son?" A roar filled with boundless rage and overwhelming killing intent exploded like thunder from the entrance of the cafeteria. A terrifying aura, genuinely from a peak grandmaster, instantly swept through the entire cafeteria. A middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes, with a dignified face but extremely sinister eyes, stormed in with a furious expression. It is none other than Wang Ba, the current head of the Wang family in Jinghua. When he saw the pool of blood and flesh on the ground that belonged to his son, his eyes instantly turned red. "You little beast! Prepare to die." He didn't give anyone time to react. His terrifying palm, which had been poised to strike, transformed into a black afterimage and slammed down hard on Yilin's crown without hesitation. A grandmaster's peak strike, fueled by rage. Its power is enough to shatter monuments and split rocks. All the little geniuses present, including the teachers, were overwhelmed by this terrifying pressure and their faces were filled with despair. It's over. No matter how powerful this little monster is, he's still just a child. How could it possibly withstand a fatal blow from a grandmaster at the peak? However, just as that enormous black hand, powerful enough to shatter mountains, was about to fall. Snort. A cold snort, filled with endless chill and murderous intent, suddenly rang out from another corner of the cafeteria. Immediately afterwards, a tall, slender young figure, almost godlike, had appeared before Yilin without anyone noticing. He was none other than Yifan, who had been leisurely watching the show from the sidelines, sipping his divine soup the whole time. He slowly raised his head. A cold disdain flashed in those deep, starry eyes. He looked at Wang Ba, who had a look of utter horror on his face. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. "You dare touch my son? Who gave you the courage?" The words had barely left his mouth. He didn't even bother to lift his hand. He merely glanced at the massive black hand that was hurtling towards him. Buzz. A soft sound. A terrifying mental energy storm, invisible to the naked eye yet seemingly capable of crushing stars and the sea. It shot out from his eyes in an instant. They came from behind but surpassed others. It crashed hard into Wang Ba's arrogant black giant hand. Put. A soft sound. That arrogant head of the Wang family in the capital. A powerhouse at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Wang Ba. His terrifying hand, powerful enough to split rocks and shatter stone, simply vanished in midair like a punctured balloon. It exploded with a loud bang. It turned into a sky full of blood mist. Ah! A shrill scream, inhuman and agonizing, burst forth from Wang Ba's throat in an instant. He held his severed arm, which was bleeding profusely, his face filled with endless horror and disbelief. How is this possible? One glance. Just one glance. He lost one of his arms? What the hell is this monster? Mental strength. It's a legendary mental attack. King. No. Wrong. Even a powerful expert at the King realm could never possess such terrifying mental strength. Could it be? Could it be that he? Is he an emperor? before the thought could even form. Yi Fan's cold and indifferent voice rang out again. Noisy, he said. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone present, he slowly extended one finger, facing Wang Ba, who was still wailing madly. A gentle flick. Buzz. Another soft sound. A terrifying finger gust of wind, invisible to the naked eye yet seemingly capable of piercing through time and space. In an instant, the distance in space was traversed. It appeared between Wang Ba's eyebrows. No. Wang Ba only had time to let out a desperate roar. Put. A soft sound. A bloody hole, about the thickness of a finger, appeared on his forehead, running from front to back. The pain on his face froze. The fear in their eyes disappeared. Instead, there was an endless sense of bewilderment and emptiness. Bang. A soft sound. His body was like a sand sculpture that had been stripped of all its support. It collapsed with a crash. It kicked up a cloud of dust. A grandmaster, the head of the Wang family in the capital. And so it fell. Dead beyond dead. This moment. The whole world fell silent. Yi Fan slowly withdrew his finger. They didn't even bother to glance at the already cold corpse on the ground. He turned around and looked at his beloved son, who was filled with adoration. A helpless smile appeared on his face. How many times have I told you? He said it in an annoyed tone. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop killing people all the time. Look, now I, as your father, have to clean up your mess again. Too much trouble. Oh. Yi Lin touched his head, feeling a little aggrieved. Okay, Dad. I'll be gentler next time. Hearing the terrifying conversation between the father and son, which was filled with the atmosphere of Versailles. All the second-generation children and teachers present were already terrified. They all felt that their values had been ruthlessly crushed once again. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to genuinely just casually swatted a slightly stronger fly to death. He slowly walked up to the old headmaster, who had already fainted from fright and was foaming at the mouth. Yes, he's here again. Slowly squat down. Then, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, he reached out and lightly patted the face of the old principal, who was already terrified and had wet his pants. A harmless, bright smile appeared on his face. Headmaster, he asked softly. Look. Shouldn't my son's actions be considered legitimate self-defense? Chapter 98, Shaking the Capital. From then on, no one dared to provoke the Yi family again. Just self-defense? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless sarcasm. The old principal had just slowly woken up from his coma. He rolled his eyes. With a thud. Then, just like that, he promptly and decisively fainted. He was genuinely terrified. He felt that he must have forgotten to check the almanac before going out today. That's why you'll encounter such an unreasonable father and son Demon King. Is this some kind of joke? Does this mean we can't live like this old man who just wants to quietly pursue education? That afternoon. Principal's office, Tianzhou Academy. An epic three-way trial is unfolding once again. But this time, the person being judged is no longer Yi Fan. Instead, they were the three remaining major families in the capital city. The Li family, the Zhao family, and the Qian family. The Wang family has been removed from the list. And those who came were there to demand an explanation. That was Yi Fan, who looked unhappy. Behind him were three little monsters who also looked unhappy. And those four stunningly beautiful women with equally cold expressions. The terrifying, earth-shattering spectacle silenced all the bigwigs from Jinghua City who had come to listen in, so much so that they didn't dare to even breathe loudly. I was afraid that even a slightly louder breath would be too loud. They would be humanely destroyed on the spot. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. The dignified middle-aged man, the head of the Li family, who exuded a terrifying aura of the emperor realm, was the first to stand up. He forced down the endless horror in his heart and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. My son, he's been disrespectful. He's offended your son. It's our fault. We accept the punishment. I only beg Mr. Yi to show mercy and spare his dog's life. As he spoke, he then presented a pre-prepared equity transfer agreement to both hands. I am willing to offer up half of my Li family's assets. To appease the gentleman's anger. Half? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. He didn't even bother to glance at the Li family patriarch, who was already terrified and had wet himself. He merely glanced indifferently at the Zhao family head and the Qian family head, who were equally terrified. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. And you? Also half? No, no, no. We'll pay it all. We are willing to offer up all of our family's assets. Please, sir, spare our lives. Those two are also super big shots at the Emperor realm. After hearing Yifan's question, which was full of death threats, how could they dare to hesitate even a little? With a thump, he knelt down on the ground. His face was filled with endless fear and despair. They were genuinely scared. Even a grandmaster-level expert like Wang Ba was killed by a single glare from him. What are these few minor emperors anyway? Before this being who is like a god or demon. It probably doesn't even qualify as a strong ant. After seeing his two allies who were so pragmatic, the head of the Li family, they realized it instantly. He didn't care about saving face anymore. With a thump, he also knelt down. I'll pay it all too. I'll pay it all too. He clung to Yifan's leg, crying and wailing with snot and tears streaming down his face. Please. Spare us. We'll never do it again. Seeing this scene, which can only be described as comical, Yifan sighed helplessly. He really didn't want to pretend anymore. He just wanted to be a stay-at-home dad quietly. Why is it so difficult? All right. He waved his hand impatiently. I'll take the business. As for your dog lives, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. For now, it will remain on your necks. But a playful smile curved his lips. Starting today, I don't want to see the so-called 4 great families again in Jinghua City. I only want to see 4 loyal employees who make money for my Yi family. Understand? We understand. We understand. We get it. The 3 family heads, who had been terrified, kowtowed frantically as if they had been granted a pardon. The voice was filled with boundless ecstasy and the joy of surviving a catastrophe. Yifan, on the other hand, seemed to have simply taken in a few disobedient underlings on a whim. He slowly stood up. Under the gaze of everyone, filled with awe and fervor, he took his wife and children and drove away. All that remained was the shock and deathly silence that filled the room. And a domineering declaration that made all the big shots in Jinghua City willingly bow down and worship. The sound echoed slowly in the empty office. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. Starting today, my Yi family is the only rule in this capital city. Who agrees? Who objects? From then on, the 4 great families cease to exist in the capital city. There is only one, an uncrowned king who reigns supreme over all other powers and whose word is law. The Yi family. And for the first time, the name of the Yi family truly resounded throughout the entire capital city. It even resounded throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. No one dares to provoke them anymore. No one dared to be disrespectful anymore. And as the creator of all this, Yi Fan himself. But he had long since concealed his achievements and fame. He continued to live his mundane life, enjoying the comforts of his wife, children, and warm bed. It was as if the upheavals in the outside world caused by him had nothing to do with him. He looked at the 4 stunningly beautiful women beside him, who were already completely devoted to him. Then he glanced at the 3 little monsters who had already become kings and tyrants at the Heavenly Pride Academy. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. That you all say. After Su Qingyu and Xia Yuchan also give birth to their children, could we form a second-generation God football team to participate in the World Cup? Chapter 99. Su Qingyu is about to give birth, and the fragrance of her pills fills the capital city. World Cup? Hearing Yifan's question, which was filled with endless malice yet damnably also filled with endless Versailles atmosphere, the 4 stunningly beautiful women present all seemed frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the man in front of them, whose face wore a kind smile. But what was on his mind was some wild and inappropriate talk. My mind went completely blank. The World Cup? And they call it a second-generation God-level football team? Dude. My goodness. What kind of brain do you have? Do you really think having children is like collecting stamps? You want to collect enough for a whole football team? Are you sure you don't go overboard? Time flies. 9 months later. Yi family manor in Jinghua City. That divine palace had long been transformed into a paradise on earth by Yi Fan using countless rare and precious materials and spirit-gathering formations. A strange fragrance, more than 10 times stronger than when Morong Shui gave birth to triplets. It shot into the sky without warning. It instantly enveloped the entire capital city. That fragrance was filled with endless life force and the essence of plants. Everyone who smells this fragrance feels as if their body has been cleansed by the purest life energy. All the hidden ailments on his body were swept away. Their cultivation levels have improved considerably. Even their lifespan has been extended by several years. The entire capital city was plunged into a huge frenzy and excitement because of this sudden miracle. Holy crap! What is this smell? It smells so good. I feel like the bottleneck that's been stuck for 10 years has finally loosened up. A miracle. This is absolutely a miracle. Look. The source of that fragrance seems to be in the direction of the Yi family. Countless people knelt down on the ground once again. They frantically bowed and worshipped in the direction of the Yi family manor. It was as if they were worshipping a living god of alchemy. And at this moment, as the instigator of all these events, inside the delivery room at the Yi family manor, which was comparable to a top-tier sterile operating room, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Ah! A piercing scream filled with endless pain burst from Su Qingyu's throat. Her already stunningly beautiful face was now as pale as paper from the intense pain. My whole body was completely soaked in cold sweat. Whisper! Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Yi Fan held her hand tightly, his face filled with unprecedented anxiety and heartache. Although this wasn't his first time being a father. But every time I see the woman I love enduring such immense pain for me, his heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The pain is so intense I can't breathe. Husband, my husband. Su Qingyu opened her eyes with difficulty and looked at Yi Fan's handsome face, which was filled with worry. A weak but happy smile appeared on his face. I'm not afraid. She said. I can have your child. This is the happiest thing in my life. After saying that, she could no longer hold on, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Whisper. Upon seeing this, Yi Fan's eyes widened in fury. Without a second thought, he began to continuously channel his vast and boundless chaotic true energy into Su Qingyu's body. Help her keep the flame of life from dying out. However, before he could even make a move, buzz! A divine green light, filled with endless fragrance of cinnabar and the essence of herbs and trees. It suddenly shot up from Su Qingyu's high, protruding belly without any warning. In an instant, it completely enveloped her body, which was already on the verge of collapse. Under the illumination of that emerald green divine light, which was full of endless vitality, Su Qingyu's pale face, which had been as white as paper, regained its rosy color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her already weak breath became long and strong again. Even better than her before giving birth. This is... Seeing this miraculous scene, Yi Fan's eyes, which were already filled with anxiety and worry, suddenly flashed with endless horror and disbelief. He could feel it clearly. My own unborn child. He was actually actively giving back to his mother. Use the power of your innate Taoist body. Come, heal mother's wounds. Is this even a fetus? This is clearly a living, alchemy god king. Wow! Just as he was in shock, a clear, loud cry, filled with the endless fragrance of cinnabar and the breath of life, rang out from the baby. The sound rang out without warning in the delivery room. The sound wasn't loud, yet it seemed to possess some strange magic. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire capital city. All alchemists who heard this cry, whether they are alchemists, or grandmasters of alchemy. At that moment, I felt my bottleneck in alchemy suddenly jolted. It felt as if I had been cleansed by the purest source of Taoist alchemy. Countless problems in alchemy that had troubled them for years were suddenly solved at this moment. Their cultivation has improved considerably. Given up? Yi Fan stared blankly at the tiny, exquisitely crafted life form that was enveloped in emerald green divine light and slowly flew out of Su Qingyu's body. My mind went completely blank. It flew out. Is this for real? This way of giving birth is just too fantastical. And it was during this time that he began to question the meaning of life. Ding! Congratulations, host. Rank A target Su Qingyu has successfully given birth to a son for you. The offspring has been detected to possess the sacred body of alchemy God level. Talent rating, God tier. Ding! Due to the host giving birth to another descendant with God level talent. Family fortune bonus triggered. Family fortune, level upgraded. Upgraded from purple chi coming from the east to golden dragon coiling. Congratulations, host. The cultivation speed of all your family members has been permanently increased by 200%. Breakthrough chance permanently increased by 100%. Permanently increase the probability of encountering serendipitous events by 50%. Ding! Calculating rewards for the birth of an A-level offspring. It's here! Yi Fan's heart began to pound wildly again. He suppressed the excitement that would drive anyone crazy. His eyes were fixed on the rapidly refreshing list of rewards. Outside the delivery room, Morong Shui, Xiaoyuchan, Hu Yaoyao, and the three little monsters had been waiting for a long time. Upon hearing that cry, brimming with the vitality of life, one by one, they all revealed smiles of unparalleled joy. It's born! It's born! Great news! Our family has gained another little brother. Let's go! Let's go inside and take a look. As he spoke, they could no longer contain their excitement and curiosity. With a loud boom, they kicked the heavy delivery room door, made of special alloy, right off the door. Then they stormed in a mighty procession. The terrifying, world-destroying scene startled Su Qingyu, who had just slowly woken up from her coma. She stared blankly at her family members who seemed to have invaded the village like bandits. Then he looked at the culprit with the benevolent father smile on his face. After a long while, she slowly opened her mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Yi Fan, will we need to get a sturdier door for our house in the future? Chapter 100, The Birth of the Holy Embryo of Alchemy. The system rewards are too generous. Change the door? Yi Fan smiled when he heard Su Qingyu's question, which was full of life's touch. He reached out and embraced the stunningly beautiful woman who had just given birth to his son tightly. Need not. His voice was both gentle and domineering. If the door is broken, we can just fix it. As long as you are all here, this family will never fall apart. As soon as he finished speaking, the long-awaited heavenly sound rang in Yi Fan's mind. Ding! Target as Su Qingyu has successfully given birth to a divinely gifted offspring for you, the sacred embryo of alchemy. Family luck level up. All members receive a massive boost to cultivation speed, breakthrough rate, and chance of unexpected encounters. Final rewards are being settled. Rewards have been oversubscribed. Would you accept immediately? Accept. Yi Fan didn't hesitate at all. Boom! A terrifying torrent of energy, purer than ever before and brimming with the essence of life and the laws of alchemy, descended from the void in an instant. Like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, it surged wildly into Yi Fan's limbs and bones. His cultivation bottleneck, which had already reached the 9th level of the King Realm, was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in the face of this enormous energy that could be described as cheating. They didn't even offer the slightest decent resistance. It was instantly shattered into pieces. Boom! A terrifying roar, as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart, exploded from Yi Fan's body. At this moment, his dantian seemed to transform into a rapidly spinning black hole vortex, frantically devouring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was so dense it had become tangible. At this moment, the spiritual energy of the entire Yi family manor surged violently. A gigantic spiritual energy tornado, interwoven with emerald green and gold, even formed above the manor. The scene was absolutely horrifying. At this moment, Yi Fan's aura also underwent its ultimate transformation. He ascended from the king to the supreme realm of the emperor, where his words could become law and he could control the power of laws. However, this is just the beginning. That massive torrent of energy continued to rage and transform within his body like a wild horse. Emperor Realm, Level 1. Emperor Realm, Level 2. Emperor Realm, Level 3. His cultivation level was still skyrocketing at an utterly unreasonable pace. It seemed to be propelling him straight to godhood in one fell swoop. At the same time, his physique also began another transformation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing from Sacred Body of Alchemy to Divine Body of Alchemy. A strange energy, filled with endless fragrance of elixirs and the essence of herbs and plants, merged into his supreme holy body. This brought his affinity for all the spiritual herbs and immortal plants in the world to an unprecedented peak. It was as if he were a born emperor of alchemy. A wisp of white, ghost-like eerie flame directly merged into his dantian. It perfectly combined with his natal artifact, the Chaos Cauldron, and the other two wisps of divine fire. This adds even more mystery and majesty to the already ancient and grand divine cauldron. Cool. Yi Fan let out a triumphant roar in his heart. This feeling of having the power to ascend to the top in one step is just so damn intoxicating. Meanwhile, inside the delivery room, Morong Shui, Xiaoyuchan, and the others who had just broken down the door, along with the three little monsters, were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the man sitting cross-legged, his body enveloped in emerald green divine light and golden flames, his aura rising like a volcanic eruption, as if he were about to ascend to immortality at any moment. Then she looked at the exquisitely beautiful baby who was also enveloped in divine light, who was already able to float in mid-air and giggle at them. My mind went completely blank. I'm so damn good. Xiaoyuchan was the first to recover from that extreme shock. She swallowed hard and muttered to herself in a ghostly tone. This guy, he's broken through again? And he broke through to the next level in the time it takes to have a child? This is unacceptable. How are other people supposed to live? The three little monsters looked at their unscrupulous father with expressions of adoration. The eldest son, Yilin, clenched his little fists and announced to his two younger sisters in a childish voice. Did you see that? This is Dad. We want to be as amazing as Dad when we grow up. I don't know how much time passed after Yi Fan completely absorbed and refined that last bit of energy. The strange phenomena in the room gradually subsided. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, and two dazzling divine lights, enough to pierce through the void, flashed and disappeared. He looked at his family members who were completely petrified by his presence. A bright, extremely kind smile appeared on his face. He slowly walked up to Su Qingyu, who also had a blank expression. He lowered his head and gently kissed her smooth forehead. Then, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, he picked up the newborn, exquisitely beautiful divine embryo. It was handed to Su Qingyu. He slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Wife, what do you think should be a name for our fourth child? Chapter 101. The alchemy technique is perfected. I can turn mud into divine pills. What's your name? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was full of endless tenderness yet damnably full of endless Versailles vibes, she felt a surge of emotion. Su Qingyu's pretty face, which was already slightly pale from childbirth, froze instantly. She stared in disbelief at the man in front of her, whose face bore a benevolent father's smile. But the man exuded a terrifying aura that made her tremble even in her soul. My mind went completely blank. Name? Big brother. Ancestor. Are you missing the point? You just had another fucking breakthrough. And it was a breakthrough of 3 levels in a row. Aren't you even a little bit excited? Just how big is your heart? What's wrong? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow at Su Qingyu, who had a blank expression on her face. Don't you like it? No. I love it. I love it so much. Su Qingyu suddenly snapped back to her senses. She didn't care about being shocked anymore. A radiant, unprecedentedly happy smile appeared on his face. She looked at Yi Fan, her beautiful eyes filled with endless love and admiration. My husband, I love all the names you've chosen. That's good. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked down at the exquisitely beautiful little one in his arms, who was curiously observing the world. He pondered for a moment. He spoke slowly. Since it is a sacred embryo of alchemy, let's call her Yi Dan. Simple and easy to remember. Hearing this name, which can be described as extremely perfunctory, all the family members present were already numb with shock. Their lips twitched violently in unison. My heart was filled with an endless urge to complain. Big brother. Ancestors. Are you serious, sir? Such a sacred embryo of alchemy is enough to drive the whole world crazy. You gave it such a plain, even a bit rustic, name? Do you really have to be so careless? Yi Fan, however, seemed completely oblivious to their horrified expressions. He was holding his newborn son. A very benevolent father smile appeared on his face. My dear son, do you like the name Daddy gave you? Giggle. The adorable little fellow seemed to understand Yi Fan's words. She actually started giggling. That crisp, melodious laughter was filled with endless fragrance and the breath of life. It made everyone present feel as if their bodies had been cleansed again. All the hidden ailments on his body were swept away. Their cultivation has improved considerably. Ha ha ha. Seeing that her son was being so helpful, Yi Fan burst into laughter. He felt like the happiest man in the world. He has so many beautiful wives. And so many incredibly cute kids. What more could one ask for in life? While he was happily enjoying this rare moment of family bliss. He suddenly raised an eyebrow. His newly evolved eye of chaos unexpectedly pierced through layers of spatial barriers without warning. He saw a scene that surprised even him. Inside the Yi family manor, in a pill refining room that resembled a temple. His divine alchemy technique, 9 interpretations of alchemy, which he had just elevated to the perfect level, suddenly started operating on its own without any warning. Countless profound alchemical runes were generated and circulated within his sea of consciousness. It transformed into streaks of golden light, merging into his limbs and bones. His understanding of alchemy broke through once again at this moment, as if water had naturally flowed into a channel. It has reached a completely new and unknown realm. Reaching the pinnacle. He felt that he could now refine even an ordinary piece of mud into a supreme divine pill that would drive even saints mad. This is. Seeing this was like witnessing a miracle. Yi Fan's eyes, which were already filled with ecstasy and excitement, instantly flashed with endless horror and disbelief. He could feel it clearly. This breakthrough of mine is different from any of my previous ones. This time, it's not because of a system reward. It's not because of dual cultivation. It's because of resonance. It is a primal resonance of Taoist alchemy originating from the depths of one's bloodline. It was an indescribable and wondrous connection between him and his newborn son, the holy embryo of the Taoist alchemy. Holy crap! He cursed under his breath. Having a baby can also give you a buff? This is fucking insane. He stared blankly at his precious son in his arms, who was looking at him with an innocent and naive expression. He also felt the dramatic changes that had taken place in his cultivation of alchemy within his body. My mind went completely blank. He felt as if he had opened a door to a new world. And just when he was questioning the meaning of life. Husband? Su Qingyu looked at the man holding the child with a blank expression and asked with some concern. What's wrong with you? No. It's nothing. Yi Fan suddenly snapped back to his senses. He forced down the endless horror in his heart and squeezed out a smile that was even uglier than crying. Then, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, he did something crazy that shocked everyone. He was holding a baby who had been born less than a minute ago. With a whoosh sound, she simply vanished from the delivery room. The next second, he appeared like a ghost in the alchemy room filled with endless fragrance of pills. Yi Fan. What are you doing? Morong Shui and the others who followed were all startled by what they saw. They didn't understand what was wrong with this man again. Yi Fan, however, seemed not to have heard their exclamations at all. He stared with fervor at his beloved son in his arms, who was equally bewildered. He then looked at the chaos cauldron, which he had long since regarded as his exclusive toy. A wildly bright smile spread across his face. He slowly extended one finger. He randomly picked up a clump of dark mud from the ground. Then, amidst everyone's shocked and bewildered gazes, he casually tossed that disgusting-looking lump of mud into the supreme divine cauldron that would drive any alchemist mad. Then, he slowly raised his head, and his eyes, which had long since become a blur, were filled with unprecedented confidence and domineering power. He looked at the crowd, who were completely bewildered by his series of outrageous moves. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm, yet it was filled with undeniable power. Watch closely, he said. I'll show you what I'm capable of today. What truly constitutes turning lead into gold. He looked at the chaos cauldron, which was already engulfed in blazing divine fire. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. So, you all say. This batch of mud elixir was refined by the father and son working together, but how much should I sell it for? Chapter 102. Xiao Yuchan is about to give birth, and a fire phoenix appears in the sky. How much? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless Versailles aura, All the family members present were frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the man who was seriously pondering this extremely profound philosophical question. My mind went completely blank. Mud. Mud elixir? And it's supposed to be a father-son unity. Big brother. Ancestors. Do you have some misunderstanding about the term alchemy? What you're doing isn't alchemy at all. You are clearly creating a miracle. Final. That furnace contained the mud god pill, which was jointly refined by Yifan and his newborn son, the sacred embryo of alchemy. Yifan still offered it at a friendship price of 1 billion. He sold it to his cheap grandfather and cheap father-in-law, who were already so excited they were about to have a heart attack. In return, they gained 2 powerful families and countless rare and precious natural treasures. And the 2 old guys bowed down in gratitude. And the resentful and helpless eye rolls from his wives, who were already numb to it all. Time flies. Another month later. Yi Family Manor, Jinghua City. Within that divine palace, which was already shrouded in various divine lights and strange phenomena, resembling a fairyland on earth. A terrifying fire attribute energy that was more than 10 times more violent than when Su Qingyu gave birth. It shot into the sky without warning. In an instant, the entire sky of the capital city was dyed a fiery red. It looked as if even the sky was about to be burned through. That terrifying pressure was filled with endless destruction and the breath of new life. It made all the people of Jinghua City feel as if their bodies had been thrown into a giant alchemy furnace. My blood was boiling and burning. It's as if they're about to ascend to immortality in the next second. The entire city of Jinghua was plunged into a huge frenzy and excitement because of this sudden miracle. Holy crap! It's happening again. Is the god of fire descending upon the world? Look! The source of that fire seems to be heading towards the Yi family's house again. My god! What kind of magical abode is this Yi family? How come they're always causing such earth-shattering commotions? Countless people knelt down on the ground once again. They frantically bowed and worshipped in the direction of the Yi family manor. It was as if they were paying homage to a living fire king. And at this moment, as the instigator of all these events, inside the delivery room of the Yi family manor, which had already been reinforced countless times by various divine-level formations, the atmosphere was incredibly heated. Ah! A high-pitched shout, filled with endless pain yet damnably brimming with boundless fighting spirit, burst forth from Xia Yuchan's throat. Her already stunningly beautiful face was now flushed red with intense pain. His entire body was completely enveloped in a layer of fiery red divine flames. Like a fire goddess undergoing a rebirth. Wife! Wife! Give it your all! Yifan held her hand tightly, his face filled with unprecedented anxiety and heartache. This is his 5th time becoming a father. But every time he saw the woman he loved suffer such immense pain for him, his heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The pain is so intense I can't breathe. Yi Fan. Xia Yuchan opened her eyes with difficulty and looked at Yi Fan's handsome face, which was filled with worry. A weak yet infinitely proud smile appeared on her face. Did you see that? She said it through gritted teeth, enunciating each word clearly. My son, Xia Yuchan's son. That's how it should be, so domineering. Even the way he was born was unusual. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan was taken aback when he heard this. Then, he burst into laughter. That laughter was filled with boundless joy and pride. Good. 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 As expected of my wife, Yi Fan. That's ambitious. Then let's join forces as husband and wife. Let's welcome the birth of our powerful son. As he spoke, his terrifying cultivation, which had already reached the Emperor realm, suddenly erupted. A burst of red lotus karmic fire, equally filled with endless flames and an aura of destruction, erupted from his palm. It merged perfectly with the equally domineering and unparalleled crimson phoenix divine flame on Xia Yuchan's body. A clear and melodious cry, powerful enough to make the entire dragon kingdom tremble violently. It suddenly resounded throughout the entire world. Immediately afterwards, amidst the horrified and incredulous gazes of all the family members outside the delivery room, a lifelike phantom of a crimson phoenix with a wingspan of 1,000 meters, its entire body composed of the purest laws of fire. Without any warning, it shot up from the roof of the delivery room. They swirled and danced above the sky, which had already been dyed a fiery red. That terrifying, world-destroying power caused the entire capital city to tremble violently. It seemed that at any moment, under this terrifying divine power, which was like divine punishment, it could be completely reduced to scorched earth. Wow! Just when everyone was terrified by this apocalyptic scene, a clear, loud cry of a newborn baby, filled with boundless fighting spirit and an aura of destruction. The sound rang out without warning in the delivery room. The sound wasn't loud, yet it seemed to possess some strange magic. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire capital city. All the fire attribute martial artists who heard this cry, regardless of whether it's the body tempering realm, the meridian opening realm, or a grandmaster or king. At that moment, everyone felt their fire attribute techniques suddenly tremble. It felt as if I had been cleansed by the purest source of fire. Countless problems with their cultivation techniques that had troubled them for years were suddenly solved at this moment. Their cultivation has improved considerably. She gave birth? Yifan stared blankly at the tiny, exquisitely crafted life that was slowly burning out of Xiaoyuchan's body, enveloped in fiery red divine flames. My mind went completely blank. Burned out, is this for real? This way of giving birth is so hardcore. And just when he was questioning the meaning of life. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your SSS level target, Xiaoyuchan, has successfully given birth to a child. Detected that this offspring contains a Crimson Phoenix Divine Embryo Divine level. Talent rating, God tier. Ding! Due to the host giving birth to another offspring with God level talent. Family luck bonus triggered. The family's fortune level has been upgraded. From golden dragon coiling to purple chi spreading for 30,000 miles. Congratulations, host. The cultivation speed of all your family members has been permanently increased by 300%. Breakthrough chance permanently increased by 200%. The probability of encountering a serendipitous event is permanently increased by 100%. Ding! SSS level offspring birth reward being calculated. Here we go again. Yifan's heart began to pound wildly again. He suppressed the excitement that would drive anyone crazy. His eyes were fixed on the rapidly refreshing list of rewards. Outside the delivery room, Morong Shui and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, heard the cries filled with fighting spirit. They all wore incredibly joyful smiles. It's born! It's born! Great news! Our family has gained another little brother. Let's go! Let's go inside and take a look. As he spoke, they could no longer contain their excitement and curiosity. With a loud boom, they kicked the special alloy production room door, which had already been repaired countless times, flying it away once again. Then, they stormed in a mighty force. The terrifying, world-destroying scene startled Xiaoyuchan, who had just slowly awoke from the excruciating pain of childbirth. She stared blankly at her family members who looked like bandits entering a village. Then he looked at the culprit with the benevolent father smile on his face. After a long while, she slowly opened her mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Yifan, shouldn't we move to a house without doors? Chapter 103, The Birth of a Crimson Phoenix Fetus, Born with the Bearing of a King. Should we move to a house without doors? Yifan heard Xiaoyuchan's question, which was filled with endless resentment yet damnably also had a Versailles feel to it. He laughed. He reached out and tightly embraced the stunning female soldier who had just given birth to his little fire phoenix. Need not. His voice was both gentle and domineering. If the door is broken, we can just fix it. As long as you are all here, this family will never fall apart. As soon as he finished speaking, the long-awaited heavenly sound rang in Yifan's mind once again. Ding! Rewards for the birth of an SSS-level offspring are being calculated. Rewards have been fully claimed. Want to claim them now? Accept. Yifan didn't hesitate at all. Boom! A terrifying torrent of energy, more than 10 times more violent than the one Su Qingyu experienced before, filled with endless flames and the laws of destruction, descended from the void in an instant. Like the explosion of the sun's core, it surged wildly into Yifan's limbs and bones. His terrifying cultivation, which had already reached the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, was once again like a person riding on a top of the line warp drive spaceship. It began to surge upwards at a speed that would drive even gods and demons to despair. Emperor Realm, Level 4. 5th level of the Emperor Realm. Emperor Realm, Level 6. Finally, it came to a steady stop at the 7th level of the Emperor realm. They are only one step away from the realm of saints who can be reborn from blood and whose spirit is immortal. And at this moment, his supreme holy body also completed another ultimate evolution. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing from supreme holy body to undying holy body. A golden divine flame, filled with an aura of immortality and indestructibility, merged into his limbs and bones. This gave his body an unprecedented immunity to all attacks from the laws of heaven and earth. It was as if he were the very Tao itself, impervious to all laws and eternally indestructible. Cool! Yi Fan let out a triumphant roar in his heart. The feeling of achieving instant success without even sitting down is absolutely intoxicating. Meanwhile, inside the delivery room, chaos reigned. Wow! Little brother! Little brother is so cute. Let your older sister hug me. Let your older sister hug me. Yi Yao and Yi Qi, these two little girls who were already enjoying the show. They were flanking the newborn baby, who had been born less than a minute ago. With a curious look, it poked and prodded at the objects. They seemed to be researching something, a novel toy. And their eldest brother, Yi Lin. He stood to the side with his arms crossed, like a little adult. He looked at his new little brother with a cool expression. A hint of scrutiny and satisfaction, inappropriate for his age, flashed in those eyes that were filled with boundless domineering power. It was as if he were inspecting his future underlings. Stop making a scene. Morong Shui looked at the three unruly little monsters and rubbed her temples with a headache. Then, with a gentle expression, she took the equally exquisite little one from Xia Yuchan's arms, who had already recovered her energy. Come here and let Grandma give you a hug. That's right, thanks to Yi Fan's shameless matchmaking, they've already become sisters. However, just as she put the little one into her arms, a sudden change has occurred. A clear, melodious phoenix cry filled with boundless nobility and majesty. It resounded from the tiny baby's body without any warning. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying crimson phoenix divine flame, filled with endless destruction and new life. It suddenly erupted from his body without any warning. In an instant, a huge hole was burned through Morong Shui's expensive ice silk dress. Even her beautiful, jet-black hair was singed. Ah! A cry filled with panic and shame burst forth from the throat of this aloof ice goddess. She had never been so embarrassed or disheveled in her entire life. The instigator was the newly born little fire phoenix. It's as if you've done something insignificant. He even snuggled against Morong Shui's warm and soft embrace. I found a more comfortable position. Then she smacked her lips and went back to sleep. His adorable appearance made everyone present both laugh and cry. After the initial panic, Xia Yuchan. There was not a trace of worry on his face. Instead, he revealed an unprecedentedly proud and radiant smile. Ha ha ha. She stood with her hands on her hips, laughing wildly to the sky. That laughter was filled with boundless pride and domineering arrogance. Did you see that? This is my son, Xia Yuchan. Born with the aura of a king. Even the way he was born was so unusual. They're much better than your three little ones who only know how to eat and sleep. Her words were full of endless provocation and Versailles. It instantly ignited the entire battlefield of powder keg. What did you say? Morong Shui was instantly enraged upon hearing this. She didn't even care about her hair, which was still smoldering. A terrifying aura, genuinely from a peak stage king realm expert, suddenly erupted from her body. Xia Yuchan. Don't go too far. When my son was born, it caused a celestial phenomenon, golden light filled the city. Who does your son think he is? So what if he can only set a fire? What's so great about it? Humph. So what if the city is bathed in golden light? Xia Yuchan was equally determined not to give an inch. The fully awakened Crimson Phoenix battle body erupted with a roar. A terrifying pressure, also from the king realm, surged into the sky. My son is a born fighting genius. A man destined to conquer the stars and the sea. Much better than your lazybones who only knows how to sleep. It looks like it's happening. A chaotic power struggle within the Yi family manor, capable of razing the entire estate to the ground, is about to erupt once again. Cough cough. Just then, a cough filled with helplessness and headache rang out. It's Yi Fan. He stood between two women who were already at each other's throats, looking utterly hopeless. I feel like my head is about to explode. I'm talking to you two aunties. He said weakly. Can you please stop for a moment, for the sake of the child's young age? However, he hadn't finished speaking. Shut up! Two delicate shouts, filled with endless resentment and anger, rang out simultaneously. Immediately afterwards, two slender, fair hands, as white as jade, pinched the soft flesh of his waist, one on each side. Rotate 360 degrees. Hiss! Yi Fan gasped instantly. His face showed an extremely painful expression. I was wrong. I was really wrong. He shamelessly knelt down on the spot. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have treated everyone equally. You shouldn't have given birth to such an extraordinary child. I swear. I'll never do it again. Seeing his comical appearance with his overflowing survival instinct, I was struck by his appearance. Morong Shui and Xiaoyu Chan's already icy and frosty pretty faces finally burst out laughing. The tense atmosphere dissipated, and Su Qingyu and Hu Yaoyao were already laughing hysterically. That's all. After a chaotic yet heartwarming and harmonious family interaction, Yi Fan finally succeeded in naming his newborn son Yi Yen. Flame. His straightforward and blunt approach perfectly matches his naturally fiery temperament. And Yi Fan can finally enjoy the carefree life he's always dreamed of: a wife, kids, and a warm bed. He looked at the 5 stunningly beautiful women beside him, who were already completely devoted to him. That's right, unsurprisingly, Hu Yaoyao was also captured by him. Then I looked at the 4 second-generation gods' legions, each one more incredible than the last. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. That. You guys think that when the kids are a little older, we could form an Avengers team? Go and wipe out that god-devouring temple thing, all in one fell swoop? Chapter 104. Rewarded with a century of cultivation, I stepped into the Grandmaster realm. The Avengers? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was full of endless chunibu yet, damnably, supreme pretentiousness. The 5 stunningly beautiful women present all seemed frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the person in front of them, despite the kind smile on his face. But who knows what kind of lewd and inappropriate words are going on in his mind? My mind went completely blank. The Avengers? It's supposed to be a second-generation god version? Big brother. Ancestors. What kind of thought process do you have? Do you really see your child as a superhero who will save the world? Are you sure you don't go this far? Final. Yi Fan was still surrounded by his wives, who were already completely speechless with him, their eyes filled with compassion for the mentally challenged. The family meeting, filled with warmth and harmony, ended with everyone feeling satisfied. And that same evening, he then put his grand plan of spreading branches and leaves into practice. So that even the last one who hadn't suffered yet, the little fox spirit Hu Yaoyao, successfully became pregnant. That concludes the discussion. The main quest issued by the system, which can only be described as outrageous, is spreading branches and leaves. Finally, it's a complete success. And as promised, the system delivered the ultimate reward that would drive anyone crazy. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the ultimate main quest: spreading branches and leaves. Mission reward: a century's worth of cultivation power. The family fortune level has been upgraded. From vast purple chi stretching for 30,000 miles to divine light shining for eternity. Congratulations, host! The cultivation speed of all your family members has been permanently increased by 500%. Breakthrough chance permanently increased by 300%. The probability of encountering serendipitous events is permanently increased by 200%. Ding! Detection indicates the host has successfully assembled a harem of 5 elemental bloodlines. Ice Phoenix, Greenwood, Red Phoenix, Nine-tailed Celestial Fox. Trigger the unique hidden achievement Elemental Master. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the ultimate passive skill Elemental Affinity Max. Congratulations, host! The power of all your attribute-based cultivation techniques has been permanently increased by 100%. Ding! Settlement in progress, final reward: the reward has been oversubscribed. Would you accept immediately? Accept! Yi Fan didn't hesitate at all. Boom! A primordial energy torrent, more terrifying, purer, and more vast than ever before, seemed to originate from the very source of the universe. Once again, they descended from the void. Unreasonably, it forcefully poured into Yi Fan's limbs and bones. His cultivation, his body, and his soul all began an unprecedented and ultimate transformation at this moment. His terrifying cultivation, which had already reached the 7th level of the Emperor realm, was once again as if he had boarded atop of the line warp drive spaceship. At first, it soared upwards at a speed that made even gods and demons despair. 8th level of the Emperor realm. 9th level of the Emperor realm. The Emperor realm has reached its peak. Final. In a terrifying roar, as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. His seemingly indestructible bottleneck shattered with a crash. An unparalleled holy might that could make the entire dragon kingdom tremble violently. It shot into the sky from his body. Saint. He actually broke through to the saint realm, which countless emperors dream of for their entire lives, in the short time it took him to fall asleep. He became the youngest and most terrifying living myth in the world. Cool. Yi Fan roared with exhilaration in his heart. The feeling of being able to ascend to heaven and become a saint in one step without sitting still is just too damn intoxicating. Meanwhile, beside him, the 5 stunningly beautiful women, whose blood ties and destiny were already intertwined with his, were also being swept away by this immense torrent of energy. One by one, they all achieved their breakthroughs as naturally as water flowing into a channel. Mo Rongshui and Xia Yuchan both stepped into the realm of the emperor. Su Qingyu and Hu Yaoyao have both reached the great perfection of the king realm. Even the weakest of them all, Long Xiaoman, rose to the top in one step and became a true grandmaster. The entire Yi family's harem underwent a terrifying and earth-shattering transformation in strength at this moment. This. They looked at each other, their terrifying auras surging ever higher. The 5 stunningly beautiful women present were all completely dumbfounded and speechless. They felt as if they were having the most absurd and unreal dream. Having a baby can actually give you a promotion? And it was the kind of promotion that happened several times in a row? This is fucking ridiculous. Are all those geniuses who work so hard and cultivate in seclusion supposed to survive? They stared blankly at the man who sat cross-legged, radiating a terrifying aura that made them tremble even as they looked up at him. In those beautiful eyes, besides endless shock, there was also a hint of fanaticism and worship that they themselves were unaware of. They finally understood. What does it mean when one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven? Follow this man. They really can do whatever they want. Yi Fan, on the other hand, acted as if he had only done something insignificant. He slowly opened his eyes. A brilliant light, dazzling enough to make the sun and moon pale in comparison, flashed in those eyes that had long since become a chaotic mess. He looked at the 5 stunningly beautiful women in front of him, who were already completely devoted to him. He then looked at the enormous manor, which he had long since used as a training base for the 2nd generation of God's Legion. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. That. You all say. Wait until the children are a little older. Should we consider unifying the whole world? Chapter 1055 Kids make a drama. Our home is practically a kindergarten. Unify the whole world? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was full of endless chinibyu yet damnably full of supreme domineering aura. The 5 stunningly beautiful women present all seemed frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the man before them, whose face bore a kind smile. But, who knows what kind of lewd and inappropriate things were going on in his mind. My mind went completely blank. Unify the whole world. Dude. My goodness. What's wrong with your brain? Do you really see your child as the ultimate weapon to conquer the world? Seriously, is this some kind of absurd thing to do? Final. Yi Fan was still under the watchful eyes of his wives, who were already utterly speechless at his behavior, eyes that seemed to express love for the mentally challenged. The family meeting, filled with warmth and harmony, ended with everyone feeling quite satisfied. And in the following months, he finally lived the ultimate, carefree life he had always dreamed of, a wife, children, and a warm bed. Every day, he spends his time engaging in in-depth conversations with his wives to solidify his spiritual cultivation. It's just playing childish games like riding a horse and playing house with the kids. They were living a very happy life. It was as if the upheavals in the outside world caused by him had nothing to do with him. He truly saw himself as an ordinary stay-at-home husband. A happy stay-at-home dad. However, he clearly underestimated the mischievousness of his 5 god-level precious children and their shameless nature of not stopping until they had tormented him half to death. That day, Yi Fan was lying on the rocking chair in the backyard as usual, resting with his eyes closed. Enjoy the top-notch imperial service from 5 stunning beauties. Suddenly. Wow! A loud cry filled with endless grievance and anger suddenly rang out from the children's room not far away. It's the youngest son, Yi Yan. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yi Fan suddenly sat up from the rocking chair. He teleported instantly to the doorway of the children's room. Then, he saw a battlefield that made his very soul tremble. It was in the children's room, which had already been reinforced countless times by various top-level formations. His precious youngest son, Yi Yan, was less than a month old. Its entire body was engulfed in raging crimson phoenix flames. She cried loudly. And beside him, his fourth son, Yi Dan, was also born not long ago. He then sat to the side with an innocent look on his face. He was still holding a bright red pacifier in his hand, which he had chewed so much that it was pitted and scarred. The pacifier was radiating a pure fire attribute energy that would drive any fire attribute martial artist crazy. It is Yi Yan's companion artifact, Heart of the Crimson Phoenix. This moment, Yi Fan felt his heart had stopped beating. Breathing became incredibly difficult. He swallowed hard. His voice was hoarse and filled with uncertainty. That. Danner. You ate your brother's toy? Upon hearing this, Yi Dan raised his delicate, pretty face. She answered in a childish voice. Dad. My little brother's candy is so delicious. Sweet and crunchy. It's a little too hot to eat. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's lips twitched violently. He glanced at his youngest son, who was still wailing loudly. Then he looked at the fourth son, who was innocently licking a candy. I feel like my head is about to explode. This is inhuman. It's only been a few days since it was born. The internal competition has already begun? This is some high-level game where they fight over magical artifacts? Wow! You bad guy. You bad guy. And it was during this time that he began to question the meaning of life. Another clear female voice, full of endless sharpness, rang out. It's the second daughter, Yi Yao. Suddenly, she appeared in the children's room. She was pointing angrily at her eldest son, Yi Lin, who was crawling around on the ground. In a childish, pleading voice. Dad. Look at my brother. He used my little wooden sword to peel apples again. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan subconsciously looked in Yi Lin's direction. Then, his eye twitched violently again. There stood the unruly little tyrant, wielding a small, 7-colored sword that emanated a terrifying sword intent that would terrify any grandmaster of swordsmanship. It's Yi Yao's companion artifact, the immortal execution sword. With a serious expression, he peeled the skin off a top-grade spiritual fruit that also exuded a rich life force. That fluid and exquisite knife skills, sword skills. Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine after watching it. This is peeling an apple? This is clearly a form of torture for that poor apple. Yi Lin. Yi Fan could no longer suppress the raging fire in his heart. He roared. An unparalleled holy might, powerful enough to make the entire capital city tremble violently, suddenly erupted. You! Get the hell over here! However, faced with his terrifying majesty, enough to terrify even gods and demons, Yi Lin didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He merely glanced indifferently at his incompetent father, who was now furious and enraged. Then slowly extend a pink little finger. He flicked the apple, which he had already slowly tortured until only a core remained. Whoosh! The tiny fruit pit transformed into a golden stream of light. It possesses a terrifying power capable of piercing through mountains. With a loud bang, it slammed hard into Yi Fan's forehead. It left a clear, red mark. This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. Yi Fan stared blankly as he touched his burning forehead. He glanced again at his unfilial son, who was looking at him with disdain. My mind went completely blank. He actually got hit by his own 3-year-old son? And with a fruit pit no less. This is outrageous. Is there no justice left? Is this even going to allow him, the head of the family, to live? And just as he was beginning to question the meaning of life, a clear, melodious laugh, like the tinkling of silver bells, rang out from the side. It's the youngest daughter, Yi Chi. Suddenly, she appeared and ran over. She was also holding a bunch of colorful pills in her hands. Don't cry, Daddy. She comforted him in a childish voice. Cheer has some delicious pills here. Once you eat it, the pain will go away. As she spoke, she handed over the pill in her hand. Yifan looked at those so-called pills. His lips twitched violently. A delicious pill? My little darling. You call those 9-pattern divine pills, which would be fought over by even a single emperor-level expert, pills? Your pills are really simple and unpretentious. He sighed helplessly. I feel like this is really too difficult. He looked at the 5 divine children in front of him, each one more extraordinary than the last. Then I looked at the children's room, which they had already turned into a complete mess. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. That you all say. I'm going to put them all back in their mother's womb and remake them. Is it too late? Chapter 105. Morong Shui is jealous, and the consequences are severe. Stuff it back into the mother's womb? Hearing Yifan's question, which was filled with endless resentment yet also, damnably, with an aura of endless Versailles, one felt a deep sense of longing. The 4 stunningly beautiful women present all seemed frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the man before them, whose face bore the smile of a kind father. But his eyes were filled with a nuclear benevolence that made their very souls tremble. My mind went completely blank. And this is supposed to be a complete re-education? Brother! Ancestor! What kind of thought process do you have? Do you really treat your child like a figurine that can be easily remade? Is this really necessary? It's outrageous. Final. Yifan was still surrounded by his wives, who were already completely speechless with him, their eyes filled with compassion for the mentally challenged. And those 5 rebellious sons and daughters who were looking at him with the same disdain were filled with provocative gazes that seemed to say, if you're so good, then you do it. This family drama, which could only be described as epic, ended rather unwillingly. And in the following days, I thoroughly experienced what it means to live a miserable life of deep water and scorching heat. During the day, he had to work like a slave, tirelessly serving as a human punching bag for his 5 mischievous kids, each more troublesome than the last. He had to go through fire and water with them, and cause trouble and destroy the house. At night, he would continue to work like a slave, tirelessly serving as a human seed sowing machine for his 5 divine wives, each more ferocious than the last. They worked diligently and tirelessly on that soft, large bed, where they had already developed all sorts of new ways to play. Life was incredibly miserable. It was utterly unbearable. Of course, it was a bittersweet experience. That day, Yifan was lying on the rocking chair in the backyard with a look of utter despair, just like always. Enjoying the brief calm before the storm. Suddenly, my husband. A burst of alluring, seductive voices filled with the sounds of tea ceremony rang out from the side. It was Su Qingyu. She was holding a bowl of dark, eerie-smelling 10-ingredient tonic soup. She walked up to Yifan with a virtuous look on her face. Come on, husband. She scooped up a spoonful of the black, unidentified liquid and held it to Yifan's lips. It's time to take your medicine. Seeing that bowl of tiger medicine that would make any man tremble with fear, enough to make him crave it. Yifan's lips twitched violently. Here we go again? This is the 3rd time this week, isn't it? Are you really trying to drain me dry? He wanted to refuse. But when he saw his 4 wives not far away, who were staring at him with predatory eyes, he realized that they were actually his wives. He gave in, completely spineless. He opened his mouth as if facing death. He downed the bowl of love-filled soup, a soup powerful enough to poison even a king-level beast, in one gulp. Then he felt as if his body was about to explode. An incredibly violent and terrifying energy surged wildly within his body. It turned his whole body bright red. It looks like a boiled shrimp. Ha ha ha. Seeing his comical appearance of ecstasy, the 5 stunning beauties present all burst into loud, clear, and melodious laughter, like the tinkling of silver bells. That laughter was filled with boundless pride and exhilaration. It was as if they were celebrating yet another great victory in their joint fight against Yi. Yifan could only lie on the rocking chair, feeling utterly helpless and on the verge of tears. He frantically circulated the chaotic true energy within his body. Come, digest it. That terrifying medicinal power is enough to make any saintly expert explode and die. My heart was filled with endless grief, indignation, and helplessness. Family status 1. Family status 1. Family status 1. I can't live like this anymore. Seriously, I can't live like this anymore. And just when he was questioning the meaning of life. Snort! A cold snort filled with endless resentment and grievance suddenly rang out from the nose of his most beloved empress consort, Morong Shui. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment. He looked up, somewhat puzzled. He looked up at the stunningly beautiful woman who was staring at him with an icy expression. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with a murderous aura that made even him feel a little uneasy. Wife? He asked cautiously. What's wrong with you? Nothing's wrong with me. Morong Shui said coldly. The voice was so cold it seemed to freeze the entire manner completely. I just realized it suddenly. It seems like there's a bit too much female dominance in our family. Yi Fan was even more puzzled upon hearing this. Look. Morong Shui, holding her slender, fair fingers, analyzed the situation with a serious expression. There are now 6 women in our family. Hu Yaoyao and Xiao Man also count. But you are the only man. The male-to-female ratio is seriously imbalanced. And. She paused, her tone becoming even more resentful. Of the 5 children you gave birth to, 3 of them are male. Only 2 are my sweet little cotton-padded jackets. Yi Fan. She suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with unprecedented anger and grievance. Are you sexist and favor boys over girls? Don't you love me? Do you have other dogs outside? Hearing this deadly triple question, which can be described as a soul-searching trilogy, Yi Fan's already fragile heart shattered instantly into a pile of broken glass. He stared in disbelief at the stunningly beautiful woman who had suddenly transformed into a resentful woman. My mind went completely blank. Preferring sons to daughters? Big sister. My dear older sister. Where did you get that idea? Are you trying to be unreasonable? Meanwhile, the 4 little devils on the side were also enjoying the spectacle. After seeing this scene, they showed absolutely no intention of intervening in the fight. Instead, they all wore smug, gloating smiles. They even stood by and fanned the flames. That's right. That's right. Xia Yuchan was the first to step forward. She crossed her arms and looked at Yi Fan with a disdainful expression. Men. They're all big jerks. Eating what's in your bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. We'll teach him a lesson today. He really thinks we're easy to bully. That's right. Su Qingyu nodded in agreement, just like her husband. They must be severely punished. He's forbidden from sleeping in our bed tonight. Hearing this series of inhuman and fatal blows was truly appalling. Yi Fan's already broken heart instantly turned into dust. He felt as if the whole world had abandoned him. He looked at the 5 female demons in front of him who had already united as one. Looking again, I saw the 5 unfilial sons who had long since fled to who knows where. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. You guys said I'm running away from home now. Is it too late? Chapter 106 Family Meeting, Rules Must Be Set. Run away from home? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was filled with endless grievances yet also damnably filled with endless Versailles aura, the 5 stunningly beautiful women present all stood frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures under a spell. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. They stared at the man before them, whose face bore an expression of grief and indignation, yet whose eyes shone with a nuclear benevolence that sent shivers down their spines. My mind went completely blank. Running away from home? Brother! Ancestor! What kind of thought process do you have? Do you really think of yourself as a submissive wife? Do you have to be so outrageous? Cough, cough. It was Morong Shui, the empress, who was the first to react. She forced down her endless urge to complain, coughed twice, and forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Husband, my lord. She walked gracefully to Yi Fan and gently massaged his back with her slender, fair hands. His voice was filled with endless flattery and humility. We were wrong. We shouldn't have joked like that with you. Please, be magnanimous and spare us this time. Yeah. Xia Yuchan and the others reacted instantly. They didn't care about saving face anymore. One by one, they swarmed around like lapdogs. Some are massaging legs, others are massaging shoulders. The sight of that humble appearance sent chills down the spines of the little monsters who were already terrified. However, when faced with this, there is the top-tier imperial service that would make any man swoon. Yi Fan's face still wore that life is meaningless expression. He slowly stood up from the rocking chair. A cold disdain flashed in those deep, starry eyes. "Now you know you were wrong?" he said. "It's too late. I, Yi Fan, am putting my words on this right now. This home. We must set clear rules. Otherwise, it will be torn down sooner or later by you lawless, spendthrift women." As he spoke, he didn't wait for the reactions of the crowd, who were already petrified by his shocking remarks. With a wave of his hand, an undeniable force of heaven and earth instantly enveloped all the family members present. "Walk. Get the hell to the conference room. Today. No one is getting away." Half an hour later. Inside the Yi family manor, in a huge circular conference room comparable to the highest power center in the Dragon Kingdom. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Yi Fan sat on the main seat made of 10,000-year-old cold jade with an icy expression. Those deep, starry eyes were filled with an undeniable majesty. And below him, 5 stunning beauties whose mere presence could send shivers down the spines of the entire capital city. Along with 5 other little monsters who, in the outside world, could treat even powerful beings at the Emperor realm as punching bags. They were like elementary school students who had done something wrong. Sitting upright with his head down, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The scene was incredibly bizarre. It's as ridiculous as it gets. Cough cough. Yi Fan cleared his throat and slammed his hand on the table. Bang! A loud bang. The incredibly sturdy conference table, crafted from millennia-old jade, was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. "This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous." He pointed at the group of family members below who were already trembling with fear and angrily rebuked them. "Look! Look! Does this house still feel like a home? The elder sister disrespects her husband. The younger sister disrespects her father. All you ever do is fight and bicker over girls. If this continues, our Yi family will be finished sooner or later. So..." His voice suddenly turned cold. "Starting today, this family must have ironclad rules. The first rule." He held up one finger. "I, Yi Fan, am the only sky, the only earth, and the only god of this family. My word is law. Who dares to disobey? Serve the family discipline. Article 2. He extended his second finger. "The harem must be harmonious. All forms of forming cliques and engaging in jealousy are strictly prohibited. Those who disobey will also be punished according to family rules. Article 3. He held up his third finger. "The younger must be respected, but the older must be respected. Especially respect me, your old father who has worried so much about you all. If you dare throw a fruit pit at me again, the same family discipline will be applied. Did you hear me?" His voice was filled with boundless majesty and domineering power. This silenced all the family members present, who trembled with fear. I heard it," they answered listlessly. "Speak louder. Haven't you eaten?" "I heard you." "Very good." Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. Then a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Since no one has any objections, now, let's discuss the specific implementation details of the family rules." As he spoke, he then threw a prepared document, an outline of the Yi family rules that was over 100 pages long, onto the table. The thick stack of documents sent chills down the spines of all the family members present. But when they saw the outline, they found out about the punishment measures that could only be described as outrageous. Their pretty faces turned deathly pale, and they were terrified. No. No. Absolutely not. Spanking, spanking. And with a ruler? This is so embarrassing. And this too. Solitary confinement. And no food? I'll starve to death. In an instant. The entire conference room was in complete chaos once again. All the family members who were previously silent and trembling with fear now acted like cats whose tails had been stepped on. They protested wildly. However, faced with their protests filled with endless grievances, Yi Fan's face remained cold. He merely glanced at them indifferently. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm, yet it was filled with undeniable power. "Protest invalid," he said. "Either accept it, Or, a playful smile curved his lips. Run away from home right now. You can choose for yourselves. He looked at his family members, who were completely bewildered by his series of outrageous actions. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. So who wants to be the first to experience the Yi family's family rules tonight? Chapter 107. The strength is too great, the children are so bored at school. Experience family discipline? Hearing Yifan's question, which was filled with endless malice yet, damnably, endless temptation. The 5 stunningly beautiful women present all seemed frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the person in front of them, who wore a kind smile. But the man's eyes were filled with a nuclear benevolence that made their very souls tremble. My mind went completely blank. Physical punishment, experiencing family discipline? And he's the first one? Big brother. Ancestors. What kind of thought process do you have? Do you really see yourself as a tyrant of a feudal dynasty? Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? Final. Yifan was still surrounded by his wives, who were already completely speechless about him, their eyes filled with compassion for the mentally challenged. Along with the other 5, they looked at their rebellious sons and daughters with the same disdain, their gazes filled with a provocative "you do it if you dare" attitude. They ended this epic family drama with a sense of satisfaction. And that very evening, he then put his grand plan to rectify family traditions into practice to the very end. He let his 5 already unruly spendthrift wives thoroughly experience what it means to be the husband is the head of the household and enjoy the happiness. Of course, this process is indescribable. It is something that cannot be told to outsiders. Time flies. Again, a few years later. The 5 little monsters of the Yi family have finally promoted from lawless kindergarten tyrants to equally lawless elementary school bullies. And Yifan can finally once again live the ultimate lazy life he has always dreamed of, a wife, children, and a warm bed. Every day, I spend my time having in-depth conversations with my wives to solidify my self-cultivation. It was like going to the school to hold a commendation meeting for those 5 troublesome little devils. Life was incredibly enjoyable. It was utter chaos. That day, Yifan, as usual, lay on the rocking chair in the backyard with a look of utter despair, enjoying the brief calm before the storm. Suddenly, Daddy! Daddy! We're back! A burst of childish cheers, filled with endless resentment and boredom, rang out from not far away. There he was, his 5 precious children, who had grown up to be as beautiful as divine children. One by one, they disembarked from the top of the line private spaceship that had been specially assigned to pick them up, looking dejected and listless. Yifan felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of that utterly lifeless look. What's wrong, my little darlings? He quickly sat up from the rocking chair. He greeted her with a look of worry on his face. Who dared to upset you all today? Tell Dad. Dad will go right now and grind him to dust. He was genuinely scared. He would rather fight a saint-level expert for 300 rounds himself. I don't want to see my 5 little darlings suffer even the slightest grievance again. Well. However, this was a comforting gesture filled with a murderous intent. The eldest son, Yilin, sighed helplessly, like a little adult. He casually tossed his limited edition backpack, which he had polished to a shine, onto the ground. Then he plopped down next to Yifan. That cool, delicately sculpted face was filled with a sense of vicissitude and loneliness that belied its age. Dad! He said. School is so boring. Huh? Yifan was taken aback upon hearing this. Yeah. The second daughter, Yi Yao, threw away her little wooden sword and ran over angrily. Those so-called child prodigies are far too weak. I hadn't even used any force yet. They've all collapsed. Not challenging at all. That's right. The youngest daughter, Yi Chi, chimed in. And those teachers. They're even dumber. I just randomly picked out a pill, a small one made of mud, and they all fought over it like it was a magic pill. How ignorant. Hearing his 3 precious children, who were Versailles to the extreme, complaining with an air of endless Versailles, Yifan's lips twitched violently. He glanced at his 3 wives, who were already completely speechless with him. Then he looked at his 3 unfilial sons and daughters, whose DNA had long since ingrained the idea of pretentiousness. I feel like my head is about to explode. Bored? Weak? Stupid? Brother! Ancestors. How old are you? Do you realize what will happen if these words you've said get out? Imagine the psychological trauma this will cause to ordinary students who are still studying so hard to pass their exams. Do you guys have to be so unreasonable? Cough, cough. He forced down his endless urge to complain, coughed twice, and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. So, what do you want? We can't really just tear the school down, can we? Demolishing schools is so pointless. Yilin shook his head, and a hint of ambition beyond his years flashed in his eyes, which were full of endless domineering power. Dad, he said, we want to skip a grade. Go straight to university. Let's go and meet those so-called chosen ones. Let them experience what true despair is like. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was completely speechless. He stared in disbelief at his own son, who at only 5 years old was already thinking about going to dominate the university. Then he glanced at the two other girls, who also looked eager to cause trouble and seemed to thrive on chaos. I feel like my worldview has been completely shattered. 5 years old and going to university. It's supposed to be a dimensional reduction attack? This is fucking ridiculous. How are those college students who have worked so hard and studied for over a decade allowed to live? He looked at the three little monsters in front of him who had long since made pretending to be cool their life motto. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. That you all say. I'll ask your great-grandfather and maternal grandfather for permission now. Let them start the interstellar colonization plan ahead of schedule. Let's send these three little devils to an alien planet to wreak havoc on aliens. Is it too late? Chapter 108. Then let's skip a grade. Let's go straight to university. Throw it to another planet? Hearing Yifan's question, which was filled with endless resentment yet also damnably filled with the aura of endless Versailles. The 5 stunningly beautiful women present all seemed frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the man in front of them, whose face bore a benevolent father smile. But the man's eyes were filled with a nuclear benevolence that made even their souls tremble. My mind went completely blank. Throw it to another planet. And they're even harming aliens? Big brother. Ancestors. What kind of thought process do you have? Are you really treating your own children as the vanguard of interstellar colonization? Are you sure you don't go this far? How? Yifan looked at his 5 wives, who were completely speechless at him. He raised an eyebrow. You have a problem with that? No. No. Of course not. The 5 stunning beauties reacted instantly. They didn't care about being shocked anymore. They swarmed around like lapdogs. Massage your legs. Massage your shoulders. That humble appearance sent chills down the spines of the little monsters who were already terrified. My husband is wise. My husband is mighty. My husband is right. Exactly. Those 3 little brats should have been disciplined a long time ago. Just throw them into the wilderness and let them play in the mud with the beasts, that's fine too. In an instant, the whole backyard was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Only those 3 little monsters were sold by their own parents. Disheveled in the wind. His face was filled with endless grievances and indignation. It seems to be saying, are we still your biological children? Are you parents really like this? Final. Yifan was still surrounded by the admiring gazes of his wives, who had long regarded him as the sky. And those 3 rebellious daughters who had long since given up on him, their eyes filled with a defiant "if you're so good, then you do it" attitude. They ended this epic family drama with a sense of satisfaction. And that afternoon, he then put his grand helping seedlings grow plan into practice. Principal's office, Tianzhou Academy. Another epic 3-way trial is unfolding once again. But this time, the person being judged is no longer Yifan. Instead, it was the dozen or so human punching bags, top-tier bosses from the Heavenly Pride Academy who had already been tortured beyond recognition by those 3 little monsters from the Yi family. However, those who came to demand an explanation. That was Yifan, who looked unhappy. Behind him were 3 little monsters, all with equally unhappy expressions. The terrifying, world-destroying spectacle silenced all the university executives who had come to listen in, leaving them speechless and afraid to even breathe. I was afraid that my breathing might be a little too loud. they would be humanely euthanized on the spot. Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi! The old principal was the first to stand up. He forced down the endless horror in his heart and squeezed out a smile that was more like crying. You have the pleasure of visiting today? Did some ignorant teacher upset the little masters again? Don't worry. I'll go right now and fire him. No. Firing him is too lenient. I'll go and sink him into the moat right now. His words were spoken with absolute certainty. It was filled with endless flattery and humility. It seemed as if all they needed was to please the great deity before them. Even if he were allowed to tear down the entire Tianjiao Academy, he did it all willingly. However, Yifan's face still maintained that calm and indifferent expression. He didn't even bother to look at the old man, who was already terrified of him. He merely glanced at the dozen or so human punching bags with bruised and swollen faces, disheveled clothes, and looking even worse than beggars. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. I'm not here today to interrogate you, he said. I'm here to process my application to skip a grade. Skip a grade. Hearing this, all the university officials present were stunned. They stared in disbelief at Yifan's of course expression. I feel like my values have been ruthlessly crushed once again. Skip a grade. Big brother. Ancestors. Do you have some misunderstanding about the term skipping grades? How old are your three little ones? Are they already skipping grades? Where do you want them to jump to? Junior high? Or senior high? No. Yifan shook his head. It was as if they could see right through their thoughts. It's the undergraduate program. Boom. These are just three simple words. It's like an antimatter bomb that could completely destroy the entire solar system. In an instant, it exploded in the minds of all the university's top officials present. They were fried until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, their souls scattered. Big university department? Is this for real? Sending 3 5-year-olds to college? And he was fighting alongside a bunch of prodigies whose average age was over 20 and whose strength was at least at the opening meridian realm. Does this mean those so-called chosen ones are left to live? This is simply a blatant case of being outmatched. WH. What happened? Yifan looked at the group of academy executives who were already petrified by his presence. He raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? No. No. Of course not. The old headmaster was the first to react. He didn't care about being shocked anymore. A radiant, unprecedentedly enthusiastic smile spread across his face. He knows. Today I'm about to witness history. Going to university at 5 years old. If this gets out, their prestigious academy will definitely go down in history. To become an immortal legend in the entire education sector of the Dragon Kingdom. No. Of course not. He was so excited that his whole body was trembling. My little masters can go to whichever department they want. We can make whoever we want a professor. Even if they want to be the principal. I wholeheartedly agree. Seeing this scene, which can be described as utterly shameless, all the bigwigs who were still hesitating were dumbfounded. Then they realized what was happening. Damn it! You old fox! You have no sportsmanship. Damn it! I agree too. Don't try to take it from me. Young master, you must come to our martial arts academy. In an instant, the small office was completely in chaos once again. A dozen or so top-tier figures who, in the outside world, could make the entire Dragon Kingdom tremble with a single stomp of their foot. At this moment, they looked like a group of fanatical believers who had gone mad. To compete for the admission spot of these three little monsters. They almost came to blows right there. That scene was 1,000,000 times more outrageous than gods fighting. Yifan, on the other hand, seemed to be simply handling a routine procedure for his child to skip a grade. He slowly stood up. Under the gaze of everyone, filled with awe and fervor. He led his three little monsters, who were also looking at the group of unworldly old men with disdain. They strode away. All that remained was the shock and deathly silence that filled the room. And, a single sentence, a domineering declaration that made all the university's top officials willingly bow down in worship. The sound echoed slowly in the empty office. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. Starting today. Our three little ones. He is the little ancestor of all of you. If anyone dares to make them suffer even the slightest injustice, you will bear the consequences. Chapter 109. Entering university at the age of 5, a spectacle unprecedented in a century at the prestigious Beijing Academy. Consequences, you'll have to bear them? Hearing Yifan's domineering declaration, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless threat. All the university leaders present were frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the young figure slowly walking away. Then he glanced at the three little monsters who were also looking at them with disdain. My mind went completely blank. They felt as if they weren't welcoming three gifted students. Instead, they were worshipping three capricious and domineering little ancestors. Final. After a chaotic and magical talent war, Yilin, Yi Yao, and Yi Qi are three little monsters with an average age of less than 5 years old. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the entire school's teachers and students, as if they were looking at a god, he was finally recognized. He officially skipped a grade and entered the university department of Tenjiao Academy. They became the youngest and most outrageous cohort of freshmen in the hundreds of years since the founding of Tenjiao Academy. It is historically known as the birth of a child prodigy. And the first day of school. When Yifan and his harem led the three little ones dressed in specially made mini college uniforms into the teaching area of the university. Moment. He once again became the focus of the entire event. Holy crap! What the hell did I just see? Kindergarten kids? What are they doing here? Did I wander into the wrong movie set? Or is today a bringing your child to work experience day? Look! Look! That woman leading the group is so beautiful. She's practically my dream goddess. Beautiful my foot. Didn't you see the one next to her who's even prettier? And that one too. That one. That one. Holy crap. What kind of divine combination is this? A man with four stunningly beautiful women who are beyond compare? And leading three adorable little babies? Who is he? Is he a divine son of some reclusive family who has descended to earth? Countless university students, already arrogant and proud, consider themselves the chosen ones of heaven. Upon seeing this family with such an extremely bizarre art style, they were all dumbfounded and completely stunned. My mind went completely blank. Yifan, however, seemed completely oblivious to their horrified expressions. He merely glanced at the timetable indifferently. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with awe and curiosity, he led his wife and children straight into a huge lecture hall that could accommodate thousands of people. This is one of the compulsory courses for undergraduate students. Advanced Martial Arts Theory. The speaker is Professor Wang Xuanzi, a renowned master of theoretical studies throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. It is said that his strength is only at the king level. However, his mastery of martial arts theory is enough to make even the strongest warriors at the emperor level feel ashamed. He is one of the most respected and eccentric old scholars in the entire Tianjiao Academy. And at this moment, the old scholar was solemnly explaining an extremely profound problem in martial arts, his spittle flying as he spoke. Therefore, according to the law of conservation of spiritual power and the law of meridian circulation, we can draw a conclusion. That means it's absolutely impossible to achieve external release of true qi while still in the meridian opening realm. This violates the most basic principles of martial arts. His words were spoken with absolute certainty. It exudes an unquestionable authority. However, he had barely finished speaking. A childish voice, full of endless contempt, suddenly rang out in the quiet classroom without warning. Wrong. Completely wrong. That's utter nonsense. This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. All the chosen ones who were listening attentively were dumbfounded. They all turned their heads in disbelief. I looked over and saw a 3-year-old kid sitting in the last row of the classroom, looking unhappy as he ate an apple. My mind went completely blank. What did he just say? Nonsense? How dare he say that Professor Wang Xuanzi's theory is utter nonsense? Is this fucking insane? Does he even know who he's talking to? And on the podium, Professor Wang Xuanzi's already stern and serious face instantly darkened. He slammed his hand on the table. Bang! A loud bang. Presumptuous. He pointed at Yilin, who was still leisurely munching on an apple, and was so angry that he was trembling all over. Where did this wild child come from? How dare you talk nonsense in my class? Where are the security guards? Where are they? Throw him out. He was genuinely angry. He had never suffered such a humiliation in his life. To be publicly confronted and accused of talking nonsense by a 3-year-old toddler? If this gets out, how is he supposed to survive in the academic circles of Beijing after this? However, faced with his overwhelming rage, Yilin's face remained cool and expressionless. He even had the leisure to take another bite of the apple. Then he slowly raised his head. He glanced at the old man, who was already furious. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was childish, yet it was filled with an undeniable domineering air. "Grandpa," he said, "you're the one talking nonsense. Who told you that you can't release your true energy when you're in the opening meridian realm? That only proves you're too weak. That's incredibly ignorant. You." Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanzi was so angry he almost suffered a heart attack on the spot. He was about to speak angrily. Yilin didn't give him that chance at all. He slowly extended one of his delicate pink little fingers. He pointed lightly at the huge blackboard made of special alloy in front of him. "Watch closely," he said. "What truly constitutes external release of true qi?" The words fell to the ground. Whoosh! A soft sound. A dazzling golden energy burst forth from his fingertips. In an instant, they covered a distance of tens of meters. With a loud bang, it slammed hard onto that incredibly sturdy alloy blackboard. It left behind a terrifying fingerprint several inches deep. This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. All the prodigies present were Professor Wang Xianci, who was already terrified. They all stared dumbfounded at the 3-year-old kid who slowly withdrew his finger and even wiped it on his clothes with a look of disgust. Then I looked at the blackboard again, at that horrifying, terrifying finger mark. My mind went completely blank. True qi being released externally? A 3-year-old toddler actually accomplished something that is theoretically impossible? Is this even human? This is clearly a living god of martial arts. Yilin, on the other hand, seemed to have simply done something insignificant. He slowly turned around. Look at Wang Xuanzi, who was already petrified by his own shock. A bright, innocent smile appeared on his face. As he pried them apart, his delicate pink fingers made a crisp crackling sound. She asked in a childish voice, "Grandpa, now, do you still think I'm talking nonsense?" Chapter 110. College students are crushed by elementary school students, questioning their existence. Still talking nonsense? Hearing Yilin's domineering declaration, which was full of supreme prestige yet, damnably, also full of endless childlike fun, was quite a shock. Professor Wang Xuanzi, a renowned master of theoretical studies throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. My legs went weak. With a thump, he knelt down directly before Yilin. He was really scared to tears. He stared blankly at the terrifying, bottomless finger mark on the blackboard. Then he looked at the 3-year-old kid who was looking at him with an innocent expression. My mind went completely blank. He felt as if he wasn't talking to a kindergarten child. Instead, he was communicating with a living god of martial arts. No. I won't dare to do it again. He clung to Yilin's leg, sobbing and wailing with snot and tears streaming down his face. Ancestors! My dear ancestors! Yes, it was my ignorance that made me fail to recognize your greatness. It was my lack of knowledge and limited understanding that led me to this situation. You are the true grandmaster of martial arts. Please accept me. I'm willing to be your page for life. Seeing this scene, which can only be described as magical, all the prodigies present were dumbfounded. They stared dumbfounded at the venerable old professor who was clinging to the leg of a 3-year-old child and wailing wildly. I feel like my values have been ruthlessly crushed once again. A book, a page boy? It's supposed to be for a lifetime? Professor Wang. Professor Wang. Did something happen to you, sir? Do you really have to be so shameless? Final. After a chaotic and magical apprenticeship farce. Yilin, Yi Yao, and Yi Qi are 3 little monsters whose average age is less than 5 years old. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the entire school's teachers and students, who regarded him as a god, he was finally able to achieve his goal. This officially marked the beginning of their university life at Tianjiao Academy, a place filled with dimensional reduction attacks and Versailles-like experiences. And the first lesson. It is another required course in the undergraduate program. Live fire confrontation exercise. The speaker is Zhao Wuji, a bloodthirsty instructor who is famous throughout the military of the Dragon Kingdom. It is said that his strength is only at the emperor level. However, their rich practical experience is enough to make even saints and powerful figures feel ashamed. He is one of the most impartial and beloved devil instructors in the entire Tianjiao Academy. And at this moment, the devilish instructor stood solemnly on the huge training ground that could hold tens of thousands of people. Looking at the dark mass of prodigies in front of me, brimming with youth and vitality. The sound, like a resounding bell, echoed throughout the entire world. Listen up, all of you. Today is your first practical lesson in the university department. This is also the first step for you to transform from geniuses into strongmen. Here. I don't care what family you're from, young masters or young ladies. I don't care what extraordinary talents or bloodlines you may have. When you come to me, if you're a dragon, you have to coil up. If you're a tiger, you have to lie down. Anyone who dares to cheat or shirk responsibility. Don't blame me, Zhao Wuji, for my fists don't discriminate. Did you hear me? I heard you. All the chosen ones present roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. That terrifying aura, filled with boundless fighting spirit, was so powerful it seemed to pierce a hole in the entire sky. Very good. Zhao Wuji nodded in satisfaction. Then, his gaze slowly swept over the students in the room, who were excited and eager to try. Finally, it landed on the three little ones who stood out from the crowd at the very front of the line. His brow furrowed slightly. The three of you. He pointed at Yilin, Yi Yao, and Yi Qi and asked in a cold voice. Which class are you in? Why are you acting like a baby who hasn't been weaned? This is the university campus. This is not a place for you. Hurry home and go get your milk from your mom. His words were extremely impolite. It was also extremely harsh. It was as if Yilin and his two companions were three kindergarten children who had wandered onto the wrong film set. Upon hearing this, all the senior students present who knew Yilin and his group's true identities looked at him with an extremely strange and pitying gaze. It was as if they were watching a reckless warrior. Instructor Zhao. Please don't do anything rash. These three little devils are so powerful that even the principal has to kneel down and kowtow to them. You're provoking them in front of the entire school. Are you really not afraid of getting beaten to a pulp? As for the parties involved, Yilin, Yi Yao, and Yi Qi. After hearing the arrogant big guy's mockery, those three cool, delicately sculpted faces showed absolutely no fear. Instead, he revealed an extremely human-like expression of contempt. It was as if they were watching a fool who didn't know his own mortality. Grandpa. Yilin slowly raised his head, and a trace of vicissitude and impatience flashed in his eyes, which were full of endless domineering power, beyond his years. Are you our practical training instructor? It doesn't look that great. He can't even beat our family's security guard. This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. All the chosen ones present were dumbfounded. They stared dumbfounded at the 3-year-old kid who was looking at Zhao Wuji with a look of disdain. My mind went completely blank. What did he just say? They can't even beat the security guard? How dare he say that the dignified iron-blooded instructor Zhao Wuji couldn't even beat a security guard? Is this fucking insane? Does he even know who he's talking to? And on the podium, Zhao Wuji's already stern and serious face instantly darkened. He slapped his thigh suddenly. Good lad. He pointed at Yilin, who had an arrogant look on his face, and was so angry that he was trembling all over. You've got guts. That's fucking awesome. I've been an instructor for so many years. I've never seen such an arrogant brat as you. Today, I'll show you what true respect for teachers and the way really means. You. Get up here. I want to have a real spar with you. His voice was filled with boundless anger and murderous intent. It looked as if he was about to tear Yilin to pieces at any moment. However, he was met with overwhelming rage. Yilin's face remained cool and expressionless. He even had the leisure to yawn. Then, slowly, he raised his head. He glanced at the old man, who was already furious, with indifference. He opened his mouth slowly. His voice was youthful yet filled with an undeniable domineering presence. "You?" he said. "Unworthy. You're too weak. Let them all come at once." He pointed to all the prodigies present, who were already petrified by his shocking remarks. "I can take on all of you by myself." Boom! This is a domineering declaration that can be described as earth-shattering. Like an antimatter bomb capable of completely destroying the entire solar system. In an instant, it exploded in the minds of all the chosen ones present. They were fried until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, their souls scattered. One, to take them all. Is this for real? There are tens of thousands of them here, all of them top geniuses at least at the opening meridian realm. How dare a 3-year-old toddler say he could take on all of them? This is insane. This guy is absolutely insane. A complete madman. Little beast. After the extreme shock came an even greater, raging, and endless rage. You fucking want to die. I wonder who started it. All the prodigies present were thoroughly enraged by Yi Lin's map-wide attack style of mockery. They were all like powder kegs that had been lit. He charged madly toward the 3-year-old who still looked calm. The terrifying, world-destroying spectacle caused the old principal, who was already terrified, to collapse to the ground with a thud. It's over. This is completely over. This little devil is going to cause a huge mess today. However, just when everyone thought that Yi Lin would be reduced to nothing but bones under this terrifying horde of people capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, Yi Lin finally moved. His movements were still very slow. It was so slow that everyone present could see it clearly. He simply raised his right hand. Then, amidst the vast crowds, a gentle squeeze. Buzz. A soft sound. A terrifying domain, invisible to the naked eye yet seemingly capable of suppressing all realms. In an instant, it swept wildly outwards from him in all directions. Splash. 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 Those tens of thousands of once arrogant chosen ones. He didn't even touch the hem of Yi Lin's clothes. They all rushed in like dumplings being dropped into a pot. It fell from mid-air. One by one, they coughed up blood, collapsed to the ground, and trembled in fear. His face was filled with endless horror and despair. They were horrified to discover. At this moment, all the spiritual power within his body was completely imprisoned by an irresistible and terrifying force. It was as if, in an instant, they had gone from being the chosen ones of heaven to ordinary people with no strength to even kill a chicken. This moment, the whole world fell silent. Yi Lin slowly withdrew his hand, looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground. Then he glanced at Zhao Wuji, who was already terrified. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. "So, now, anyone else want to come up here and die?" Chapter 111 Yifan's leisurely life, guiding his wives in cultivation. Anyone else want to come up here to die? Hearing Yi Lin's domineering declaration, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless childlike fun, all the chosen ones present looked like soulless zombies. He lay limp and lifeless on the ground. They stared in disbelief at the 3-year-old boy who was looking at them with a disdainful expression. My mind went completely blank. They felt as if they weren't in school. Instead, he's in jail. And it's the kind of hell with 18 levels of hell. Final. After a chaotic and magical incident of school bullying, Yi Lin, Yi Yao, and Yi Qi are 3 little monsters whose average age is less than 5 years old. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the entire school's teachers and students, who regarded him as a god, he was finally able to achieve his goal. This solidified their undisputed ancestor status at Tianjiao Academy. From then on, Tianjiao Academy has added an unwritten school rule. That is, eat, sleep, play games. Oh no, I eat, sleep, and hide from those 3 little devils of the Yi family. Anyone who is foolish enough to upset them. The outcome can be summed up in one word. Die. And the mastermind behind all of this. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed like an ordinary parent who was simply sending his child to school. Every day, he leisurely picks up and drops off his children at school. While we were at it, we listened to the school leader's work reports, which were filled with expressions of gratitude and gratitude. The rest of the time was spent living the ultimate lazy life he had always dreamed of: a wife, children, and a warm bed. Life was so enjoyable and fulfilling. It was so simple and unpretentious. That day, Yifan was lying on the rocking chair in the backyard with a look of utter despair, just like always. Enjoy this brief calm before the storm. Suddenly, my husband. A charming voice, full of endless allure and tea ceremony, sounds from the side. It was Su Qingyu. She was carrying a bowl of dark, eerie-smelling 10-ingredient tonic soup. She walked up to Yifan with a virtuous look on her face. Come on, husband. She scooped up a spoonful of the black, unidentified liquid and held it to Yifan's lips. It's time to take your medicine. Seeing that bowl of potion of tigers and wolves that would make any man tremble with fear, Yifan's lips twitched violently. Here we go again? This must be the 7th time this week. Are you really trying to drain me dry? He wanted to refuse. But when he saw his 4 wives not far away, who were staring at him with predatory eyes, he realized that. He gave in without any backbone. He opened his mouth as if facing certain death. He gulped down that bowl of love-filled soup, which was enough to poison a saint-level ferocious beast. Then, he felt as if his body was about to explode. An incredibly violent and terrifying energy surged wildly within his body. It turned his whole body bright red. It looks like a boiled shrimp. Ha ha ha. Seeing his comical appearance of ecstasy, the 5 stunning beauties present all burst into loud, clear, and melodious laughter, like the tinkling of silver bells. That laughter was filled with boundless pride and joy. It was as if they were celebrating yet another great victory in their joint fight against Yifan could only lie on the rocking chair, feeling utterly helpless and on the verge of tears. He frantically circulated the chaotic true energy within his body to digest the terrifying medicinal power that would cause any god-level expert to explode and die. My heart was filled with endless grief, indignation, and helplessness. Family status 1. Family status 1. Family status 1. I can't live like this anymore. Seriously, I can't live like this anymore. And just when he was questioning the meaning of life, my husband. Morong Shue's voice, filled with endless tenderness and love, suddenly rang out. She slowly walked to Yifan's side and gently massaged his temples with her slender, fair hands. Her voice was so soft it seemed to drip water. Don't be angry, she said. We're doing this for your own good. For my own good? Upon hearing this, Yifan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You call this doing it for my own good? You're trying to murder your husband. How could that be? Xia Yuchan also came over with a grin. She massaged Yifan's shoulders. He said this with a straight face. Aren't we helping you consolidate your cultivation? Look, your cultivation has already reached the saint realm. Ordinary cultivation methods are no longer useful to you. Only if we sisters join forces. Only then can we barely help you fill in the gaps and strengthen your foundation nut. Hearing this fallacy and heresy, Yifan was completely speechless. What else could he say? He can't exactly say that he doesn't need to cultivate at all, can he? As long as you have more children, your cultivation level will automatically increase? If this gets out, he had no doubt. Tomorrow, he'll be tied to the bed by these 5 female demons who have thoroughly figured him out. Treat him like a heartless, human-shaped seed sowing machine. Those days would be unbearable. That's all. After a chaotic yet heartwarming and harmonious family interaction, Yifan finally managed to escape from that miserable life of deep water and scorching heat. He looked at the 5 stunningly beautiful women before him, each more breathtaking than the last. Then he thought about those 5 second-generation gods' legions, each more powerful than the last. My heart is filled with boundless pride and ambition. Isn't it just about unifying the whole world? When my son and daughter are a little older, we'll arrange it for you in no time. While he was happily imagining his wonderful laid-back life in the future, my husband. Su Qingyu's voice, brimming with a thirst for knowledge, suddenly rang out. I recently encountered a bottleneck while refining a royal grade pill. Could you give me some pointers? Oh. Yifan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Okay, he said. Extremely happy to. As he spoke, he then pulled Su Qingyu into the alchemy room, which he had already transformed into a temple. Then, under the watchful eyes of 4 other stunningly beautiful women, all with equally curious expressions, he began to provide one-on-one, close tutoring to his wife, who was a genius of alchemy. That theory is both profound and easy to understand. That was a smooth and effortless operation. That miraculous ability to turn the rotten into the miraculous. All the beautiful women present were completely mesmerized, their eyes sparkling with admiration. They finally understood what truly means by every profession can produce an expert. This man is not only the best in the field of sowing seeds but also the top scholar. He's the best of the best in the field of alchemy. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to be simply giving his students an ordinary public lesson. He looked at Su Qingyu, who already idolized him to the extreme. Then he glanced at his 4 wives, who all looked equally infatuated. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. So, do you still think I need to drink that perfect tonic soup? Chapter 112. Morong Shui breaks through to the king realm, shocking the family. Do you still need it? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was full of endless Versailles yet also damnably full of endless provocation, the 5 stunningly beautiful women present all seemed frozen in place, like wooden or clay sculptures. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the man before them, whose face bore a kind smile. But the man's eyes were filled with a nuclear benevolence that made their very souls tremble. My mind went completely blank. Is it still needed? Big brother. Ancestors. What kind of thought process do you have? Do you really think of us as ignorant women and children who only know how to fight over men? Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? No. No need. No need. It was Morong Shui, the empress, who was the first to react. She didn't care about being shocked anymore. A radiant, fawning smile, unlike anything he had ever seen before, appeared on his face. She walked gracefully to Yi Fan and extended her slender, fair hands to gently massage his back. The voice was filled with endless flattery and humility. My husband is wise and mighty, unparalleled in the world. Why would we need to drink that kind of low-class stuff? That's right. Xia Yuchan and the others reacted instantly. They didn't care about saving face anymore. They swarmed around like lapdogs. Massage your legs. Massage your shoulders. His humble appearance sent chills down the spines of the little monsters who were already terrified. Are you tired, my husband? Is my husband thirsty? My husband, shall I dance for you? In an instant, the entire alchemy room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Only Yi Fan. He lay on the rocking chair, which he had long since made his reserved seat, with a look of utter despair. My heart was filled with endless grief, indignation, and helplessness. Family status 1. Family status 1. Family status 1. I can't live like this anymore. I really can't live like this anymore. That's all. After a chaotic yet heartwarming and harmonious family interaction, Yi Fan finally managed to escape from that miserable life of deep water and scorching heat. He looked at the 5 stunningly beautiful women before him, each more breathtaking than the last. Then he thought about those 5 second-generation gods' legions, each more powerful than the last. My heart is filled with boundless pride and ambition. Isn't it just about unifying the whole world? When my son and daughter are a little older, we'll arrange it for you in no time. Just as he was happily imagining his wonderful laid-back life in the future. My husband. Morong Shui's voice, filled with endless tenderness and love, suddenly rang out. She slowly walked to Yi Fan's side and gently massaged his temples with her fair and delicate hands. Her voice was so soft it seemed to drip water. Tomorrow is the anniversary of my father's death, she said. I want to go back and take a look. Yi Fan was taken aback upon hearing this. He forgot. It turns out that his cheap wife is actually from the Morong family of Jinghua City. Although I was kicked out a long time ago. Okay. He smiled and took Morong Shui's slightly cool little hand in his. I'll go with you. By the way. A playful smile curved the corners of his mouth. I'll also help you get back some of the interest from back then. The next day. The Morong family of Jinghua City. In another ancient manor, which is also vast in area. The atmosphere, however, felt somewhat oppressive. Have you heard? That good-for-nothing Morong Shui, whom we kicked out of the house, is coming back today. TCH. So what if he's back? What kind of trouble can a piece of trash who can't even break through to the Qi opening realm cause? That's right. If it weren't for the fact that she had some talent back then, the patriarch would have married her off to the Wang family as a tool for political alliances long ago. But I heard she found a lover outside and had 3 illegitimate children? Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. A good-for-nothing and a bastard's offspring, isn't that just a little bastard? Amidst a chorus of sarcastic and disdainful comments. An unremarkable, even slightly worn, second-hand maglev taxi slowly pulled up in front of the Morong family's gate. The car door opened. Yifan, Morong Shui, and the 3 little monsters who couldn't contain their excitement got out of the car. Stop. The 2 guards at the entrance, whose auras had also reached the opening meridian realm, immediately stepped forward and stopped them. Who goes there? Don't you know this is the Morong family's residence? All irrelevant personnel, get out. Their tone was full of undisguised arrogance and disdain. It was as if Yifan's family had come to beg for food, like beggars. Morong Shui's pretty face instantly turned cold. She was just about to speak and reveal her identity. Presumptuous. A loud, majestic shout suddenly rang out from inside the gate. Immediately afterwards, amidst the shocked and bewildered gazes of everyone, Morong Bo, the current head of the Morong family, is a majestic middle-aged man who exudes a terrifying aura of a king. Incredibly, they scrambled and crawled out of there. Then, with a thump, he knelt down directly in front of Yifan. His face was filled with unprecedented fear and despair. Mr. Yi, what brings you here? I am so sorry for not greeting you properly. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. He was really scared to tears. He never dreamed of this. In my lifetime, I actually got to see the legendary young ancestor of the Yi family with my own eyes. And this happened under circumstances where he almost kicked the bucket. This is fucking too exciting. And those 2 guards who were just moments ago so arrogant and domineering. After seeing the humiliating appearance of their patriarch, who looked as if he had seen a ghost. It was so direct, I was completely terrified. They stared blankly at Yifan, who remained completely calm. My mind went completely blank. What kind of being did they offend? Yifan, on the other hand, seemed to be just dropping by. He glanced indifferently at Morong Bo, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. I accompanied my wife back to offer incense to her father. He said. You have a problem with that? No. No. Of course not. Morong Bo felt as if he had been granted a pardon and kowtowed frantically. His voice was filled with boundless ecstasy and the joy of surviving a catastrophe. Mr. Yi's presence at our Morong family is an honor we have earned through 8 lifetimes of good deeds. Quick! Please come in. I'll go and fetch the memorial tablet of my good-for-nothing elder brother right away. Let Yuan Shuer, oh no, madam, personally perform the ritual. His words were as humble as could be. Be as flattering as possible. It seemed as if all they needed was to please the great deity before them. Even if he were to dig up his father's grave on the spot. He was completely willing. Morong Shui was so shocked by the magical scene before her that she was speechless. She stared blankly at the so-called master of the household who was behaving like a servant in front of her. She glanced again at the man who looked calm, as if nothing had happened. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with endless wonder and infatuation. She finally understood. What truly means by when one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Follow this man. She really can do whatever she wants. And just as she was filled with emotion. Boom! A terrifying pressure, more than 10 times more terrifying than Morong Bo's, was exerted by a master at the great perfection of the King realm. Without warning, it shot into the sky from her body. In an instant, the entire Morong family was completely enveloped. The terrifying, world-destroying power caused all the members of the Morong family present to kneel on the ground with a thud. Blood gushed from his mouth. His face was filled with endless horror and despair. King, the great perfection of the King realm? How is this possible? That piece of trash they regarded as worthless. It turns out. He actually became a top-tier powerhouse, even more terrifying than their family patriarch? Is this for real? Is this some kind of fantasy blockbuster movie? As for Morong Shui herself, She stared blankly at her fair, jade-like hand, which was uncontrollably radiating a terrifying pressure. My mind went completely blank. When did she become so strong? How come she didn't even know? Yi Fan, however, seemed to have anticipated all of this. He slowly walked up to Morong Shui, who was already terrified. He reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. Then, he lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Fool! How many times have I told you? You are my wife. She is the future goddess. What does a mere king realm expert amount to? He looked at Morong Shui, who was already petrified by his own shock. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. So? Now? Do you still want to offer incense to them? Chapter 113. The head of the Morong family comes to the door, regretting his past actions. Should we still offer incense? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was filled with endless Versailles yet damnably also endless pampering, one could only feel a sense of awe. Morong Shui's heart, which had been somewhat smothered due to her sudden surge in strength, instantly sank. She stared blankly at the group of so-called relatives on the ground, who had already been crushed unconscious by the terrifying pressure she had unintentionally emanated, foaming at the mouth and passing out. She glanced again at the man who looked calm, as if nothing had happened. A trace of endless sorrow and determination flashed in those beautiful phoenix eyes. I'm not going. She shook her head, her voice cold and devoid of any emotion. I'm scared. My father's path of reincarnation is tainted. That afternoon. A shocking news story that is even more explosive, outrageous, and unbelievable than the overnight annihilation of the four major families in Beijing. It was like a super earthquake of magnitude 18. It swept through the entire upper class of Jinghua City in an instant. The useless eldest daughter of the Morong family, who was kicked out of the house more than 10 years ago and has long been forgotten by everyone. Morong Shui. They actually came back. Moreover, he returned with a kingly demeanor that terrified everyone. Even the current head of the Morong family, Morong Bo, was as humble as a dog in front of her. Is this for real? Is this some kind of fantasy version of the return of the son-in-law? The entire upper class of Jinghua City was plunged into a huge panic and speculation because of this too explosive news. Countless so-called celebrities who had looked down on Morong Shui, mocked her, or even kicked her when she was down were terrified and prepared lavish gifts overnight. I'm preparing to personally apologize and plead guilty. He was terrified that he might accidentally follow in the footsteps of the four great families that had long been erased from the map. And at this moment, as the instigator of all these events, the council hall of the Morong family's residence had long been renovated to be even more luxurious than the imperial palace. The atmosphere, however, was extremely oppressive. Morong Boizheng knelt in the center of the hall, his face filled with fear. His whole body was shaking like a leaf. They didn't even dare to lift their heads. And in front of him, Yi Fan was sitting leisurely in the position that should have belonged to him as the head of the family. Savor that top-grade fragrant tea brewed from millennia-old spiritual tea. It was as if he were the true master of this place. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. Morong Bo swallowed hard, his voice filled with endless fear and fawning. Yes, it was my fault for not recognizing your true worth. It was me, I was blinded by greed. I am willing to offer up all of my Morong family's assets. We beg you and swear, madam, please spare our lives. He was genuinely scared. Even the four patriarchs of the four great families, all at the emperor realm, were easily crushed to death by them. What does a mere king realm expert like him amount to? Before this being who is like a god or demon. I'm afraid it's not even a strong ant. However, faced with his sincere pleas for mercy, Yi Fan's face remained calm and composed. He couldn't even be bothered to look at the pathetic creature who was already terrified. He merely glanced indifferently at Morong Shui beside him, who also looked calm as if nothing had happened. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. Wife, he said. What do you think? Morong Shui was taken aback upon hearing this. She looked at Yi Fan with some confusion. She didn't understand why this man would give her this decision-making power. Yi Fan nodded and smiled. You are the mistress of this house. Their life or death is naturally up to you. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui's heart skipped a beat. An unprecedented warmth instantly surged into her heart. She looked into Yi Fan's eyes, which were filled with tenderness and trust. Then he looked at the so-called relatives kneeling on the ground, who were already terrified. A complex light flashed in those beautiful phoenix eyes. For a long time. She then let out a slow sigh. The voice was icy cold and carried a lingering weariness. "Never mind," she said. "I'm tired. I don't want to argue with them anymore. Let them get out. Never again should you appear before me." "Good." Yi Fan nodded. Then his gaze fell back on Morong Bo, who was already as if he had been granted a pardon. The voice suddenly turned cold. "Did you hear that? Roll." "Yes, yes, yes. We'll leave right away." "Right away." Morong Bo felt as if he had been granted a pardon and scrambled to escape this terrifying place that made even his soul tremble. However, he hadn't even taken a step yet. Etc. Yi Fan's cold voice rang out again. Morong Bo's body stiffened abruptly. With difficulty, he turned his head and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "Mr. Yi, is there anything else you need?" "The industry, stay," Yi Fan said calmly. "People can leave. But the money must be left behind. This is what my wife deserves." Upon hearing this, Morong Bo's lips twitched violently. But how could he dare to disobey in the slightest? He could only nod with a bitter expression. "Yes, yes. I'll do whatever you say, sir." Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to be genuinely dealing with a trivial household matter. He slowly stood up. Under the gaze of everyone, filled with awe and fear. He was with his wife, whose heart had long since been at peace. They strode away. All that remained was the mess in the room. A chilling statement that left all members of the Morong family filled with regret and heartbreak. The sound echoed slowly in the empty hall. "Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. Starting today, the Morong family is no more in Jinghua City. There is only one branch of the Yi family. Do you have any objections?" Chapter 114. Want to recognize relatives? Too late. Do you have any objections? Hearing Yi Fan's question, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless domineering, all the Morong family members kneeling on the ground looked like soulless zombies. He shook his head frantically. His face was filled with endless fear and despair. Opinion? How could they dare to have any objections? Let alone making the Morong family change their surname to Yi. Even if we made them all change their surname to Dog right now, they absolutely dared not utter a single complaint. Final. After a chaotic and magical family property handover ceremony, Yi Fan finally appeared, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the Morong family, who were filled with gratitude. He was completely satisfied, taking his wife, whose heart had long since been at peace, and the three little monsters who were also tired of playing. They strode away. All that remained was the mess in the room, along with a group of pitiful migrant workers disheveled in the wind. The next day. A shocking news story that's even more explosive, outrageous, and unbelievable than the triumphant return of the useless eldest daughter of the Morong family. Again, it was like a super earthquake of magnitude 18. It swept through the entire upper class of Jinghua City in an instant. The Morong family, one of the four great families of Jinghua City, has a history of nearly 1,000 years. It changed hands overnight. The new owner is none other than. It was that useless young lady who had just made her triumphant return. Morong Shui. And the mysterious man behind her. Is this for real? Is this some kind of fantasy version of the return of the queen? The entire upper class of Jinghua City was plunged into a huge panic and speculation because of this too explosive news. Countless top-tier forces that have had conflicts, collaborations, or even marriage alliances with the Morong family. They were also terrified that they prepared lavish gifts overnight, ready to pay a visit. She was terrified that she might be targeted by this newly crowned Queen of Beijing if she wasn't careful. And at this moment, as the instigator of all these events, in the Morong family's study, which had long been renovated to be even more luxurious than the imperial palace, the atmosphere, however, seemed somewhat eerie. Morong Bo was kneeling in the center of the study with a look of fear on his face. His whole body was shaking like a leaf. They didn't even dare to lift their heads. And in front of him, Yi Fan was sitting there leisurely in the position that should have belonged to him as the head of the family, savoring the top-grade fragrant tea brewed from millennia-old spiritual tea. It was as if he were the true master of this place. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. Morongbo swallowed hard, his voice filled with endless fear and obsequiousness. You see, this Morong family, now it can be considered your property. Then, does that mean we're family too? Can my good-for-nothing daughter, Morong Shui, be reunited with her family and re-established as a member of the clan? He was genuinely scared. I really regret it. He never dreamed of this. I was a useless piece that I casually threw away back then. Now she has transformed into a supreme goddess whom even he can only look up to. He even found himself a son-in-law who was a god or demon who could kill an emperor with a single finger. This is infuriating. Where can I even get justice? All he wants now is to quickly latch onto this incredibly powerful and influential figure. Even if it's just being the most lowly sycophant. Yes, I'm willing. However, faced with his sincere request, Yi Fan's face remained calm and composed. He didn't even bother to look at the pathetic creature who was already terrified. He merely glanced indifferently at Morong Shui beside him, who also appeared calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power. "Wife," he said. "What do you think?" Morong Shui was taken aback upon hearing this. She looked at Yi Fan with some confusion. She didn't understand why this man had given her the power to make the decision. Yi Fan nodded and smiled. "You are the lady of this house. He is also the future master of the Morong family. Whether or not you acknowledge kinship is entirely up to you." Upon hearing this, Morong Shui's heart skipped a beat. An unprecedented warmth instantly surged into her heart. She looked into Yi Fan's eyes, which were filled with tenderness and trust. Then he looked at the so-called relatives kneeling on the ground, who were already terrified. A complex glint flashed in those beautiful phoenix eyes. For a long time. She then let out a slow sigh. The voice was icy cold, carrying a lingering sense of resolute determination. "It's too late," she said. "From the moment they kicked me out of the house, I, Morong Shui, have no further connection with the Morong family. My father and mother have long been removed from the family genealogy. Is it possible to talk about tracing one's ancestors now? Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Her voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest ice pick. It pierced Morong Bo's heart. In an instant, his face turned ashen, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "It's over. This is it, it's completely over. This golden opportunity is completely out of reach." Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to have anticipated all of this. He slowly stood up. Under the gaze of everyone, filled with awe and fear, he brought his wife, with whom he had already completely resolved his inner conflicts. They strode away. All that remained was the mess in the room. And a chilling statement that made all members of the Morong family regret their past actions and feel utterly heartbroken. The sound echoed slowly in the empty study. "Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. Starting today, my wife is the only mistress of the Morong family. Who among you agrees? Who objects?" Chapter 115. The Su family patriarch emerges from seclusion, seeking revenge for his descendants? In Jinghua City, undercurrents were surging due to the Su family's unusual actions. Inside Baikatang, however, was a scene of tranquility, undisturbed by the world. Yi Fan lay on the rocking chair, enjoying the services of his several beautiful wives, living a very happy life. As Su Qingyu looked at the man who had brought her new life and hope, for the first time, a feeling of worry appeared in his clear, cold eyes. "My husband." She spoke softly, her voice so gentle it seemed to melt water. "My grandfather, he has emerged from seclusion. Moreover, it seems they're coming for us." "Oh?" Yi Fan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, and simply gave a faint reply. "A Dan king who has never even stepped into the emperor realm?" In his eyes, he was no different from a stronger ant. He didn't even bother to take action himself. Seeing his calm and composed demeanor, Su Qingyu's heart inexplicably calmed down. She knew that this man never did anything he wasn't sure of. He said it was nothing. Then, it must be all right. But she still couldn't help but bite her lip, and a trace of unprecedented determination and coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes. I just wanted to tell you. She said. I, Su Qingyu, am yours in life and in death. Their lives or deaths are none of my concern. Good. Yifan finally opened his eyes. He looked at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, who had completely severed all ties with her past for him. A very gentle smile appeared on her face. As expected of my woman, Yifan's woman. He has guts. Since that's the case. He slowly stood up from the rocking chair. A cold, disdainful glint flashed in those eyes, as deep as the starry sky. Then, today, I will do it right in front of you. With my own hands, I will sever this last thread of cause and effect for you. And let everyone in Jinghua City take a good look. Anyone who touches my woman will suffer the consequences. The words fell to the ground. Boom! A deafening, terrifying roar, like a thunderclap. Without warning, a sound rang out from outside the main gate of the medicine shop. Immediately afterwards, a roar filled with boundless anger and domineering old man echoed throughout the entire university town. You little bastard inside! Get out here and prepare to die. Yes, Su Changcheng. He's here. Moreover, right from the start, they used the simplest and most brutal method. With a single palm strike, the heavy door, crafted from century-old ironwood, was smashed into dust. That terrifying killing intent almost dyed the entire sky blood red. However, faced with this, there was a terrifying formation that would terrify any martial artist below the rank of emperor. Yifan's face still held that calm and indifferent expression. He couldn't even be bothered to lift his buttocks. He merely glanced at Su Qingyu, whose pretty face had already turned deathly pale. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm, yet it was filled with an undeniable power. Go. He said. Let your grandfather and those so-called relatives all take a look. Just how strong are you right now? Let them wake up properly. Who is the true future of the Su family? Su Qingyu trembled upon hearing this. She stared blankly at Yifan's eyes, which were full of encouragement and trust. That heart, already cold and lifeless because of the family's ruthlessness. At that moment, it actually started beating violently again. An unprecedented surge of heroic ambition welled up in my heart. Yes. She is Su Qingyu. No longer that useless person who was bullied by everyone. She is the possessor of the Aoki spirit body. Yes, the future god of alchemy. Even more so, this woman belongs to this man who is like a god or demon. Why should she be afraid? They are the ones who should be afraid. Thinking about this, in an instant, a fierce flame of confidence ignited in her eyes. She suddenly stood up. That terrifying pressure from the King realm, which was now completely different from what it used to be, suddenly erupted from her body. Yes. She nodded heavily to Yifan. Then, Morong Shui and Hu Yaoyao were filled with admiring gazes. She moved with light, graceful steps, step by step, out of the backyard. They arrived at the hall of the pill shop, which was already shrouded in endless killing intent. Evil creature. To his surprise, that useless person, who should have died outside long ago or been used as a tool for marriage alliances, was actually standing alive and well in front of him. Moreover, he exuded a terrifying pressure that even he felt palpitate from. Su Changqing's already cloudy old eyes were instantly filled with endless horror and disbelief. You, how could you possibly? He pointed at Su Qingyu, and his voice had changed somewhat. Your erysipelas, your foundation. Thanks to you. Su Qingyu interrupted him coldly. Those eyes, which were already cold and aloof, were now filled with endless mockery and disdain. He's not dead yet. And, they're doing very well. You. Hearing this, one is filled with a mocking tone that seems to exude an air of treason. Su Changqing's face, which was already flushed with shock, instantly turned ashen. Good. 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 He was so angry he laughed. Seriously, they've grown wings now. How dare you speak to me like that? It seems that today, this old man cannot let you live. The words fell to the ground. He no longer wanted to utter a single unnecessary word. A terrifying pressure, genuine and at the peak of the King realm, suddenly erupted from his body. His withered, bark-like hand transformed into a gigantic hand composed of pure wood attribute true energy. Without hesitation, it slammed down hard on Su Qingyu's crown. He wanted to use the most ruthless methods to clean house. Come, uphold his supreme dignity as the king of pills. However, just as that terrifying giant hand, powerful enough to shatter mountains, was about to fall. A plain, yet chilling voice that silenced the entire world. Without warning, the sound started coming from the backyard. "The Pill King? He. You dare to challenge me?" The words fell to the ground. Buzz. A clear, resounding clang suddenly echoed throughout the entire world. Immediately afterwards, in Su Changqing's eyes, which widened in shock and horror in an instant, a simple and grand three-legged cauldron, inscribed with the sun, moon, stars, and the primordial universe. Unexpectedly, without any warning, it shot into the sky from the backyard. It rises with the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a terrifying divine cauldron, powerful enough to blot out the sky. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, as if they were looking at a god, that divine cauldron, with its mouth facing down, suddenly tilted. Boom! A vast river of elixirs, powerful enough to make any alchemist bow down and worship and willingly offer their soul. Surprisingly, it poured out from that divine cauldron. Within that damn river, there are tens of thousands of pills of various shapes and sizes, exuding a rich fragrance. At the very least, they are all top-grade treasure pills of earth rank quality. Even more remarkably, among them were many heavenly ranked divine pills that even he, the king of pills, had only ever seen in ancient books. That terrifying, world-destroying medicinal power instantly washed away his arrogant, powerful palm of true energy, leaving it completely clean. Even he himself was swept back more than a dozen steps by the vast Dan River. He barely managed to steady himself. His face was filled with endless horror and disbelief. Dan River? It's made up of heavenly ranked divine pills? Is this for real? Which god of alchemy has descended to the mortal realm? And it was during this time that he began to question the meaning of life. That calm, yet chilling voice that sent shivers down his spine rang out once more. "My people. You dare to touch me? Who gave you the courage?" He looked at Su Changqing, who was already terrified. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. "So? Now? Do you still think you deserve the title of King of Pills?" Chapter 116. So what if you're a pill king? My son eats your pills like candy. Does he even deserve to be called the King of Pills? Hearing the question coming from the backyard, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless mockery, Su Changqing's face, which was already flushed with shock, froze instantly. He stared in disbelief at the vast, seemingly endless, terrifying Dan River before him. He looked again and saw that the heavenly ranked divine pill, which he had long regarded as a heaven-defying divine object, was drifting along in the pill river like free cabbages. My mind went completely blank. He felt as if he wasn't talking to a mysterious, powerful figure. Instead, he was communicating with a living god of alchemy. Pill King? Faced with such a miracle that could drive the entire Dragon Kingdom mad, he was merely a minor king-level cultivator, known as the Dan King. It's nothing. They're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. No. I won't dare to do it again. He clung to Yilin's leg, sobbing and wailing with snot and tears streaming down his face. Ancestors. My dear ancestors. Yes, it was my ignorance that made me fail to recognize your greatness. It was my lack of knowledge and limited understanding that led me to this situation. You are the true god of alchemy. Please accept me. I'm willing to be your alchemist for life. This scene can only be described as magical. All the members of the Su family present were stunned. They stared in disbelief at their ancestor, who was clinging to the leg of a 3-year-old child and wailing wildly. I feel like my values have been ruthlessly crushed once again. Dan Tong? It's for a lifetime? Ancestor. Did something happen to you, sir? Do you really have to be so shameless? Just when everyone was completely dumbfounded by this scene, which can be described as a divine development, a familiar, seemingly ordinary voice, yet one that sent shivers down their spines, rang out once more. Dan Tong? He. You dare to challenge me? The words had barely left his mouth. A tall, slender young figure, almost godlike. He slowly walked out from the backyard. He was Yi Fan. Beside him were 5 equally stunningly beautiful women, each more breathtaking than the last. Along with the other 5 little monsters who were looking at this group of unworldly mortals with the same disdain, they were also looking at them with disdain. The terrifying, world-destroying spectacle silenced all the members of the Su family present, so much so that they didn't dare to even breathe loudly. I was afraid that even a slightly louder breath would be too loud. They would be humanely euthanized on the spot. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to be simply taking a walk in his own backyard. He slowly walked up to Su Changqing, who was already terrified. Then, amidst everyone's puzzled and confused gazes, he slowly extended one finger. He casually scooped up a seemingly insignificant low-grade heavenly rank breakthrough pill from the vast Dan River. Then, it was thrown to Su Qingyu, who was also captivated by the sight of it, like trash. "Eat it," he said. "Ha?" Su Qingyu was taken aback upon hearing this. I said. Yi Fan's voice became somewhat impatient. "Eat it." "Then I'll tell you, Grandpa, what's the difference between your pills and my son's candy?" Su Qingyu looked at the extraordinary-looking pill in her hand with a mixture of belief and doubt. She glanced again at Yi Fan's confident eyes. She gritted her teeth. "Since he saved my life anyway, I might as well take advantage of him." Thinking about this, without further hesitation, she swallowed the pill in one gulp. Then, the next second, boom! A pure medicinal power that was more than 100 times greater than any pill she had ever taken before. It exploded inside her body in an instant. Ugh! She let out a roar that was both painful and exhilarating. She could feel it clearly. He was stuck at the bottleneck of the King realm for 10 years without making any progress. Surprisingly, under the impact of this enormous medicinal power, it's as thin as paper. In an instant, it was shattered into pieces. Boom! An even more powerful aura suddenly erupted from her body. Emperor Realm. It's done. She actually broke through to the next level just by taking one pill? This is a divine pill? This moment, the whole world fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone who was just shouting wildly was dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at Su Qingyu, who was experiencing the surge of power within her body with an expression of ecstatic joy. She glanced again at the young man who looked calm, as if he had expected all of this. My mind went completely blank. After the initial euphoria, Su Qingyu, who had just broken through, was overjoyed. They finally realized what was happening. She turned around abruptly. With a thump, he immediately knelt down before Yi Fan. His face was filled with boundless fervor and adoration. A divine pill. This is definitely a divine pill. She clung to Yi Fan's leg, sobbing and wailing with snot and tears streaming down her face. Husband. No. Ancestor. My dear ancestors. I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. I shouldn't have doubted your elixir. The Pill King? This isn't just the Pill King, this is practically the Pill God. Ancestors. I still have money. I want to buy one more. No. 10. 100. Please. Sell me just one more. Her words were like a bombshell. It instantly ignited the frenzy of all the Su family members present. Holy crap! He really broke through? A divine pill. It's definitely a divine pill. 100 million. I'll take it. Don't try to take it from me. I'm going to sell everything I own to get one today. In an instant, the entire Su family compound was plunged into an unprecedented frenzy. Countless people were waving banknotes like madmen. They frantically pushed their way towards the godlike man. That scene was 100 times more terrifying than a zombie apocalypse. Su Changqing was so shocked by the miracle scene before him that he was speechless. He stared blankly at the man who stood like a god surrounded by the crowd. Then he looked at the Su family members who had been abandoned by everyone in an instant. It feels like I'm dreaming. We lost, just like that? And they lost utterly? He looked at Yi Fan, and for the first time, his usually calm and unwavering eyes revealed a deep-seated awe and reverence. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Who are you? Why do you know more about alchemy than I do? Chapter 117 The Alchemy Competition, I'll make you lose with utmost respect. Knows more about alchemy than you? Yi Fan smiled when he heard Su Changqing's question, which was filled with endless shock and disbelief. He slowly walked up to the Dan King ancestor, who was already completely petrified by his own awe. He reached out and gently patted his shoulder as if comforting a frightened kitten. Old man. His voice was filled with an undeniable blend of gentleness and domineering authority. I'm not more knowledgeable than you. The only person in the world who knows alchemy. That's all. No. I don't believe it. After the extreme shock came an even more surging, endless resentment. Su Changqing suddenly raised his head. A fierce fighting spirit instantly ignited in those already cloudy old eyes. He stared intently at Yi Fan and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. I don't believe it. There's no one in this world who knows alchemy better than me. Unless. A flash of undisguised madness and determination crossed his eyes. Do you dare to have a match with me? Let's compete in alchemy. If you win, you can do whatever you want with me, Su Changqing's old life, and the entire Su family. But what if you lose? You must return that prescription and my granddaughter to me. How about it? His words were incredibly alluring. It was also filled with endless killing intent. He's gambling. I'm betting that this mysterious young man is just bluffing. I'm betting he won't dare accept his challenge. However, he was clearly overthinking it. After listening to his bold words, Yi Fan saw Yi Fan. There was not the slightest hesitation on his face. Instead, he revealed an extremely amused smile. A contest? He raised an eyebrow. Okay. I like your stubbornness, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. As he spoke, he slowly turned around to look at Su Qingyu, whose pretty face had turned deathly pale with fright. He smiled. Wife. He said. Watch closely. Today, I'll show you what I'm made of. What truly constitutes a dimensional reduction attack? The words had barely left his mouth. He ignored Su Changqing, who was completely bewildered by his own outrageous actions. With a wave of his hand, that chaos cauldron, which he had long regarded as his exclusive toy. In an instant, they appeared in the center of the hall. Immediately afterwards, he casually waved his hand again. Countless ancient medicinal herbs and immortal plants that have long since disappeared. Like free cabbages. It flew out of his storage ring. It was piled up, forming a small mountain that would drive any alchemist crazy. Seeing this scene, which can only be described as a miracle, Su Changqing's old face, which was already full of fighting spirit, froze instantly. He stared dumbfounded at the terrifying divine cauldron that exuded an aura of endless chaos. Then I looked at the mountain of legendary ancient immortal herbs. My mind went completely blank. He felt as if he wasn't competing against a mysterious and powerful figure. Instead, he was communicating with a living god of alchemy. What the hell is this? This is not even in the same league. And just when he was questioning the meaning of life, Yi Fan smiled. He glanced at Su Changqing, who was already terrified of him. She glanced again at Su Qingyu, who was also numb to the sight of it all. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm, yet it was filled with undeniable power. Watch closely. He said. I'll do it right now, right in front of you. Use your Su family's so-called secret recipe. Refine a genuine rejuvenation pill. I'll make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. After saying that, he didn't say another word of nonsense. A thought flashed through my mind. Then, the ancient immortal herbs piled up like mountains were like swallows returning to their nests. They flew into the chaos cauldron, which was already engulfed in blazing divine fire. Countless profound alchemical runes appeared and disappeared at his fingertips, rotating and turning. It transformed into streaks of golden light and disappeared into the cauldron. Time passed by, second by second. I don't know how much time passed. After that last wisp of chaotic true energy was completely integrated into the cauldron, Yi Fan slowly withdrew his hands. He glanced indifferently at the cauldron, which had already been burned red by the golden divine fire. He opened his mouth slowly. Open. Buzz. A clear, resounding clang suddenly echoed throughout the entire world. The lid of the cauldron shot skyward. A fragrance of 9 colored pills, more than 100 times stronger than the previous improved version of the rejuvenation pill. In an instant, it filled the entire Su family compound. It even penetrated through layers of walls and spread to the outside, onto the main street. Everyone who smells this fragrance feels as if their body has been cleansed by the purest life energy. All the hidden ailments on his body were swept away. Their cultivation has improved considerably. Inside the Su family compound, Su Changqing was so shocked by this miraculous scene that he was speechless. He stared blankly at the 12 dragon eye-sized, crystal-clear pills that slowly rose from the cauldron, exuding a fragrant aroma and even bearing 9 mysterious celestial patterns, legendary heavenly rank divine pills. My mind went completely blank. Heavenly elixir? It's a batch of 12? Is this for real? This supreme elixir, which exists only in ancient classics, is said to be something even the god of alchemy might not be able to refine. It turns out, this man actually managed to create it so casually. Is this even human? This is clearly a living, breathing patriarch of alchemy. He stared blankly at the young man who slowly finished his practice without even a change in his breathing. He then looked at the 12 supreme divine pills that were enough to drive the entire dragon kingdom mad. I feel like my values have been completely shattered. For the first time, a fervent fervor and adoration from the depths of his soul was revealed in Yifan's eyes, which were usually calm and unwavering. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Who are you? Why do you even know the secret techniques of my Su family? Chapter 118 Dimensional Reduction Attack. The Su family patriarch becomes a disciple on the spot. The Su family's secret? Yifan laughed when he heard Su Changqing's unwilling question. He slowly walked up to the Dan Wang ancestor, whose face was ashen from the damage to his pride. He reached out and gently patted his shoulder as if soothing a ruffled old cat. Old man. His voice was calm with a hint of mockery. Is it hard to admit that you're a little brother? You. Su Changqing was so choked by this extremely modern and insulting remark that he almost couldn't catch his breath. He had never suffered such a humiliation in his life. You brat! How arrogant! He was so angry that he laughed, and a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his cloudy old eyes. Good. Since you're so confident, then I'll have another match with you. Let's compare the quality of these pills. He suddenly slapped his storage bag, and a crystal-clear jade bottle exuding a rich medicinal fragrance appeared in his hand. This is the superior grade profound rank 9 aperture golden pill, refined with the culmination of my life's work. His face was filled with boundless pride. To be able to increase the cultivation of a chi opening realm martial artist by 10 years out of thin air. This is truly the treasure of my Su family. He thought that would be enough to quell the situation. However, Yifan's reaction made him question life once again. Yifan merely glanced at the so-called 9 aperture golden pill indifferently. Then he shook his head, a look of undisguised disgust on his face. That's it? He couldn't even be bothered to look at it again. His gaze fell on Su Qingyu. Wife. He said. Give this old man the half candy you left over from last night so he can see what it's like. Candy? Leftovers? Upon hearing this, Su Changqing and all the members of the Su family present were stunned. Su Qingyu blushed. But she still obediently took out an extremely ordinary oil paper package from her storage bracelet. Slowly open. It revealed half of a seemingly ordinary tooth with teeth marks inside. Elixir? The moment that half pill appeared in the air. Buzz. A 9-colored fragrance, more than 100 times stronger than Su Changqing's so-called 9 aperture golden pill, instantly filled the entire Su family compound. It even condensed into profound and mysterious Dao runes in mid-air. Heavenly pill? It's the legendary Dao Dan that produces extraordinary phenomena and possesses its own unique Daoist charm? The moment Su Changqing saw that half pill, that old face, already brimming with pride, froze instantly. He stared in disbelief at the half-eaten candy, which was a billion times more precious than all his life's work. My mind went completely blank. We lost. We lost completely. Whether it's technology or level of understanding. They were all utterly crushed by the other side. He felt like he had wasted the last few centuries of his life. Puff. A mouthful of scalding blood spurted directly from his mouth. His already frail body could no longer hold on. It fell straight backward. Just as he was about to make intimate contact with the cold ground. A pair of warm and strong arms caught him firmly in time. It's Yifan. Why bother? Yifan looked at the old man, who was already mentally broken, and sighed helplessly. I already said it's a dimensional reduction attack. You just don't believe me. He slowly extended one finger. It was gently placed on Su Changqing's brow. A vast, boundless torrent of information, filled with the profound principles of alchemy, instantly flooded into his sea of consciousness. The Chaos Tao Scripture. 9 Explanations of Taoist Alchemy. Although it's just the most insignificant bit of the surface. But for Su Changqing, it was nothing short of a sudden enlightenment and a timely rain. His bottleneck in alchemy, which had been stuck for over 100 years, actually loosened up at this moment as if water had naturally flowed through the channel. He seemed to see a brand new door leading to the realm of Dan Huang. This is... He stared in utter horror at Yi Fan's eyes, which were filled with pity. My mind went completely blank. He finally understood. The gap between myself and the young man in front of me. That's not the difference between a person and a genius at all. It's not just about the difference between mortals and gods. Thump! His legs went weak and he immediately knelt down before Yi Fan. And it was the kind of complete prostration. He clung to Yi Fan's leg, wailing and crying with snot and tears streaming down his face. Master, master. My dear master. Please. Take me in. I'm willing to be your Dan Tong for life. No. It's Danu. I only ask that you give me some pointers. Seeing this scene, which can only be described as magical. All the members of the Su family present were stunned. They stared in disbelief at their ancestor, who was clinging to a young man's leg and wailing wildly. I feel like my values have been ruthlessly crushed once again. Become an apprentice? He even had the healthy idea of becoming an apprentice on the spot? Ancestor. Did something happen to you, sir? Do you really have to be so shameless? Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to have simply pointed at a worthless grand disciple. He gently helped the old man, who was already weeping and full of regret, to his feet. A bright, extremely kind smile appeared on his face. Want to be my apprentice? He said. You're not qualified. But. A playful smile curved his lips. I'll give you this because you're so sincere. I can give you a spot as a disciple. How about it? Su Changqing trembled upon hearing this. He suddenly snapped back to his senses. Then his face lit up with an expression of unprecedented ecstasy. He didn't care about saving face anymore. He knelt down again with a thud. He kowtowed 3 times respectfully to Yi Fan. His voice was filled with boundless fervor and adoration. Disciple Su Changqing. Greetings, master. He looked at Yi Fan, who had a teachable expression on his face. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. Master, please. This disciple has one more request. Chapter 119 Subduing the Pill King gives the Yi family another powerful ally. An unreasonable request? Yi Fan laughed when he heard Su Changqing's question, which was full of endless humility yet damnably full of endless scheming. He slowly walked up to the Dan King ancestor, who was already completely petrified by his own awe. He reached out and gently patted the man's shoulder, as if soothing an old dog that he had completely conquered. Speak. His voice was filled with an undeniable blend of gentleness and domineering authority. As long as your request isn't excessive. Your teacher has given his permission. Thank you, master. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing's already ecstatic and excited face instantly became even more radiant. He didn't care about saving face anymore. He knelt down again with a thud. He kowtowed 3 more times respectfully to Yi Fan. Then, with a look of trepidation, he said. Reporting to master. This disciple humbly begs, master, to be able to expel my good-for-nothing granddaughter Su Qingyu from the sect. Reinstate her to her original position. Take back control of the Su family. This will also ensure that my Su family's 1,000-year-old alchemy tradition doesn't die out. His words were as sincere as could be. As humble as can be. It seemed as if he was truly only thinking about the continuation of his family line. But in his heart, he was frantically making his own plans. Joke. Su Qingyu is now the woman of this divine figure before her. He is the future god of alchemy. Let her take charge of the Su family. Wouldn't that mean the Su family had instantly risen to the top and latched onto the world's most powerful benefactor? At that point, they won't even be considered one of the 4 great families of Beijing. Even the royal family of the Dragon Kingdom would have to treat them with utmost respect, right? This is an incredibly profitable business. However, he clearly underestimated Yi Fan's intelligence. And Su Qingyu's determination. After listening to his bold words, Yi Fan saw Yi Fan. His face showed absolutely no sign of interest. Instead, he revealed an extremely amused smile. Oh? He raised an eyebrow. You mean you want my wife to be your free laborer? Upon hearing this, Su Changqing's already wrinkled old face froze instantly. He stared in disbelief at Yifan's mocking gaze. My mind went completely blank. How could he have known? How could he possibly know what he was thinking? What exactly is this man? What kind of monster is that? Meanwhile, Su Qingyu was completely bewildered by his series of outrageous moves. After the initial shock, there was not the slightest hesitation on his face. Instead, he revealed an extremely cold smile. Grandfather, she said. I already said that. I am no longer a member of the Su family. I am now a member of the Yi family. The life or death of the Su family is none of my business. I just want to stay quietly by my husband's side. To do his laundry, cook for him, and have his children. That's all. Her words were spoken with absolute certainty. It is filled with boundless affection and resolute determination. It moved all the beautiful women present. This also shattered Su Changqing's lingering hope, leaving him utterly hopeless. It's over. This is completely over. There's absolutely no way I can get close to that golden leg now. Yifan, on the other hand, seemed to have anticipated all of this. He slowly walked up to the old man, whose heart had long since turned to ashes. Slowly squat down. Then, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, he reached out and lightly patted the face of the old man who had already wet his pants in fear. A bright, harmless smile appeared on his face. Old man, he asked softly, do you want to live? Do you want your Su family's so-called millennial alchemy to continue? Yes, yes. Upon hearing this, a fierce flame of survival instantly ignited in Su Changqing's previously lifeless eyes. He kowtowed frantically, as if grasping at the last straw. His voice was filled with boundless ecstasy and the joy of surviving a catastrophe. Very good. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Then a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since that's the case, then let's start from today. You, Su Changqing, along with the entire Su family. They all belong to me, Yifan. What you need to do is very simple. I'll just obediently be my employee. Make money for me. Refine pills for me. Also for me. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Monitor the entire capital city. Understand? We understand. We understand. We get it. Su Changqing kowtowed frantically, as if he had been granted a pardon. His voice was filled with boundless ecstasy and the joy of surviving a catastrophe. He knows. I guess I made the right bet. Although the price was the entire Su family. But to be able to latch onto the coattails of such a divine figure. Let alone the Su family. Even if it's 10. Even if it's 100. It was worth it. Yifan, on the other hand, seemed to have simply taken in a few disobedient underlings on a whim. He slowly stood up. Under the gaze of everyone, filled with awe and fervor. He brought his wife, who had long since given up on him. They strode away. All that remained was a room filled with shock and deathly silence. And a domineering declaration that made all members of the Su family willingly bow down in worship. The sound echoed slowly in the empty hall. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. Starting today, my wife is the only retired emperor in your Su family. Who among you agrees? Who objects? Chapter 120 Marshal Xiao's request. The military needs a batch of specially supplied pills. Do you have any objections? Hearing Yifan's question, which was full of supreme prestige yet damnably full of endless domineering, all the Su family members kneeling on the ground looked like soulless zombies. He shook his head frantically. His face was filled with endless fear and despair. Opinion? How could they dare to object? Forget about making the Su family take the surname Yi. They could even make them all change their surname to Dog right now. They absolutely dared not utter a single complaint. Just as Yifan effortlessly subdued another alchemy family with a 1,000-year-old lineage and was living his simple, unpretentious life. Someone he never dreamed of would quietly come knocking on his door. That afternoon, Yifan was lying on the rocking chair in the backyard as usual, resting with his eyes closed. enjoying top-notch imperial service from 5 stunning beauties. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter, full of urgency and excitement, rang out from outside the door. Ha ha ha! My good son-in-law! Father-in-law, I've come to see you. The words had barely left his mouth. A middle-aged man, burly and with a resolute face, exuding an aura of iron will and authority. Then, surrounded by a group of equally imposing generals, he swaggered in from outside. He is none other than the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom, the head of the 9 marshals of the Dragon Kingdom. Xia Changhe. Father-in-law? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise upon seeing the person who had arrived. He slowly sat up from the rocking chair, a bright and extremely kind smile spreading across his face. What brings you here? How? Xia Changhe's eyes widened upon hearing this. Can't you come see my precious daughter and grandson if there's nothing else going on? As he spoke, he walked up to Xia Yuchan, who was already so embarrassed she was practically crawling under the table. A bright, extremely fatherly smile appeared on his face. My dear daughter, he said with a look of heartache. Look how thin you've become. Did this brat bully you? Tell your father. Your father will avenge you right now. As he spoke, he even raised his fist, which was as big as a clay pot, at Yi Fan in a very serious manner. The implication of that action as threatening was self-evident. However, Xia Yuchan didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. She merely glanced indifferently at her unscrupulous father, who was acting like a complete drama queen. He coldly uttered 2 words. What's up? Upon hearing this, Xia Changhe's already wrinkled old face froze instantly. He stared dumbfounded at his beloved daughter, who was clearly biased towards outsiders. I feel like my heart is broken. This isn't even a marriage proposal yet. So, she's siding with her man? How is he supposed to live like this as a father? Cough cough. He forced down his endless grief and indignation, coughed twice, and put on an incredibly kind and amiable smile again. That. He rubbed his hands together and said with a meaningful expression. Actually, it's nothing serious. It's just that father has recently encountered a small problem with military affairs. I'd like to ask you and Yi Fan for a favor. Oh? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. What's the trouble? Tell me about it. Well. Upon hearing this, Xia Changhe let out a long sigh. That already resolute face now showed a trace of endless weariness and helplessness. It's all because of that damned beast tide. He said. I don't know what's been going on lately. Those beasts in the wilderness are like madmen. Wave after wave of attacks are assaulting our defenses. Although we managed to drive them back with difficulty. But our military suffered equally heavy casualties. Especially the ordinary soldiers. They don't have the powerful strength that you genius martial artists possess. Every battle is fought with our own flesh and blood. I'm afraid that if this continues. He shook his head helplessly. We, the Dragon Kingdom, cannot hold out. His words were filled with endless sorrow and heaviness. It moved all the beautiful women present. However, Yi Fan's face still maintained that calm and indifferent expression. He merely glanced at the old fox who was frantically playing the victim in front of him. He opened his mouth slowly. The voice was calm yet full of undeniable power. Get to the point. Cough cough. Xia Changhe coughed twice more, a very fawning smile appearing on his face. My good son-in-law. He said. I heard you recently acquired the Su family? They even improved their so-called secret technique? You've refined a divine pill with 10 times the effect? Yi Fan nodded without denying it. That. Xia Changhe rubbed his hands together, looking at Yi Fan with an expectant expression. Could you also help us improve our military? Our military has nothing else. There are just too many people. Too much money. Too many rare and precious materials. As long as you're willing to help. Name your terms. Even if you want it, I'll give you our Xia family's heirloom, the Crimson Phoenix Divine Spear, as a betrothal gift. I have absolutely no objection. His words were as sincere as could be. As humble as can be. It seemed as if all they needed was Yi Fan's help. Even if he were allowed to, he could pack up his own daughter and send her to bed on the spot. He was completely willing. Yi Fan, however, seemed to be listening to something truly trivial. He slowly stood up. Under the expectant and nervous gazes of everyone. He brought along his wives, who were already completely devoted to him. They strode away. All that remained was the shock and deathly silence that filled the courtyard. And a single sentence, a domineering declaration that made all the bigwigs of Jinghua City willingly bow down and worship. The sound echoed slowly in the empty backyard. The pills are a trivial matter. However, I have one condition. He looked at Xia Changhe, who was already petrified by his own shock. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked in an extremely complicated tone. So, father-in-law, are you planning to hold your grandson right now? Or do you want to wait until I get your daughter pregnant before you hold her?